to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Dancing till the daylight.
'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky, moving faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. We feel the air, whoa.
can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shining ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret. My little secret, la 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 la. One finger on your lips, shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. concentrate on the tightrope, the hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Who you want to be? Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh.
I'm barely breathing. Sun is setting, girl, this time I'm betting you come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and bring frequent I feel. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. Drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. I've been tripping, girl, losing my gripping. A little something just might do the trick. It's almost morning, came without a warning. If we're gonna do this, we better make it quick. I'm getting closer, gun out of my holster. So intoxicating, my trance. This drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the floor and dance. Let's get on the floor and dance. Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you fly up to heaven? Fly up to heaven. It's way past 11. Do you wanna dance? No one around us, no one around us. The music has found us. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance? Dance. Do you wanna dance?
your best shoes on to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. We're traveling double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
Seven-seater jet plane, party in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
This poison in my blood feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
This poison in my blood, yeah, feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah.
Hello and welcome to week 2, day 4 of the LPL. My name is Pulse. I'm alongside Raz and Shadow here for the translations. And we are starting the day with a special Valentine's Day show where we'll have Messiah taking on members of the audience. And we have Shadow for the translations. Take it away.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to our live competition venue. And today's Valentine special. They just cracked the Chinese joke.
Oh man, classic cosplay. There you go.
So we want romantic feels today. So our official website, WeChat and forums will be welcoming a male god. So that's a Chinese term, which means a lot of fangirls treat him as a godlike figure. Very handsome, very amazing.
Yeah, he's looking pretty hot right now. Look at that.
Is he a better Lucian than you, Raz?
Oh, that's not. Don't ask me that question. It's an insult.
So he used to have a very good KDA, very good results. And tell me who he is? Did you guys hear the crowd?
I did not.
So now we'll welcome our male god.
Oh! That's Messiah. Of course, everybody knows him. Used to be the mid laner for WE. Went to the World Champions in Season 2. Of course, he is a male
Welcome,
god.
Messiah.
What has he got prepared for us?
Oh,
man.
So he's really handsome today. So we're getting him into the middle. So he said hi to everyone. So hello, LPL audience.
Hello, Messiah. Notice me.
So we're asking him how he feels about Valentine's. So he's looking at the clothes and what they're dressing. It's very Valentine's feel.
Oh, there we go.
And he's commenting on the MC's face, how it's slightly darker, but you know.
Oh, you won't be able to see me, so you know. That's fine. That's fair.
So he knows who's going to come up next. We're going to see who the female god is now.
Ooh. Rita.
Yeah, that's Rita. It's the actually the Chinese caster who covers the LCK over in Shanghai.
So let's welcome Rita.
That's a combination I've ever seen.
So she suddenly just ignited the live stage and the audience. So we're asking Rita what she wants to say about Valentine's. So another Chinese joke, like if couples show PDA, we call the single ones dogs.
Oh,
So they need to like they give you a dog food.
It has a different
So
meaning in
today
English.
we're having a 1v1 match. So we're asking Messiah if he's choosing a girl or a guy as his partner.
Choose wisely.
And he said guy.
Oh,
There we go. You know what? You gotta be inclusive. Bring it in there.
Yeah, so they're choosing a single guy. The guy who's single.
Ooh, this is gonna be pretty awkward for the audience member.
That's true. Might be
So
some
this
betrayal.
is the Howling Abyss rules. So we'll be hosting the match on Howling Abyss, and there'll be couples. They'll be playing on one keyboard and one mouse.
Oh god.
So the rules are either first blood, 50 CS, or first tower. So the first match, it will be Lucian versus Quinn. And the second match, they will be switching around.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting.
That's actually better. It's 50 CS rather than a normal 100.
Yeah, you don't want to wait for that 100.
So we'll be playing with Rita and Messiah, the gods. So now we're choosing our first. Okay, well, we're not picking a female now. So it's female first.
Okay, there you go.
So we're asking if there's any challenges in the audience.
Oh, come out of the crowd. Show yourself.
No, there's none.
Oh, there we go. Scrub crowd.
Clearly not from Reddit.
So a lot of people would like to verse Messiah. You can see all the hands waving.
啊，快，我们瑞塔和于双，咱们这边女神队选一个啊。
来，
So
举
now it's
手
the
示意
female
好吗？
team.
让我们来看到非常厉害的
哦
男生
female
都在
team,
哪
let's
里。Rita，你想找什么样子的？
They were asking Rita what
既然第一
who
局要
her
拿
partner
奎因嘛，
she
然后
wants
我觉
to
得
be, like
奎
who
因其实
she wants to play
对
with.
两个人的配合要求比较高，所以我选一个就奎因玩的比较好的吧。
So she wants
找
someone
一
who's
个
good.
奎因
Oh,
玩
you
的
know,
好
there you go.
奎因玩的
That's
好的
exactly
在
who
哪
I
里
want my team.
Because
and
this
streak.
match
Generally out the
obviously
window.
it has a lot of high expectations on compatibility and whether you can work well together.
举手示意了一下。
She only dates guys
然后
above
你直接来到
flat.
我们的台上面来，我看你这个身高也比较威猛啊。
Oh, we ended up choosing a guy.
从眼镜的扮相来看的话，也比较时尚，好不好？我们今天第一对这个台上的 CP 组合完毕了之后，那若风有想跟若风玩游戏的吗？
So now we're asking anyone who wants to play with Messiah.
Okay,
Look at everyone's hands.
Get it,
I
that's
guess
hilarious.
Yeah.
有没有比较漂亮？
So we want someone who's pretty.
那边那个举手的人，好不好
I call Vane Messiah is.
已经举了半天了啊！来来来。
So we see someone who's been putting her hand up like nearly over half the day.
今天咱们的现场的话，除了有非常好玩的台上活动之后呢，我们
So obviously we'll have very fun time on stage, but
触发条
below
件就是今
stage,
天只要是情侣就可以去看一下这个任务
if you're just a
好我们来到若
couple,
风身边。
then you can go on the side stage to
好的，现在我们台
complete
上
some
的嘉
missions
宾
and
都已
win
经
some
站
prizes.
定了
Okay,
那
there we go.
接下来呢，我们即将要进入到的就是我们今天的对战的环
So
节
now
了
we'll。be entering our 1v1, not really 1v1, our match.
It's a 1v1, I'd say. So
Oh, yeah,
0.5, 0.5 versus 0.5, 0.5.
好，
That's
有请
how I
我们的
put it.
若风和我们这位美丽的女召唤师来到我们的蓝色方。
The Messiah and our pretty girl will be blue
一
side.
同入座。
是的，咱们这位非常时尚的这位男召唤师和我们的 Rita
That very
来到我们的
fashionable
舞台
male
的
summoner
红
with
色
Rita
方
will be on the red
哎
side.
今天的话可以说
We
是
really
我
like
们
his
这个
outfit.
环节
Rita just
特别
wanted
的
someone
圆
who
肯定会有
who
一些
could,
不一
you
样
know,
的
play
League of
games.
Legends,
There we go.
好玩的礼物也会送出。
So
我
we'll
们
have
今天的
some
话
very
呢，其实
interesting
正在
presents.
线上收看直播的观众老爷们也没有机会来到现场，没有关系。那么今天的话，
So
我们
if
线上也
you
有很多的福
unfortunately
利，
couldn't
大家
make
只
it
要
to the
参与
live
官
venue,
方的一些
you can still
论
follow
坛
our
的项
official
目情人
website
活动
and
参与这个
our
征
other
文
events
活动，
to
还
join
可以获得什么
our
呢？
就可以
other
获
giveaways.
得非
There we
常
go.
特别的刻字
That
版
actually
的
just looks like a
摩斯
Care
球
Bear.
哇，
Not gonna lie.
刻字熊，这个
This is a very special bear.
那今天的话，现在两边都已经在准备
The
当中
two
了。
sides
我
are
们先
preparing
问
right
一下
now.
我们的风队，你感觉今天卢仙第一轮打这个奎因的话，你这样会使
So
用鼠标？你
the
觉得
blue
这个
side is
技巧在哪里？
They're asking how
因
they're
为
feeling.
使用鼠标我能补刀嘛。
So he's using the mouse
Oh,
and
well,
he
that's
wants to
cheating,
see
that's
us.
not even fair, dude.
这边要补
What is this?
So their plan is 50 CS.
那 Rita 对于这个怎么样回应？我们来问一问
Boring
好吗？
plan here.
我们刚才
Disgusting
聊了一下，我们有信心3级拿人头啊。
So Rita's like level 3 first blood.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's why she got the player who could play League of Legends.
还没开始，这个
It's a
火
good
药
plan.
味都已经
Yeah.
开始浓郁起来了啊！
So
好
we
了，
feel
现
the
在看到
crowd
两位
hyping
都
up
已
a bit.
经就绪了。那其实我也
Honestly,
想问问这一位
Quinn's
男
gonna take
生
that.
啊，
It's all,
你
even
平
though
时
I
回
like
应玩的
Lucian,
多吗？
it's a 1v1.
玩的不多
Does。Rita's team have Quinn?
玩的
So
不
we
多
asked the male
那我们
summoner if he
Rita
plays a
女生
lot,
在
and he
选择
said
他
no, he
心仪的
doesn't
男
play
生
a
的时
lot.
候，
Oh, no.
确实是
What?
有说过，希望有
We've lost.
回应玩的非常
Really
好
broke
的
their
一个
feelings.
男士的召唤师一起来玩。那
啊，我们今天这位小伙子使用的是什么？
鼠标，
哦
So the red
哎
side, the
今天
male
看来
summoner is
咱们的
using the
这
mouse.
个
Okay.
妹子们都是使用咱们的键盘，而咱们今天呢，
So the girls are all using
哎
keyboard,
帅哥们都使
and
用
all
的
the
是这
handsome
个鼠
guys
标
are。using mouse.
好了，我们这边
There
这
we
个
go.
卢锡安已经锁定了，而
The
且很
Lucian's
快
already
将
locked
会
in.
这个选择的是这个卢锡安的今年的这个情人节特别的这个
So
礼
they've chosen the
好
very
的，
special
现在我们
Valentine
的
skin
奎
for
因
Lucian.
已经锁定了，
Ah,
使
you have
用
to.
的也是我们的
That's
这
a
一
good
个
skin.
秘
I
辛之
purchased
翼
that
奎
skin.
因。
Quinn, yeah, Heartseeker Quinn, very special Valentine's
我们
edition.
峡谷情人的活动的话，这两个人物也是有一个非常完美的故事啊。
So
今天据
those
说是
two
奎因写了一
characters
封
actually
情
have a
书啊
lore, a
通
pine
过
story
华洛寄给
behind
了
them.
卢锡安，但卢锡安接不接这个锅，不是这不能说锅啊。
呃
接不接这个
Quinn
我们的
likes
动作嘛
Lucian,
反正
Lucian.
今天 cos 的，如果是你
Wait
的
a
话，
minute.
你会接
Yeah.
这个锅吗？
Lucian has a girl already.
Yeah, so
What is this?
would Lucian, you know, accept her?
He's moved on.
所以我
Get out of
觉
here,
得
Senna.
我是不会接这个情书的啊。
Yeah, I think Quinn gave him a love letter, and then would Lucian take it?
还
That's
真
the
的是一个
question.
好
You
男
can't.
人，非常贴
Senna
心
could
的
still
好
be
男
alive.
人啊。
没有了。那这样的话，我们今天很快将会迎来第一场对决。同样的话
So
呢，
we're
我
starting
觉
our
得
first
今
match
天所
soon.
有现场的所有召唤师们，给我们的 Rita
So
和若风这个队伍
A
加油
big.
加油好吗？
applause and
好了，
cheer
非常
for
棒！冲
our
着你们这份诚意，
Lucian
今天
team.
我在现场肯定会送出很多好的这个礼物。这个题目
And we're giving away a lot of presents
没
for the
错，
live
除了这个
venue.
之外呢，我们还会有其他的精美的大礼等待
So
着
other than
各
the
位召
bears
唤师
and
哦。
the
所以
present you
说
can
这
see now, we'll
个
have be giving a
花同
lot
样的
of
门票钱，
beautiful
对不对？
presents
来到咱们 LPL
outside.
现场的话，就图一个开心，图一个乐。
So we're
如果把
coming
这个
here
钱
to
放
just
在
have
桌子上，你
fun
看着这个钱乐
and
的话，你这个
happiness.
病钱花这个钱治不好啊。
没错，所以说只要到这种比较特殊的节日，或者说是
So
一些活动的
for
时候，来到我们的
Valentine's,
现场，
very
还是
special
会有非常多
day.
惊喜的。
And coming here, we just have a lot of surprises.
Let's get in there.
Let's get in.
Let's do it. Okay, so this is gonna be fun because in any ordinary situation, Quinn's gonna take this. Like,
Yeah, in
Quinn,
an ordinary situation,
Yeah.
but apparently the guy who Rita picked can't play. So-
she asked for a good
I
player.
know.
She said, "I want a good player." This guy came in there, sat on the seat, and said, "I haven't played this game in so long." It's like,
Meanwhile, Messiah on mouse.
oh my goodness. Well, we'll find out if he's good enough. He's got a phage. We're already on a losing position. I mean, that's fair. I think. Oh, good question. Is it 7.1? If it's 7.1,
Oh.
then.
It probably will be 7.1, right? Because
Yeah.
that's the patch we're on
That's right.
currently.
That's what we're doing right now.
But Serrated Duck is so good.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I mean, regardless, it's gonna be tough to beat Quinn here. So Messiah, regardless of what you're doing right now, you gotta check yourself. And they're going for 50 sass. He said it.
Yeah, I disagree. I'm on Team Messiah right here.
Okay.
As much as I wanted to be on Team Rita for having the solid battle plan,
Yeah.
her ally has so far betrayed her. But it will come down to this initial CS, and he can apparently CS.
Yeah, he
So-
can do it. That's all. That's
That's a
what we
good
needed.
sign.
I mean, they wanted that level 3, so I'm looking for it. If you get level 3, he called it out. Wait, wait a minute. You get level 3 1 minute into the game. That's
Yeah.
fine. So what's happening? I
They're
feel
looking for
betrayed.
this, this early first blood, but he also has to be on the same page as Rita if they want to go in, because he has to like aim the skill shot, right? So if I've learned anything from All Stars when we had tandem mode, people
Oh.
don't really know what they're doing.
Were you a part of that? Who
I
did you have
was.
by your side?
Who was by my side? That's a good question. I can't remember.
Answer wisely. Maybe they are listening in on this.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
Apparently it's
Frost.
Froskurin.
Yeah, she feels betrayed already.
Oh,
Lucian,
no. I'm
what
sorry,
happened? Okay, Lucian just lost 60% of his HP. It's a little upsetting. Messiah's on the ropes already.
Quinn in 7.1 doesn't even have to aim. Still beats Lucian.
That's just how it is. Lucian, I mean Quinn, you know, you pick him in the top lane unless if you're Huni. Then if you're Huni, then you go Lucian top. But with that joke aside, Quinn legitimately, just because of her passive, just wins out almost every 1v1. And then if Lucian ever wants to walk in, you just get blinded.
I actually think this guy was being modest. He's like, he's doing quite well.
That's true.
He's spacing pretty well. He's actually like aggressing when minions are down and stuff. Neither of them are really challenging over any minions though. Like it's very clear that Messiah's going for the safe strategy of I'm actually just gonna go for 50 farm.
Yeah, it's pretty like honestly, this is smart in the sense that he took control of the mouse and he's just saying 50. He has no faith in her. Uh-oh.
The bird goes wide.
They're going in. Oh, she got the CS.
God. We got the exhaust down though and the ignite off to the side. No, this is gonna be a kill. Oh, the barrier though. Auto attack, last one. Oh, bird. That's first blood.
Get out of here, Messiah.
Destroyed.
You got demolished. Blue team, you're out of
So
here. I
it
mean,
was
I
like
should've-
4 HP, and it was like come back.
好的，有请我们
Thank
的
you.
4位嘉宾一同移步到我们的舞台
So
中
we're
间。
asking the 4 players to stand up and come into the middle of the stage. So most people would have thought that the Lucian would have gotten first blood.
万万没有想到这个互动还是挺厉害的。
And Messiah was like, oh, I didn't expect that.
我觉得我们其实刚刚技能已经做得非常好了，然后所有技能都达到，对不对？
And he's complimenting the girl that she actually made most of the skill shots, or like
我觉得
all.
他最后一秒钟丢出了个平 A 吧。
是的，
So it was like the last second.
绅士风度嘛。
It was like he wanted the A
对不对？咱们先照
auto,
顾一下
and
咱们
then they just voted him.
女神队。这样的话，有请我们这位帅气的小伙子和我们这位美丽的女召唤师先去我们的
So
舞台
now
排
we
侧一
want
等。我们先请
telling
来
Rita
第
and
二
the,
组
oh, and the
组合，咱
handsome
们跟我们
guy
一起颁奖好
to
不好？
wait at
有
the
请好
side.
的，现在我们的台侧稍微休息。
Oh yeah, he got the pink bear now.
那第二组的话，咱
So
们
now
就
we're
风队
going
先选
to
吧
the second
现
group,
场有没有小伙子想上来打的？
asking for a guy right now.
情人
Oh,
节
let's
嘛，
go.
对不对？
小伙子真挺多的，
我们要
那你来选
照顾一
So
下
we
帮
have
我选吧。
quite a
有没
lot
有
of
单
guys
身的
at the
想在
audience,
台
in the
上
audience.
表白的，照顾一下的，看一下有没有？
Anyone who wants to
你看
confess?
后排现在比较
I confess to
左
Rita.
方那边是
I confess to Messiah.
带
There we
蓝
go.
金那个还是那个发型比较酷的那个，好不好？
So we're asking Messiah who he wants.
没错，快快快，
The
来
guy
了，
with
就是你
awesome
了，不要犹豫，
haircut
快，
or
开着疾跑来了。
Yeah.
Oh,
There we
是
go.
蓝色高领毛衣啊，我以为是蓝围
That's
巾
Does。he have a fade?
女
That's
神
the
这
most
边可
valuable
以先选起来。
$5
那
shape
现
up
在我
of the
们
day.
男神队已经选了一位男生啊来助阵。
So
那
our
我觉得
guys
你想现
team
在
has
选一个
chosen
什
a
么样
guy.
的男生呢
那他？们不能选女生吗？对不对？
那我觉得，反正我已经拿下1城了嘛，我就
Rita's
随意了，对性别没有要
Like,
求。
oh, I already won. Who cares?
Oh.
有没有想跟我们 Rita 一起同台竞技的
来来，我
呢？
们这位小伙子好像迷路了，后面没有草丛，你不用在后面蹲我，
哎
你先来这边。
So they're making a joke like there's no bush at the back. You don't have to hide from me because you know how he came from the back.
Oh, there we go.
都是想要
Put your arms around him.
对，好吗？
Stake
那
your
这样的话，
territory.
赶紧帮我们的这个 Rita 的女神
So
队
we're
再选一个玩具
choosing a girl
好，
for
那现
Rita.
在我们来选择另外一位助阵的
Stake your
男
territory.
生
This is
好
a
吗？
nature
来
documentary.
试一下，我来看看有没有特别想上台的。
So we're asking the audience who really wants to come. Oh, we're choosing a handsome
好，
guy
有
again.
请那位红衣服的举的
Rita.
The red
这个，对，有请戴着眼镜的红衣服的，哇，
Red
哦哟
glasses
所以
guy
今天来的男召唤师们都
There's a
高
lot of
大
red on
威
this
猛。
guy,
今天是一个人来的吗？
和我朋友一起来了，
男朋友。
So he came with his friend,
男性朋友。
and then the MC is joking like, "Oh, your boyfriend?" Like he's like, "Nah, guy friend."
Ain't nothing to
Slight
be afraid of. Just get out of there.
Yeah.
哎，你犹豫
It's
了3秒
2017
你有几个女朋友？
We're asking how many girlfriends he
犹
has.
豫了3秒
Oh no.
And he's
开
thinking-
玩笑。哎，这边这个，
Yeah,
哎
I'm
呦这个
joking.
你看我们今天3个人是幸福的一家3口啊！你这个红衣服。
So we're like, they look like a
今天的话
family of
跟女
three,
神队有
right?
没有信心
All the
2比0
red.
把这边直
Oh,
接
that's
击败
true.
了？
还好吧，没有什么信心。
没有什么
So
信心。
he's like, I don't
你
have
这边
much
有没有信心帮
confidence.
助我们的
Oh
锋
no,
队
that's
完
not.
成1比1
What?
有，
Come
And
on.
he's like,
You're
yes, I have
有请我们
confidence.
的
Oh,
男
there
神
we
女神
go.
队赶紧进入到我们的对战席进行一个准备。
好的，
那很
有请
快将会开始这个第2轮的对决了。第2轮的话，双方将会是一
So now
个
this is the second
英
match.
雄互换。
对，
The
所以说
champions
现
would
在
be
女神队
switching
使用
around.
到
So
的
the
就
red
是
team
我
will be
们的
using
卢仙
Lucian. Blue team will be Queen.
那刚才其实可以看到，其实这2个英雄啊，也是今年咱们的这个情人
So we
节的
can
一个
see that,
CP 的英雄，确实是在
these
这个
two
实力
champions
上
are sort of
单
like a
挑
couple,
上啊，起码
screen
这场
on
组合
screen
感觉是
couple
不相伯仲啊。
对，而且
Or
讲究一定的
Valentine.
技巧，就你刚刚说的
Take a look at
抢
that.
6嘛，
啊，
对吧？
So
如果
there
是
is
卢
sort
仙
of
抢到了
a
6的
skill
话，
like
猥
who
琐发育一
gets
下，
to
我觉得
6
有
first.
大招还是胜算蛮大的。
Because if
哎
Lucian has
所以
his
接下
R,
来的
then
话，
he will
我们
have a
锋
huge
队这边
advantage.
使出
That's
杀
true.
手锏了
Good point.
我们是请了一个这个身高8尺啊，又是
So
长得
we
非常
have
帅，
the
发
blue
型又
team,
很
the
酷的
guy
一位
with a
小
very
伙
cool
子。咱
hairstyle
们这位
and
小伙子的话，今天跟对面这位一
8
看就是
no,
智商
sorry,
非
8
常高，
inch
戴着眼
tall.
镜，
No,
情
he's
商
just
也
really
很高的
tall.
小伙子。
Okay.
究竟谁
All
可
right.
以
8 inches
这
so
个推
short,
波
yeah.
助澜，
Yeah,
帮
I
这
see.
2位男神女神获得胜利啊？
其实我觉得我们的
Recompose
女神
yourself,
队
man.
可能优势更大一点，因为俗话说得好，男女搭配干活不累。
So the
但是
female
这是一
MC
个好
thinks
基友
that
的社
Rita
会，对
has
不对
a
我们
bigger
都带着男性
advantage
朋友来
because
了，是不是？
female
我
and
们今天
male
这边3个
creates
诸
a
葛亮可以
stronger
胜过
spark.
一个
I don't know. You might want to redact your statement
哎
there.
马上诸葛亮就出来了。那这样的
That
话，
won't
同样
fly.
在双方准备同时的话，这边还
So
是要
they're still
跟所有
preparing?
今天线上的观众老爷们说一下我们的福利时
He's
刻。
trying to bait
大
So
家一定记住
we're
啊，今
marketing
天
our
可以踊
presence
跃
right
去我
now.
们的英雄
Today's
联盟的
audience
官方的
online.
论坛参与峡谷情
If you
缘
go
的
on our
文字
forum
的投稿。那么
and
将
you
会有机
can
会获得
write
的
stuff
是
on
刻
our
字版
forum,
的
then
定制的 T-Birds。
I'll give
没
you
错，
a
如果
special
说你想要
prize.
表白的话，我觉得这个应该是
Or
个非
if
常好
you
的机
have,
会。
it's a great chance for you to confess
哎，带
your
着男
feelings.
朋友来的，带着女朋友
Raz,
来的
Paul,
那
you be
还
my
有带着想
Valentine.
表白来的，对不对？那今天的话，我们现在有一个隐藏
That's very
任务，
good.
就是只要你今天是情侣，不管男女，哎，
So
咱们都可以去
doesn't
完
matter
成
if
这
you're
个
a
隐
female
藏
or a
任务。
male,
那
as long
这
as
个
you're a
隐藏
couple,
任务的话
you
呢，
can
具
just
体
come
的话
and
大
do
家
the
要自己去
mission and
探
get
索
great prizes.
就在我们这一次 LPL 春季赛正大的这个现场。
是的，
So
所
just
以
now
说，如
here
果
at
说
the
你想
LPL
来一
Spring
个浪漫的 LPL 的观赛体验的话，一定要去找一找这
So
个
we
任
just
务
want
到
a very
底在哪里。
romantic LPL.
Yeah, there we go. We're back at it. Now, he did say level 6 Lucian gets ulti. But here's the thing about Quinn. I don't know. I wonder if Quinn has flash here. Either way, Quinny can interrupt that. So that's a problem.
Quinn has Exhaust Ignite.
Oh.
And Lucian has Ignite Barrier.
Okay. There's a chance that the Lucian, once he gets 6, can actually 100% just demolish him. But it's a long road.
I think the item is Entropy. I'm not 100% sure.
Right.
I think it's a Howling Abyss only item.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know what it does.
All I know is that I think it's a... Oh, I think it's possibly one of those items that actually gives you sustain. We'll have to see as it goes on, but that's a good strategy. but you're going up against serrated dirt. That's going to be a little bit of an up-road hit. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Hello? We're already having...
How about that synergy, huh?
There's dissent among the ranks. Someone's not doing their job right.
Yep. You can't really tell who it was, because clearly someone was, oh no,
okay,
2 in a row.
Know, there goes the mana.
This is a disaster.
That could just be a taunt, you know, saying I don't need that much mana.
Yeah.
I'm going to stomp you anyways. I should probably be on Lucian's side. I'm not going to lie. Why am I cheering for Quinn? All right.
I thought you were on Rita's side. I thought that was the whole thing.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, so you could be. I want the guy with the sick fade, to be honest.
Oh, Lucian's losing this one.
What is this? They were sandbagging. Look at this damage. You're actually just going all in.
Just pressing S.
Oh, you need to leave. What?
Quinn just stood her ground.
Oh, man.
This is unfortunate.
Is Messiah on mouse? It looks like it.
Yeah, I think he's taking mouse again. All I know is that Lucian is the worst 1v1 champion, especially up against Quinn.
Oh, I think he must have been asking for Relentless Pursuit. Oh, there it is.
What are you doing? Get in there.
Oh, he's dead. He's done. Well, okay. Yep.
All right. 100% win rate
It
on
was
Quinn.
2-minute match. And our Messiah really wanted to win this match.
Oh yeah, he got the win. Yeah.
So now we're getting everyone back to the center of the stage.
那这样的话，今天这场比赛我们稍微往后站一站。我们这场比赛的话，可以说今天啊，这个情人节的特别开场还是很有意义的。最终的话，这个双方战成了1比1，握手言和。但是这个说完了之后，感觉好像卢锡安的皮肤我今天穿着有毒啊，卖不出去了。
Yeah, because Lucian lost both matches. Yeah, the skin. Maybe it's the skin's problem.
No, I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that.
So he's saying that being able to come back to LPL is having a very good time.
好基友一辈子。那我们问一下我们的专业解说 Rita， 那今天的话在现场啊，跟2位小伙子都是戴着眼镜，还戴着金丝框眼镜，我跟你讲好厉害。
she's paired up with 2 guys and how
完了之后，在现场有一些怎么样的感受？
我觉得真的蛮厉害的，就是
she's like, oh, they're very good, very good.
那这样的话，2位男神女神情人节也要到了，最后送句祝福的话给
So we're asking them to give a very nice say what they want to say about Valentine.
祝所有在现场的
So wish everyone
电视机前的观众朋友们
and people in front of the TV
另一半，然后永远幸福，
and able to find the other half.
那我就补充一下吧，那就希望大家在召唤师峡谷遇到自己。
Wish everyone can find the other half in Summoner's Rift.
接下来就是这个颁奖时刻了。我没记错的话，咱们这个
So now it's the prizes time.
是第1盘获胜。那我们这个
The winner will be getting the pink
的提摩斯熊，有请。
哎，咱们这个提波斯的这个熊啊，哎
The tip is bare.
是粉色的
Pink.
咱们的
Give us that Care Bear
亲
countdown.
自颁发给这位。
Giving it to the
我相信他
winner.
一定会好好珍藏的，女生
And we believe that he will treasure it. It's a great present for a girl.
Oh, don't say that. Suddenly he's not gonna feel so happy. Oh no.
Yeah, look at that face.
限量的这个粉色的。
本来这个应该送给女生的，但是今天送给你
The
们。
Messiah's like, oh, this is supposed to be for a girl, but now we're giving it to a guy.
Wait a minute.
这个这个礼物会不会有别的惊喜？哎，
And we're
看一下，不
telling
过
them
没有
to
关系
open
啊。
it. There might be a
这边的
surprise.
这位
Surprise, nothing in that.
这位我们这位戴黑色口罩的女召唤师，同样也可以获得一份礼物，对不对？就是你身后。
就是我们
The other people who will also receive a present too.
这样的话，感觉这是一只公熊，那个
So it's like a male bear.
It's not even in a black box. They're actually just trying to make him feel bad. It's like,
我看你正有此意。哦，我们掌声送给这位
So
小伙
a
子
big round of applause.
非常棒，这才是我们召唤师峡谷的小伙子应该做的事情。
So he gave his bear to the
这样的
girl.
话，
Oh,
我
there
们
we
最
go.
后集
Confess.
体我们的男神女神和我们的今天的召唤师
And
们
this
一
is
起
what a
看
guy
一下
should
前面，
do.
我们合影留念一下，好不好？来，
So
留
we're
下这值
taking
得纪
photos
念的
now.
时刻。 同样的话，这边也再次提醒今天来到现场所有的召唤师们，
a
今天
reminder,
只要你是情侣来的话，就
If
可以
you
去到
came
现
here as
场
a
进行一
couple,
个隐藏
then
任务
you
的
can
探索。
come and
另
do
外的话
our
呢，现
mission.
场正在收看直播的观众老爷们，记住
So
可
the
以
QR
踊跃知道我
code,
们
you can
官方
follow
来
their
参与
forum,
峡谷
the official
情
forum.
缘
Nope, picking up my
文
phone.
字征文活动。那参与这个的话，就有机会获得
So you
限
have the
量版
chance to get a
的
very special
白克字版的
Valentine's.
珍贵的提波斯了。那么再次感谢所有男神女神，我们的召唤师们。今天的话，其实重头
That's
戏
a
是
really
后面
good
的
main
比赛，
cosplay.
没错。
对不对？
那接下来呢，我们即将
I didn't
迎
even
来
see
的
it.
So now we're
下
heading
一
to the
场的对决
LPL
是
matches.
什么队伍呢？EDG
我来看一下牛逼的粉丝有没有？
Newbie and EDG.
There we go.
EDG's fans, where are you? There's the crowd. So our first match is going to be starting.
All right, so that was pretty fun. That was pretty cool. And we get to see some shots here as we are just swapping over everything, both over here and also in the arena as they get set up for first game, which will be EDG and Newbie. I wonder if the players are actually like watching all of that unfold as well, because maybe they can get some Quinn tips as well. Haven't seen a Quinn around the world for a while. I guess we won't for a while as well. That's true. So we are back on the desk and we have subbed in Froskurin into this one. And thank you very much to Shadow for those translations, and we'll see you next time. So Froskurin, your thoughts on the Valentine's show match?
My favorite thing was like how you guys were like low key trying to pass off the bear. Like the pink bear comes out, the camera's right on it. It looks amazing, by the way. Like that bear looks so cool, and you guys like. It's pretty cool. Like
that's the guy response. Like you saw the guys receiving the pink pairs and like, you can have it.
Meanwhile, I'm backstage. I'm like, that's awesome. I want that. Yeah, I know you wanted it, Pulse. I could see it.
Yeah, I just can't confess that on air.
I mean, a lot more confidence confessing to me.
That was a lot easier, in all honesty. You ran in front of me.
Yeah.
But either way, that was a great start to the show. We are moving on to EDG and Newbie, which will be our first matchup of the day. EDG coming into this game off that one loss that they had versus GT, but then they just kind of like completely destroyed them in the following games.
Yeah.
Newbie, we haven't actually seen yet since Lunar New Year. This is their first game of week 2.
Yeah, and we're going to see a different roster of Newbie. They've got Coco now finally on the starting roster. Now, Coco was with the team since the very beginning, so they made very clear plans that they would eventually play with him. Unfortunately, due to his late signing, contractually he wasn't able to start in the first week of the LPL. Again, we're only on week 2, whereas globally everyone else is on week 4. So they started Cool. Cool actually had a very good, strong performance, I think. And I think, Raz, I could see it in your eyes that you would agree with that.
Yep.
But now it's time to unleash the Coco Swift synergy. And if you've been looking at their solo queue accounts, these guys duo queue every day.
Yeah, and so with the Cool specifically, Cool played amazingly individually, but of course, Newbie's problems have never been on an individual basis. It's always been about a teamwork point. So as a team, you're bringing in Coco. He's going to have synergy with Cool. I mean, or he's going to have synergy with Swift. And then you look into the bot lane. Actually, that's something interesting, too, is that they have LWX, but they also keep it in more for the first game. And I think more, from the games that we've seen, he's a lot more aggressive in a team-wide sense. He's the one who's engaging, and he's moving a lot more. So if we're looking at Newbie going up against EDG, it doesn't look like it's so one-sided. It feels like at the very least, we're going to be seeing a Newbie that's looking a lot more cohesive than the last.
And you also have to then think about, looking across at EDG. Their last game against Game Talents wasn't the most promising. They didn't look very hot. Fire Lily is still there in that starting position, and while he came out kind of swinging in week 1, he seems to have at least slowed down a little bit, or the team not really working with him in cohesion for week 2. Clearlove has said in an interview that he's back from vacation, he's scrimming with the team, but they're not ready to start him yet. So it is expected that Fire Lily will at least finish out this week.
Yeah, and going up against Game Talents, overall, EDG looked fantastic in the early games. Every single lane were winning, and on top of that, I felt like ever since I guess supposedly in the first game when Fire Lolly did botch that first lane dive, it was a little bit like, all right, well, we need to bring it on back. They ended up winning the set in 3 games. It was fine with the second game being that random, Tariq Malzahar nonsense.
Yeah. We don't speak about that.
The game never happened. But overall, EDG took this set, and they're going up against Newbie. If their lanes are just as good as last, then I think we'll be we're on the road to another EDG win, perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can put a lot of that praise actually on Gimgoon from G2 in that one, actually carrying the team with Republic. So from EDG's side, it was like still strong laning phases. And then you took a look at game 3, which was like EDG woken up, they're back on form. And hopefully that's actually what we get to see today. Just coming into the split was expectations that EDG would just straight up be stronger than Newbie coming into this one?
I think 100%, just because, if you had to pick the weakest team in the LPL, I think Newbie's actually kind of vying for that spot at this point. You can definitely make debates of it being between LGD, Game Talents, OMG, and Newbie, but the fact is that Newbie is in that bucket right now, and it's simply because there's no cohesion. They're swapping through a bunch of different pieces. You see superstar potential on that roster with the likes of Coco, Cool, Swift. Even I would almost put V in that category now, just because he's been such a consistent top laner. But their bottom lane, giant question mark, kind of a mess, and Swift is all over the board. board.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a heartbreak for a newbie specifically because they always go to those game 3 finishes. They went full 3 games up against Vici, right? And they always have these points where in the early game they can consolidate a pretty solid win, and that was even when they had Dade in the mid lane. And so it just became, once the mid game started, once Swift had like another 3-0 point where he was just like doing fantastically well, it just felt like they never knew how to actually move that lead into an actual victory, into another objective per se. So Coco, at the very least, he was on Longju when he was in LPL and LCK, and he seemed like everyone was hyping him up for good reason too. So he's back. He's now on to the LPL with Swift. I think we can see something good from him.
It's this giant question because Newbie, they have such a great story where, like, theoretically, they should be amazing. They've had such incredible talent like Dade in the past, but for some reason, it just doesn't click together. And for me, like, every great story has a great romance in it. And so I'm super happy that we get to finally see the bromance of Swift and Coco, like, come to fruition. But in the same, like, category, like, they've been given all of these tools and they've come up short every single time, that I'm just, at some point, when do you kind of throw the flag and be like, okay, how many attempts do you get before you just kind of write them off?
And I just love the fact that, it's the Valentine's Day event, and we've got that Swift and Coco vibe happening here. So hopefully they can get it's a buff for them. Maybe they can actually eke out a victory here, and it'll be off that 2v2.
I want them to come in with pink uniforms.
Just
Coco and Swift.
Please do it.
Matching outfits. Yeah, that would be fantastic to see. But is that the only way that they win, and then everyone else in that team is just a third wheel? Or is there like another way that the team can actually do something against EDG? Because like the early game is so good, at least in laning phase from EDG.
The scary thing is that Newbie, holistically, at least for a long time, kind of they created this identity of almost throwing away early games. They got better about it kind of at the end of their split, but their identity was like, pick scaling champions and then come into like a big 5v5, which makes sense. You had someone like Dade on the team. But against EDG, you cannot afford to give away just free innate early advantages. And so I want to see them completely change up this identity. I want to see Swift go off. I want to see him on a carry-oriented jungler, and I want to see him camp Coco's lane and have Coco on something that can impact the mid game. If they continue to play like this late game scaling 5v5 comp, I think it's definitely heavy in EDG's favor.
Yeah, and if you're looking at EDG, from the games that we've seen from them, it doesn't matter that they have Clear Love, it doesn't matter that they have Fire Lolly, their game plan remains the same in that they go towards that bot lane. Zet and Mako still winning those matchups incredibly hard, and then they go towards, take that first tower, and then reset and go topside. And they stay topside until there's a reason to go towards bot side, which is a dragon. So that's a big point for them, for the enemy team to really look to focus on. They have to find a way to break that tempo, or maybe just not let it happen to begin with. Historically, teams that they've gone against EDG, they just attack the bot side of the map, and usually that's where they get the most success, saying, hey, you know what, we're going to match your bot camp with another bot camp. This time around, Fire Lolly, he's actually near the top side of the map, and the bot lane is just passively winning out on their own. That needs to stop.
This is something cool, though, since we're talking about the top side of the map. Like, Koro has had very hit-and-miss performances so far. Sometimes he looks great, since he's returned. Of course, Mouse has also been kind of subbing back in there. But there's other times where it's just, like, blatant miscommunication, where he's overextended on the side of the map when he really shouldn't be because Fire Lolly's down there, and he just... You think about that Team WE game where Koro just got, like, pretty much put in the bin until he came back late game with the Jace, but that was more so the team compensating for him than his individual decision-making. Across from V is a top laner that can punish that. He is kind of like the unsung hero of the top lane in the LPL. I'm a big V fan, just because you think about all the superstar names, his name never comes up, but he is always consistent. He can play both tank, he can play carry, and he always does a great job for Newbie.
And that's one big point, because even on EDG's side, on the top side of the map, we saw Mouse come through in game 3, I believe. It was also game 2.
Yep.
And he showed up that apparently he can play carries. And he played such a good game from level 1, 2, of course, level like 13. Through and through, he played a solid game. So if Koro, falls off, or if he's not being able to match up to V's strength, then it sounds weird saying this, but you can throw in Mouse and see how that goes as well.
Keeping on the topic of kind of the top side of the map, is Fire Lolly something that you can look to exploit from the side of Newbie with Swift focusing on that, or is it still like your focal points are the mid lane and bot lane?
You would say that, but I kind of feel like the jungle pool right now is that you can either look to duel, or you can just look to camp a lane, like avoid people go for a very heavy farming style. We've seen a lot of them do that with kind of like the Ivern and the Rek'Sai, where they're like, okay, you can have your Kha'Zix, your Lee Sin, your Graves, whatever you want, but I'm just going to avoid you in camp lane anyway. I think that's where more success should be this game, just because both of these teams find their success not really in their individual 1v1 abilities, but kind of in how they work as either skirmish or 5v5 units. So I don't necessarily think this will be a Fire Loli versus Swift, although if it turns out like that, I would wait for Swift.
Yeah. Because that's a big point, too. Because I think level 3, once you actually clear out your 3 camps, it's going to be interesting because Swift, he will pick up Kha'Zix. That's just like everyone does it, but specifically that it's meant for Swift because Swift will love to carry. I don't think I've seen him on an actual supportive champion. Ivern, I don't think that's his champion. I just want to see him play that Kha'Zix, actually get to the Scuttle Crab first because if he can, then we have a situation where he's able to like get like first dibs at that and maybe look to skirmish onto Fire Loli.
But again, for me, it's still like, yes, Swift has that option, and I would consider him the stronger jungle because he is flexible, that he can look for the 1v1, but I want to see Swift with Coco or with V. I want to see him looking for skirmishes. I don't want to see him making his crazy decisions where he overextends, he gets collapsed on, and suddenly he's put behind and the rest of his team suffers.
Yeah, see, that's a good point because there'd be times where Swift would go for a top lane dive with V, and you're like, well, wait a minute, Cool is completely free in the mid lane. He's shoving in. Why not just bring him into the play? And that's an issue with him. He either goes for that 1v1 play or he goes for a 2v1 play that he could turn into a 3v1 play. So it's a team game, everybody. You know, you can bring in an extra member to actually go for those dives, and that hopefully we get to see that part of him.
So in terms of like picks and bans as well, like we already have the focus. We want jungle to actually facilitate mid lane. We want to look towards the bottom lane as well. You spoke about the Kha'Zix, but like if that gets taken off the table, is there going to be any focus in terms of bans towards that jungle? Or is it more about shutting down those laners?
What's kind of interesting for me, and while you bring up champion select, is kind of where they're going to put the priority. You would assume that it would be on jungle, but most teams aren't. Like there's not a lot of reason to put priority on a jungle pick. Usually it's for the bottom lane or for the top lane in particular, like squeezing that pool. And I would like to see Newbie try to either exploit top lane or really prioritize getting their bottom lane a stable lane, because the biggest discrepancy and difference, like while we would wait it for Swift and V on top side of the map, like EDG's bottom side of the map, Moore and LWX have not shown anything very strong, and EDG should be able to exploit them there. So I feel like you have to prioritize the Varus, you have to prioritize the Zyra, you need to take away those tools just so Newbie's bottom lane can stay afloat against EDG.
Yeah, that's a big point because Varus is going to be a big pick for EDG. Meanwhile, for I guess for Newbie, they're going to be going for a Kha'Zix, a jungle matchup there. So it's going to be a big. I feel like a consistent flow throughout this entire series is Newbie going for, I suppose, a counter pick, but they're not going to be able to find a comfortable pick up against the Varus pick. So either you just ban it away, because Zet seems to just land it without even needing a slow, or, you know, I guess you just play better.
Or just play better. Yeah, I mean, Korean advice there, Raz. But you can see the groups actually and just how they're all shaping up. We're, of course, on Group B today with EDG sitting right at the top with their impressive performances. Newbie at the bottom. They did play twice in Week 1. All the way back almost like a month ago now. Yeah. And then GT downward there as well. However, they did show sparks of brilliance, so they could still make kind of the mid of the table where WE is standing along with Vici, which was a surprise as we kind of saw them battle out a couple days ago.
Yeah, we talked about how Group A is kind of this really tight race, especially in the middle of it between Invictus Gaming, RNG, IMA, and even LGD at some points. But Group B seemed a bit more kind of like cut and dry, where it's EDG, QG at the top, then Vici, WE very firmly in the middle, and then Newbie and Game Talent just like sitting down at the bottom. So this is Newbie's chance. Like you said, we haven't really seen them for like close to a month. They're bringing in their new mid laner. This is the guy that they intended to have there from the very beginning, where they can start to claw back and maybe make a case for being in that mid pack.
And that's a really hard game to fight because a lot of these teams have already been prepared going into this split. You know, right before the game one, right before week 1, they already have their entire cast ready. They've already had scrims going into it. And this time around, it seems like Newbie, they're just still trying to figure it out. And it's still like week 2 going into week 3. And now they have to start that synergy. I mean, technically, they've already started it in solo queue. But, you know, Coco has to play with other team members as well. And so this time around, it's a big question of whether they can get it together quickly because they need to do that. They're in a hard group and they need to start to actually move forward so they're not just sitting right beside Game Talent.
Sure. So what is a measure of success here for Newbie? Like, instead of just straight up beating the person at the top, which is EDG right now, like, do they need to take a game? Do they just need to look like they're stronger across the board? Like, what is the measure of success?
I just want to see movement. If there is ever a flow in which Coco has movement, or at least a push in mid lane, there has to be an option for him to move top side or bot side. I want them to be like take every minute as if it's a different minute, as if they can actually move and flow, or you know, compared to last time where they legitimately just felt like each and every lane was just a different, I guess, a game happening. happening. So I want them to connect the dots essentially and become a team. It's a simple ask, but you know what? I feel like it's justified.
I actually have more faith than Raz. I think Newbie can actually make this competitive and take a game off of EDG in their current format. They looked kind of like a mess against Game Talents. They were pretty much gifted game 2 just because of the wonky champion select that ended up happening. So I think if newbies show up and they play to the skill ceiling that we know exists for them, because we've seen them play amazing in these late games, even in the early games when Swift starts going off, I think they could easily punish this roster because they have the talent to do it.
Here's the thing. You just mentioned the key word talent, right? Because what I've just mentioned was a key point, but they're still winning games regardless, and that's just an individual point. Individually, these members still go off in the early game regardless of like the movement that actually goes through. I'm just saying when you have your individual lanes winning out, if previously cool. But if Coco actually has a massive lead, then I want them to see them, like, naturally that should be a W. If EDG gets that lead, that's going to be a win. But for Newbie, it seems like every time they get that lead, it turns like it's a 50-50 toss of whether they can get that win or not. So I mean, they're a team that can easily with an asterisk, become a top team, and that asterisk is literally just start becoming a team.
Well, we are approaching the game fairly shortly, but you can see the players are getting ready on stage, and we have the lineups as well on your screen. Now, we've put a lot of focus towards Newbie in this matchup, but EDG as well as a lineup. They are sitting at the top, but they were showing cracks, I think, a couple of days ago. I think it can be fair to say. So on their side, what type of series do we need to see from them? Is it a straight up a 2-0, even if they drop a game, like they need to look cleaner to maintain their spot at the top?
Yeah, it needs to be a 2-0 for me. Like 100% EDG needs to come into this game. I mean, they've shown consistency in their laning phase, but we need to see consistency as the game goes on for me.
Well, let's take a step back. I mean, these guys, EDG as an organization, are effectively hemorrhaging talent. They lost Def, they lost Pawn, you know, Koro and Mouse are rotating, Clearlove's not on the starting roster, they've got a completely new coach in there with Nofe, and like, they're still domestically undefeated. They have not lost a game in the LPL for over a year, or excuse me, a series in over a year. And we're like, it's not good enough. They need to 2-up. They need to 2-up convincingly. Like,
they need to do it.
That pressure is insane for EDG as we go ahead and look at their starting roster.
Yeah, they are starting Mouse for this one. We saw him sub in a couple days ago. Fire Lolly, Scout, Zet, and Mako will stay on that roster. V, Swift, Coco, LWX, and more. So, of course, Coco coming in for Cool.
So that's a big point, is that Mouse is starting this one. I mean, Coco starting it, we talked about it just a little bit, but Mouse is something we only kind of touched on. So Mouse coming in, going up against V, that's a big question. We saw him pull out the Jace. That might be a big point because, you know, V loves to play his tanks. So if that could be something that maybe EDG can look towards and maybe look to abuse.
Yep. 100% agree right there, as we actually saw a big smile on Zet's face, so EDG at least looking in high spirits there, as I'm sure we're going to be looking at Swift. Yep, I was going to say, it's either going to be Swift or Coco.
There we go.
And it's Swift. And this is the thing, like, if we talk about how Vici Gaming has kind of become EasyHoon's team, I think it's fair to say that Newbie has really become Swift's team. You can kind of see that in some of the roster decisions, you can see that in how they're drafting, you can see it when they do get the win, it's usually through the advantages that they exploit on Swift, and so it is by no means an exaggeration to say, like, Swift is the key to success for Newbie. All eyes are on him, and he's pretty much gotten everything that he wants, so now he needs to put up the results.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's the mentality that they've had, and maybe they need to, I mean, not maybe, they need to evolve off that point so that other members can actually be free to carry. They have in the past, like, for instance, V has gone off sometimes. When he's picked that Aurelia, when he's picked Poppy even, when he's just gone off in the early game, it's like, you know what, then there we go. But sometimes they still lose out. So they need to be able to pinpoint who's leading that game. If it's going to be V, play around V. If it's going to be LWX for some reason, you know, then play around that carry. They can't consistently look to carry around Swift. You know, sometimes things change.
You know, I'm actually going to disagree a little bit. Like, I totally understand what you're saying, and, like, theoretically for any team, I would agree with you. Like, a team's always going to be stronger if it can carry from multiple positions, but I feel like when Newbie, or when they work the QG Reapers, found success, it's when they literally just threw all of their resources, not to, like, their AD carry or their mid laner, but literally to Swift, their jungler. It was like the Mac Noon kind of style where Swift goes crazy ham, and you're not, like, protecting the AD carry in the back. You're throwing all of the spell shields, all of the dark shields onto your junglers. He's just diving back lines.
You know, sometimes all I'm saying is Swift's going to be in the opposite side of the map and bottom lane gets a kill. Suddenly you can't change that. That resource is going to stay the same.
We get to answer some of our questions, at least for picks and bans, as we head into this one as well, and whether they will put a lot of those resources towards Swift or vice versa. But thank you very much, Raz, for your analysis. We'll see you later on as this game will wrap up. But for now, we are into Champions Select for Game 1 between EDG and Newbie. It will be Kha'Zix and Jace to start off EDG's bans, and Syndra will be aimed at Scout here from Newbie.
Yeah, so normally red side bans, we see the LeBlanc, Rengar, Camille. None of those champions have been touched just yet. Theoretically, this does give blue side the superior advantage, but there's now kind of this question of if you're not going to touch any of those bans, then you're pretty much sculpting exactly what matchup that you want, or if red side can grab 2 of them. I know that Swift does play Camille in jungle. I've been hunting that exclusively. I would love to see him get his hands on Camille because he's looked great on it in solo queue.
Get it in now before he potentially picks it, but Camille was banned out there, probably against Swift, having seen that before in solo queue. So something's going to get through, either LeBlanc or Rengar, and it just depends which they want to let through, if not both.
I think, unfortunately, Newbie can't ban either of them simply because they want at least one of them, or theoretically you would say that. Jat, again, kind of released, they're going to go ahead and do it. Jat released this idea that blue side is always going to have the advantage here because you're pretty much sculpting exactly which priority pick you want. Like, you get to say, I want the LeBlanc, and I'm totally fine giving you the Rengar, but because I'm making that decision, I'm in the driver's seat. So this is why I'm kind of questionable on banning the Rengar, because you knew you were going to lose one or the other, so why not make sure that you at least get one, even if it's the one that EDG is okay giving you.
Exactly, and it's funny enough, we had a series yesterday where LeBlanc was left open and then banned in the second rotation, but I mean, when you're up against a team like EDG and Scout's on the enemy team, then why wouldn't he just pick LeBlanc here and try and trash your mid laner? Especially Coco, who is likely a lot of resources to be thrown at him from Swift to try and get him rolling.
And so I really quickly want to touch on LeBlanc, because we really don't ever get to see her. She's always constantly banned out. So it's like, why is LeBlanc so strong? Why is she a permaban? And the thing for me for LeBlanc is the invisible pressure and her power points about when she can apply that pressure, particularly through the early and the mid game. Basically, with her mobility, if LeBlanc gets ahead, which usually she does because she can out-trade everyone, as she disappears into Fog of War, you almost have to completely sacrifice that side of the map because almost no one can phase check early game into LeBlanc because she's going to have kill pressure. But then it's also her trading patterns in lane that allow her to get those advantages because of how they changed her ability to affect multiple creep waves as well as trade onto you with the AoE. You really can't stand anywhere safely in the lane, and LeBlanc's going to win push, she's going to win trade, and often she's going to win them at the same time, and that's why LeBlanc is pretty much on the permaban window.
And that warrants that first pick there for EDG. On the flip side, we do have Malzahar and Maokai locked in, while Ashe and Zyra in there for EDG, so the bottom lane and mid lane secure.
And this is what we were talking about kind of beforehand. I wanted actually Newbie to prioritize their bottom lane, make sure that they get the Ashe Zyra combo, just because they need the more powerful champions to stay afloat against Mako and Zet. They did manage to get the Malzahar. Again, this is 7.1, so Malzahar hasn't, been hit with the nerf back. He's still very strong. You can't phase check into him, but this is still incredibly concerning because EDG should have the push advantage here.
And that was the priority there from Newbie to lock in their mid laner before EDG get their hands at the next couple bans. So he will get his priority on Ryze. Meanwhile, Newbie thinking about their first ban here up against EDG. They are looking towards top lane and jungle to pinch that pool currently.
I'd imagine that EDG will try to thin the jungle pool a little bit more, while, Newbie will continue to thin the top lane because they've already got the Maokai. I just expect Poppy would also be banned alongside Shen.
There's a good chance. Mouse also pretty adept at carries.
They don't care.
What we've seen, but no, it's a Caitlyn ban actually.
Yeah, they're like, Swift, you can have whatever you want. It's fine. We are going to continue to exploit the difference between Zet and Mako and LWX and more here, taking away the Caitlyn and making sure that Malzahar doesn't get another big priority champion to help him push. Now they can either ban, because Varus is already banned, now they can look for the Jhin ban and kind of put like the nail in the coffin of you're not going anywhere in this lane.
And actually it was the Elise, so putting a bit of pinch on Fire Lolly's champion pool there from EDG. Now waiting on that last one. They may just aim it at the bot lane once again. We'll see if they really want to do anything towards Swift, but Elise has been banned over towards them, so maybe they do also see what priority they want there. 5 seconds remaining for EDG to lock this one down. And they are using all their time available. It will be Jhin.
It's going to be Jhin.
Yeah. So not a lot that can challenge Ashe directly now, as the big three have kind of been taken off the table.
And we were talking about this, we talk about this a lot on the desk, this idea that any AD carry who isn't Ashe or Jhin kind of really fundamentally changes the blueprint about how teams move around the map, because it's just become so core to breaking the mid tower that you just unlock bottom lane, you take that early tower, and then you move your Jhin Ashe into mid lane, and you just throw the arrow or the ultimate from Fog of War, hit the mid laner, and then when the wave clear is dead, you break mid lane tower. Now that you don't have that option, you can really see the difference between teams of like how they figure out where do we actually go next, because normally it now depends on trying to siege bottom inner tower or bouncing and moving around for top tower, as opposed to automatically going first tower is down, now immediately look mid.
Sure. Rek'Sai was the pick up there for Swift, so he is looking more to facilitate in this game. Meanwhile, Fire Lolly going back to the tried and true Lee Sin. We've seen that a lot from him in his brief period of play in the LPL on EDG. Looking towards that last pick. They were thinking about the idea of Poppy, the champion you mentioned, could be banned here from Newbie to the top lane of Mouse, because he knows that matchup's going to be a Maokai, so it will be a beneficial one.
I think that's a massive oversight from Newbie to try to pinch Fire Lily's pool when you know that Mouse has the option of having the Poppy there, and just how detrimental she can be to a Maokai. We talk about this all the time, that you cannot put a gold value on Poppy's ultimate, because if she hits the right targets, that's suddenly like a 15,000 gold worth of ultimate as you just pop him out of the fight, especially against Maokai, who wants to be in the middle of things. So I think that was an oversight to look for the Elise, and if Mouse goes off, you definitely have to go back to draft phase and you can point, this is where things went wrong.
I think a lot of things can go wrong, in all honesty, when you get into game, considering the lineup of EDG. But touching quickly on Newbie's final pick, which was Ezreal into the bottom lane, was kind of relegated to that pick pretty much, considering what was banned away from him.
Okay, so this is kind of cool. Ezreal is, I mean, you look at that and you say, okay, Ezreal and Malzahar, they've pretty much lost this bottom lane, but they actually can come back and still compete against Ashe and Zyra, but they have to do it at level 1, and they have to do it with winning trades. We talk about this all the time. The meta is you either play a shoving lane or you play a trading lane. Ezreal plays a trading lane, and he can compete, but he needs to make sure that as people are coming into the lane, that he's layering down his mystic shots, that he's able to outrange you, which means that they need to pop the Zyra plants to make sure that the initial push doesn't go off, and they need to do something kind of cheeky with level 1 vision, because if you face check into Malzahar or Ezreal, they're going to blow you up. So level 1 is really important for these bottom lanes to determine who's going to get control of that bottom side of the jungle, and Fire Lily can exploit that since he's on the Lee Sin.
That's absolutely where our focus should be, but we can't forget the fact there is a LeBlanc in the mid lane that Newbie definitely cannot forget. And will really test that jungle and mid lane synergy from Coco and Swift, a big talking point that we were saying pre-game, because those two players, while they've been playing a lot together in solo queue, prepping for their comeback into the LPL in week 2, they've kind of come into this game and played it on hard mode, giving LeBlanc over to the enemy mid laner.
A lot is a bit of an understatement. These guys are almost exclusively duo queue together, even when Cool was starting on the roster, so you have to think that this isn't just, you know, ground zero reset for Newbie. This is something that they've probably been working with a lot in scrims, that they're very comfortable with, and theoretically this should kind of be Newbie's final form, in a sense, or a higher level of starting.
That's hopefully what we have to see. So there is so much to track in this early game. Look at that bot lane very early on, then look towards mid lane and see if anyone's died, and then look towards top lane later on and see what Fire Lolly is doing in between all of that, when he can get involved and actually get these lanes rolling and do Lee Sin things, because that could really be a big catalyst for EDG. As we get onto the Rift for our first game of the day, in this first best of 3, it will be EDG versus Newbie, facing them down in their first game since Lunar New Year. And with the revitalized lineup, we'll see if it is their final form here, as Mountain Dragon will be the first one to start us off.
And that's quite a big deal. Obviously, that Dragon worth a significant amount, which means that now the LPL teams have more reason to try to fight over the bottom of the map earlier, as opposed to kind of getting their slow, full clears off in jungle. Should be noted that Zyra's plants already got popped, or at least the first set of them got popped by LWX in the bottom lane. And it actually looks like Mako's not setting up his seeds in lane.
Yeah, not right now. He doesn't know if there happens to be a Malzahar sitting in the bush along with Ezreal, so he will instead choose to take a more conservative approach. Meanwhile, Fire Lolly, I believe he has just been spotted by that ward, and he also saw it go down, so you can see the ping coming out. And it will be him starting on the top side of the map. With that knowledge, Swift will actually start on the bottom side.
Okay, so Swift is basically saying to his bottom lane, it's Ashe Zyra, they're going to shove you in anyway. There's no reason trying to contest it because it's also Mako down there. So you're going to go ahead and leash for me, and we're actually going to ghost leash topside. So Swift is trying to confuse Firelily about where he's starting. Maokai takes some damage from the red buff, he's walking into lane late, so EDG theoretically could say Swift is on top side of the map. So question now is, what does Swift do with this this time frame or this kind of audible play that he's been given by his team?
So both Maokai and the bot lane will get down into their lanes at the same time. There was multiple missing pings coming out of Zed and Mako. Going on to those masteries, anything out of the ordinary, it seems pretty common.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. Should be noted that Ryze went for Courage of the Colossus rather than Storm Raiders. It's not super out of the ordinary.
Fervor as well on the right side.
It makes sense because he's against LeBlanc. We talked about how oppressive LeBlanc's trading patterns can be in lane. Courage of Colossus is going to help Ryze survive a lot of that and not be shoved in as easily.
So Swift thinking he has a pretty decent front line, so it's like, I'm just going to go further this game and probably go for a bit more tankiness as well.
This is actually a big deal. They just barely showed it on screen, but Ashe level 2 took Hawkshot level 2 and threw the Hawkshot and found Swift. So any of the trick plays that Newbie had set up by ghost leashing the red buff from Maokai in the top lane have actually been spotted out now. And so Tempo back in EDG's side, they know where Swift is. What can Firelily do with this information? He immediately runs mid, but Coco's like, nah, no way.
That's actually really heads up as well, because the bot lane, they already had the push going. There was no real reason for them to put anything into Ranger's focus, so why not just put it into Hawkshot and gain that momentum back over to them? Pretty smart. Swift has been spotted out by those wards, so all of this time is just being wasted, while Scout will not alert him to his knowledge, at least. Firelily staying on the bottom side just in case Swift decides to burn his flash to make a gank happen. And LeBlanc will maintain control over that lane. We'll get a slight freeze up here as well.
But this is good. So with this space, Coco is going to go ahead, back, get his tier, has really nice timing on that, about 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So he's going to start stacking that up really well. He'll probably only miss a couple of creeps. Yes, there's been a window that's created, but that's fine. Ryze versus LeBlanc, especially early game. And the junglers have kind of resigned themselves to just full clears.
That's what we're seeing so far. Yeah, the early back actually coming in from Coco will just give him that tier. And Scout has gone for TP, so whenever he just wants to go back on an ideal timing, he'll make that happen for himself.
The nice thing is that the thing about LeBlanc is she's kind of like Zed, that when she's in a game, she opens up the ability to look for a 1-3-1. And the TP really helps empower that. Wayless was kind of the guy that started that in the LPL. It never really died out. Although, hold on.
Oh, Scout jumps in because he had Firelily to support, but the flash and the knock-up from Swift will get a first blood onto LeBlanc in the mid lane. And the rest of the damage onto Firelily, he just needs to get out and will safeguard over the wall. So he saves his own hide, but first blood to Newbie.
Yep. Disaster right there. Fortunately for EDG, the first blood gold went onto Swift onto the Rek'Sai, so still not as punishing as, say, the Ryze being the primary benefactor from there. Likewise, Scout does have the teleport, so he's not going to miss any sort of big EXP or gold swing in terms of the creep, so he's not in a terrible position, especially because he still has his flash available. So just kind of the W goes forward. You didn't know where Swift was. Unfortunate timings for EDG, but not super punishing.
And at the same time, it will be nice for Swift as well, just to accelerate him in his jungle build.
Speaking of accelerated, is anyone going to help LWX or more? Because their tower is below 25% HP at 5 minutes in, and they're just hemorrhaging on this bottom lane.
Yeah, it's not great. LWX was even considering going back, and was probably told by more, if you go back, we're losing the tower.
Yeah, and this pretty much now puts pressure on Newbie to pull their resources to assist their bottom lane. Either they let it go, the tower falls, and suddenly you have an Ashe that can disappear into Fog of War. Although I would say that Zet would almost want to stay in lane phase until at least level 6, because otherwise he's not going to go mid lane. He doesn't have the arrow. There's no purpose for it, but Swift is responding.
We'll try to make the gank happen. Remember, he doesn't have flash from that previous gank, but the exhaust will be used just in case. LWX, lots of punishment out from Zet, and he'll have to jump away.
And because that gank doesn't work out for him, any sort of advantage Swift got off the first blood is now being eaten up because he can't compensate the difference for his bottom lane.
And that's actually really bad, because they're just going to lose this tower with Firelily being down there. Scout in mid lane, jumping onto Coco. The second usage, he's going to be blown up on the spot. Coco with a 1v1 outplay.
Hello, Courage of Colossus. That said, again, Scout not in a terrible position still. Maybe not in the 1v1, although Rise does take time to ramp up. He'll be a little bit ahead of the clock because he's been given this free assist and kill gold. But the tower goes down, so Scout's like, I gave him 300 gold, but I got gold back.
Yeah,
globally.
whatever. My Ashe is massive. Like 52 farm to 37 and first blood tower.
But the problem still is that Ashe is only level 5. So, where does Zet go from here? Does he swap into the mid lane and now they 2v1 Rise and kick LeBlanc down to the bottom? She doesn't have teleport, but she still has flash. Or do they continue to sit bottom and try to abuse Ezreal and Malzahar until they get that arrow?
You might be able to go for a dragon play. Since Fire Lolly is down in the bottom side of the map, Swift is actually stealing away blue buff while he has that knowledge. And Hawkshot will just reveal them. LeBlanc there, not quite in time, and he will use actually the Mimic to just kind of ward them off. But they knew it was a clone. So Ashe just go back into the bottom lane. Fire Lolly is still around the area, and you can see lots of vision being set up by Mako. And multiple on the way ping because there is a TP coming in from Mouse. Someone's gonna die. Moore has actually just left LWX to fend for himself. This is not. Oh no, he's still dead. Mouse has just killed him apparently. And LWX may get this kill in return. Lands a true shot barrage. That'll force the flash from Zet. And Fire Lolly will bounce towards him, find LWX, and punch him to death. He's gonna give it over to Mouse. Oh, that went quite badly.
Great job allocating where your kills are going and who's picking up that gold. Mouse commits for the teleport. He needs to get something out of that, and they actually give him both kills. So while he is losing a lot of chip damage on his tower, that teleport 100% worth in terms of the gold that he's going to be taking back up into that lane.
Yeah, NBV will not be able to take that tower very quickly. I mean, like, what is a Maokai really going to do against the tower at 7 minutes? Well, actually, quite a lot. He's been on that tower for like 5 minutes now.
The issue is his creep wave and that he doesn't have the attack speed. But hold on, Swift.
Mako is found Swift. He crit out there from the volley as well. And V didn't take the top lane tower, so at least that is still standing. One more push and it will go down, but now Mouse got a really nice back. He's very close to Spirit Visage, only 8 minutes in.
There's nothing that Maokai can do to force him out of the lane.
He's taking Coco for a walk in the mid lane though. Mako, Stranglethorns as well, knock up, auto attack, and actually Mako secures the kill. The Blance game in there.
Ashe doesn't have level 6, but that's fine because Zyra does. Same theory, you walk from fog of war, your bottom lane's there. Usually it's an Ashe era, but same difference.
Yeah, same difference. Stranglethorns, whatever, grasping roots. Swift now back into his jungle, clearing this one away, and it's basically more left to try and defend mid lane.
There's Newbie have lost all control of their map right now. There's nothing that really they can do to try to contest any of these objectives so far, and they put themselves in this situation. You know, they made the call, as Ezreal is trying to dodge LeBlanc. They made the call that you're leashing my bottom lane, we're going to try to confuse you about where Swift is starting, and they just got shoved in and no help came to them in time. And
this
now
is
this.
The definition of a ripple effect, right? Like all from that initial play, and EDG have capitalized on it. Sometimes you see, you know, what the information that they get kind of does not really go into anything and just kind of fizzles out, but EDG have done such a good job of it.
I mean, if you're going to pretty much sack one of your lanes to empower, in this case it was Swift on your jungle, you need to make sure that you exploit that. And yes, Swift did participate in the first blood, but we talked about how EDG really absorbed that through their summoner spell choice because they have the teleport and the fact of where the kill gold was allocated. This is a good play from Newbie here to, you know, see that the top tower is kind of a stiff breeze from going down and throw all of their resources top to finally get some gold back, but they're still in this very scary scenario where they're in between item break points, they can't 5v5 EDG, so if EDG approach a structure or an objective as 5 men, Newbie just have to back off and let them have it.
And back to the core of Newbie though, with Swift and Coco, you know, coming in, we're talking about that synergy. Those are the guys with the kills and a lot of the resources on the lineup right now. Bot lane will need quite a while to catch back up, but those two players could make something happen as we get a little bit deeper into this game.
As long as it's a skirmish and not a full 5v5. So right now it's very important for Newbie and their vision control and how they're gathering information to make sure that they know exactly what skirmish they're going into and that they're getting their advantage. Because again, if the lane assignments are incorrect, if that Ashe arrow or the Ashe shows up to the fight with the Ezreal, then it's automatically lost.
Yes, the snare regardless, and everything thrown on top of him. Coco, there's literally nothing he could have done there. Maybe flashed preemptively, but he goes down. And the mid tower looking to be sieged here by EDG as well. More on Swift trying to defend, but Fire Lolly's on his way.
And I don't want to harp too hard on Coco for this, but he is against Ashe Zyra, and he chose for the Ghost as opposed to the Cleanse. I mean, it's always going to be a preference thing, but he is getting burned for it because that's twice now that a Cleanse could have saved his life, that it's just, you know, one too many routes. You know, the Chain, the Zyra route, or the Ashe Arrow.
Just too much in the end. Mouse pushing up the top lane, and he's setting up the wave for this gank squad that's coming in from the mid lane. And this is just lane to lane, picking up objective one after another, and there's nothing that V can do, and this team is too far behind him.
Newbie only have the option that they just kind of have to try to make picks on the other side of the map. So Swift is kind of shadowing behind LWX, although I actually think now he's just going to push into the wave and try to trade tower for tower. This is actually really smart if they can make the trade, because anytime your team is far behind, which they are 2k gold down, and you make a even trade like this, it's automatically a win for you.
This might turn into a 2v2 in the bottom. Mimic has been used and the shatter onto the minions. Coco and more lands the ultimate onto Fire Lolly. So much damage actually from the Voidlings there. Coco will finish him off with Overload. We'll jump in with the Round War. Find Mako as well for the double kill. 2 kills over to Newbie. And Ashe will have to scatter out of the top lane. So after all of that, no towers go down, but 2 kills to Newbie.
Really well played by Newbie to staunch some of the bleeding on the map and get something back for them. Again, they're in between these item breakpoints, so they just need to quickly get this pocket gold from these kills and get themselves back on even footing so they can look towards these 5v5s, which Niche Dragon is mountain, so hopefully this will help shore up the distance, that they'll be able to fight that on fair feet.
Oh, nice. Burning the flash there from Swift with use of Zet's ultimate. There was a rotation from mid lane with Scout. He did have his ultimate up, so we was quite scary. And Swift was respectful of that fact.
A lot of pings in my helmet.
Many. Never heard of it referred to a helmet before, but Swift will make his way out using a blast cone. Yeah, I was hearing full Project Ashe for a second, and it was just like, okay, I mean, this is cool, but it's very loud.
I feel like if you have as much hairspray as we do, it automatically becomes...
True, yeah.
You light a match near this, it's all going up.
It's all gone. See you later, LPL English. 13 minutes in now, and pretty much no goal differential, but you can see in terms of control and in terms of dragons, EDG are significantly ahead, and you can see that across the board in terms of positioning and vision, that EDG have control.
Yeah, but now we need to take a peek into the items, because we're starting to get some of the completed items in. So Spirit Visage, there for Poppy. She's big, she's massive, especially because there's so much magic damage on Newbie's composition, even in their AD carry, Ezreal, who's going to be doing mixed damage. But everyone else is fairly even, especially because the Roa has now been completed for Rise. It's not a super great situation, but it's much closer than it was. So depending on how confident Newbie are and how they set up for this, they could theoretically contest for the Mountain Dragon, or it's not just a free gimme for EDG at this point. So they need to be a bit smarter now.
Do they still look for that skirmish, though? Are they in a situation where they can go for a 5v5? Because it hasn't changed that much apart from those item breakpoints, which is not even consistent across the board for Newbie.
Well, they're also stacking items, so theoretically this is kind of the weakest that Newbie in the Rise and the Ezreal will be on their items, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But again, it kind of just comes down to the confidence, which is what I'm really curious about. You know, a lot of the times LPL teams, if they have like a 50-50 fight, they'll have faith and they'll take the fight because they think that they can just outplay their opponent.
Sure.
Whereas on other regions, you'll see teams be a bit more cautious. You know, they'll go for maybe the 80-20 fight that they know for sure they're going to win, and so we're going to exploit this. LPL, we're a bit crazier.
Well, it's also like, you know, if you have a 20% chance of winning something, but you actually just pull the trigger and force it into a 50-50, that is often a better scenario. So stylistic differences, which are cool to see cross-regionally. And we do see the setup now for the next 15 seconds from both teams. Both teams clearly want to try and get on this one because it is a second Mountain Dragon. Newbie know that if 2 Mountain Dragons go down, then, you know, a fast Baron or something could be on the cards for EDG. Swift does not want to get called out, as he is essentially the only person who could steal this away if they are put in that situation.
Yeah, but EDG, they held the arrow. You know, they didn't have the confidence to immediately pull the trigger, so just kind of bully Newbie out, and instead of playing the pick game, they played the vision control game, which is a nice step forward in the right direction for an LPL team, although Swift doesn't get it, but here comes the TP.
TP's coming out, but I mean, everyone has already evacuated the premises, so he will look to
stop this TP.
Yeah, but inside track for Newbie on this mid lane right now, and they also have the push going for top side. Deep teleport from EDG. They're looking for a flank play. Double TP.
Scout and Mouse coming in from one side, but the engagement's already happened from EDG. They do need to survive for a couple seconds as Mouse comes in, slams LWX against the wall. Now the Blanc, the cavalry has arrived. But he hasn't really locked onto anyone just yet, but he takes down the ADC. More locked up within the Stranglethorns and the Grasping Roots. Well, more fused. Someone's getting out. Actually, both players do survive. Mouse leading the charge, and no one quite has locked anyone down. Fire Lolly almost taken out by Coco.
So Newbie limp away on a really nice ultimate from Coco to get his team out of the danger zone. But this is what's really cool. So EDG, they don't pull the trigger on the Ash Arrow, even though they can see it on Rek'Sai. Instead, they play the vision control game, not only in securing the dragon, but in setting up that fight. And that's what I like to see from the LPL. I don't want to see us constantly, you know, ramming heads into each other and looking for the outplay in the 5v5. I want to see more nuanced vision play, and that double TP was a step in the right direction.
It was definitely cool to watch. It was organized from EDG, but at the same time, you've got to praise Coco from really good decision-making and good placement of that round warp right in the midst of that fight, which did legitimately to save 2 members there. It may not have been converted into anything, though, for EDG. And at the very least, EDG still came out ahead with 2 Mountain Dragons right now, and the 3rd one on the way. So this is just kind of disastrous for Newbie, because despite the lack of a gold difference, Mountain Dragons do weigh their weight in gold, I guess. Pay for their weight in gold.
Especially in the LPL, where we're a region that's so obsessed with Baron. You can already see EDG, even though Baron hasn't spawned yet, they want that top outer tower, and they're already moving their triangle vision in. And we're about to spawn for the Baron. So if Newbie kind of take a poor fight within the next 3 to 5 minutes, 100% EDG are going to pivot for that kind of nail in the coffin play.
And you could see that we're rapidly approaching 2-item Ash very shortly. You know, he got that first blue tower, he got 102, a pretty decent amount of farm as well. So a 2-item Ash with double Mountain Dragon will shred down that Baron very, very quickly. Newbie, I think, have recognized this though. You can see lots of wards and kind of attempts at control over that side of the map have started.
But I still don't think that Newbie are in a terrible position for their full 5v5 yet. V getting caught out here is bad, simply because this Maokai does have both his armor as well as his MR live for him. So he's got the Sunfire as well as the pieces of his Merc Treads as well as his Cow. So he's actually relatively tanky, and Ash really can't kill him without a lot of invested effort there. So as long as he's not picked out, which did burn his flash there, dodge the arrow, and they go for a full 5v5, and V positions correctly, he's still really strong right now.
I think if V had the benefit of full vision there like we did, maybe he would have been able to keep that flash, because there were not that many people around him who are massive damage dealers right now, so may have been able to survive, but regardless, that has been taken out. Invade by Coco and Swift, so blue buff over to him and denied from Scout.
Now, I don't think I've seen Scout with a blue buff this entire game, unless he's kind of pillaged it off someone's body, because Swift and Coco have done a phenomenal job working off of V's pressure and his control over the top side of the map to constantly steal away that blue.
Scout's also been dead a lot, so that has helped out Swift and Coco's effort at denying those blues from him. No one's taking poor old Rift Herald this game. It's just securing these mini objectives right now for Newbie. I think they are just gearing up for the next objectives that are about to spawn, which is that Baron and also Mountain Dragon before they start attempting any other plays. Again, also looking towards those item breakpoints.
Someone does need to respond to this creep wave. There we go. I see Mouse now. I lost sight of where Poppy's icon was. I was like,
kind of blended into the vision and the blue down there.
She just kind of looks like an extension of River.
Yeah. But he made it through. He made it into the bot lane. We'll get all of that juicy farm. And he's almost got the TP off cooldown as well. So both top laners will get involved in the next fight as it happens. And most of the vision is actually towards the bottom side for EDG. They really want this 3rd Mountain Dragon. Don't see it too often. Zet is doing negative damage to the resetting red buff, but he'll get it. He wins in the end. Anything interesting happening in terms of item builds? Swift's pretty much doing as expected. Cinderhawk into Tiamat. Taking a look at the opposite side, Scout. Looking towards Lichbane, yeah, that will be the item. It's like, goodness no.
I mean, it works really well. It's not a super uncommon item on LeBlanc, and likewise because he has the double teleport and they can open the 1-3-1 later on for their composition, it now means that she has that much more tower pressure. So I like it. We'll see if EDG can actually organize it correctly. They have been one of the few teams in the LPL where they look a bit more cohesive across the map, especially when Mouse is starting. Again, I love Koro. I want to see him more on the roster, but he still isn't quite fitting as well as you would like, and they seem more comfortable with Mouse.
Yeah. Mouse, of course, not only just a tank player now, we did see some carry picks from him, which was cool to see.
His Aurelia was undefeated domestically. I mean, I know it kind of got smashed at Worlds, but...
Yeah, interesting one to bring up in 7.1 if he just decides to bring it, but, you know, maybe with 7.2 in the lethality. Nope, still probably not, but one day, hopefully we'll see Aurelia come back as a fun champion to watch. But now 21 minutes in, and you've got to know it, the next focal point will be the 20 seconds left on that Mountain Dragon. And Scout will go into top lane because he does have TP. Lots of assist pings coming down actually from EDG, so just denying his vision, playing it smart, setting up control. Maybe getting a pick onto Swift, that would be actually good, or even just chunking him out is pretty nice.
This is really devastating that EDG have 2 different pivot points to play around. You know, if they feel like they're confident enough to grab the Baron after a big team fight, or they can continue to kind of play this slow, suffocating vision whittling game and just pick up their 3rd Mountain Dragon, which would make the Baron that much easier, of course. So it's really on onus for Newbie. They have to play the next like 3 to 5 minutes perfectly because there's just 2 major kind of death sentences awaiting them: 3rd Mountain or Baron.
On the right side, LWX has hit an item power spike in the form of the Triforce, but Mouse is the one to engage right onto Morv. He has no flash from that immediate play. Swift the knock-up and the follow-up as well from True Shot Run. Firelol, he's so close to the death chamber, but he's still alive. 2 for 0 so far. V chasing down onto Zet and Mako. He's essentially unkillable right now. This may force the lineup back as Coco jumps in. Great block by Mako. That would have been the death of Zet for sure. Firelol still has to go back to base. Mouse being chased down, and Scout will jump back into the back line. LWX almost with a takedown, and a shatter damage from the Sigil of Malice will finish off his quarry. A 3 for 0 favor of EDG.
That said, Newbie still have the push priority here, and EDG need to back all at once because everyone is blinking. Here comes the round 2 teleport.
It's going to be Mouse coming in here, and Coco. Oh, he makes it out just in time. V getting chased out here, but it will require a lot of damage and a lot of commitment to finish him off, especially as Swift has just come back from base. This is one elongated team fight. Staring contest on to Mouse. Scout comes in as well. He doesn't have his combo just yet, but it's still enough damage with the ethereal chains. W on to Mouse, and that will be enough to finish him off. This was, what even was this?
Kind of a disaster. So both junglers were either killed or forced out of the team fight, backed, and had enough time to run back in for the team fight to still be going. Big difference here is A, Mouse gets absolutely obliterated, but B, the teleport is so late. But it's as I said, Maokai at this point in the game is unkillable. Ashe doesn't have the damage, or more specifically the penetration, to kill a tank. So even though this is, you know, 3 technically versus 4, although there's a lot of blinking health bars, V's pretty much saying like, go in. I am unkillable. Unfortunately for LWX, he gets popped with a cheeky flash from Scout right about here. Yeah, you're really not expecting that damage from LeBlanc. He was like 50% H. That's absurd.
Yep, LeBlanc things. Actually, in that last team fight, so much of it was actually coming from Mouse, because it was such an elongated team fight where he was just constantly dealing damage.
You can't kill any of these top laners. They are so big right now. And again, none of the AD carries have the, you know, they don't have the Blade of the Rune King. They don't have the Last Whisper online. You do have, you know, the Trinity Force, so you're not entirely worthless, but you're pretty much there to kill towers. That is your responsibility.
Essentially unkillable potential steal, but 3rd Mountain Dragon is crushing regardless of game state. 2,000 gold ahead, but that's really the big one to keep in mind here.
Yeah, that's, we talked about there was 2 kind of different plays. I think Newbie chose the lesser of 2 evils. Unfortunately, Mouse did get caught out, so they were unable to contest for the Mountain Dragon.
Sure.
But it's still nothing like losing the Baron, although that 3rd Mountain Dragon may mean the Baron in the future.
I want to know what this means for the next couple minutes, because Newbie, they need to be so cautious that EDG could melt the dragon, or melt the Baron rather, so quickly. Scout did not use his TP in the last engagement, so he will be the one sent on wave clearing duty.
I mean, it effectively means that Newbie just need to be that much more diligent about their vision control over the Baron. Thankfully for them, they do have the Rek'Sai, so they're actually in a much safer position with the Maokai and the Rek'Sai that they can approach the pit if they lose vision control. So for me, Like, we always talk about the kind of the high expectations that we demand of EDG, and it's almost at this point like, guys, we're domestically undefeated for over a year, like, give us a break. How much more can we give you? But you need to be that much more diligent now about how you're denying Vision, how you're setting up this Baron objective, if that's the one you want to go to. Or even better, don't look towards the Baron. Just continue to throw the Ashe arrows and completely forget about this purple worm, because that would be the turning point for Newbie to get their foot back in the door, and they have plenty of tools to really abuse EDG if they funnel into this area.
Also, if they get a pick, towers are going to die so incredibly fast now as well, so they pretty much have many ways to win this game. Zaraplat's just being annoying for LWX, even at this stage in the game, and Newbie really just kind of clear these towers. I'm surprised the top lane is still standing, and it may start to become a bit of a bait as Mouse can close in from around the side and take you out.
I prefer what EDG are doing, in that they're just kind of throwing waves forward, and they're trying to exploit the fact that they have double teleport. Get to see Scout in the bottom lane. He's just pretty much throwing waves into Maokai. I'd like to see him maybe push this a little bit more.
Yeah. They are playing it slow. I mean, they're not on a timer right now specifically, as the objective they have taken is triple mountain, so it's not like it has a timer. So they're slowly clearing out Vision, and they essentially have cleared out every piece of Vision right now.
This is important, though. I want to talk about the QSS. So I like the fact that Zed has the QSS. Obviously, it's a response to Malzahar. One of the cool things about Malzahar's support is that he pretty much demands of you to invest that type of gold to be safe from his ultimate. That said, unfortunately, it then delays any sort of kill pressure that Zed's going to continue to have on the Maokai, which means that the power trough that EDG's composition is in when it comes from 5 to 5, you know, front to back, looking across at Newbie, has been delayed that much further simply because you have the Malzahar support there. It could be why EDG are taking this a bit slower. You know, maybe the comms are, you know, I've got my QSS, let me farm now to some penetration item, or let me farm to my next big breaking point before we get a little bit crazy.
Or it would be fine just a random pick as well, which would force open the play for us. Using that LeBlanc and Lee Sin.
Yeah, I agree with that, but the problem is that they don't actually have really their vision set up to find a pick. Like, theoretically, you're absolutely right. You keep bouncing the waves, and if you're not going to pressure the tower, you're pretty much just trying to catch someone cheating in between their own jungle to catch these waves. But the problem is that EDG have really neutral or defensive vision. Technically, it's just kind of neutral because it's just around the Baron area. They don't have any deep offensive vision. So there's no way for them to actually capitalize on making a pick if they continue to just shove free gold resources into Newbie. Like, this hiatus and this pause, I don't know what's going on in EDG's comms. Maybe they exactly just are comfortable saying, let's just farm it out with them, and then we'll make a play when we feel comfortable with our items.
Sure.
But right now, they are just giving free power to Newbie, and it's pretty dangerous against the likes of a Ryze Ezreal composition. And
that's what it feels like, you know, like lots of breakpoints are starting to be hit. It's given time for LWX to actually get towards Muramana. Got double power spike from Coco. And on the top side, 3-item Maokai. Like, he's not ever going to die. However, Zed is starting to get towards his item builds.
Yeah, and this is what I was curious about. So we talked about kind of how, because he was forced to itemize the QSS, that it delayed the kill potential that he might have on the Maokai. I was really curious what he was going to go for, if it was going to be the armor penetration or even look towards either attack speed or crit for an Infinity Edge. He went for the armor penetration. So EDG are now kind of in a better scenario where they might have some kill pressure on this Maokai. However, this is 7.1. The lethality changes really haven't come in. He's close to parity with it, but not quite.
This is so good for Newbie, finding him on a recall. Mako goes down, and this could result in a mid lane tower.
Pretty disastrous. They should lose this. Scout and Fire Lily are trying to hoof it here. Nope, it's gone. See you, mate.
25 seconds, and Scout was thinking about going in, finding a pick, but none of the squishies were on the front line, so for now it will just be that one kill and a tower.
And EDG are now really being punished for kind of their wishy-washy mid-game. They just, they didn't try to abuse their double teleport at all. They just pretty much threw free waves into Ezreal Ryze, and now may suffer the consequences of giving superior power to, I feel, a composition that scales much better into late game.
Sure. Oh, but maybe the same thing happening as Moore is recalling in a bush as well. Caught by Scout. Ashar just whistles past as Scout gets a very easy pickup. So, same storyline on the opposite side now.
Just all chat, report both supports. Oh, this is going to be the trigger, though.
Oh, straight onto it. Swift is over the wall. You just see them on the Tremor Sense, but no vision just yet. It's already down to half. You can see how fast it's being burnt out. TP coming in,
they may just wait it out and allow Newbie to come in while the Baron is stolen by Swift coming out here in this 4 versus 5. They may have to sack some members, but Firelolly's down. This is quickly turning over to Newbie. Mouse, he's in the pit. He has the Guardian Angel, so it will take a little longer to kill him. But regardless, it will be 2 kills and the Baron to Newbie.
And this is what we were talking about. EDG had to be so much more diligent in setting up their vision control because they're against this type of composition. It has the Rek'Sai, it has the Maokai. It is very safe to check Baron from purple side. Poppy whiffs her ult, isn't able to disengage Rek'Sai. They can't kill him or just stop damaging the Baron and kill him because the Baron's so low and he's so tanky that it turns into the smite battle, and suddenly Newbie have full tempo control of this game. EDG, this was their game to win from early game, and they threw it to Newbie for the last 7 minutes.
And EDG, the call was clear there. It's like, stop hitting Baron, but the re-engage is happening. Scout is off to the side. He's thinking about jumping onto V, but he's quite tanky. Coco there to back him up, and come on, Edgel, join the rest of the team. There you go. And Poppy is still down, so that will result in a mid lane tower and everyone recalling back to base.
The fortunate thing for EDG at this point is that A, they have the 3 Mountain Dragons, so they're not facing across from multiple Mountain Dragons as well as Baron, and B, they have great wave clear on multiple champions, so it is still very dangerous for Newbie to approach those towers, or it's hard for them to siege it down with the Baron. They could theoretically look for a dive, but diving Zyra and Poppy, absolute disaster.
Newbie have the priority on his dragon, and there will be no contest. Firelolly does not choose to try and contest it. He did use his smite on red buff, and that will be the first dragon of the game. Over to Newbie.
Isn't that just the way? They're like, triple mountain and we get the ocean. Really?
Yeah.
Just throw me an
Infernal. Yeah. Such is the way of life, unfortunately. But Newbie will probably collapse on this bot side. They have the wave pushing in with that being set up by LWX.
But now they finally have tempo advantage, so all eyes are on Newbie. You know, Raz, he said that he wanted to see how they made their map movements. They probably won't be able to break and inhib with this Baron rotation, but they certainly can continue to expand their global gold lead through structures. And again, I feel like a composition that really has the damage superiority come late game as this Ryze and Ezreal are starting to take off. And you can see that reflected in the gold.
Yeah, look at that gold swing. All around that Baron play, essentially. Newbie, as you can see, all this gold going back over to them. That was 1 tower in the mid lane, 2 towers in the mid lane, plus a bot lane tower, and I think a top lane tower also fell down.
So the play now from EDG is really reliant on a flank. So it's reliant on Mouse making sure that he's not chased off by this giant tree who's looking to kill him. Oh no.
I mean, it's going to take a while, but remember there is % damage on that W, which honestly did not deal a lot of damage. That's a buckler, that's a sapling. And Firelolly has joined the fight, so this has become a little bit more interesting now, or maybe not. He shook that one off. He is now out of mana as he was trying to kill Mouse.
Or it's entirely reliant on Firelolly finding the flank. So that's pretty much EDG's win conditions into these fights. Nail the arrow on the, preferably the Ryze or the Ezreal, and instantaneously blow them up with LeBlanc, which means that Scout and Zet need to be on point together. Or Poppy or Firelolly find a flank, which means that as long as V can continue to abuse Mouse, find him, and that teleports down, Newbie can just pick a lane and walk into it.
I think the damage is done, you know, like, regardless of how this game goes now, the kind of expectations of what we wanted to see from EDG, which is a clean game, a 2-0. Not fully out of the window, obviously, because this game has not ended yet, but it's not as clean as we wanted to see from EDG, a team right at the top of this group, versus Newbie, a team we have question marks over, not maybe right at the bottom and still challenging for middle, but doing better and punching above their weight, I guess.
Yeah, and we always give EDG the benefit of the doubt. I say this all the time, I'll say it again, they're hemorrhaging talent. They don't have Clear Love, they don't have Pawn, they don't have Deft. I'm sorry, but anyone that you fill into those shoes, just because they're such big shoes to fill, is going to be a downgrade. We gave them the benefit of the doubt because they were the EDG organization, that they would manage to stay afloat, but afloat has never been good enough for the premier flagship of the LPL. They want dominance, and their fans expect it. We talk about high expectations, domestically undefeated for over a year, not dropping a single series, and everyone's coming in like, yeah, but you can't just beat Newbie, you have to crush them.
Yeah.
Think of how much pressure that weights on the players. China's fans are really harsh. It is a very tough region to play in.
Oof. Set instant response of the ultimate, but you can't dodge out of a Malzahar ultimate. That just means you're going to get picked. Another nice play from Newbie. Scout coming in from behind. hit with the exhaust, duking left and right. He's got the dancing shoes right now, completely dukes the whole lineup of Newbie and gets the minion wave.
That's the most important thing, is that he also pulls the creep wave, so not only does it waste Newbie's time because they're chasing around this LeBlanc, but he delays any sort of push that they would have on the tower because the Ashe is dead. That said, eventually the dancing shoes fall off. Can Mouse actually hit an ultimate?
Wave, probably. Yeah. That's that one expire for the most part, but if the Stranglethorns didn't clear the winning wave, he probably would have wanted to hit that himself.
But that was big from Scout, pretty much compensates for Zet getting picked up there because they lose the wave clear from the Ashe and make sure that they don't lose a structure for it. So good neutralizing play there. But now Elder and Baron are going to be back in play very soon. EDG cannot afford another blunder like that. They need to set up superior vision control. In fact, I would rather them not even look towards a monster objective to win this game. Continue to exploit by using your mobility and your double teleport.
That being said, another blunder by EDG in the next couple minutes will result in one of those big monster objectives over to Newbie. You get a pick, it's going to be a Baron. It's going to be an Elder Dragon denied from EDG. So that is something they have to be careful of in the ensuing 5 minutes or so.
We talked about this also at the beginning of the game, the fact that theoretically you shouldn't be able to pick a scaling composition like Maokai, Ezreal, and Ryze into a team like EDG. You can't give away an early game because they're good enough that they'll just run away with the lead and you'll never be able to catch them. That wasn't the case this time. That's literally exactly what happened. Newbie made a conscious decision to not only pick a scaling composition, but then to also cripple their bottom lane by forcing them to leash for Swift and not getting the heads-up play. That bled into the rest of the map, and Newbie were hemorrhaging forever. But just that mid-game indecision, EDG fell apart and lost control of this game.
It's also the early game. Like, a little bit can be put on Scout as well, you know, dropping a kill twice in the middle lane, one to a gank, one to just a 1v1 outplay. And had that been 2 kills over to LeBlanc, we would have seen an entirely different game of just Scout running around the map, blowing people up. So it was a little bit of that as well. And it may even be a case of Scout being like, I haven't even played this champion in like a month because it's been banned in every single game. But at the very least, Newbie did exploit that and allowed them to get to this state where we're now 37 minutes in and more. Connects the ultimate onto Scout. LWX wants some damage, but massive distortion over the wall. Eliminates the ADC. Philo is going to jump in. Mouse comes in with the TP. Eliminates more, with Scout also chiming in for the kill. Now Swift is caught out, and he goes down. That'll be a 3-for-0. V is running onto Zep, but he's going to flash over the wall. And this big tanky Maokai, nothing he can do anymore against 5 members. 4-for-0. EDG pull it back in their favor.
And it's pretty much just a game of ping pong at this point. EDG threw it, Newbie tossed it back to them. They pull the Fnatic, they sit on a ward, and they catch Newbie out of position and just instantly blow them up. So Scout really compensating for his lackluster early game by huge damage late game.
Well, that went pretty well for EDG. That's essentially turned all of that around, and Moore tried to do what he could, but got the distortion off in time.
I mean, the problem was that they didn't have the follow-up to instantly burst the LeBlanc when they had her locked down. She then comes back in, hits massive AoE, and then Zonya's on top of them, and then gets the cooldown reset. Not because she doesn't have a reset,
sure,
but while she's in stasis, her cooldowns come back up, and she goes back in again.
I like to imagine a reality where the Malzahar ult hits and she's still over the wall and doesn't actually jump back to her team, because maybe that one kill could have turned it, because that was a lot of damage coming in from distortion.
And the fact that it was the vision ward that was placed in, but they already had a control ward over the brush, so just unfortunate face checks, it feels like, repeatedly from Moore this game.
Yeah, feels a little bad, but Scout is absolutely redeeming himself the later we get into this game. Now 40 minutes in, with Elder Dragon on the table, Baron buff over to EDG, and Newbie pretty much have one last shot in their chamber, which is challenge something.
Deep teleport.
From Scout, yeah.
Round 2. See ya, Coco.
Gonna find someone. Coco's gonna jump away. Courage of Colossus keeps him alive. But once again, the points in click, and Scout may even just die here. Got the Boiling Army following after, and Firelolly also under attack. Mouse is trying to find someone, hits away Swift, and Firelolly falls. LWX skirting around the outsides of the fight, finds 2 kills so far. This is going Newbie's way. A 3rd kill on the horizon, and that's locked down. 3-for-0.
EDG just ran face first into a meat grinder. LeBlanc trying to get the flank right there, can't burst out the Rise, gets just locked down by Malzahar, immediately has to turn around and run for her life, and then it's just kind of this high-fiving as individual members try to take 1v5 into Newbie. Great flanking play from LWX. Want to highlight his Ezreal performance in the back half of this has been phenomenal.
For sure. Just the way he was playing that fight, he was pinpoint accurate with the Mystic shots and was just out of danger zone through that entire fight. Now with another 15 seconds at least on the respawn time, as Newbie will find not only the in-hit, but probably go towards this Elder Dragon. Many on-the-way pings, but also from Mouse and Scout.
And is this Newbie's final form? Unfortunately, we kind of had the obituary for Cool. We knew that Coco was going to be eligible to play into week 2, and we're like, unfortunately, Cool, you had a good run, but now it's time for the Coco Swift Show. Ooh. And speaking of Swift Show, almost obliterated.
But not quite.
Mouse to hit the
has
jungler.
to hit someone, but he hits a spell shield instead. And that's Elder Dragon. It's only amplified by one dragon, but it's more importantly denied from EDG.
Yeah, and still Newbie in the driver's seat. As we take a look at this play again. Again, this is the beat grinder, so Scout is looking for the flanking play here, but who's he gonna burst? He wants to burst the Malzahar, but Malzahar locks him down. He immediately has to change his mind. And then you look at the rest of the team fight. The LeBlanc is already forced out of it. Fire Lily has been chunked down, and Zet cannot kill this tree.
Yeah, he's doing negative damage to Maokai, who's just standing there chilling. Then gets run down by the rest of the team. LWX as well, the guy you highlighted, got focused out and then immediately rejoins the fight from Fog of War. Exceptionally well played by him. The Newbie securing the rest of their objectives before regrouping. And this is one of those games, Chinese fans are looking at EDG and it's like, if you didn't crush Newbie, you may even drop game 1 against Newbie.
But the thing is like, that's what the expectation from previous Newbie. We're like, this is clearly a bottom tier team. But again, with Coco, this is the Newbie that they always knew and they wanted to have field. This is Swift not playing Kha'Zix. This is Swift on a tanky jungler, facilitating jungler. And yes, they set up the early game to try to empower him, but this has really kind of been the V and Coco show, and even a surprise performance from LWX in the end.
I mean, no matter how you look at it from Newbie, they're coming as a bottom of the table team and accelerating, maybe challenging from the middle, but right now they're just challenging the champions at the top and doing a pretty stellar job of it. So we need to see if they can keep that up through the rest of the series. This is still a best of 3. This has been a hard-fought game, and it's not been one where EDG have necessarily been sleeping as well. They've been trying to play this game. Unlike, you could maybe say, the GT series, where in game 1 they just didn't really turn up to play. EDG have been trying and making good individual plays, good map movements, but faltering when it really counts.
Yep, and here comes the realm war.
3 people coming in for the pincer movement. Mouse bats one away.
Can they take down
hammering on him for now.
The
right
boss.
now, it's just trying to finish off this Poppy. He does have Guardian Angel. There's nothing really to get excited about just yet as V launches himself onto the Poppy. Scout rotating from the top side of the map, jumps onto Moore, who again hits him with the ultimate. Mouse caught out after using that Guardian Angel. LWX will skirt away, but still fall over as Fire Lolly assassinates him. But it's still a 3-for-1 trade for Newbie, and they're closing into this base with a minion wave behind them. 43 minutes in, this very well could be the game.
And they still have 3 GAs live on them, on Ryze, Maokai, and Rek'Sai. I don't see any way that Newbie don't end the game here. There's no way that they can compete with the creep wave.
Scout jumps in, but he's instantly locked down. He does take out more, but there's nowhere to jump back to. And Zed, he's having a horrible time. He can't kill 1 time, but he definitely can't kill 3. Scout around the side, but there's no minion wave to abduct here. And V's actually just gonna 1v1 him underneath a tower. This is a Maokai chasing after a LeBlanc, a fantastic image to see. Maokai players around the world, rejoice, you just killed a LeBlanc. There's actually 17-16. Newbie, 44 minutes in, take out EDG in game 1.
And Valentine's Day smiles on the Coco Swift bromance. Newbie's final form, Newbie fans rejoice. Your team is not dead in the water. There is still hope yet, if they can clinch the series from the #1 team in the LPL.
The Valentine's buff out here for Newbie in game 1, and now EDG have to win 2 back-to-back, a similar story to what we saw from them against GT. And as we look at the gold graph and look at all those swings in that game, we reintroduce Raz to the desk. Hello, Mr. Plasm.
Hey, how's it going, man?
All right.
Do you like ping pong, Raz?
I love it. No, I'm awful at it. Just kidding. I lied to you. I'm sorry.
Which one was the lie? Are you good or bad, Raz?
I'm bad. I'm bad. Real bad. But that game was kind of crazy, obviously. The best thing about it, let's start from the very beginning. 5 minutes, that tower's gone.
Yep.
In what universe? I don't even think you can do that against bots. I'm pretty sure bots will be able to protect that tower better than what happened here. But you have Ezreal and you have Malzahar, and that's really hard up against that lane.
I almost think, like, while I agree with you, like, it was crazy that that tower went down, I almost thought it was a bit detrimental that EDG took the tower so quickly because they didn't immediately have the Ash arrow to rotate on it. Like, they kind of had to feed repeatedly in that lane. Fortunately, they weren't punished because Swift wasn't able to grab someone who was overextended because the wave was just bounced right back. But in a different world, like, if you take a tower that early, there's nothing really you can do.
I think that's just really hard, specifically for LWX and more. We saw them the moment that tower was down. It was like, I guess we have to go back to this lane. And so they went right back, obviously, and it was going to be tough. That TP even came in, and Malachi had to stay up top for about like 5 minutes to hit this tower because he wasn't going to be able to save them. So it was good from Newbie to be able to say, you know what, I guess, you know what, Ezreal, you're not going to be able to get much out of this. And so they played safe from that point forward. And it's incredible to see. Basically, Coco was able to, it was a battle between Coco's leads in the mid lane versus the bottom lane happening. And so once again, Zet and Mako have such a massive lead, and it doesn't turn into anything because they end up losing off of it.
That's the key point in this game because there was so much traded in the early game, then it's kind of stabilized as EDG didn't really want to go for any of these objectives. They stalled out the game, and a lot of that game was decided by decision making or someone getting picked off.
Yeah, go for it.
I was going to say, there was also an issue that, you know, the game stalls out because the lane assignments from EDG, they really didn't have kill pressure on anyone. Unless they catch the Ezreal, like the Maokai at that point in the game was pretty much unkillable. You're then looking across from a Rek'Sai and looking across from a Ryze with Courage of the Colossus, who's just kind of bouncing waves back and forth from his team. So while I do want to criticize EDG for not kind of pushing and looking for those picks, especially because they had such a great comp with the LeBlanc, the Ashe, and the Zyra to do so, like theoretically, in a 1v1v1v1, EDG can't really just get a pick without finding someone in Fog of War.
I don't think there's ever a situation for EDG to look for a pick. Here's the big point about this.
They had no kill pressure on anyone.
But I mean, their comp, this is when you look, the coach is going to talk to them and say, what was your comp meant to do? If LeBlanc is going to get Lichbane, Rabadon's Death Cap, and have
split
TP,
push.
You have to split push.
Yep.
If you have 3 Earth Dragons, you have to split push. If like you're legitimately going up against a Ryze Maokai composition, you're going to get outscaled. Now, they outplayed them, but overall, I mean, look, we're going to have to look at this because this, I mean, to be fair.
This was the big one really here, Raz,
Yeah.
which was just like, haha, let's go for this, but oh, okay,
Yep,
let's just get this stolen from us. And there was a massive tempo swing over to Newbie.
This was, I mean, this is pretty much the LPL in just like a microcosm. Everything that is wrong with the LPL was wrong with this play. That they took a 50-50 Baron like that Mouse whiffs his ultimate, that he's unable to disengage from the Rek'Sai, but more so what Raz is talking about. Why are you even going for the Baron? You're supposed to be split pushing. You shouldn't even need that objective to win.
I think in that specific moment, it's fine. And here's the man of the day. Here
It's
comes
V.
Yep.
Yeah, on that Maokai. He
killed
literally just did not take damage. It was so funny. Just him sitting on top of the Ashe, and he couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and in that situation, in that Baron take, it was, you know, remember it was like that one for one kind of trade. Zyra died trying to back, and in that situation, Malzahar did the same. So it was a 5v4. I think in that situation, it is on to Poppy. Poppy has to be the one who stops the jungler for coming in specifically. If he misses that ulti, he has to go in and chase him. Either that, or they just go for the fight. That's a 5v4 fight that they can take and they should be comfortable with. But overall, they were outplaying team fights, and you shouldn't even be looking to outplay. Then remember that TP from LeBlanc when he came from the top side of the map and thought he could do something and instantly gets Malzahar ulted? That is an expectation you should have as a team. There is no situation where LeBlanc will be able to do anything up against Maokai, Malzahar. You're going to get snared down and instantly killed. Especially, you're basically playing around your Zhonya's ult cooldown.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So I love how fired up both of you are about EDG's mistakes and stuff, but looking towards Newbie, the team who essentially just upset the top of their own bracket, we need to look towards them and what they can do in terms of momentum and actually just finish out this series.
I really liked what Newbie did this time around. I mean, obviously, they played around mid and they got that kill, and Coco completely rolled his matchup. I think from the bottom lane this time, they actually, obviously, they looked at the bot lane matchup and was like, oh, we need to pick an AD carry, and we banned out a lot of AD carries. I think Sivir would be a good idea. I think we need to put themselves in a situation where they can shove or contest the shove, because Zet and Mako, they've shown themselves to be a really good bot lane, incredibly solid. So for them, they just need to be able to take that pressure and not lose tower.
Well, we're going to revisit that topic as we come back because we will have some time. But we are going to take a quick break before we head into Game 2 here between Newbie and EDG. Newbie, where Newbie somehow managed game one due to many mistakes from EDG, but also good play on the side of Newbie. And that's pretty much the topic we were talking about, guys, was Newbie, how did they carry that momentum forward? And you started us off, Raz.
Yeah, and so I really liked how Newbie played it in terms of they recognized that they were going for a team-like composition, and they just team fought. That's all they really needed to do. And specifically, this is Coco's first game in the LPL. Congratulations. I mean, it's fun to see how his welcome party was coming from EDG's four-man dive in the mid lane. Ash Arrow comes flying in, constant Zyra coming into the mid lane. You're like, wait a minute, what's happened to my bot lane? Someone come and save me. So it was fun to see, but overall they take the win, and it's off the back of him and Swift.
I do have to point out, though, that while I think that Newbie did a great job, especially in how they absorbed a lot of those losses and they stalled out the game, it really was EDG kind of hands off in terms of tempo, because I feel like Newbie, they still drafted a scaling composition. They still gave away the early game massively with the Maokai, Ryze, and Ezreal losing their bottom tower at 5 minutes, and a team that performs better in the mid game than EDG did in terms of being more decisive will punish Newbie for that. Like, they cannot continue with this playstyle, and the thing is, we wanted to see a different identity, but this is the same old Newbie. Like, it doesn't matter if that's Coco, Cool, or Dade. They sacrifice their lane phase and they just try to 5v5 late game.
Yeah, I think what EDG's mid game did, I think it was good for the first part of it. Like, for instance, they put Ashe and Zyra into the mid lane, and Fire Lolly and Mako were just two-manning basically any point which they felt like they needed vision. If they went into the top side of the map, they did that. And so for the most part, they had control, and then they gave it away from the decisions that they make in choosing team fights rather than deciding to go towards basically the bot lane tower. So it was just, they had a 1-3-1 composition. It was pretty free. In fact, even top lane, I think, was it Mouse?
That top lane tower was up forever.
But Mouse had Iceborne Gauntlet, right? You started to see them actually legitimately building for split push, and they just didn't go for it. So, especially once you have 3 Earth Dragons, you got to do something with it. And they tried to go for Baron, obviously, and that just didn't work out.
It seems like EDG had everything in that game. They had a LeBlanc, they had triple Mountain Dragon, and then finally when the opponents managed to get a dragon, it was Ocean. So it seemed like everything went their way, but it was just a misunderstanding and a execution when it came to in-game from that lineup.
And that's usually something that the LPL teams are rather good at, is at least executing on what their composition wants to do. But I mean, EDG is just falling flat. I mean, good on Newbie to at least stall them out or to bounce the waves appropriately and recognize when they're strong and pull the trigger on that. But if I'm Coach Nofe, my blood pressure is rising.
That's true. If they're given an inch, they will take a mile. But it may be harder coming into this next matchup because hopefully if EDG have recomposed themselves, had to chat down with their coach now and being like, okay, you have this type of composition, just regain your composure. They can bring something in. But LWX will be subbed out, and Happy
and now Happy's just leaving. You know what? They made a mistake.
Yeah, bring LWX back in here. Wrong player.
He's running back to the backstage. Yeah, composure is a big one because this is once again, EDG loses the first game, and they got to just say, you know what was wrong to begin with? Not much. Just Scout made a few individual errors into the mid lane, and then off of that point, bot lane had a massive, it's once again, they just get massive leads in the early game, or at least in specific lanes through bot lane. Play through that strength, and next time just, play calmly. And make the right choice. That's asterisk on that one. But overall, the team is they play well in the early game consistently, and they can improve on that.
But I'm gonna push you farther, Raz. Like, what is that right choice? Because for me, it's that they were unable to move the vision line forward to give them the freedom and the safety to look to siege with their triple mountain or to siege with their double teleport. Like, every time you saw their vision, they were just so funneled in neutral vision around the Baron. They never once picked it up and moved it into Newbie's offensive jungle, so they would never have those clear pathways to look to split push.
No, I think funneling it through Baron is fine because you can look to threaten it, and that means that Newbie has to look to actually react to it.
Oh, really?
Threatening it means that LeBlanc has to be on the opposite side of the map, though. So that's what it comes down to. LeBlanc just needs to be away from his team. If LeBlanc has Rabadon's Last Whisper and 5 items because he's just farming up a Storm, then that means that tower in the bottom lane needs to be checked. And if Newbie has to be looking forward to trying to regain vision towards Baron, they lose that bot tower because no one can match her.
But the thing is you have a Rek'Sai and a Ryze. They're just going to throw the Maokai to bounce the wave back off of LeBlanc. LeBlanc doesn't have the kill pressure to Maokai, and Maokai can just hold the wave off the tower.
I think it doesn't matter. Like, if Maokai walks at you, you are legitimately last. Your Lich Bane Rabadon's You just Q him, you auto tower. If he tries to all in you, you just back away. It is so simple because wave clear from LeBlanc is just fine. So I'm just saying this I'm saying this because it is just that easy if you have triple Earth Dragon. It is not a overall. Let's just say this is even though we're talking about the micro points of this, I'm saying they just need to make the decision to do that. What they made the decision to do was have LeBlanc TP in to the back of the team and try and fight, and then get instantly Malzahar ulted like he didn't expect it was gonna happen.
Yeah,
like he's like, wait a minute, this is a champion. You can stun me.
I love it, and I'm absolutely fine, going micro here as we head into game 2, because as soon as you're off the desk, Raz, it's Froskuren's narrative, so she gets to bend it to her will.
And then once I leave, it's like, oh, Raz is stupid. Oh, you have
what
something
was
to
that?
say?
Oh, I can't quite hear you.
Oh,
I love you, Raz.
Oh.
Be my Valentine.
He's already mine.
Yeah,
Get off the desk.
Sorry.
I've already declared that.
I've made a commitment, much like Lucian.
And you went to me on Twitter as well. What is this? Now going over to Raz?
To be fair, Lucian had a commitment with Senna, and he broke it off with Quinn.
With Quinn, unbelievable.
So you know what, Frost?
Today's
hey
broken relationships.
I'll be the Quinn to your Lucian.
Ah, there we go.
I actually can't even deal with that. There's nothing I can do. I'm just on the floor, unfortunately. But
third wheel.
Third wheel.
You're
Yeah.
literally Valor at this desk.
I am. I literally am. That was really good. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Anyway, get off my desk, Raz.
Yeah, get off my desk.
We're going into picks and bans for Game 2 between Newbie and EDG. This has suddenly become a very hype matchup, as Newbie are only one win away from securing this win over EDG, and will upset their undefeated run. So now Syndra and Rise aim towards Scout, meanwhile Camille and LeBlanc towards Newbie. So probably a Rengar on its way as well for us.
So many mid lane bans being pinched right out of the gate, though. Pretty much Cassiopeia and Orianna are kind of like the big two left standing. Corki also in there, so I wonder if this is now going to create a race for Corki, and if Coco and Scout are fine, giving that away, or if maybe we have something a bit different planned.
The Golden Three locked away into jail by EDG, and Kha'Zix as well towards Fire Lolly.
So I had this opinion that because I assumed Rise, Syndra, and LeBlanc would be permabanned, of course, it turned out that Rise and Syndra were getting through a lot more often than not. That kind of solidified Orianna as like the best mid laner, and then Corki would kind of crop up because he's a great answer into her. And so now I'm curious, which one will they prioritize?
As am I, but what we do know for certain is that Varus has been locked in for Newbie, and there is a possibility of Corki going alongside it. We've seen that pairing so often, but Mouse will bust out the Jace. It could also go to Scout, but we saw Mouse on that carry pick and did exceptionally well with it. Fire Lolly with his reserve pick. If he's not going Gleason, he will go Elise for a more balanced jungle.
Are they going to pick jungle? Are they going to pick up mid? I think you should do mid lane in this. Oh, no. Wow, Coco and Scout really confident that they can find something here. I mean, Twisted Fate has kind of been cropping up as when the mid lane pool gets pinched.
We
kind
have
of
many
like
one tricks.
Yeah, people forget about him, and he's still quite valuable in this meta, especially because of how well he teams up with these really strong junglers, and how important the jungle is right now in the current dominance of the game.
Now, was a Rek'Sai locked in there for Swift, so no mid lane pick just yet. I was going to say, is it simply going to be a misfortune in response to Zyra so it doesn't get taken off the table and, in fact, just leave mid lane open entirely? There may even be a Corki ban here, as you were talking about and alluding to earlier. Will be something that probably Newbie would like to run with this current setup that they have.
And even though Mouse has been the primary Jace player, and we've really only seen Jace play top in the LPL, theoretically it could still be a flex, so it may also be, Coco waiting out, seeing exactly what type of matchup that he gets. I like the fact that Newbie prioritized getting Happy and more a really strong bottom lane. Kind of interesting, though, that they had LWX play the Ezreal, because Happy is one of the best Ezreal players in the LPL, and instead they prioritize and get him the power champion of the Varus.
There's Orianna banned away, so Corki still on the board, and Maokai was the other ban from EDG aims at V, so no more of that monstrous Maokai in the top lane. Jhin pinching that champion pool from Zet, actually. And it is onto that final ban here for us.
Do you ban Ashe here if you're going to continue to pinch the bottom lane? Yep.
Yeah. Got it in one with that Ashe ban.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. So what's left open? Ezreal. Yeah, that is one.
Play
Varus is already
Ziggs.
being locked in.
This is what kills me. So he does lock in the Ezreal, but Zed's solo queue, he was one of the only AD carries when I was kind of peeking in on the LPL AD carries that was playing Ziggs ADC. And I was like, yes, we're going to get one of them. Nope, never. I'm really disappointed.
It would work in this composition as well. You know, you already have a lot of AD damage coming out from not only the Misfortune, but primarily the Jace. But it will be Ezreal. Killing Dreams. Maybe he'll go mid lane and we'll see ADC Ziggs. Who knows? But for now, Newbie, back over to them.
Yeah, I expect we'll probably see Corki unless Coco feels more confident on cast.
Oh, that's been locked in as
Left
well.
field.
Gauntlet thrown. Coco locks in Ari. This is an icon playing right now. This is Coco. And that will be not even going against anything just yet. It may not even be the Jace mid lane. So, yeah, really just throwing down the Gauntlet. Damn. Come on, man.
He's like, that's not Corki.
You can't pick like Ari, a super hype champion that has actually been picked before, and people are picking, and say, nah, sorry, that was actually just a mispick.
Okay, so we've had a lot of mispicks, and the issue is that it's really hard for the players to find the right champions because it's on the Chinese client, and we have a lot of Korean players, and obviously they can't type in the Korean name for the Chinese. But what bothers me here is Happy is Chinese. There is no excuse to mess up that pick. He should be able to get the right champion into the box.
Yeah, type those characters in. It's easy, and at the very least, should be able to recognize those champions on site. And additionally, there is a filter function now in Champion Select, so you can just go majors and be like, yes, what do I want? Oh, there's like 10 champions here. Oh, I misclicked, sorry.
Well, to be fair, the client is different because it's a Tencent client versus a Riot client. So they're playing on a client that's very different than any client that we would be used to.
Okay, all right. I'll let you off on this one then.
It's super fun though. Like you get to see all the pictures for the servers, and you know the Ionian server is the biggest one in China. China has over 20 servers that you can play on. Yeah. So just think about that player base for a second. Think about how much talent China really has in terms of available players. Like what's the number of challenger players available on each server? Like 200?
250, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
250 times that by 20. Like. It's absurd.
Kind of big, yeah. Especially when, you know, the West thinks, you think you're big, you have North America, EU West, and maybe Nordic East. 20 servers.
Yeah.
Don't you feel insignificant now, West?
Of course, Ionia is the big one, and then you look at the professional circuit. You know, the fact that you have TGA, which is the Tencent Games Arena, that can feed tournament circuit into the LSPL, which is the League of Legends secondary league, which auto promotes into the LPL, which is of course our professional circuit. But then underneath, or kind of in between all of that, you also have the LPPL, which is the reserve league. And the rules are that if a player doesn't play in the reserve league for a week, they can actually automatically sub into the LPL. So a lot of these rosters have multiple members of you know, players like, I mean, the likes of Insect used to run around in the LPPL, like really big name players that are just sitting down there playing competitively, waiting for their shot at their,
into the LPL.
You know, quote unquote sister team, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a similar system to Europe, actually, except not, where you can just not play for a week and join a team. But that is very interesting. And we are back into Champion Select. So it definitely wasn't Ari. It will be a different pick as we get into Champion Select here.
How much money do you want to bet that it was Corki? It's pretty much, was it Cassiopeia or was it Corki? That's a 50-50 pulse. I just gave it to you.
Corki.
Corki?
Let's go Corki.
Going all in? What are you going to bet on it?
You can be my Valentine. I'll take it away from Raz.
I feel like that's actually just punishing to me.
Yeah, maybe. Well, it depends how you look at it.
Valor, what do you see up there?
I see rejection. That's what I see right now. EDG, we're just locking in the same picks once again, and we get to see whether it was the Corki or not. We went through all the bans, right? Yes, we did.
Yep. Yeah. Just the tension of, am I going to be forced to be Pulse's Valentine?
Actually, well, you can reject the wager, right? You know, you don't have to accept it. It's just on the table if you wanted it. Also on the topic of servers, do you know if like the rest of the servers are also based in like places within the Runeterra universe, like Ionia, Piltover, Zorn?
I know what pictures they are, but I would not be able to tell you what translations. I can say that playing on... So I have been fortunate enough that I've played on pretty much every single server.
Including all 20 Chinese servers? Or?
I mean, I've played on 3 different Chinese servers.
That's impressive.
The Ionian server is something special. Like, everyone runs Ignite in the bottom lane, and it's just one of the... Chaos, when I was over there training with him, he called it the 500 unit bot lane. And pretty much if you were within 500 units of a Chinese bot lane, they would automatically flash ignite you, like no matter what.
Oh, I win, Frosk.
Oh.
It's Corky.
Do you win?
I win, you maybe don't. But Shen was also locked in there for V. And now it's just the final pick from EDG.
Am I the real winner here? Okay, I'm really excited to see Shin, especially because it's V Shin. So this is really cool. This is going to be your first experience with V Shin. He is amazing on this champion. It used to be permabanned away from him. Very punishing. Newbie certainly know how to execute with it. And the cool thing is that this roster is pretty much the old school Newbie roster. You got Happy and More into the bottom lane. These two guys have been through thick and thin together. They go out of their way to make sure that they're on the same team because they do have history with each other, and this is now just kind of sliding in Coco. So if Newbie fans want to see the final form of their team, this is pretty much it. I expect this to be the strongest iteration of the team.
Well, high praise for the lineup. Final lock-in will be Gangplank into the top lane now up against V, so we'll be able to deal effectively with the pick and also essentially just farm to critical mass of GP, which is 2 items, so we won't have too many problems in the top lane. And again, Mouse playing a carry-orientated pick coming into this game, so EDG really bringing everything out, saying, Firelight, jump off that Lee Sin, go Elise, just support the rest of the laners and we'll do the rest.
But again, this is kind of big 5v5 comps versus pretty much a poke composition from EDG. They struggled really hard last game in kind of recognizing when they should be looking for their split push or how to execute on that correctly with vision and kind of funneled themselves into 5v5. If they do that on this composition, if they're not really on top of placing their vision, they will get absolutely blown apart for that. You've got Jace, Ezreal, Elise, and Gangplank. Like, you have to be so on top of vision to execute anything here.
Absolutely. As we get into game 2. And remember, if you have just joined us, Newbie, we're 1 game up. So one more win here will secure the series for them up against EDG. And at least the first couple minutes will be very telling of EDG's kind of mindset coming into this one. Very serious faces across the board. Because this is quite a different series to the one we saw the other day against GT, where they did drop the first game, but it was just like, EDG are kind of sleeping on it. But this one, they really feel up against it, as we can see the full compositions once again.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight also the Corki, Rek'Sai, and Shin. There is so much movement with those 3 picks. This is actually a really cool composition. I'm very excited. Again, I called this a really classic composition for Newbie. In their different iterations, no matter who's on the roster, they really seem to excel with this. It's just now a matter of, can their bottom lane not get destroyed at 5 minutes? And can they actually get an early game lead and snowball with it? They've got the Varus and the Zyra, so they have the picks to do it, but will Swift give them the attention?
Let's go. Game 2, Newbie versus EDG, starting the game off in true LPL fashion with way too many pings.
This is different, though. So level 1, we talked about how Ezreal is really reliant on getting down into this lane, making sure that he has the positioning on the creeps so he can start poking you out with his Mystic Shot. And level 1, they actually even pull down Scout, so maybe looking for something a bit cheeky, as Mako's doing a good job trying to pop these plants for more, so they can't just automatically get the free push, although Varus, Zyra should get it anyway. It's so important that EDG are setting up and contesting like this if they want to stay competitive in this lane.
Yeah, not have a situation like last time. And there's lots of poke coming out from Moore right now, but he probably came off worse. Oh, never mind. Piercing arrow lands onto Zet and evens it all up. So that's it for level 1 aggression until the minion wave hits.
Should also note that both of the AD carries are starting with the longsword pot. This is starting to become far more common. And in fact, I feel like the only AD carry who's starting Doran's Blade right now is like Caitlyn. And that's really it. There's a couple different reasons for this. Obviously, different build paths, especially as lethality gets more popular on 7.2 and 7.3, although we are 7.1. But for me, it's really the fact that it's Zyra Misfortune. You need the pots from all of the damage that these supports are going to put out, and you need that added sustain just so you can sit in the lane long enough.
Yeah, like a straight double up hits you and you're chunked down, or look at that damage already. That was a Mystic Shot and make it rain onto Happy. So very happy that he's got all of these pots ready to spare.
Except Ezreal actually has Battle of Fervor versus the Warlords.
Interesting. Mid lane, Storm Raiders as well. It's a scout.
Wow, Happy's really getting punished here. You know, I was talking to Mithy at All Stars, and he was talking about how frustrating it was for him and Spin to go up against Mako. And at the time, of course, it was deft because they would take these matchups that shouldn't win, and they would actually beat you with it, and it would make you question everything that you knew about League of Legends. So you can see Mako definitely there, really punishing with the Zyra counter pick with Misfortune.
Fire Lolly trying to show what he can do in this bottom lane. Zoned away by a hail of arrows. That'll be that gank pretty much fizzled out for the lineup of EDG, but nice double up there from Mako.
But at the same time, they do have vision on Swift. Scout made sure that he pushed the lane forward, and you got a cheeky ward on the Raptor camp, so it's going to allow Fire Lolly enough time and decision-making that he's able to pick up bottom scuttle to keep Mako and Zed safe if they want to continue to be aggressive and punish Happy and more in this bottom lane. They do have pot advantage. I believe they have 3 pots collectively over more and Happy.
Definitely looks like a 3 on my screen. Happy probably just want to step out of those make it range, because there's a lot of damage. Like, if you get the full duration on that, typically you don't, but it is a huge amount of damage with Thunderlords on top of that.
Check out Scout moving in. So he's done this twice now. Every single time Wave pops into him, he's just clearing it out with Jace. He's got the early hammer as well as the shock blast pressure, and he's just, first time he moved, he warded Raptors. Second time, he is spotted out by a vision, but again, he places deep vision behind the tower. So really trying to do his part in collecting information about where Swift is, which Swift is on bottom side of the map. But instead, he's going to pull the trigger. He's going to go back at 4 minutes.
Yeah, also taking away that blast plant as well, so just kind of helping out Fire Lolly and also protecting himself against any fast ganks into the mid lane. Fire Lolly responds with Scuttle Crab on the top side.
Yeah, double Scuttle Crab control is actually pretty significant. He's also then going to use the blast plant and hop back over with his E, so farming quite effectively and efficiently, although Rek'Sai is a couple CS ahead right now.
Again, I'm going to say it, Happy, you need to start walking out of those make it range. That's another full duration onto him.
Happy and More have never really been well known for their lane presence. They're considered a low econ bottom lane, and they're
feeling it.
Definitely more about the 5v5.
Oh no, more caught up. The heal comes up, and Zet will have to jump away once more. Mako caught within these plants in this thicket of grasping roots.
Here comes Scout. Fish in a barrel.
All right.
Can the backs get off on time?
Moore's in kill range. Mako is trying to get vision for him.
There's no way he's going to kill them. He'd have to burn flash.
Ooh. Right between the goalposts. That was... there's a lot of counting going on. But still, EDG will get some damage onto this bottom tower and lots of farm denied from Happy.
And this does also mean that Scout will miss out a bit on CS, but he's actually stayed quite competitive for how much time he spent outside of his lane, either trying to curate and gather vision or make plays happen on the bottom through invisible pressure. It's now top lane, Mouse, only level 5.
This is not an easy gank to make happen, especially with Fire Lolly around the corner, who lands the cocoon and the full combo on towards Swift.
But what are you going to do there? You've got a Gangplank in the top lane. Unless he's already got his barrel set up, there's pretty much no follow-up damage or kill pressure on Swift there. So I like the fact that they're looking for a play like that, knowing that the Gangplank is kind of the viable and easy target. Picking on him, bullying him.
And yet again, we are 5 minutes in, and EDG, lots of damage onto this bottom lane tower. And this is pretty much the story, even without LWX in this bottom lane. So yeah, I'm Happy and More right now, just kind of farming up and doing what they can with this tier buy.
Yeah, and Happy has already kind of showcased his hand, saying that he's going to go for that Legolas or more the lethality backline threat build, throwing those piercing arrows. You see that a lot, especially because they've got the Corki, so as long as they can team up, start landing those rockets as well as the arrows, it can be really punishing when they want to siege. But it does mean that he's going to continue to be in a pain point in this bottom lane because he doesn't get a buy advantage over the likes of Ezreal and punish his own tier buy.
So who does V have on this team? Because Swift and Coco are a thing, Happy and More are an item. But is he just fifth wheeling right now, or does V have any synergy with anyone else?
He's always been the third wheel. Speaking of third wheel.
Nice Thundering Blow from Scout, and that will just completely delay and stop that gang from Swift. Maybe turned around though with the assist from Mouse from the top lane. Again, V using the TP coming down, and Scout caught within the Shadow Dash. Fire Lolly will help finish him up. That's traded. A 1-for-1 top laner for mid laner.
He's gonna bounce off More, and he kill him.
Oh, it wasn't a kill, so it wasn't enough damage onto Swift. It was still extremely close.
Just a straight up orgy in the mid lane right
there.
there.
Man.
In the end, though, it does work out advantageously for Newbie, especially because the kill priority goes over to Coco, as well as the fact that he has control over the creep wave now. hold on, Mako. Can he actually safely get back into lane?
Yeah, I think he's all right. He's going to probably hit this, as Raz calls it, blue plant. But we'll see a replay of that one. And this was so back and forth.
And it was initially really well played by Scout. The fact that he disengages from Swift by knocking back so he doesn't get the knockup, then looks for the turnaround. Gangplank is hit level 6, so it's a good time to go all in. But V, you know, we talked about him being the third wheel. Well, he partied in on that. Made sure that they got the lockup and they traded 1-for-1. But again, the big difference and why I put this in Newbie's favor is A, the fact that Swift gets out with just like a glimmer of HP, and B, the fact that Coco is the primary benefactor of those movements mid lane. He picks up the kill, he's got the CS advantage, should have an EXP advantage. Now I want to see him start using this package and moving around.
This is really a great day for Coco. Yeah, comes into the LPL. Everyone's having a party in his lane, but it's usually to his favor as he picks up yet another kill in the early game towards himself, allowing him to pick up the Sheen and well on his way towards Triforce.
I want to quickly point at Scout. So he started to make movements bottom. You know that Coco and Swift are going to be on the top side of the map. Danger is you don't necessarily know where Swift's tunnels are, so theoretically he could quickly get down there, but I actually think that this was kind of a missed opportunity from EDG. They were a bit slow on this rotation, and now they could possibly run into a four-man dive.
The trap has come up, and Happy is caught in the bullet time. Mako picks up that kill, and it's Scout raining down terror from the mid lane. Shock Blast will allow Firelight to pick up the kill and the tower for EDG.
So in the end, EDG's hesitation doesn't burn them because Coco and Swift are unable to respond quick enough anyway. Swift didn't have the tunnels or the neural network set up where he could quickly get down there to respond, and Corky didn't have the package, so he couldn't zip down there. And frankly, Scout just did ridiculous burst damage with that Shock Blast.
Yep, serrated dirt, boys. What a great item.
7.1 Jace, what?
Yeah, yep. And that just gets even worse than 7.2. So I guess count their blessing, question mark. EDG will take away this resetting dragon. It'll be the first one of the game. And it's a pre-15, nice Ocean Dragon. And the next one's going to be Ocean Dragon as well. We love our Ocean Dragons and LPL for us, don't we?
As it's pre-15 minutes, Ocean Dragon is probably one of the best dragons. If you're not sieging towers, if it's not late game, so the Infernal buff doesn't mean more, Ocean Dragon allows you to stay on the map longer, to sit there, to spam your spells longer. So it is 100% a great dragon for EDG to have at 9 minutes in.
For sure. If you're on solo queue and you're telling your team not to take Ocean Dragon because it's an Ocean Dragon in early game, you're wrong.
You know what kills me is when teams really sink so much into trying to contest the Infernal, because Infernal really doesn't mean a lot for the current builds in League of Legends. Like, so many people are doing penetration builds now that no one's really getting much off of flat AD or flat AP scaling, and so the Infernal Drake is not worth as much as people think. And when you put yourself in a hole to try to fight for it, like, just kills me. Like, let it go. It's fine.
A really interesting point. Yeah, the fallacy. And even when you look at a lot of the mid lane majors, they're not stacking huge amounts of AP anymore.
I just want to track people's solo queue when they convince people not to just kill themselves over Infernal Drake, because I feel like everyone looks at it and like, this is it, this is the Baron, we have to fight. It's like, no, just let it go.
Yeah, win rate with first Infernal, I think, would be the stat that you're looking for in solo queue. But you could even translate that to competitive as well in the recent patches. That would be an interesting one to track. But Swift knows there's been a misfortune somewhere because the love tap passive is still on that plant. So Mako was here. And Swift will back away. And that's a Corky cutting off the escape route from Scout. He's going to bat him away, and V somehow still lands the Shadow Dash and takes out Scout in the mid lane. Lots of damage from these AoE ultimates being plonked down, but there's no follow-up, and that would be just a nice kill to Newbie.
Great initiation from Coco from Fog of War to get right behind Scout. Fortunately, Scout should have known better. He shouldn't be that far forward in his lane, especially because he gets the chase. He doesn't need to be. He can sit back much farther. Something that I do want to point out is, again, we're in a game where it's a Varus and an Ezreal. I know everyone's used to looking at the Jhin and the Ashe, but this pretty much illustrates exactly what I was talking about earlier. It's this idea of how it fundamentally changes the roadmap of success across the map. If you have the Jhin and Ashe, at this point you're looking mid lane and you're just throwing those ultimates. When you have the Ezreal and the Varus, you either try to contest inner tower bottom, or you have to change up your lane assignments and you look to go siege the last standing tower. Same type of thing with Caitlyn, but we just haven't seen them in so long that I feel like people have kind of forgotten what you do at this point.
Sure, and usually the proactive moves are being made by you know, that Jhin or the Ashe. Swift coming out here, I believe Firelight did manage to pick up that crab, and also get priority on the honey fruit. So Swift still hanging around the area. Nice piercing arrow onto Mako. He is of course going for that build, so they will start hurting more and more as this game accelerates towards the mid game.
But what this does is it can be really punishing for teams if they don't prioritize their flanking vision, because now they're going to have these in Varus's case, immobile AD carries kind of sitting and bouncing waves up, back and forth. And if they overextend and they don't have their flanking vision, it's A, very easy to get dove, or B, very easy to just get ganked. So this will now kind of separate the good teams from the great teams and scrimming with these AD carries and how they place their vision down in the river and how long they can sit up here and continue to chip away at these structures without being punished by a dive or a flank.
We need to start thinking as well about Mouse, because he's been in the side lane. He's only really assisted with his ultimate so far, and he's essentially just been farming. And as soon as he gets towards those 2 items towards that mid game, he will start hurting a lot. It's usually a big acceleration once that cool gets cashed in, and when he hits Triforce, he can start one-shotting those waves.
But it's very different forms of execution with Mouse. Gangplank, we say this all the time, he has to be at a team fight. He can't teleport into a team fight and be successful because you need the preparation, the setup time on his barrels. Whereas with Newbie's composition, they will just want to fly in and have that Shin readily available. So again, EDG's composition is just that much more difficult to execute correctly because Newbie can just, they see someone out of position, pull the trigger, everyone's flying in. EDG have to constantly make sure that they're absorbing a lot of that pressure and setting up the fights that they 100% want to take.
Currently it's a contest over this blue buff. All the posturing, more zoned away simply from Make It Rain, Fire Lolly. That was the pickup, but he's probably going to pay for it with his life. There's nothing to jump towards, and V's also coming down right on top of Swift and also on top of Fire Lolly for the kill. Mouse was there with the zoning up, but it's just a kill.
And this is exactly what we were talking about. It requires more finesse to pull off EDG's composition correctly, whereas Newbie, you're like, okay, you got the blue buff, but we're just gonna fly at your face and kill you anyway. Nice thing is that this does mean that Mouse kind of gets alleviated pressure. You know, he doesn't have to deal with Swift anymore. He's going, the Shin anymore.
Yeah.
He's going to continue to stack up his gold. He's already got a gold lead. You do have those big breaking points like you talk about GP, where he comes out late game, he hits a single barrel, and your entire team explodes. So that's kind of a win for EDG, but you can see their hesitation to really full-on commit to a team fight because they simply can't with these champions.
If you take a step back and just look at this game, this is still Newbie in a, I wouldn't say complete commanding position, but it's a situation where they can still definitely take this game despite EDG's gold advantage. And EDG's not really ability to start straight up winning these fights right now. Swift also has the lion's share of the kills.
Big power breaking points for EDG though is that they have both of their Infinity Edges online as well as their Ghost Blade. So they're in a great scenario where the dragon is coming up. They really want to place their vision and start poking out and trying to look for advantageous fights through layering of their poke. So EDG should be in a position where they're kind of looking for fights or at least poking their head around corners.
Yeah, Triforce spikes just feel amazing, especially on champions like Ezreal and like GP. So for now, it's looking to open up those opportunities, and with the dragon spawning just about now, it seems like EDG are poised to take it. They have the wards, but Swift is here to contest. Zet is lying in wait. Lands the auto attack, it was all worth it. Swift will regen all of that back off. I believe he has red buff as well, and Happy getting involved. So we may see a skirmish here for us.
But again, it's the difference that EDG aren't going to immediately commit on the dragon because of how their composition is set up. They want to make one of these picks or lay down their poke. So again, that finesse and that decision making really needs to come through. Can't just take what they want, have to be patient.
Patience is a virtue. Mouse is...
You're down his ult. No, he didn't.
No, he got enough silver...
Oh, it was the gold?
Gold things, yeah. So he can get his first one, will probably be Death's Daughter. And again, posturing, but while all this is happening, Zet is the better Legolas, I feel. He's landing a lot more onto Happy.
Neko needs to be very careful.
I'm just waiting for someone to get caught by any piece of CC, and that's going to open up a kill for the dragon, or more getting blasted by Scout. That's trying to be GP just finishing him off, and the big Shen ultimate will keep more alive. There's more than anything else, so that was a lot of resources burnt there from both teams, in fact.
And again, it's this cool thing about EDG, you know, the fact that they recognize we don't need to commit to the dragon, we just need to kind of lure Newbie into it, but Newbie foolishly falling for that trap and just getting torn apart by all of this poke. In the end, the dragon doesn't fall, but they chip enough health bars and enough time for the top tower to fall. So still a big win for EDG, and double Ocean on a poke comp, that's massive.
It's a very real threat as well. GP can shred towers when V has to leave to save someone.
And there was an argument to be made that maybe more wouldn't have died, but he really wanted to save him, and Mouse in return will take that tower. 17 minutes right now, and EDG do start to regain control over this series. 4,000 gold advantages to them so far. Plus, as you mentioned, double Ocean Dragon on the poke composition.
And I know that technically it is poke composition, but I have this like theory that I like to prioritize and call them siege compositions. And my thing is that in the LPL we have a lot of 5v5 compositions. You know, we've had a lot more Maokai priority than we've had globally in the rest of the area, and teams just kind of like to run head first at each other. But the problem is that if you have a 5v5 comp, that means that you're pretty much your power is entirely around monster objectives, because that's the arena that you create where you can actually set up your big 5v5. Whereas a siege composition or a poke composition is going to be strong 100% of the time. So your 5v5 comp, every 6 minutes you get that window to play on. A composition like this, you just need to approach a tower, and the towers are going to be worth far more than your monster objectives, because you usually get the monster objectives to lead into the tower. So they're harder to execute, but I feel like they're stronger for longer or bigger portions of the game in terms of when you can make plays.
I guess it's how you define a siege composition as well, because like typically what defines a siege composition is a good amount of poke, which you do have on EDG, and something to like zone people away, or a decent amount of disengage, I guess, which would be Mouse's ultimate in this case.
Thing that we can also point out though is that Newbie got, and this is again kind of why I think Varus is in such a great position, not just because he has great matchup kind of 2v2 in the bottom lane, but that he's able to kind of fit both scenarios of being part of a 5v5 comp as well as a poke comp. And here we go.
This is looking like a good fight for EDG. They instantly zone out Happy, and Moore is under attack, staying within that damage circle, but Scout called off to the side. He did not rejoin his team. So a 1-for-1 trade. Mid laner, oh, big one across the board. Not quite land onto Zet, but it did force his flash out.
Really nice movements by Zet, though. He actually sidestepped, I think, 3 abilities from Coco, 2 rockets as well as a phosphorus bomb. Yes, he did have to blow his flash, but fancy footwork coming through from Death's replacement, and a snipe.
And a snipe onto his would-be assassin. Well played to Zet, and that may open up a mid lane tower as well for the team.
A lot of question marks surrounding Zet. You know, he's replacing Death. Death, arguably, probably one of the best, if not the best, AD carry in the world right now. Big shoes to fill, and he's looking great. That you removed the nameplate. That looks like Death.
It does, honestly. However, V was looking for the taunt, but was not in range of Mako or Zet, who both jump away. But Mouse in the bottom lane, taking towers, doing GP things.
Because Shin commits his ultimate bottom lane, there's no one to stop this, so EDG just playing that really patient communication across the map. You know, we're keeping him busy. Take the tower, but do Newbie rush Baron now? No, he just wants blue buff.
I mean, it would be an ambitious Baron take, as the Baron has only just spawned. Shen's in the bottom lane, and Happy was quite far off.
I've seen crazier things that really tell...
Oh, me too. I just don't think it was a good play.
The tell is that Happy went bottom lane, but if Varus is in position and Rek'Sai's flying in, you know that EDG are backing because all of their members are low health.
Sure, maybe.
I think you fly hit that.
Yeah, potentially. I think if they had another source of like lots of damage or percent damage.
You can tell that you're the EU caster because you're like, that would be crazy. And I'm like the LPL caster. I'm like, no, they definitely do that.
That's an LPL play. Yeah, for sure.
Like more surprised that they...
Yeah. That's actually funny. V, did he flash that? Yeah, he actually had to flash away from that 1v1 trade against Mouse. He realized he's not getting the best of it.
He's got pretty much 3 items. He doesn't have the completed component of his last Whisper, but he has the penetration as well as the Ghost Blade. And he's level 13, so you're pretty far up the scaling lethality at that point.
Yep, can't deal with that anymore. And that was actually V still going for essentially full armor. Happy half health by 1 shock blast through the acceleration gate from Scout. But this EDG lineup is starting to be quite scary. I mean, pretty much every single position is a massive threat to Newbie.
Oh, but if one piece of CC lands, they have no tank. They have the Gangplank and the Elise, so they're incredibly fragile if they're hit. Fortunately for them, they've got really nice, fancy footwork, as both Zet and Scout have now just been matrixing these full-on arrows and rockets flying past them.
It's absolutely became a game of dodgeball for the last couple minutes. Coco thinks about going bot, but...
the package dropped.
Yeah. Did it drop? I didn't see it at the very end. I think maybe it was just because Mouse was too far away, but he may have gone in on it. Maybe right, though. I can't see him, so...
I just saw him bursting with his rockets and suddenly he didn't have it anymore. Meanwhile, Mouse is bottom
Booking it back to his tower. He still has outer tower up in that bottom lane. no towers have gone down yet for Newbie.
Look at his CS. Like, Shin and Gangplank are almost at perfect CS because it's 22 minutes in the game.
Yep.
They've just been having a good old time down there.
Top laner's dream.
This is down.
Yeah, mid tower is going to fall. Chain of Corruption tries onto Mako. Did not connect. Something I discovered the other day is Chain of Corruption, not Chains of Corruption, which is weird because there are 2 chains. But it's not what the ability is called for some reason. Now you know something new.
In response, though, if Newbie don't stagger these backs, they're actually just going to trade towers. So overall, even though it initially looked like a win for Newbie, it's actually a win for EDG because they allocated. Oh, hold on.
Or
they managed to save it. That tower's on like 2 HP.
58.
It's 58 HP. I was gonna say it's actually just a straight win for EDG just because they allocated their resources by not having Jason Ezreal in the same lane, whereas Newbie had to commit all of their resources in the same lane, so they were splitting gold between their carries, and you can see that especially between Happy and Zed, 186 to 203.
For all intents and purposes, mid lane tower doesn't exist. And also gave EDG positioning over Dragon, so that's probably the bigger thing here, as it was a Mountain Dragon.
They're just getting real good with the dragons
I was gonna
here.
say, yeah, in this series, like they are being gifted essentially everything. It's just like, what you running poke composition? All right, I've got 2 Ocean Dragons on the mountain for you.
Dude, what is this RNG?
And the next one's mountain as well. What? Oh, and EDG still didn't win the last game.
This
so.
is scripted. I'm done.
Yeah. They're getting gifted everything. RNG just is on their side, and it's still not enough to win.
That said, EDG were gifted everything last game, and they still managed to
Exactly.
throw it. Now Firelord is
He's caught in the jungle. Like this, it writes itself.
couldn't write a better commercial. Will they turn on the Baron, though? It's still incredibly dangerous because you're looking across from a Gangplank, a Jace, and an Ezreal funneled into a small little corridor. So even though they pick the jungler, it's still not enough to say this is a complete safe play to make. They need to get one more, and it might be Zen.
He's not able to dodge these as he essentially has to walk in a straight line, so there is no real room to dodge. 5 to 5, but Newbie, the tempo is back in their favor. Mouse is in the bottom side of the map, essentially waiting in a bush to see if he needs to TP or if he needs to push down bottom lane. Right now it's a bit of both. Bullet time needs to clear out the minion wave more, and Coco take a beating.
And
so they will back away. Ooh.
EDG are just buying time for Mouse to continue to abuse V in the bottom lane with his Gangplank. He's now got his full completed penetration item, although Swift.
I mean, that was the worst sequence of draws I've ever seen, to be honest. Oh, flash out of the way from Coco. Summoner burnt. Hang on. Yeah, that was the tower. That was on no HP from Zet. Good job, Zet.
58 HP.
Essentially anything would have killed that tower. Scout's gone into the top lane. He's pushing that one out, and everyone's backed away. So for now, everyone gets to breathe a sigh of relief. There will be no kills happening in at least the next 45 seconds.
But now the question is, where do we go from here? Do EDG continue to try to shove waves into tower and make the most of their poke, or will Newbie, lure them towards this Baron buff? We talked at the beginning of the day how vision control was going to be huge for both these compositions. You've got strong poke elements there, which means you need to be able to see what you're throwing into and really abuse Fog of War. Means that they need to pass these blue buffs over quickly and group up and start moving over into that river and making sure that they're vying for that vision dominance.
Yep. What would Raz say if he were here? Well, don't run into the opposing team blindly. Don't go for that 5v5. Instead, as you mentioned, play towards that composition. Play towards the components that you have and all those dragons that you've accrued.
But the ace in the hole for EDG is not just the dragons, but it's also the fact of Gangplank. And this now becomes two different type of executions where Newbie feel like they just need to force a fight. Either they've got the package and they're flying in with the Shin, or do they just continue to sit here and kind of get whittled down and EDG just kind of waste their time or frustrate them?
Coco has his package. And there is a Gangplank who is potentially overextended if he decides to go down there.
I love how both the top laners are just sitting in Fog of War, just like communicating with the team. Is he gone yet? Are you going in?
Yeah.
Can I farm the creeps?
And the call from Newbie was, all right, go to the minions. However, the call has not yet come through for Mouse, who was still waiting in that bush. Coco did not try to gank him, and he still has the package.
Oh no!
What even is that damage?
but nice chance of corruption from Happy. Swift will come out there as well, gets the knockup and the auto attack. Package out from Coco, who'll get involved in the fight, but he's forced back. Zed finds him, he's knocked up by Swift, still has the flash, takes out the ADC. This is going really wrong for EDG after that initial pick.
And this is the difference between when a Shin teleports in and when a Gangplank teleports in. You see Mouse, he lands there, he starts running towards the fight, he's like, never mind, I'm Gangplank, and turns around and starts booking it the other direction. He pretty much only has his ultimate to throw, and that's about it. So EDG kind of getting, not baited into that, but trading equally is not advantageous for them, as it, take a look at the replay, it was pretty much a story of two supports, just traded one for one. And then the big difference in why this goes kind of what I'm going to say in Newbie's favor is the fact that the teleport was completed here. Shen shows up, Mouse shows up, he literally runs in and then he turns around and he books it right back out.
So all in all, a slight advantage to Newbie. Has that resulted in anything other than vision control? Not really.
But the teleport. So you've got TP now down on Mouse, you're going to have the Stand United up, as well as V has his TP. So can Newbie exploit this on the bottom? Yes, you're still trying to kind of push creep waves into Gangplank, and that's never really going to be super valuable, but it kind of gives Newbie more opportunities where they can try to look for those picks again with the Shin and not really lose anything in return. So they kind of have a safety net, if you will, to look for another team fight.
Executioner's calling dead item Kappa. We've got two of them picked up by EDG, both Zed and Mako have one to cut that healing down from Newbie. And Mouse still having a great time against V, in all honesty. Over time, he will eventually win out of that one with those delicious oranges. And then EDG. Oh, Mako caught out Stranglethorn. Swift, he's still caught up in that. He just needs a Phrase Seeker. Oh, Missile Barrage, that works too. Mako caught out by Lolly. Nice cocoon right into an animation cancel. That was cool.
But the teleport has been pulled, which means that Newbie, this is your time. You have to pull the trigger. You committed your Shin to it, but the jungler is still alive. This is now a 50-50 smite with pressure on bottom lane from Mouse for this inhibitor.
And there's also still lots of poke out from EDG. It seems regardless they'll lose something from this. The cannon barrage comes down. Happy zoned out of the fight. Scout wants to assassinate him. This Baron's dropping very low. It's gonna come down to a Smite War, and it goes over to Rek'Sai. Swift secures it with his dying breath. Zed gets called out. Coco coming in and sniped off to the side by Happy, who was still alive. But Mouse will take the inhib in return.
They use the empowered recall so they won't lose Nexus towers. Okay, I'm gonna congratulate Newbie. Yes, they needed to do that. Was that the absolute perfect call? No, because you never want to trade bottom inhib for your Baron. It's gonna absorb so much of that useful buff time and just trying to neutralize the bottom wave against super creeps. And they're gonna lose the Mountain Dragon. But I have to congratulate them on understanding kind of how dire the situation was. They knew that they got the teleport from Gangplank, so they knew that we can't continue to apply pressure and force him down to catch a wave and then make a TP advantage with a 4v5. We just need to go in, and they pulled the trigger and they executed it.
That's the key point. And, yes, they lost the Mountain Dragon, but they just picked up tower in top lane, they stopped the bleeding in bottom lane, and picked up an inner turret in mid lane. So they made the best of a worse situation or a bad situation.
And really highlight on Coco here, because he's the guy that puts EDG from kind of making this from like good to worse, because he pokes out Fire Lily and he delays him from having the courage to get into the pit there. So special highlight to our beautiful Corki player in Coco's debut LPL performance.
Yeah, has not even died in this game, 2-0-7.
It's almost like he's a real good player.
Shocking. And you imagine if he wins this game as well, he'd probably be collecting or be a strong contender for that MVP. Goldgraph for that. Those extremist last game perhaps. Coco getting caught out by Mouse. But Swift is there. We'll have to force the flash. Death's Daughter ultimate comes out, but Mouse now on the receiving end. Missile Barrage doesn't quite land, but V is there to save Coco.
Did force the flash out of Coco though, and he burns his flash. And I'm actually going to go that that's better that you traded the mid lane flash, especially on Corki, even though he is a very self-sufficient champion with his Valkyrie, just because in a perfect scenario, Mouse isn't going to be anywhere near a team fight, so he doesn't necessarily need his flash. It's not as high of a priority. However, because the Baron buff is up, Gangplank has to be there because he's probably the best champion at clearing the Baron creeps, so we'll see if Newbie might be able to punish Mouse's over-aggression, but otherwise I'm 100% okay with Gangplank trading flash for Corki.
Yeah. I think really Coco in the mid lane doesn't have that flash, but he's absolutely fine because he has the package, so it's probably better than that. And is almost taking the tower by himself before the response comes in from EDG, and then he rockets away. So that was really, honestly, really good for Newbie.
Someone will have to respond to the bottom wave, however. Swift does have Tiamat. Yep. Just on cooldown. Couldn't see it for a second. So I was going to say he could go down there because he would have his Rek'Sai ultimate, but instead they just send their Stand United.
Someone died and it was more. He was just rotating in the jungle.
Surprise!
That is not a good place to be, by the way. He was just like apparently just walking and taking what he was hoping to be the fast track, but you can't really do that in a situation like this.
To be fair, it's tough life for Misfortune and Zyra right now. They're both against massive amounts of poke, so they can't. There's no safe place for them to be. Even if they're behind, like well behind their team, they're still quite fragile.
I'm just saying that was not the best route to take. Like, regardless of that fact.
Do agree, but.
But yes.
Throwing him a bone. It's
We're
a
both
tough
right,
life.
Don't even worry about it. But yeah, throwing him a bone. There you go, more. At least one of those 4 deaths was on us. So, yeah, EDG just kind of reset. That death alone was enough for Newbie to back away. And this Baron buff has now expired, so it's a better situation. Inhib is still not up for Newbie, so someone has to stay in bottom lane and deal with that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because they're splitting their resources between trying to gamble what Gangplank broke open and trying to utilize their Baron buff, they're not able to crack more than one tower. I believe it was just mid tower that went down, although that inhibitor tower is not looking too great right now.
Problem is getting back to that tower with so much pressure from EDG. They're pushing out the mid lane. Actually getting back to that tower is a problem. And we do kind of get back to the point where both teams are playing more conservatively, which obviously makes sense given the context of the game. Next dragon will be Elder as well, which will be very big for EDG given the amount of dragons they have.
Issue is a lot of space is being eaten up in these inventories for control wards. Specifically, I'm actually looking at Mako. He has no ability to buy control wards or to place them. And for the Elder Dragon, that will be spawning soon, and for a poke composition, that's quite detrimental. So it's up to the rest of EDG to really pick up the slack for the fact that their support really can't for them.
I mean, what is Longsword doing here? But Mouse called out, Coco and V, easy as you like. The probably easiest pick of the century. Just picked up there onto Mouse.
Scumbag Swift makes eye contact with him as he slaps the blast cone like, huh, this is yours, this is mine.
Absolutely fine. We'll take that one to the bank. But yeah, talking about that longsword, you're not getting away with this, Mako. You don't have room for control wards, but you have one for this longsword. I see you. I feel like you should probably sell that.
It's at one of those points where he probably pings his control ward. He's like, mine's already on the map.
Yeah.
This longsword is okay.
Yeah. It's not like you need to replace those or anything.
No, never.
Newbie pushing up mid lane, and I said it was going to be hard to get to this tower, but right now when they get a pick onto Mouse, a very valuable member, they can just walk up, take it away. Now you have this exposed inhib, and Swift, his job is to zone them away, though he gets caught by Cocoon.
But Newbie are in trouble because they've got a big creep wave pushing down on their inhib. EDG should be chasing Newbie right now, just making them walk all the way back and trying to trade damage on these inhibs.
Well, yeah, there's a super minion with that being minion wave as well, which is the main problem, and that inhib is essentially a goner. Yeah, V's not going to get there in time, so goodbye inhib. Right about now.
Wow. There you go. So in the end, a push from Newbie results in them losing an inhibitor. Just, frankly, you have to say fumbled communication. There are so many members that were able to stop that, particularly V. And I don't usually criticize V on his Shin play. Normally he's very clean on it, but you have to teleport, you have to stand united, and that's pretty much your job to be bogarting against that. That said, it could have also been Swift. He has his ultimate available. He's got the team mat. He can clear out these creep waves. They're both super tanky, so they could tank them off the inhib. So that's a big loss, and frankly, just not communicating whose responsibility that was.
True. At the same time, maybe they just thought that the super minions had ended, and it was just a simple cannon wave, because then the minion wave was spawning, and maybe it would have survived, but the super minion had pretty much secured their doom already.
But you could, just click and look down there.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that, yeah. Yes, they could have done that, and they really wanted that in-hit from EDG, though. So it's on the bright side, they did crack open that base.
The 50 Shades of Grey type of deal where everyone's playing blindfolded.
Uh-huh.
It's like the Valentine's Day special.
Yeah, just see how many themes we can fit in this day for us. Let's do it.
Too far? Was that the line?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't watched it, but Mako knockup coming in here, and this could be 50 Shades of Death here for EDG. Zed getting followed down by V. Fantastic shadow dash will lock down a big carry.
Scout's being pushed over. Mako, they're all so low. They're all on one hit. V chasing after. Coco, they need anything. Happy will find the 4th kill. And with the middle in hit being exposed, this could be massive for Newbie.
EDG overstep and just get obliterated by Coco, who has showed up so big on this Corki. You know, we said they're pinching or they're leaving the mid lane open, so they knew that Coco was going to go for the Corki. They had confidence that Scout would be able to deal with it in the Jace, but Coco has just been night and day superior here.
This could be game right here.
This is 100% serious. EDG are about to lose for the first time in over a year.
Newbie are on to the Nexus towers. Only Mouse is surviving. He has to pull off a miracle play, and it's just not gonna happen. Miniwave flooding in here. 5 for 1. Coco's the only one down. Newbie head on to the Nexus and take down EDG. The first competitive series loss in over a year. Newbie slay EDG.
And they fall off their pedestal to Newbie, a team that many are regarding as kind of bottom of the pack. But Newbie fans rejoice. This is your final form, and boy, is it terrifying.
The power of love and friendship has prevailed here today for us, Skirin. With 5th wheel Via in the top lane, no longer 5th wheel. He can hold his head high as they take down EDG. Absolutely incredible. I can't believe we saw this today in a 2-0, no less. Raz rejoins us on the desk. Are you as flabbergasted as myself and Froskurin?
Oh, I was just in the other room and I was trying to not go out screaming. I was I was actually so hyped from that. There were so many points in the game, especially that Baron play where, if he didn't smite that, like if that was legitimately, if that was a play that Elise would have outsmited, if EDG would have gotten that, that's game.
Yep.
That goes into game 3. But overall, this team, and by the way, Coco is a god. Like, Coco is so damn aggressive. Fantastic. That was such a good series to watch, and this is a Newbie that we have to look forward to.
And you can see that smile on Coco's face. 100% agree.
Oh,
he
yeah.
should get the MVP. He played like a god this series.
And not just Coco, but the entire lineup. They deserve to smile at that win. That was such a momentous occasion, not only for the team, but in the context of the league.
Yeah, and here's a hypey point about this, is that every single dragon essentially went over to EDG's side. Triple Earth Dragon in the first game. This dragon here, I mean, 4 dragons to EDG didn't amount to much. Every team fight, they just fell to a Newbie. It just worked out in the sense that Newbie played their team fight so masterfully, and look at the gold difference, or the swing. We've seen so many gold swings this series, and it just comes down to how Newbie plays while behind, or how they play while ahead.
That's the key thing you note there, Raz, is there are no excuses for EDG. It's not like they got RNG'd by the really bad dragon spawns or by how like the game went. They got handed everything and they still couldn't win off of it.
And that's also then huge for Newbie on the other side of it, because you can say like, okay, we saw them come back in with Coco. They played a very similar style where it was late game scaling. They gave away everything early game, but it's like you can't do that every single time. Eventually someone's going to punish you. Newbie have now shown 2 games, cleaned up a series against the best team that, yes, this is fine. We can give away the early game, and we're good enough to compensate for it and beat you late.
Yeah, that was a great series to watch overall, especially the last, second game. I was about to say the second game as if this went on to 3-game series. This is how incredible it was that you just expect EDG to come out of it. So overall, looking at this set, I just think that I want to see who Newbie goes up against next, because as you mentioned throughout the cast, this was the first time in a very long time that EDG has lost a series in the LPL. Regionally. The whole big question is, can they get into international event and actually perform? Will they be able to go to an international event? Obviously week 2, but Newbie just was able to take them off their throne.
Wow. Rise is like cutting him at the leg. He's like, EDG, they're not even gonna go.
They deserve it, to be honest, after that coming out. It's a big storyline, not having dropped a series domestically, also against Newbie, and that's so much, it means so much for both teams. And also, you can imagine what the fans are like in China right now and how EDG must be feeling, but also the massive boon that Newbie have off the back of this win.
Coco made a lot of fans tonight, probably in China.
Check his Weibo.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, but you really have to.
Yeah.
The fact that he was so here's the big point. Mid-game Newbie, would they be able to actually perform and play as a team? Yes, they did. And when Coco was so aggressive, especially on that Corki, there were so many times he just went flying right in there with his package. A lot of the time you're like, all right, the poke battle. Is there a poke battle happening here? Varus firing off arrows, the Ezreal throwing off Qs. And guess who else is flying? It's the Corki. He's flying right into the enemy team. That's good stuff right there.
But that's what you wanted, Raz. You said at the beginning that you wanted Newbie not to win the series, but to show movement. And that's exactly what Coco did.
Yeah.
Where Cool would get the leads, but unfortunately he just wouldn't really move around with the team and use the strength that he had collected. Coco completely the opposite. He's playing the Rise, he's playing the Corki, he's flying in and he's grabbing MVPs.
And there it is. There's the MVP, Coco. We all said it, and I think everyone knew it had to be this man in the mid lane. Yes, his team was there supporting him, but he also carried that baton and just brought them to a solid victory. He did so much for the team, really had the initiative, and just played 2 stellar games in this series against EDG.
And his decisiveness, and this is a big point, his decisiveness really just carried it through the rest of the team. You saw a lot more of a decisive follow-up from V as well. V picking up the MVP of the first game. The decisiveness follows through because his Shen ultis were coming in at the proper time. Obviously, if you're Shen, if your team's not making any movement, you're like, well, I guess I'm split pushing for the rest of the game. This time around, he's making the follow-up because there is a person who's actually going for the initial play.
And to also understand that he couldn't just relegate himself to split pushing because he's against a gangplank. He's like, I can clean up these waves, but this wave isn't moving forward. Cannot pass go against this champion.
Yeah.
And for Newbie to recognize that wasn't an option for them with the Shin, that they needed to put themselves in a superior position to make those plays, to call Shin down.
Yeah.
That's pretty difficult, especially against a team like EDG who are normally very good at absorbing that pressure and that movement.
Yeah, and there was a lot of questionable moments. I mean, the one big one was them losing that bot lane inhib for free.
Yep.
So you can still see there's something that they can actually look forward to in the next couple scrim sets. It's just like, all right, communication. Who's taking which wave and when? But overall, I think this is it opens up Group B in a lot of ways because from Group A, you were like, oh, there's a competition here, competition there. But Group B seems a lot more of a closed door, especially with game talents. Not this time around. I mean, obviously, we don't want to get pushing that agenda too much and saying, everything has changed now. It's all over. Newbie is your new overlord here. We have to see if that continues forward with the rest of the team here.
But as long as we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, it's worth talking about EDG now and how they move forwards, because Clearlove, we spoke about him, he wasn't in this series. He's scrimming with the team though, and we'll come back into them at a later point. It's worth mentioning that his name will now crop up. That will change the team dynamics and probably give a much needed change through that team.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We do have to pump the brake and say, it's only week 2. Unfortunately, everyone is looking at this through the lens and the perspective of the global scene playing for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And 4 weeks in, you're almost halfway through your split at that point. You're starting to look at playoff contention. The groups are formulating a little bit more, but the LPL is just so far behind in terms of kind of solidifying what the identities and what the styles are of these teams. You do have people like Clearlove sitting in the wings, so unfortunately, you bring up a good point that it's slow down a little bit. Yes, Newbie look great. Yes, they look better, and EDG are struggling, but this is still so early to call. We're still in our infant stage.
Yeah, and I mean, if EDG is going to look back on this set, what they can take away from it, other than the obvious lessons, is just kind of clear calling and what objective they're looking for next. That's the best thing they can get out of it. And maybe if Clearlove is going to be that focus for them, then fine, you can put in Clearlove. Don't ask me. But all I'm saying is that that's obviously going to be a great push for them. Or, maybe that just puts Fire Lolly in a position where it says, hey, we're trying you out for this position, obviously, for you to threaten Clearlove's role. We've put you in for 2 weeks, and so this is his chance to grow. I mean, if there's a time to grow now, obviously you couldn't get that growth because your lanes are just winning every time. This is a great way to do that.
For sure. But either way, that will draw an end to a very exciting series as we go to a quick break. When we get back, we'll be here for our second series of the day here in week 2.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back to week 2. Day 4 of the LPL. History has absolutely been made today as EDG were handed their first loss as Newbie took them out in the 2-0. But we are now back onto the desk for our next game of the day, which of course will be Vici versus GT. I'm Pulse, and I'm still joined by Raz, who is now musical chaired over to the center, and we bring in Rusty. Rusty, how are you doing? Also, comments on that first series of the day?
Yeah, I'm good, and that was good. It's the easiest way to explain that. A big surprise to see EDG go down, but we already said it, 5 lollies in the team. There's room for improvement there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Will be a lot of improvements needed to be made over the next couple of weeks, maybe even bringing in Clearlove. But taking a look at this matchup, this is definitely an interesting one, as GT also handed EDG a loss, but didn't win that series in the end. So they will be looking to try and take on this team here, while Vici are also still wounded from their last loss as well.
Yeah, we have a lot to prove for Game Talents in particular. We said after the first week they look like nothing, honestly, in comparison to the rest of the LPL teams. But taking a game off EDG, we even highlighted that taking a game was a big win for Game Talents, and so they get it. They were a little bit disappointed with what happened afterwards, but so many positives to actually follow that one through into this game against Vici.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if there's a room to grow, it's based off of Gimgoon and, of course, in Republic. Play around those players, because they're going to win you that game. That's what it feels like. If there's one weakness to really look towards when it comes to Game Talents, it is in that bottom lane. I mean, Zet and Mako are... we saw them last set. They are damn good in their lane. And so if you want to get past that, of course, Zubin and Savoki, they need to play a little better.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So I think like a lot of focus will be towards that early game, at least from Game Talents, because of how we saw Gimgoon, of course, perform. When he was handed those kills and when Republic is there to support him, they can really play that game, and he can play it well as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one other thing as well in their victory was Wushuang was moving around the map and he was ganking the bottom lane. And so they may be a weak point, but you can always cover up a weakness by giving it attention and making it seem less weak. And interestingly enough, the strategy was actually to help the behind or the weak lane, not help the strong lanes. And so they do need to choose, particularly against Vici, who has star talent throughout the roster, if they want to get those stars behind or if they want to help their own weakness.
That's a good point, because I feel like GT are going to be comfortable in actually playing towards their late game team fights. Their team fighting is really strong. So if they want to, at least get their bottom lane to a point where they're serviceable as the game goes on, that could be something they continue to do.
It's also a question of what type of game are Vici going to play? Are they going to go towards, again, the macro type of play? Is that something that GT have to respond towards, or do they have to try and play the same game or their own game using Gimgoon in the top lane?
Yeah, I think Vici continues and tries to go for a heavy macro style of game, just run Game Talents around. Yeah, the problem or danger with that is you could hit late game and you might end up having the team fight against GT, but and granted that is their strength, you should be far enough ahead through their inability to play macro to get to that stage, I think that's where Vici should attack them.
Exactly. And I think the last time we saw Vici play, it was up against Chaoku, and they got out team fought consistently. And that was a weakness for them, is that they couldn't get their full 5 members onto the map, or at least towards the fight faster.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the weaknesses, or at least something that we should talk about, a strength for Vici here, is Ivern. I really like Bengi's Ivern, and I think the team plays really well around it because we talk about EasyHoon being a control mage. He looked fantastic on the Cassiopeia, and the bottom lane we talked about Xiangshanpi looking to play hyper carries, or at least playing a carry that works for him. And Caitlyn, with that composition, worked just as well.
Yeah, I think it's worth highlighting some weaknesses from Vici, though, in terms of their play. When they don't have that Ivern, they definitely have some commitment issues, I guess, here on Valentine's Day as well, when it comes to actually getting into those fights and making a clear-cut decision on objectives.
Yeah, the one time they didn't was the Shen Olaf. So yeah, when they have Ivern, very easy to make decisions on objectives. Yeah, like especially on blue side. So blue side Ivern has that extra advantage of being able to have Baron control, so it gives you the mid-game or late-game windows to hide Baron buff. And so the red team has to actually walk in and force fights to at least be able to even see the Baron in the first place. So there are these added things that Ivern provides on that side of the rift. And so perhaps on blue side, it's something that they take away from Vici, but they also want to reveal other strategies. Like they have to. They can't rely on a Shen Olaf and an Ivern and Caitlyn.
Exactly. Or at least they have became a very, I guess, 2 composition team. So far, I mean, in that very same set that Vici ended up, I believe, they lost that set. The moment Ivern was banned away on blue side, they were like, okay, well, we can't do that.
I mean, I think I'd define it as 2-dimensional, not 2-comped as well. Like, they come in prepared, they reveal a composition, and then obviously in the second game, it'll get taken from them. So they need to have adaptations just to be good as a team playing meta, I think is what Vici should attack.
Yeah, but where else did he go? Because one of the problems was EasyHoon looking at his own composition and his own champion pool, and he very much had the EasyHoon champion pool, I guess we can call it, where he didn't really expand into a lot of the meta picks. And also, you look at like Azir coming back. There's still champions that he could pick up that we haven't necessarily seen from him yet.
Yeah, I do think that, like, EasyHoon, I don't want to challenge his champion pool outright and say that he doesn't have enough champions, because he does, but adapting to the meta is something that is a question mark. However, we saw in the first week, the Corki games, he is trying to bring himself up to scratch. I just don't think they're S+ for him yet, and he will get there eventually, but not right now.
Yeah, and they continue to play well, or at least look to play well as a team, and I think continuously we look towards that bottom lane to see if they are playing up to basically the expectations that they have. P and Hetong, I mean, right now that's the biggest question, because they are not expected to be the star players, but that's how they pick their comps around them. So I just want to see them play a little better going forward.
Speaking of Hetong, the communication between Hetong and Bengi was definitely noticeable, and this is something that will probably continue throughout most of this first split until Bengi can communicate effectively. If he's going through EasyHoon, because they're both the Korean speakers, there was actually recently a post where EasyHoon came out saying that Bengi's fired as translator because he's just not doing a good enough job. So the team communication may not be perfect, and we saw that when instead of saving Bengi, Hetong went in and said, let's go. He definitely wanted out.
Bit of a mistranslation there. I can say that could definitely cause some problems in the lineup. One missed call could potentially decide the series, but Vici, still a very strong team in their own right, and this is very much the learning week and learning day that we've kind of had as a narrative this week, not only alongside the QG Reapers. So we will get to know a little more about this group and how these teams stack up, but again, strong in their own right. They are up against GT, so I think it's fair to say they are still the favorites coming into this one.
Yeah, Vici's coming in as the favorites. That's a big point. And I mean, Game Talents here, they are in the worst group. I mean, every single time we talk about it, that's just going to be the case.
By worst, you mean hardest?
Yeah.
Yeah, worst for them.
That's definitely not the right word to use here.
That's a miscommunication there, Raz. You would not be good on the Vici lineup.
Get me out of that lineup. So they're in the hardest group for them, and it's going to be an uphill battle.
We're on to the rosters once more. So Long in the top lane with Bengi, EasyHoon, P, and Hetong in the bottom lane. Hopefully they can remedy some of those miscommunications there from Bengi in the jungle as we move on to their opponents. GT, Gimgu in the top lane had a killer Kled game in this last series. Wushang, Republic, and Schwabin with Savoki in the bottom lane.
I think GT's team, we already spoke towards their consistency as a roster. Definitely going to be underdogs coming into this series, and the reason that they are able to take games from the best teams is that prolonged time that they have stayed together.
Yeah. A very important thing to notice in the LPL is we have, as Froskuran says, a lot of revolving door rosters where you don't actually get those solid lineups consistently in the split.
Exactly, and you could see it with game talent, specifically between Gimgoon and, of course, their mid laner here in Republic. They play incredibly well together, and if you see their team fights every time, even though it's just the typical Rise and Maokai comp, you just win a fight 2v5. But they recognize how to play around specifically Rise ulti. They do it creatively every time, so it's fun to see that around. Maybe I would love to see that Rise focus this time around if they can get their hand on it. That'd be great to see, because I think that they play around team fights very well if they can get to that point.
I actually like that point a lot. So looking at contested picks, where is it going to be? Is it actually going to be on the mid lane champion pool, looking towards EasyHoon, looking towards like a potential Rise pickup, or is it going to be elsewhere?
I mean, in all seriousness, I don't think it's to take things away from EasyHoon, but Republic is actually the biggest deal when I look at game talents. Yes, Gimgoon's having good performances, but top lane's not something that you heavily target with anything. He can play a plethora of champions, so he'll be perfectly fine. Republic wants the best matchup. They want to get him free so he can roam with Wushong and actually impact the rest of the map. That's where GT will shine the best in their early game. So the draft should focus mid lane.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting for the most part, mostly because for Vici, they should be fine, or at least they're going to be fine with Rise going away. I think they're going to look to pick Cassio into it. I think they have picks that they want to be, and they don't generally pick Rise or have that focus. But then you see on the top side, I think Maokai is going to be pretty contested between Luong and Gimgoon.
There's a massive Kha'Zix reliance as well, I think I will say, before you guys
kick you off.
Kick me off.
Yeah, before, you know what?
But as soon as the screen parts, you know where you have to go Rusty.
I can hang around for now, though.
You can,
No.
They
yeah.
haven't cut.
No.
That's true. We don't see a champion
I don't want to see your face here anymore. I just don't want to see you.
Oh.
Okay, you know what?
He's living.
Not too bad, Raz. You're dealing with me.
Oh, no. I didn't say anything. Don't even worry about it. I have said nothing at all.
He's officially still on the desk. We get some dramatic shots of the players. You're thinking,
But yeah.
why is Rusty still on this desk?
I just wonder. I'm wondering about the Ivern specifically, because that's a pick that we haven't seen so much in the LPL. We've seen it from perhaps just two junglers.
LGD.
Here. Yeah, LGD is a big one. Amy and I guess just Benki and Amy. There has to be another one. All I'm saying is that we need to see more junglers picking Ivern. It is a major threat, and we've seen it in EU, NA quite a bit. Has a high win rate.
It's a very regional thing. So like not every region is picking up the Ivern, and there are certain teams that will. But when you have seen it in the LPL, it has been successful, and that's the key narrative you can bring about with this champion. Is he looks like he's probably the best champion for junglers to pick up here, because it's so good at objective control and actually jungle pathing, monitoring where the enemy jungler is, that it helps the early game from the LPL team.
It's not just a regional thing, no. It's also like a team-specific thing, because you can have a very hyper-aggressive lineup. You can be like an RNG or an OMG and be like, let's pick Ivern, and then you just run into the enemy team. It's like, oh, we're dead. So,
hey, to be fair to that, some of those teams would very much benefit for an Ivern to just calm down, slow it down, put on the brakes. Yeah.
Yeah. But you need to have that mentality to slow down and not just run at the opponent before that happens, you know? Because Daisy can be a massive benefactor in those team fights, only if you have had that prior objective control before that.
I think of it like if you were to tie someone's feet together, even if they want to run, they cannot. So if the coach puts them on Ivern, there is no way that he can be aggressive. Like, surely not, right? Maybe it forces them to change their style, and it helps the team out.
Until they turn animalistic and start using their hands to get in there.
They still can't run as fast, right? It's like,
they can crawl, they can do some type, I don't know.
Planet of the Apes, then.
Yeah, that's true. And even they would rather have 4 limbs.
Hey, that's where it starts. I'm just saying. That's where it all begins.
This is an interesting narrative, gentlemen, that we are spinning as we are waiting to get into Champion Select. Currently not sure what's going on as we are going from player to player. Surely just a Champion Select issue.
Tom Kench, actually, something that I did want to bring about. A pretty high priority, honestly, between both of the supports. Hatong has played it and can take it away from Savoki, who plays primarily 2 champions. There is most played for more than this split, for all of last split and the split before. It is Tom Kench and Trundle, and only one of those is currently seen. However, he does still play both.
Yeah, he'll play Trundle if he gets the opportunity. So I think that a lot of the times we'll just see, and it doesn't happen a lot. A lot of the times we just see support picks being the blind picks, because you want to go towards the Zyra and you want to go towards that Malzahar. But he'll hold his picks, so that's something to look towards if that's gonna remain consistent.
Is Trundle something we want to continue seeing, or something we want to see die out?
I think that's
in the
fine. We've
LPL.
seen a lot of Jin. So
Yeah.
with that being said, get off my desk.
There you go, Raz. I'm going to give you the honor of saying that one as we jump into Champion Select for our second game of the day. It will be Vici and GT. And there's the iPhone ban. So we have a answer to one of those questions that was posed to us by yourself.
Oh,
Raz.
but that was done on purple side. So like GT doesn't even care. They're actually like, they're so dead against Ivern. They're like, you know, we're going to actually just leave all the power picks open. Camille is still open. LeBlanc, I mean, is banned, but Rengar is still open. So Rengar and Camille, here we go.
Here we go, Rengar and Camille. So where's the priority? It's going to be on Camille, because why not? Camille has an exceptionally high win rate, and if you don't see her in a game, you will see her banned. She is so incredibly strong in the top lane, jungle, mid lane, support.
Every single role. I think Game Town's are going to be fine with that because they've actually gone up against it, or at least they're comfortable for the most part. Gimgoon can play Singed. You have to believe that he's willing to play the Singed once again. He's just, you know, a Singed maniac.
Yeah, willing to play the pick, but will actually work out in practice, because we have seen so many Singed go up against Camille, and it's just like, oh, they got snowballed or not. Oh, we got to mid game and she's just joined the team and everyone's dead. Like, it so often goes quite wrong. So I think in terms of picks that actually work into it, especially with Shen off the table, there's not many that reliable ones.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Game Town's Kha'Zix, so we can actually see a situation where Vici just say, hey, you know what? Camille, Rengar, available? Let's go. Let's have it. So, I mean, that's essentially what they're going to have to look to do. The Ivern ban was, they went forward, but actually, no. That's not going to be the option here. That's fair.
Huh.
All right.
Well, locked in as well. So no Rengar in this game, neither banned nor picked. So no Hunt in this game either. That makes me sad. But Caitlyn was the priority ADC from Gimgoon. Zavaris is off the table. Jin is still available, and that is what Zhuan P will pick up for himself as we get the last pick on the first rotation for GT.
GT here, they have priority on the next phase, so they can actually look to pick up anything they want. They're going to lock in the Malzahar, but they have the option to just say, we have first pick, it's probably going to be towards the support, so they can actually just leave up the Malzahar, leave up the Zyra, and look to ban it away. I mean, they're going to pick it up here, so that's going to be a little bit of pressure right now on Vici, now that they have their pick, that they're just going to say, you know what, Zyra is not going to be the case, and MF is not going to be coming with it. So Zyra and MF is what I'm looking for GT, and GT are going to look to hold their top lane pick for the last one. And I think it could be Singed, but it could very well just be maybe like Maokai or Poppy.
Let's go, Darius. Go on, Gimgoon, have another killer performance. Carry up for your team. Singed banned away there, actually, from Vici, so they didn't even want to deal with that potential. So Gimgoon can maybe, yeah, as you mentioned, maybe go for like a tank route or go something else.
This is where the worry lies, because GT decided they wanted to hold the best support pick. So they were able to get the Malzahar, and they're going to continue. I would say if I mean, to be fair, we saw some Lulu. So even if the MF gets banned, they can technically just go towards Lulu Jin, which is an awkward thing. But they have, you know, they have Camille on the top side. Maybe that's just, you know, you're going to enhance that Camille there. But they're going to go towards the Misfortune. And here's the real question towards Gimgoon, whether he ends up picking up, I mean, what is he going to pick up? The Singed is gone. I would expect perhaps the Maokai to be gone. I mean, Long is going to be happy dealing with the Maokai, I believe, so.
Yeah, in terms of not horrible matchups, Poppy could be okay, just because you can block up the hook shot. But
yeah, Maokai, he's not, you're not even going to get it for the comp.
Oh man, Gimgoon has so few options right now.
Yeah, he's not going to get it for the comp.
Maokai.
He's probably going to go Poppy, because Poppy has a style in which you can play against. You can at least use your W for whenever Long can like look to use his E towards him. Yeah. But that's just not optimal. So it's going to be all on Gimgoon to show us something proper. Because they didn't even get they didn't get the Rengar out of it. They actually just only perhaps got the Kha'Zix. So,
I mean, theoretically, Alawi's not a bad pick, but
yeah, the Alawi main says something.
Whether we'll see it or not, I'm not entirely sure. Seems to only really reside in a few regions, mostly in the West right now. Orianna was the pick there by Republic. So we have that mid lane pick there. None yet for EasyHoon. It was a little bit of criticism on this champion pool, but it's still big enough that he's not really going to have any problems. Tam Kench, as Rusty was mentioning, will be picked there by Hetong.
Gonna expect a Corki here. Something that honestly does just well versus the Orianna, because you know you're going up against a blind pick Orianna, and you know you're gonna have the ability to shove him in. So Corki would be the perfect pick here. So just looking at game time. Oh,
it's not been locked yet, Raz. So
I'm looking at it.
Do not lose your marbles.
Giving it the sly eye. If you know, it's Valentine's Day, so if you do this, that'd be. There we go. Okay, that works just as well.
Okay. Oh.
Oh. The Kled main comes back at it again. So I mean, obviously it's not locked, but just looking at the matchup, if it were to get locked in, is Kled is fairly safe. He can actually just use his Q for the wave. I was about to say he's a manaless champion, and Camille is a mana champion, but even then, the fact that Camille barely even chunks her own mana with Q or E, so that's not even going to be a point. He's going to go to the Poppy we mentioned. So Poppy, as I mentioned a little earlier on, he uses his W so he can actually counter any of Long's engages. But it doesn't matter because Long has W. It's safe, and it chips at him with an HP shred, so still a good matchup.
Yeah, it's W, and as soon as like Fade just picked up, or even before that, it's so easy just to walk up to a melee champion and hit them with the Drew damage.
And here's the thing, we've seen this matchup play poorly before, where I think it was Hanser on TSM. He played this exact matchup, and what he would do as Camille is he would hook shot to nowhere. He would just hook shot nowhere, and he would have his E max. So what would happen is Gimgoon, or at least the Poppy, would have to play a guessing game is if he's coming at him. And so he would W reactively and say, oh no, my W has a very long cooldown if you're Poppy, and suddenly hookshot can come in right again. So you open up your own windows, and the mana doesn't really get chunked here. So Luong has a lot of pressure in this lane, and it just comes through how low the cooldown of hookshot is.
That's very cool, actually, in terms of an interaction. Cooldown on Poppy is like 20-something seconds, and hookshot can go down to like less than 10. So big window he can open up for himself. Big zoom in there. Onto, I think, Easy Hoon.
Yeah, it's Easy Hoon.
Yeah.
There's only one glasses like these.
Yeah, that's true. He's doing the Uzi meditation. Oh, he's woken up. What did he find inside his mind palace? Who knows? We'll find out as we get into the game.
His quirky powers are coming back.
I guess so, yeah. He was just focusing, powering up, of course, getting into game. It was only game one, actually, here, as we had that 2-0 to start the day against EDG. Newbie coming home with that one. And now Game Talents, they themselves got that one win against EDG a couple days ago, and we'll be looking to maybe get that 2-0. And it will be a good test for them as well, because they get to go against two very exceptionally strong teams, and also two strong teams in different styles. Vici will look to kind of out-macro them through this one. And they did also get Camille, so Long could also just pop off. That's also a possibility in this game.
Their minds are going to be tested here. Just looking at this composition, it's, I mean, I guess I said Corky. I forgot he even just went back to the Jace. It's the same deal where Jace is going to be just as open. Oriana is going to have to be at her tower for the most part. And so the real fear is that Elise, Long on the Camille, and the Jace here is going to dive the Poppy. Or there's a lot of possibilities here just because mid lane should be free off that counter pick. So Poppy, Gimgoon, should have a bit of a tough time.
That's definitely the focus for the early laning phase. Will be towards that top lane. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Ruben and Savoki on this pretty strong matchup here should be able to get some priority as Zhuang P was put on that Jin and Hatong to defend him on Tam Kench. And then in the jungle, Wushang versus Bengi on Elise. Pretty meta matchup, honestly, seeing Elise versus Kha'Zix here.
Yeah, it's a big question's gonna be who gets back onto the map first for the first three camps. If Elise can actually, probably he's gonna be starting top. Yeah, that's just the expectation here. Stop goes towards the Scuttle Crab and hold the bottom lane, or at least get, for instance, if Subin and Savoki are shoving in as they should, then the worry is that they can't actually look to chip down and onto the tower or aggress onto the actual turret. So level 1's gonna mean a lot. Level 3 for the junglers are gonna mean a lot. Pretty fiery game.
Anyway,
you don't like the use of the word? What's happening here?
I was just like, how long is it going to take until it becomes super fiery? That is the question. We'll have to find out. It will be down to probably Long and Easy Green, but if the champions can go big. And the bottom lane, Strong P was a little closer. He could hit Ruben with that fourth shot, which would give them a nice advantage in lane, but there's a lot of just back and forth right now. And dealing with Malzahar as anyone is just not a lot of fun. And a lot of the good counter options were taken off the table for them. So, Keystone Masteries, anything out of the ordinary? I think we are pretty much good.
It's alright, it's all fine here.
Nothing suspicious.
Yep. I think the biggest point is that Tom Kench, of course, has to take that mastery there, Bond of Stone, because there's not much else he can take. I mean, he's taking a lot of damage himself, so it's not really even being, you know, much benefit in that one. But yeah, he doesn't provide CC, so he can't really use the Courage of the Colossus unless if he actually gets that W. So, sad day for him in that lane.
Wushang and Bengi will meet each other. Was good at identical times. And it's just a battle over this crab, but I think Wushang will probably get priority over it. Bengi is lining up a cocoon, which does land onto Wushang.
Yeah, but he can't go onto him, and that's the biggest point about this level 3 is the fact that, yeah, Savoki is going to be there, but Wushang was safe enough to put in a ward there. So, overall, he gets control of that, and that's going to be a big plus for him. That means the bottom lane should be quite safe, and they can look to aggress forward.
Yeah, big advantages opening up in top and mid lane specifically. Republic has this big minion wave to resolve. Of course, Gimgoon taking on Long, minion wave pushing in towards him, but he's actually done a fairly decent job at farming. We can't tell what Long is maxing just yet, as he is only level 3.
Yeah, the big question is he should look to max his... It's
W
either
or E.
W or E, exactly,
Yeah.
right? E, so he can actually play that bit of a mind game. And of course, it's just usually it's fairly good. W, of course, is that he can just chunk out the lane, and Poppy can't do anything about it. So this time around, I do want to see the E because that's, you know, it's always fun to see that mind game go through. But W makes sense if he just wants to have that pressure and look to go mid, because that's the scary part with Camille is that once you get level 6, we see it a lot. You just you know, it's somewhat, if you can't continue to pressure your lane, you just go mid. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the ultimatum, very cool ability. Very, very good. It's also 7.1, so even if Camille dies, the ultimatum stays up. So kind of frustrating. That was changed on 7.4?
Yeah.
3? Yeah, one of those patches.
There's no
Basically,
7.4.
yeah,
So it's 7.4.
long way away. Bengi. Oh, nice.
Oh, you
Really
go.
nice by Gimgoon. Not only blocks the hook shot, but also prevents the gank from Bengi. Wushang with the counter gank for Bengi and Long already back away in preparation for it because Gimgoon stayed up, so they had to know that the jungler was nearby. Still, well played in the early game, not getting snowballed on, which is the important thing. Easy Hoon maintaining the pressure on mid lane. And that's actually a very good point to raise, as Easy Hoon, we had some questions about his champion pool. Where is he going to move from week 1, and even from what we've seen from him earlier in the week. And now he's gone to Jace, he's gone to more of what we're seeing out of other mid laners.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how he pulls it off. He has a lot of freedom just because he was able to counterpick into this matchup. So we've seen the Jace come through, and we've seen how mobile you can get looking bot lane. I think it was Scout, but this time, oh, he's in there.
That was a really nice voiding by Savoki, and that might result in a kill. It's going to be saved out there by her tongue, but Bengi almost fell. And Tamkench not being the pick, so well played to Savoki, initially blocking out the tongue lash.
And this is kind of unfortunate for him because he tried to go for the top lane gank, and it was mostly a botched gank because he didn't start it first. He wasn't able to get that cocoon, so Luong could actually enter in. So the fact that Luong went in first got completely avoided by Gimgoon. Gimgoon was able to just kind of press W and walk away. And he goes to the bottom lane, and that flash just doesn't work out for him. So now, meanwhile, on the top side, it just seems like, you know, Wushang is going to be able to farm up safely, and it's not looking good for Bengi.
Oh, John P just got minion blocked super hard. He's trying to land that 4th shot to Zubin. And it's just trading back and forth now. So props to Savoki, keeping that bot lane afloat, because there were some question marks around that bottom lane. But as long as they can stay even if not ahead, and they can allow the rest of the map to put in work. Top lane, Lonka's actually gone for first item tier map, which I like quite a lot, because now he can push into that tower. He knows he's not going to be able to kill the Poppy, but he can push up and get that minion wave advantage and also keep the pressure.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think Gimgoon right here, I'm pretty happy with how he played the lane, even though, of course, he's about like 5 CS behind. He's going to be able to take that wave at his tower. But overall, he was bullying even just a little bit before he went back, because he was actually being able to play that as safely as he possibly could. Not even 5, he's actually just 2 minions ahead. So just to take a look at Camille, Camille is actually looking for that mid lane gank, but they're pinging it out, so they recognize that this is a possibility, and they're backing away from it. So really smart from GT.
Wushang just clearing out his jungle now. They know they have the position over him, but likewise so do GT is. There was a ward placed down, so they know where Bengi is. He'll step up and place down a control ward, but Gimgoon is Down from the top lane. Bot lane approaching after. Lots of damage onto Hetong. Well, that was a last-second grey health. He was down to less than 20 HP. Heal from Zhuang P will keep him alive, but it's for sure the summoner burn.
I'm really surprised that Zubin didn't flash in for that one, because that seemed like an assured death. He has both flash and heal up. Any other AD carry would say, you know what, this is just an hour. This is definitely a win for us. But you know what, they're back away. They still have a lead in the bottom lane now, and of course, blue buff stolen. That's nice.
Yeah, GT. Just a lot of nice things in the early game, and you can kind of understand it from the side of GT. It feels like there was a call made that like just survive in the bottom lane, you know, just we pick these champions for a reason, and actually let's get to the mid game on an even playing field rather than just hemorrhaging. God, that's not how you pronounce the word, but bleeding out in the early game.
Oh, I mean, I've had a lot of words that I've struggled with this entire week, so you know, and I can't even criticize you with
I'll
that
take
one.
it. I'll take it.
But overall, you mentioned it. This Vici early game should be incredibly strong. From, of course, Jace. Jace has full control of this. Wait, he can't even see that ward. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. But yeah, he has full control of this wave, full control of this matchup. Topside, same heal, or at least that's how it should be. But overall, Bengi's been stopped. Top lane Luong is not getting any sort of advantage, and it just feels like Izuhun has been stalled. So I like what's been happening. GT have a great teamfight composition here. If they can get to that point, then God bless. But right now, they're doing a good job at just stalling out this 8 minutes into the game.
This is the happiest I've ever been watching an LPL game at 9 minutes and 0 kills. Because this is exactly what I want to see from GT. Probably Vici, in all honesty, in terms of their playstyle and how I want to see them approach this game in a more calm, calculated manner and not have a repeat of the game that they had against Fuji earlier in the week. Long in this 1v1 against Gimgoon. We've got Wushang heading up, and this could be very good for Vici. Hextech ultimation will knock back Wushang, but he's already within the circle. He's got the damage. Oh, he jumps back in and finds the 1v2 alpha lane. Jumps on the Wushang. The 1v2.
My God, Luong. I mean, I know you on a broken champion, but he was able to take that 1v2.
What even was that?
His passive pop. Look at this. I thought this was a done deal for Game Talent. This was perfect. Gimgoon was even holding his W thinking, there is no way you get out of this. Luong saying, what, you think I'm getting out of this? He takes the kill, and look at this. His passive pop, he suddenly has more HP than this man. So he was able to take it out, comes out ahead. 2 kills out of nowhere.
It's like, Gimgoon, I see you have that front page Reddit clip. I can do that too. 1v2 on the jungler and top laner. 2-0 Camille, and that is nightmares for GT. This could not have gone worse. Goes back to base, picks up a full Sheen, almost towards his page as well.
Just think of this. The coach is sitting in the back of the room thinking, 8 minutes into the game, this is perfect. This is exactly what I want to see from my team. Suddenly, double kill for the Camille. They made an entire plan to deal with this, and suddenly, you know what? Throw that page in the actual garbage trash. Because this game has opened up, like, this is pretty bad for them.
Yeah, that's a coma face palm gif right there.
Yes.
that's what the coach would be doing right now.
You know, when they have those, you know, B-roll footage about the coaches in the background, I want to see that right now. At that exact moment, I want to see that coming out of Game Talent.
Freeze frame it, get the slowdown as well.
Just slowly increase it on the screen until that's the only thing you see.
Honestly, that would be exactly what I want to see right now, but Zubin caught in the bottom lane, dancing grenade, auto attack Hetong, grabbing his ADC and carrying him to safety. 11 minutes in, and there is still an advantage in the bottom lane. Curtain call opens up. Wushang trading off the jungler in the side. And Bengi, lots of damage onto Wushang. Hetong even comes there with the tongue lash.
No.
And Wushang caught out. He does have his flash still, turns around onto Hetong. And Zubin, maybe had to pick up the kill. Bengi just forward. Venomous Bite will pick up the kill. Hetong one more to attack, and that's a 2-4-0. No one even died there from GT.
Ooh, but here comes Jace. Izuhun. Can he get it? Nah.
Actually, Sabuki died. I lie. 1v2. 1 for 2.
Yeah.
Izuhun now on the retreat. Flash.
Oh!
And the shockwave. I'm not sure if there's any more CC though.
That was unfortunate that the tree was in the way, because he really wanted to get the full distortion. Just basically his ulti to bring him back to the team. But the tree saved Jace's life. So you know what? That's when you just feel happy about yourself. But overall, that was really unfortunate. There were obviously 2-pronged fights happening from the very beginning, because Swan P was in a fantastic position. He got saved by Hetong, and not only did he have his ult, but he had flash and he had his crit bullet coming up. So he could have had the option to walk up and, of course, be able to just take control of that lane. Or, of course, that play which was being made. Bengi was there because he had an understanding what was happening, but it couldn't, of course, do much about it because he was dealing with Wushang in the background.
Yeah, just shout outs to that sidestep from Republic right there. Had that landed, that shock blast, he was probably dead. He did have his exhaust, but that's still kill range for a Jace who has plenty of mana, and Republic was very low. Bengi steals away red buff, and Wushang, you see how defensive he has to play, even with his, within his own jungle. Just checking it out with Void Spikes.
Not defensive enough. Him looking for this is actually a little bit too much. He needs to back away entirely. So Bengi has full control here simply because EasyHoon has full control of Republic in the mid lane. It's good Republic actually went back now, so he's not going to continue to lose too much. It's just going to be this wave. But had he stayed around, that would have been more pressure given away to Vici simply because he has no mana. Therefore, you just have nobody in the mid lane to help you out.
Can you imagine if Long and Hachi decided to go for the Sheen first? That would be a completed Triforce at just under 13 minutes. But he's still so close towards it, and even has the luxury of picking up boots and cloth armor. So he is rolling in the money.
Yeah, he's making a lot of dough right now. He's level 10. I was about to say, you know, he's gotten level 6. Obviously, you can go towards the mid lane. Now he's level 10.
Oh, he wanted this red buff? Nope.
Nope.
He just kind of. I like to imagine the cocoon there was just him holding out his hand. It was just like, nope.
I don't think
no
he was
red
able
buff for you.
Cocoon, actually, Bengi wasn't able to take it. That's a fresh red buff on the Kazakhs. He was able to steal it. There's 2 red buffs in the air there. So
he got it?
Yeah, he was able to get it.
Oh, good job, Wushang. Yeah, well played.
Even though he tried to say nope, still got his sandwich just snuck under his.
Still was lunch money. Yeah. Feels bad. 3-2 in this game. 14 minutes in. 1k gold advantage, but pretty much all of that is on the top laner. So Republic gets his blue buff, which will help him to clear out these minion waves. EasyHoon has been chipping away at that. And in the bottom lane, big crit. Has he bought any crit?
No, it was his Discord bullet. Unfortunate. And he's got his ulti as well. So right now, P and Hetong have full control of this bottom lane. If you're Elise, I know Elise is wondering which lane to play to, because you're looking the top side where Camille obviously has 2 kills and is going to be has full control of the matchup. Meanwhile, bottom lane, P and Hetong are actually quite comfortable. So Vici doing quite well for themselves. Just
Flash, staring contest, EasyHoon locked in place, ultimates on ultimates on ultimates on a Kha'Zix, and that will be a kill.
Ooh. Where is he?
Literally shots in the dark.
Can't find him.
Nope, he's gone.
At the very least, he can go back to the tower. But this is actually a great play from Game Talents because they were losing a lot of control. Top side, bottom side. So making that play was definitely needed. So now that they have control mid, here we go, Savoki. Don't get your shield popped. You got it popped.
Got it popped. That's the CC chain. Oh, the Voidling spawn. This is not 7.3.
God bless. This is when he puts his hands together. I was actually surprised that W from P actually hit. It didn't seem like it did, but that's a long hitbox. Zubin.
Row. Abyssal Void. But there's no one with Hetong. So this is Zubin versus Tam Kench.
Yep. A little bit ambitious from Hetong. He could have had. No, I guess he probably didn't have anyone near him, but don't know what he was looking for other than to just scare Zubin from his wits to be like, the world is out to get me. Zubin has 2 kills too, so he's actually he's fine in terms of he's still in lane. He's actually getting his items, so that's good for him. Jeez. Yeah, that was my point. I was just looking at it. He's like, he just purchased his Runans. That was what I was a little bit. I was like,
because we're looking at top of that. I was just like, well, you just destroyed those minions. But yes, he did, Rad. But
a little bit awkward.
Yep. Gimgoon. Oh no, don't step forward. Now is not the time to step forward.
Actually, it will be very hard to kill Gimgoon here. He has his ulti. He has flash. He has just about everything.
That's true.
It would have been fine if Jace was actually coming towards that top side, but he's stuck mid, especially with everybody just clipping out the wards in the mid lane. So he's a little scared for his life right now. So here comes Elise actually. Wait, what's happening there?
Huh?
Oh, he got popped away. Cameraman, show the top side. Just kidding.
JK Savoki in the bot lane did not get his ultimate onto P.
Alright.
But I did want to see what was happening top lane. It's still like bot lane.
Observer was as confident as I was that this Poppy was not going to die. Here we go, though.
True. I'm not so confident Republic will stay alive, though. Long's jumped on top of him with the Hextech ultimatum, and pretty much all that damage is from him. But Gimgoon slams EasyHoon against the wall. Nice bat away with the E, and Long will follow after, cutting off his escape route. EasyHoon follows up. Aggro is on EasyHoon. One more ultimate. It's not enough. Wushang jumps in. No reset for him today. Meanwhile, staring contest onto Hetong, and the Voidling army chasing him down. Opens up the curtain call. Flashes behind him. Bengi's still alive.
drop in. He's stuck in place. Wushang trading off against Long, but that's not someone you want to trade against. 4-0 on the Camille now. Chasing after, tactical sweep onto Savoki. 2-1-P following after. That's the kill in the bank. And he finds him in a trap, follows after. Not enough for that kill. Burns the blast plant. And overall, that's a 3-0. But that was a horror movie situation.
Oh, everything was happening at the same time. That was just a bit unfortunate right there. So Camille is coming out of this, now has 4 kills, 2 assists. EasyHoon's about to take this tower. Game Towns were so close to coming out with a decent trade. But at every point, it just seems so awful. And it's mostly because Long just has no cooldowns on his E. He's able to travel around like he's Spider-Man. That's basically what he is. So he's able to get a kill, or at least that dive in the mid lane. I mean, it was basically a response to the fact that they couldn't get Poppy at the top side of the map. The moment they were that was denied, it's like, I guess I can still go mid. And that was just a great play from Long and the rest of the team to actually just keep it moving. So now Long has extended his advantage. He has his Triforce and of course his armor boots. And he's going to be doing quite well for himself here.
Man, this honestly just sucks for GT overall. Holding that for a second, but this is like, you know, one of those memes you see on the internet where it's like my top laner versus their top laner. On your side it's like Lollipoppy, on the other side it's Mikasa. And this is like 4-0-2 Triforce Tiamat at 18 minutes, and it's like, what went wrong? Let's go on to game 2. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, let's get out of this
one. It's not going well.
It's still a possibility here that it could still work out well. I mean, GT, they're only 2K behind. I mean, that's something. It's 20 minutes into the game, but if they can actually continue to hold the fort, hold the door. Gimgoon, don't let this tower go down. That's all you have to do. If they can keep it together, their team fight's actually still good, and Poppy still has that counter playmaking potential off her ulti. If she can get like those big ultis off, 2 people out of the team fight, it doesn't matter how much gold you have in your pocket if the gold's suddenly missing. So I think Game Towns, they have a better team fight as the game goes on. It's up to Vici to just close it out. I mean, you have such a massive lead on... He wasn't able to take it away.
He didn't get the blue buff, but he got like a third of Wushang's HP.
It's like, I guess I'm looking for that.
Well, some of this rift is dark and full of fed members of Vici right now, so that's something that GT just have to be aware of, even within their own jungle. In terms of pressure, you step anywhere and it could be a Jace around the corner or Long. That's something that's constantly niggling at the back of your mind. Here's, again, just a blue buff heading over to EasyHoon.
This is one he can get.
Yes, because Bengi will donate it over to him. And finds Wushang also on that blue plant, as you call it, Raz.
Yeah, the great blue plant, but it's not going to matter too much the fact that they know that Wushang's top. Their focus is going to be this top lane tower. And it's as long as Jace has full control of his mid lane. Right now, he does have to do some housekeeping and get that wave flowing forward, so Orianna has to deal with it. But if he can do that, look at him, already bursting towards that top side of the map, and you know why. Zubin's basically the only one who's actually trying to keep the wave firm, while the rest of them are trying to hold Bengi away from like actually taking this tri-bush. It's not gonna last for long.
Well, bottom tower just died, and Gimgoon's in the long lane, so we'll see how that turns out. Savoki gets hit by the shock blast, but did have the void shift available. Top lane still being pushed in, but it looks like Vici are going to back away. They got one objective on the opposite side of the map, which is all they really needed from that play.
Yeah, I mean, back away with an... I'm wondering, yeah, I guess P can just leave it like this, because he essentially could have walked up and taken this tower, but they're just trying to get the best back timings as possible. No, like, why not, right? As long as they're on the map, they're superior in just about every way, so they're not going to lose too much off this. Full armor penetration coming from P. From 7.1, you usually see Yomu's Ghostblade into just an IE. But of course, it doesn't really matter. Edge of Night is just a great item regardless. I feel like the new patches have just shown people how good of an item it is, because it doesn't matter that it's like a lethality item. It's just the active item, or at least the activatable portion of the item is just too damn good, especially since it feels like it's up so often.
I mean, it's like a 30-second cooldown. It's absurd. It's really crazy. It's in like a 14 or 15-second downtime. Oh, no. Oh, well,
he pops
Edge of Night has been popped.
Okay.
Speaking of which...
He's like, get out of here. Yeah. You can't even hit me.
3 people in that bush, so he has the rest of his team also on the way. Hatong.
Okay, that's a little bit too much.
Yeah, that was
you gotta relax.
A little bit dicey.
But yeah, what that means here is if you have Edge of Night, that just means you need an extra bit of, I guess, what is it? You need an extra bit of, like, maybe just one ability so Malzahar can actually get his ult off.
You have to lead with something rather than your CC.
Like, for instance, Malzahar has to get a Q off and then ulti, rather than just flash ulti that we've seen a lot of times. So That actually protects Swanshampi just a little bit. Now he has a reaction time in which he can flash before just getting stationed down for about like, I guess 5 seconds. Doesn't matter how many CC actually, pulls him down. So it's a great purchase for him in this game. Oh, no, I guess, yeah. You know what? He knew Hitong was going to get it from him.
Yeah, he had that faith, you know. Building all this synergy right now. And Long is still being in bottom lane. We haven't seen him in a while, but he's literally just been waiting there. That was nice reactions from Gimgoon, but this has been a free farming Camille for the last 5 minutes or so, and he's got that 60 CS advantage over him.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that, is that I agree that's just free farming Camille, but you got to actually start to do something, because you have full autonomy in this game. You should be able to pressure something. The fact that they're losing this turret is not good. So right here, Vici's back on the map. Let's get something going.
TP coming in, another TP in response. Curtain Core is slowing down a couple targets, keeping them in place. Ruben takes a lot of damage from the final one. Just a matter of who can quite get a range. Gimgoon slowed down. Nice tongue lash from Hetong. And
Long actually can't enter this because of how Poppy and Oriana would just burst him down. He's trying to wait for the exact moment he can do something. He sees him on the ward. Oh, not going to deal with it.
Maybe if he finds one straggler coming down and the rest go right. Or if he finds Savoki, this seems to be the one to jump on. Hex Tech, Ultimatum, the flash isn't going to save you. And Precision Protocol is enough damage by itself. Hetong was even there to keep him alive and help him out as a bodyguard, but he didn't need it. Bengi takes away the red buff. Top side of the map getting gutted now for GT.
That's exactly what you need. I mean, that was interesting to see that he was just sticking there for so long, but man, he bursted down that Malzahar as if he had absolutely nothing in him. I guess he didn't. He only has a Sight Stone, I guess, and a blasting one. But here we go, Zubin, get the next one.
Round 2 steps up. He must have known there were people around the corner. Tactical sweep. The flash comes out. Schwann's 1P picks that one up. Hetong under attack with Long, Gimgoon, and Republic there with Wushong in reserve, but Republic did not pull the trigger on his ultimate.
Yeah, right now Vici has pinged down to the dragon, so that's available. I mean, it's an infernal dragon. It's only going to get worse for GT here, so EasyHoon, all he's been doing this game right now, he's kind of helped his team, but he's just holding mid. And as long as he holds mid, it's a simple task, but it's an effective one because it allows his team to constantly look towards topside. And that constant pressure has been winning them this game. So now he's going to be able to take this dragon. And what do you got to do, GT? I mean, I've already mentioned it. They need this game to go as long as possible, but at every point, it just seems hopeless.
Yeah. Initiative, so much of this game's initiative is on the side of VG that it doesn't seem like GT have an opportunity that they can open up themselves and just have to, one of those games where you have to wait for the opponent to make a mistake, make a blunder, someone needs to be out of position, maybe you can catch them. But Long is building towards that Guardian Angel and he's looking towards, oh, not again. He only just spawned. He just wants the farm.
I mean, you kind of have to expect that, Zubin. That's just something, I mean, you are alone in a lane. What did you expect? Long has 2 completed items, and those items are exactly all he needs. He only needs the Titanic Hydra. And EasyHoon's just split pushing. So it just feels like a disrespect game. It really is. They're just taking as many towers as they can and picks. If you're Caitlyn, you're probably hoping that Hetong was on your side, or at least the frog himself, Tom Kench. The only person that Long is not willing to actually go on is the Poppy here, because Poppy has the ability to just stop him. So they should be putting Poppy to the top side of the map, and they should always have a set of bodyguards with Zubin in his area at the very least.
He's about to get Flame Horizoned as well, so that feels pretty bad. 10-3. This game is cascaded out of control, really, just from that double kill coming out of top lane. It's essentially VG are playing the game that GT played against EDG in their first game in that series. So GT know exactly how this feels.
Oh, here we go. And here's the thing, by the way. He just got another item. I was talking about 2 items. He has a GA now. He's just saying, you know, if I wasn't afraid of going in before, now I'm just gonna dive an extra tower, and you're just not gonna you're not gonna be happy about it. So, but you mentioned it. I mean, looking past this game, obviously there's a lot more time to actually run down. But Camille, it felt like GT recognized that they can pick against it. My only point is either A, you ban it. That's the obvious one, right? Or at least pick your counter pick. I would have to say in the first phase, because the Maokai and the Singed were actually just pinched out in second phase. They had to have expected that, but they prioritized the Malzahar so they can get their assured bottom lane. And sure, the bottom lane actually worked out for themselves, but that top lane did not. Maybe it's just a playstyle. You know what, there's a long game to go. Let's see if Wushong can actually do something.
Yeah, probably not. Easy immediately chunks him, team backs away. They wanted that to be a clean Baron. If not, they will back away and it would just be long pushing in the bottom lane, whereas Gimgoon literally like just an annoying fly.
Yeah.
Doesn't even care about that long, opening up that opportunity, jumps in with the hook shot. No one is reacting just yet. There's the true damage, the tactical sweep, and just so little that a puppy can do at this stage in the game against this Camille.
You know what? You know what's the best analogy here? He's not only just an annoying fly. He's an annoying fly that's made of pure titanium. He's just he's unkillable. He's a you know what? Usually it's like, oh, it's a fly swatted away. You can't swat this. I mean, you can if you bring enough members. You can swat him away, but you can never kill him. He's just actually unkillable. So just looking here at this Long, I mean, he's probably just going to continue to walk towards this inhib. He has just about everything he needs. Pressure is going to be on Vici.
Oh no.
Oh.
Every time I see someone by themselves, I fear for their lives.
He had to use his ulti. He actually just had to, yeah. That was unfortunate.
I guarantee you Rusty's analysis when he comes onto the desk will be just ban Camille.
Yep.
I guarantee you he will say that.
I can hear it right now.
No, in my mind's eye, EZHoon throwing up this ward. Was gaining control over Baron because that will be the final nail in the coffin for GT if Vici get their hands on it. So that's why GT are trying to contest over it. Next dragon is Mountain Dragon as well, but it's really about this Baron at this point in time with 28 minutes on the clock.
You know what?
The 10,000 gold advantage. What's that, Raz?
You know what it's about? I feel like the reason why this is stalling out right now is because Camille's just making the long trek towards the bottom lane. So it's like Bengi is like, I'm just going to sit here and hold the actual minion waves the wards that we have here. We have a lot of control wards, and they're just going to stick around until someone has to actually deal with the Camille. So once Camille is in place, then they'll actually look to get into position. They'll start it just so they can actually get members on their side. They have the ability to tank it with the Tong. It's going to be hard in the sense that they don't want to take too much damage, so they will always look to weave in and out of Baron. But for now, let's see where it goes. Camille's starting to get that inhib.
I mean, there's no reason to play fast from Vici's side, right? You just wait for the Camille to push up. You attack the inhib with Gimgoon, who cannot deal with Long by himself, so you send someone else down there, and as soon as they do, then that is the trigger for Vici to go onto that Baron, and it comes down to, at best, a 50-50 smite from Wushang, who is unfortunately down on levels against Bengi, so still have the advantage, even if that becomes the case.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. That's the one word, by the way, that I would, the key word here is trigger. Definitely triggered.
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually just committing all in on this one, so let's see how this goes.
Oh, Wushang over the wall. He gets the steal! It was a 50-50, and it was weighted toward VG. But yet Wushang still comes out of that miracle. I'm not sure it's going to matter, because there's too many members getting caught out. Repel comes up. It's the Hextech ultimatum finding one.
Cooldown?
The W doesn't land, but that was the 200 IQ trap there from Jupin.
Yep. That's actually, he's done that twice now.
That was the 2000 IQ trap there from Jupin.
So that was, yeah, he's done that twice now, so that's great for Zubin. But overall, that's two Baroned up members here. So if Vici can't get anything off this push, then that's a major win for Game Talents. But just looking at it, Vici, why are you committing so hard to this? Let's take a look back. They think they're so smart.
We have some slow-mo.
Boom, boom, and it's gone. Camille couldn't get there on time, obviously. She was TPing. That's a 4 or 5 second TP. And they think, all right, we've messed up. We've done goof. We need to get these kills or else GT's back into this game. And here's, they didn't mention it. I mean, look, Long's is going off. But unfortunately, the Shock Blast off of Jace was actually blocked out by the camp that was coming through. It was the Raptor camp. So he was like, all right, there goes my damage. I have to wait on my cooldown. But overall, really good stall out from Game Talents. They were given an option and they took it. They shouldn't have gotten that option. Vici shouldn't have given them that option, but it was given to them. So you know what? They'll take it.
Yeah. And the real key thing coming out of that is a few members did survive with the Baron buff, so they are able to keep Vici's aggression at bay for a little bit. Dragon was taken down in the meantime, I believe, by Vici, so they have picked up that Earth Dragon. And the next one will be Elder. So that is a long ways off. They would rather it didn't get to that point in time because EZHoon wants to exploit the damage and power spike that he has along with Jean P and Long.
And you know, just to bring it on back, I don't want to. Can you read out those dragons for me?
We have a Mountain Dragon, an Infernal, and a Cloud Dragon.
You know what I want to call it?
What's that?
Earth, Wind and fire. There we go. So,
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, I just loved it for the most part. But it's like, but that's, I mean, at this point, even though GT got the Baron, it's purely defensive. They're trying to hold off this game for so long. I mean, look at Caitlyn right now. We don't see Caitlyn's do this a lot right now. They usually go towards the last Whisper item second or third, I believe, i.e. The attack speed item, but they don't go towards the rapid fire cannon for the third item lately. They just go for the armor penetration. So he's actually just going for the old item build. So once he gets the 4 item spike, then they have a chance. He's gonna do a lot of damage. And of course, look at this. Orianna has Rabadon's Deathcap, Zhonya's Hourglass. He doesn't have the Void Staff just yet, but he doesn't really need to have that much use to it because there's not a lot of magic resist coming from Vici. So they are doing a lot of damage, and Goon is still popping. So there's an opportunity for Game Talents to actually just outright win a team fight, even though they're so far behind. So I mean, remember this: Camille is a great champion, and she is incredibly far ahead. But she still she's not the best team fighter. So I think right now, Game Talents, if they can stall this game out as much as possible, there is a possibility for them to come into this.
I think the counter argument to that, though, is the fact that Long, if he does get into a team fight at 7-0-4, is going to kill somebody.
That's true.
Someone's going to die. So either Republic, Zubin, or Wushang have to sacrifice their lives.
All I'm saying, it's all on Goon to get that ulti off. If he gets dodged out, he's got
Look,
nothing.
I appreciate the optimism, Raz. It does make for a more exciting game. But at 13-3, yes, there's been a couple missteps from Vici would have gotten a little too hypey for a play. This game is definitely in their court and is on their side to lose. Is their games to lose, I would say.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Vici, you recognize that's the only opportunity for Game Talents to come ahead. So they're not even taking that option. They're not giving them that option. This time they're recognizing that they're just going to split it up all 3 lanes shoving in. EasyHoon's just going to take the second, or at least the third wave. And constantly they have to deal with Jace. They have to deal with Camille on the bottom lane. I mean, bot lane right now, Camille's actually just deciding to take out the camps instead. There's no value in this ground. Long, get over there. But yeah, I mean, I guess he's only doing it because right now the back timings are coming through. So Jace is going back to base. The rest of the map is actually just coming out soon.
You may have an item buy. QSS.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty big. We don't get to see if there was more in the back pocket and whether that grump was necessary, but he does manage to pick up the QSS, which is pretty big coming into these fights, especially for Zavoki, who is essentially the only answer to Long outside of Gimgoon's ultimate.
Yeah, and honestly, Long has to actually start thinking about Zubin's traps too. It's happened a few times. He's actually been getting aimed out there. So if the traps come through, he should be able to just immediately QSS that and actually just go into the target. So this just means that it's much, much easier to get the target that he set his mind on. So it's gonna be a little bit unfortunate if you're Zubin. There's only one person he's staring at right now, and it's Camille.
Yeah. There is a Camille coming after him. An EasyHoon needs to keep a track of him as well. He was doing a lot of damage.
They're committing 5 members to this, and Republic is down.
Yeah, Republic is chunked out. Very hard for him to really get involved in this fight. Curtain Call will lock down a couple members. It's more just to provide covering fire to allow the team to pick up this inhib. Clear out that mini wave is now rotate towards the middle lane. Rinse and repeat. Keep up the pressure.
This is going to be a little harder now, of course, since Sean-Champi's ulti is down. You can give the inhib away simply because, of course, Sean-Champi, he opens his ulti. There we go. That's it. They have to respect it. This time around, you have to. It's actually going to be a lot harder. So they might not even look for it.
Clearing out the vision, strangling out GT, trying to suffocate them really in this game rather than just diving headfirst into them. Which is what you really want to see here. And man, I'm going to say that shot class was not even close to Jubi.
Yeah,
still
not
like
even.
half health.
So right now, I mean, GT, they have pinged down the bottom lane. They recognize that's going to be a problem going forward. They need to actually upkeep it. So I expect one more backing. There we go. One more back timing from Vici before they actually start to take advantage of the super minion waves. They might even just take the safer route, not even go towards the actual minions themselves. Baron is coming up soon. Why not?
Baron and Elder Dragon. I mean, I even feel like a trade here is on the cards for GT if they want to try and make that trade happen. So they do have to try and contest this, being so far down in these jungle setups and around Baron. That's where Gimgoon could really shine, and maybe he can bat away a couple key members. And at the same time, Zavoki can come out of the fog of war and lock down a big target. But
that was definitely an Elise half-healthing Poppy.
Yeah, because he doesn't have a single bit of magic resist on him, and so that's a lot of magic penetration coming down from Elise. She actually could just absolutely demolish Gimgoon. And we don't really say this about Elise is going into like 30, 40 minutes into the game. Elise usually actually just doesn't do much. She can't do much, but if she can take the front line, well, here we go.
It's the long initiation. Hextech Ultimatum knocks the rest of the team into them as well as Drew, but he didn't even have a chance. Long, he's not even dead yet, and he has the Guardian Angel kill into Zavuki. 3-0. Vici find a pick that they needed. They open up the team fight on the way pings, and you know what the next objective is. It's win the game.
That's the game. And I mean, you don't want to actually... I guess the one good way you can use the super minion wave is just at the end of the game. There's no other objective for you except for that W. Vici takes the win.
It's like these towers don't even exist for Vici, and they just want to have some fun. They just want to toy with their food as they take down the Nexus. Game 1 goes over to Vici.
Well, there we go. I mean, that was definitely the easiest path to victory for Vici. And it was, you can trace it on.
Step 1, get a Camille 2 kills. Step 2, win the game.
Yep. You can trace it right back to your roots. You can say, hey, you know what, let me find a way to trace it out. Oh, Camille, double kill. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, there's no swings in this one. You know, it's nothing like the series that we've maybe seen today and yesterday. There were no swings. It was just really downhill for GT all the way past that early game at 14 minutes, you can see. So we welcome Rusty back to the desk, and I do ask for your analysis, which I feel may be quite simple in this one.
I mean, there is simplicity in where Vici won the game, but there's also a lot of other things that need to be considered. So if we do take it back to the drafting phase, first and foremost, there's a champion that we all are familiar with that had a 100% pick ban rate globally that now doesn't. Thank you, LPL. Where is the Rengar? Legitimately, where is the Rengar, though? Like, that champion is too good to not have picked or banned, and it just completely went through.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really good question. They decided the Kha'Zix was going to be the pick here. And, I mean, I'm not going to... It wasn't the one reason, but it's definitely, like, a big question of where... Do they just not play Rengar? Is that a comfort point where you're just like, oh, we never really would have expected that to come up. We don't really play the Rengar, and we have much more comfort on Kha'Zix. That's always left up. Let's go for the Kha'Zix.
It was that, and also Bengi went towards the Elise as well. He actually picked it in the next rotation, so he had the chance to pick the Rengar into Kha'Zix if he wanted it, but they actually just kind of, I guess, wanted to facilitate those laners, which in the end, to be fair, worked out for them.
Yeah, I think it works out for, especially since they know that the Rengar is not going to be taken. It's already off the field, right? They're like, okay, we can actually just pick a game. We can make the game where we're just not going up against the Rengar.
Yeah.
So I think that suddenly picking Elise works out since you have a winning lane mid, you have a winning lane top. Why not just win? That's what it is.
Yeah, why not just win?
Why not just win?
You got
That's
it.
a good question.
There we go.
How are we going to win? That's the win.
You're out of control.
Anyway, moving on to the rest of Vici's game, like, there were problems, you know, in the armor. Like, they did make a couple of mistakes. It was getting stalled out. Also going for, like, that Baron plate. They were trying to set up the Baron plate. What are you smiling at? They just kind of fumbled at the last minute with Kha'Zix jumping over the wall. Despite having an advantage and actually playing this game, they just kind of messed up in the execution.
Yeah, one other thing, right? Like, we can start the game off and say there's a lot of drafting errors, and first and foremost, giving the Camille over, not picking the Rengar. These things exist, but throughout the game, Vici still showed this inability to close efficiently and cleanly, which is something that has plagued the organization, not just this current roster, for quite some time. They're a slow team, and that was still far too slow. You can't be 13,000 gold ahead and just bank on Camille. Like, you can win that as a 5-man unit or a 4-man unit without her.
Yeah, they started to be a lot more decisive as the game goes on, but I mean, the only reason why they were was because they decided to take that shortcut with the Baron. They were like, hey, you know what, we can actually go for this. I'm pretty sure I can get this smite off, and then they lose the battle, and they're like, actually, this is actually awful. So... taking a look at it, I actually think even though the draft went the way it was, Gangtown's played the first about 8 minutes really well. They recognized that they have a team fight composition and that Bengi was actually having a tough time getting his lanes going. And so that was actually a big plus for Game Talents. It was actually looking really solid for them.
I mean, like, at least genuinely cooked it. Like, that's the problem, is, like, goes to gank top lane, doesn't actually communicate with Lung well enough. The gank doesn't work. Kha'Zix had it mapped out since level 3, firstly, because they met each other, and this is where the lane priority comes into play. Jace didn't actually have enough of a push advantage to rotate and help, whereas Malzahar did with the Caitlyn. So like Game Talent's played this perfectly fine when you get to the very early stages of this game. It's just that Camille is legitimately Camille.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've all said this and like over said this now, but I don't know how she got there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna. The reason why I want to just focus on the play for the most part, because even though Camille, like we talked about it a lot, is that I actually imagine, and I think like we've seen at least one game, and I'm not gonna say where it was because you're just gonna debunk it because it did come from NACS. But for the one game that this came through, Camille did lose out, and it's simply because once you get to the team fight portion, and if you get that lead, it works out. But you know what? Long takes the win.
Yeah, in this one, it didn't. It didn't,
Yeah.
not come to fruition
Is
because Long just absolutely demolished the opposing team.
NACS?
Didn't even die once. There
the
we go.
theory
Here comes
is
the
there.
debunk. Let's go, Rusty.
The theory is there. If like they have a stronger team fight comp, if they actually were able to continuously stall it out, because that one error was off their one gank. I'm saying there are obviously more
Then
opportunities.
every team fight champion does it.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like Maokai was in a build. All I'm saying is that there definitely was an error in their own play, and they gave 2 kills away to Camille. Any other champion, it was still doable. It's Camille, so she just wins the game. That's fair.
It gets exacerbated, right? Because we even saw the same thing where Kled gets 2 kills, and then you can do the same thing with a team, right? So either way, we'll hit that more when we get back after this break. But when we get back, it will be game 2 of our second best of 3 today between Vici and GT. We'll see you after this. Welcome back to week 2 of the LPL here on day 4. We just had that first game going over to Vici in pretty convincing fashion. They got Camille, and then Camille snowballed out of control. That was basically the story of the game. Interesting things coming out here is that Vici are bringing in their ADC now, and actually GT subbing in their jungler, which is interesting because, as you were saying during the break, that he's just a dude from solo queue.
Yeah, so Xiaoyu is a jungler coming in from Chinese solo queue, so there's no information on him. It was a big, interesting point because I actually thought he was going to come in from for first week because there was a bit of Game Talent's drama based around the jungler and the mid laner. But I thought it was all resolved. But I guess it's not so much that anymore. It's just the fact that they're losing games and they just need an answer now.
Yeah, it could be an emotional reason as to why they bring him in as well. Wushuang maybe not having the best experience, having beat out his jungle opponent in Bengi, weirdly enough. Feels weird saying that. And to be subbed out now, though, Could be a mentality problem. Could just be a good experience now they know they're 0-1 down. Maybe they've just sacked the series in a way or said, this is your time to shine and just give it your best chance.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing that Vici does, they're bringing in Endless now, and so they do this constantly. That's just a feeling that they recognize so well. It's like, hey, you know what? Even if we win the game, we just want a fresh mindset going into this. And that's something that GT can actually do very well with. If they're losing games, bringing a fresh mindset in, and that hopefully works out well. We'll see how Xiaoyu works out. I'm actually genuinely curious.
Yeah, the difference here, though, is that we were talking about GT as actually keeping their consistent lineup and actually having these 5 members that they're going from game to game with, that they can consistently improve with, which they're not doing. They actually just brought in a different jungler. So that's the only thing that I guess changes here in terms of storylines for them.
I think they experiment all the time, though. So they have brought in City one time, and, you know, people have come and gone in the GT roster, but this has usually been where they've ended up with the 5. So perhaps it's more motivation once again for Wushang to show up and start performing all over again.
Yeah.
You always want someone behind you. Clear Love and Fire Lolly is the best example of that. So there is reason to expect that might be why. Because I do think that Wushang will be the better performer in the end.
Yeah, I'd be incredibly surprised if he turns out to be like, for instance, another Ben 4, where he comes in and he just has an incredible performance where suddenly you're like, hey, you know what, I guess Flawless isn't coming in. So it would be really interesting to see how that goes through if Xiaoyu comes in and actually performs to an unexpected degree.
Sure. And coming into this next game as well, I guess there's big questions around the draft. Coming into the bans, we had 2 of the big picks still left open. Camille was picked and Rengold was not. Made it all the way through picks and bans. So then looking towards the 2 teams, do we just need to take them off the table in this first rotation? Or do you think it's likely, again, we'll see this challenge put out of 2 OP picks?
We saw an interesting dynamic from Game Talents on Red side, banning basically nothing that would be considered an OP champion and fully targeting Vici, where I don't think that will exist on the blue side because they only get 1 pick. Red side getting 2 means they should actually swap bans effectively, and it's now Vici's turn to try and target things out. In saying that, I don't think there's any value in targeting out Game Talents in any way. You don't need to ban Victor from Republic. You don't need to ban Tom Kench from Savoki. He's just playing Malzahar right now. Like, I don't think... So I do think we will see a massive shift and all the OPs will be banned.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think it's mostly because Game Talents are forcing this situation because they don't want to deal with an Ivern. I feel like from the first game, we saw it banned out because they were comfortable dealing with the Camille top. They were comfortable with the champion picks or like the pool that Game Goon had. Obviously, that's not a thing anymore. And if Game Talents are on blue side, then of course they have the freedom of banning Ivern out. Meanwhile, Vici are just going to deal with the usual here. They only have to deal with the crazy picks. They don't want Camille going to the enemy team. They don't want Rengar going to the enemy team, even though obviously it fell through. Just deal with the X factor and say, hey, you know what, just play our game.
Feels like it should just be business as usual for Vici coming into this game in the second one of this best of 3. It doesn't seem like this is a series that should really pull away from them. While there were a couple errors in that last game, it was really nothing to write home about. It wasn't like game ending considering the advances they had built up. And as we were talking about, Zhuan P subbed out for Endless there for Vici. But again, just a quick mentality refresh, while on the opposing side, Wushang was subbed out for this jungler, Xiaoyu, coming out from Chinese solo queue. So again, will we get a Ben 4 situation or will it just kind of flop? It's big question marks around this player.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I think looking at this, perhaps he has a big shot. I think that's going to be interesting. Perhaps he's coming in with a carry mentality.
Okay, I agree. There's a chance.
I said perhaps. All right.
Perhaps this brand new Chinese solo queue jungler, literally playing against the world champion of last year in the jungle role, performs well. If he does, he deserves a medal. Like 100%. That is just as a scary prospect for him to say, this is your first game in the LPL. You're up against Bengi. Have fun. Go.
It's a case of David versus Ben Goliath. All right, I'll put that out there. Ben Goliath.
Ship it.
There we go. I'm ready. Put that on.
I'll take it, yeah. You know, that's what I'm screaming if he gets a solo kill against him in the jungle. Man, it must be cold. He's wearing a massive anorak there.
I mean, this is usually like a pretty massive stadium here, so it can get cold. I actually don't even know.
Hot.
Yeah, I actually don't even know what season it is. It's probably winter there, but over here it should be
7,
winter.
I believe, on Summer Zoo.
Oh, get out of here.
Had to get you back. See you, nerds.
See ya.
See you, mate.
Get out of here. Oh,
no.
I guess not.
No,
Just,
no.
you're coming back.
Oh,
Get out of here. You nasty.
Gonna have to break this up. Anyway, Varus banned here, and the beard of something, who I have to assume is Ivan. Yep. Definitely an Ivan ban. Of course, GT are on the blue side, so they have the luxury to do that. Meanwhile, Vici, I mean, as we were talking about, why not just ban Camille, LeBlanc, probably Rengar as well, Camille here.
Yeah, so overall, Vici have no reason to, we mentioned it before, they have no reason to leave these OP picks open, and Game Talents have no reason to deal with the constant pressure of Ivern. I'm actually super surprised that they decided to go towards Varus and Kha'Zix. Perhaps that leaves open, perhaps Syndra? I would say Zyra. It really is interesting to see them ban out the possible first picks that they can go through. Maybe Kha'Zix is not something they want to deal with. Maybe that's not within Xiaoyu's style. But, you know, Jace is up.
Maybe maybe it might just be Lee Sin. He's like comes out of jungle, and when you have these like I guess quote unquote generic junglers coming out, it's just like, what are they good at? Usually Lee Sin. It's like, you know, the Thresh of jungle. Everyone plays that pick. Jace was the first one from GT, however.
What this does do is, now that the Jace comes in first pick, Vici actually have to pick up Elise for the most part. And it comes to the point where maybe, like Xiaoyu, if he has a very simple mindset in this game where it's, okay, I have a Jace top lane and I have an Elise, I have one really mindset of what I should like, or at least one pressure point, and he's just going to keep going at it. So I think if you're Vici, you look towards either picking up that Elise, because I guess maybe that's not something he does. Because remember, it's Bengi. He usually does go towards a Rek'Sai here if possible. As I say that. Oh, Bengi.
He hasn't locked it in yet, so I'll get hype in 17 seconds.
But he has Ghost. There's only one option.
Hecker him. But Jhin has been locked in.
Yeah, the Jhin pick is, there we go.
And Olaf has been locked in, okay.
Okay, so this is really solid. I think right here, if you're Game Talents, one thing you're going to be afraid of is going to be Shen. Shen's a big pressure point. Like, Vici's played this composition before, so either Game Talents, I mean, here's the thing. They're picking towards the Shen because the Jace got picked out. Shen is actually a pretty safe pick towards the Jace pick, and so they're already mapping out their pick ban far ahead here. So Vici should either third pick the Shen, or it's going to be just absolutely banned to win the second phase.
Let's see if that is the case. There's Rise locked in there for Republic. And let's see if this is towards the top lane or even the jungle. Try and get their priority on there.
So this is interesting that they're not even going to hold this as a flex pick. They're just saying, you know, we want the Rise so much that we're just going to second pick it. We don't want it to be banned out in the second phase here. So now it's very obvious where the Jace is going. It's not going to be a point where Easy Hoon's going to pick up that Jace in the mid lane. No, Republic's saying, I just want the Rise. So I really do want a Shen pick here. If he doesn't, then it's just going to get banned out. Vici knows it very well. Their fear here is that the support picks get banned out, and so yeah, they might just end up picking Malzahar and then banning supports, much like Game Talents did in the last game. So that's an option.
And that is the option that they go for here. So Easy Hoon locks in that one for his support, Hetong. And now we will look towards these bans, so let's see if it is the pinch on supports. And you can see Misfortune and maybe another counter to Malzahar could follow, but on GT's side, probably going to be that Shen ban. It would be highly unlikely that they would just give that over to Vici and it's like, here you go.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way Shen goes through, and there's no way that Vici will let Zyra through as well. So Zyra should just get banned out in their next pick, and at the same time, Game Talents, even though they're taking a long time. To be fair, the reason why they would take so long is they want to run out the clock. It is just 30 seconds, honestly, and so with how fast these pick bans do go through, they don't want to really have to deal with anything crazy. So it's actually interesting that Game Talents have banned out the Orianna because they want to deal with they want to make Rise's laning a little easier. So Orianna, maybe even Cassiopeia. If they go Cassiopeia here to make Xiaoyu's life easy, then it will be a bit of a problem. I'm not gonna lie. It would be I would dislike that. It's Easy Hoon too. He'll play it.
Yeah, he will. Zyra banned away. So again, pinch on the supports, pretty much as expected. And I have to hope that yes, they will ban away this Shen. So yeah, it was like a little bit of anxiety there as the clock was ticking, and I was just like, if you ban Shen, yeah. So Vici don't have that one in this game for long, so we can go in a different direction now.
Vici can even hold the Cassiopeia pick. I mean, it would be fine for him to pick it here. Yeah, actually, yeah, they should just go with Shen here. There's nothing really. Oh. I mean, I lied. Why did I say Shen? It's already got banned out. So Maokai just makes sense. That's fine. I'm crazy. Don't even worry about it.
That's the next one on the tier list for them. So yeah, Maokai will come in there, and it's just pretty much just a run at you composition right now with Jin firing, coming in with fire support.
Yeah, and honestly, Syndra is available as well, and that's something that Vici has gone back towards, to looking to first pick that whenever it was available. And Syndra is great in the sense that it sets up mid very well. The long-range CC is always going to be a fear for Ryze, and Ryze honestly usually just doesn't go towards cleanse because it's very awkward for him, or else he just has no movement speed. So I would be very interested in either if he goes towards the very comfortable, very safe Syndra, or the interesting pick of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia would make team fights a lot easier, but Syndra would make Olaf's life a lot easier.
Yeah. And they may even go towards that Cassiopeia for those team fights, like play the extended game, because they already have a really nice composition for it. But yeah, Syndra is good, and it kind of forces Republic to play in a certain way, as Tamkench and Rek'Sai picked up here for GT.
It's a very tanky lineup coming from, honestly, both units. The Xiaoyu going onto Rek'Sai is going to be interesting. His entire game at this point is to just help out topside, help out mid, and allow Republic to basically just give him freedom so he can go topside. But that's going to be the biggest worry for Game Talents, is that Republic gets soloed out. If he gets focused down by Hetong, Syndra, Olaf, his life is over. Like, because he can't go towards, obviously he's going for the Ghost, can't get cleanse, probably not going to go towards QSS, and here you have Endless on Jin, you have the Malzahar, and everyone's just going to run at your face. So it's a threatening situation for Republic. So if he has the availability in the mid lane, if he can actually shove out and help out the Jace, then that's going to be Game Talents. Like, it's going to be a great day for Game Talents.
I mean, he's going Courage of the Colossus.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I wonder. That's actually a good question. I actually
think he'll go Storm Raiders?
There's an opportunity he goes towards Storm Raiders, because even if you go Courage of the Colossus,
you might just get blown up anyway.
You're just done anyways. So just being able to amplify your own strengths rather than trying to play that defensive route, because for the most part, I only see. I mean, there's been one game against the Cassiopeia, but I usually only see Storm Raiders surge on. Courage of the Colossus versus LeBlanc. So it's usually LeBlanc and Cassiopeia, lanes that actually want to skirmish against you. And for the most part, Ryze should be able to win the Syndra skirmishes. It's the worry is the setup.
Yeah. Sure, when someone just comes in that man has not developed the gamer sip, which is developed many by Western players, where you do not move the microphone, you actually just tilt your head and you put the liquid into the side of your mouth.
I actually want to see that more.
You'll see a lot, actually, from players, because you don't want to take your eyes off the screen.
Yeah.
Prepper was talking about this a lot in EU. You always want to be focused on the screen, so you actually just bring the liquid down.
See, that can cause a lot of issues there if you end up missing, and that's my biggest fear, because I've done it too often.
But you're only pouring on yourself, not your electronics, so there's not a lot of risk in the play.
I'm just saying you don't want any. I mean, it's probably just water, but it looked like he had tea or coffee in there.
That's true.
And if you have coffee on your shirt, then you got to change, and you probably just feel you're going to burn yourself first of all.
Yeah, you have to make sure that those sponsored jackets are waterproof. But either way, we're getting into game for GT versus Vici for game 2 of this best of 3 here in our second series of the day. I'm looking at Raz, and he's trying to do the... That's it, but you have to maintain eye contact with the screen. You did it.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Got the
tip
water
for you
in
at
me.
home. It's better with the bottles that have, squeezy bottles, where they have the tops which don't leak.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, for sure. Not very easy with those coffee cups, so I'll let you off. But GT, Vici coming out here. Zhubin, once again on this Caitlyn, I thought he was doing a great job. He just had the unfortunate circumstance that there was a 7-0 Camille on the enemy team last time.
Yeah, that was a little unfortunate. I mean, I kind of criticized him because he was just trying to farm a lane. I should never criticize an AD carry for saying, "What are you doing farming that lane? Sit at your base." But no, honestly, I just wanted his teammates to actually come towards him. It's not even his fault.
Yeah, there was no safe place to be.
Yeah, I mean, Savoki was probably just had his mind elsewhere, trying to put down vision when the vision didn't matter. All that mattered was your AD carry for that one split second. Oh, this is interesting.
Setup?
Oh yeah, this is great for Easy Hoon, where he can just get it and have a level advantage. We've seen people mess this up a lot, actually. So they only get the 2 minions instead of 3.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Just taken.
Only Long? Oh.
Oh, they're splitting it?
No, I think he only took it. Wait a minute, they're just going for both of them.
Interesting. So I guess they will both get a small level advantage here. In top lane, won't mean too much for long, but it will be nice if he can get it 1 million faster. Getting at level 2 will help him significantly against Gimgoon. And EasyHoon as well, putting pressure onto Republic. So I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, and getting level 2 on Syndra versus Rise is always nice because you can always get the extra pressure on the lane and shove in. Because Republic, all he wants to do is just shove in before he can get his first tier. So that'd be 4 waves. Either way. Oh, he's already at it.
Yeah.
Push him away. You're level 2. Get him out of here.
That was a lot of damage. That was a nice level 2 punish. Okay, Storm Raiders.
Yeah.
So it is Storm Raiders from Republic, enhancing what he already has in his kit.
Ooh, that's a Thunderlords and Jace. So he's not going for a fervor. He just wants the burst. So he's got to watch out. Yep. He doesn't want to get triple autoed that you get from just pressing your W.
Yeah, didn't go for fervor and didn't go for Storm Raiders as well, which is often what we probably see more from mid lane Jaces, I guess. But it's still a really nice mastery for him.
Yeah, as a general point, I dislike Storm Raiders as a I guess a mastery.
Oh, it feels so good though.
If you can
you
get
move
it
so
up.
fast.
I feel like it's just bad overall. The only reason why Republic is gonna get it because when the mastery changes, like what is good on Rise? Nothing much. We saw a lot of what was it called again? Age of the I don't even know anymore.
Strength of the Ages.
Strength of the Ages. God, I just that was already wiped from my memory.
Oh, it's fine. It doesn't exist anymore. So,
yeah.
You know, it's taking a valuable hard disk space in your.
Kind of reminds me of 1984. Suddenly, you just can't remember what happened just like 2 months ago. It's like no, we've never had that mastery. Just never existed at all.
Nope, it was always Courage of the Colossus.
Oh, here we go.
Xiao Yu into mid lane, nice knock up chain, but EasyHoon, another flash after him. He may even survive. He got the pot ticking. He even uses the ghost just in case they decide to follow up. And the first gank did not go well for Xiao Yu.
Yeah, but he still has some mana. So
Get benched.
He still has some mana, so overall he's going to be able to just stick around here. But yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. He wasn't able to get the extra bit, but oh, Bengi.
He's an angry Viking. And Republic used both of his summoners, but even laughs with his face.
Why are you laughing? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no, Bengi's going to camp him now.
Yeah, it's over. At this point, he's sticking to this lane. Yeah, that's interesting. Because Xiao Yu and Republic here, that was definitely, you see a lot of those ganks, so sometimes you actually see easy, like the mid laner, if you're going up against the Rise, it's a good enough reason to just bring in cleanse, right? I mean, it didn't matter in that sense because the flash Rek'Sai pop-up happened anyways, but that's, at least he didn't die off of it. But that's something maybe to think about a little earlier, is that maybe cleanse would have been a good pickup, but he didn't die. That's fine. Don't even worry about it.
But both mid laners do not have summoners now, so there will be a repeat gank from both junglers you would have to feel, even though they also burnt their summoners, but they did the setup, the legwork, so why not just revisit the lane, put some pressure down.
It's going to be hard for both junglers to actually get a gank off here, even though both sums are down. It's going to be hard for Xiao Yu because he only has Tunnel, and for the most part, EasyHoon can actually deal with that. And obviously Olaf is not going to be able to do much there, so oh, here we go. Yeah. Olaf can only run you down, and you don't either, unless if you're just running at Olaf's turret there, he's not going to be able to come at you, especially since he doesn't have Ghost here.
We shall see over the next couple of minutes. Xiao Yu will turn his attention towards the top lane. Courage of the Colossus is down for another couple seconds. Long as trying to recall, and there's a minion wave being pushed up against the tower. Xiao Yu sees him. He has him in his sights.
It's going to be hard. He has Courage of the Colossus.
Yeah, he needs to be the one to tank the tower and also get out, because he will get locked down by Long, as you can see right now. Remember, there's no flash on Xiao Yu, so it's at least going to be one kill exchanged. A 1-for-1 so far. Bengi running after Republic, and he's also dead. Undertow comes out. There was some pretty clean-cut ganks actually just coming across the board.
Yeah, so I mean, Republic, I guess that's what happens when you laugh at the man.
Yeah.
He's coming right back at you. Yeah, Republic didn't have any sums. He walked away from his turret too, mostly because he probably recognized if he walked towards his turret, it would have been his same fate. So he just needed to be able to walk away from those axes, but they kept it.
Oh no, Zubin, what's going on here?
Oh no.
Oh, turn around. Nice by Savoki. Gets the stacks on Devour, spits him into the trap. What a combo! Savoki with the kill. Hatong comes after Zubin, but he actually dukes out of the way of Call of the Void. Hatong, Savoki wants something, but another 5 seconds left on his Devour, so he cannot kill him. But that was fantastic. What a combo.
There we go. That's what I'm looking for. The moment that actually happened, or at least the trap was placed, choice. Hatong was like, oh no, I gotta exhaust him. He can't let this happen. He's already dead. He's already off the map. So that's a great combo. Great play from Zubin and Savoku. We always criticize them because they just play bad. But this time around, they're coming back.
Really impressive, and yet another gank in the mid lane. This time from Long.
Cancel that TP.
Yeah, you don't want any of that.
Yeah.
To be honest.
It's interesting because I actually thought that the Sindri was gonna have a. No, actually, no. I did say that Republic was gonna have a hard time. No,
Stick to your guns.
Yeah, there we go. I'm just Republic was gonna have a hard time because I mean, surprisingly, this time it was Long, but at any other moment, I mean, Hatong's just level 5, so the moment he hits level 6. He's coming right back. He's coming.
Shouldn't have left. I mean, that's pretty much the story of mid lane.
Yeah. He made the wrong decision there.
That's a good lesson for solo queue as well. Don't trash talk because then you will get camped.
Yeah, don't show any signs of trash talking. The mastery flashes there. Don't do it. It feels good, but it won't
only for that second.
Yeah,
it won't feel good later.
Yeah, it won't happen. Oh no.
Then you're 0-2. He's not in a horrible place because he's already got his tier. It didn't delay that back at least, so for the most part he will scale. It just means he is 20 CS down, and that's so much damage from Easy Hoon. He doesn't have his ultimate, but Ragnarok popped. It's like, what do you say to me, punk?
Oh, no!
Undertow comes out, and Long from the top lane. Oh. Long? Okay, alright, whatever. 3-0, 3-1-0 Maokai in the top lane now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so hard. And the bot lane hasn't even had much of a say. Everybody's going to have their day in the mid lane. That's just what's going to happen. It wasn't even just that one laugh, but you know what? The laugh made it worse.
Yep.
So now, I mean, he has his flash up, but what is it going to amount to? You don't have the ghost. You're not going to build any QSS. I would really actually want him to build, even though it would be awful for his build. He just needs a way to get out of this. But here we go.
Abyssal Voyage, but Hitong has Void Shift. But, Zhao Yu's there as well. Hello. Comes in with a knock-up and grabs him with that Devour. But, I mean, Zhao Yu just walks into the tower, dies. ADC's dead as well. Savoki into Grey Health, but Ennis is going to finish him off as this ticks down. Flash, auto, boom. 3 for 1. That was not a good game.
that was definitely not a good game. Cross that off the list. Oh, no. Oh, here we go.
What is this, round 6? Unleash power to start it off. Bangy, flash out of the way, get out of jail. 3 card for this round.
But you know what? That's flash. And that's the worst thing about it, is that you think you outplayed the situation because Syndra threw out his ulti, and she said, you know what? I'm going to be able to get the stun off 100% unless if you flash. She forced out the flash, and guess what? He's just going to come right back. This is not going to end. I mean, at the very least, Long is probably going to have to just deal with his lane. But we mentioned it before. Endless is level 7 now. If you keep coming back to your lane, if you're Republic, you keep coming back to your lane without summons, you're going to get punished. Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't have any CC. He's good for now. But 7-3, advances to Vici. And it would pretty much be without kills on the side of GT had they not had the botched gank by Zhao Yu to start this one off. So
this is interesting. Now he had to clean out that control ward. That's fine. Jason's gonna head right back top. But you were right. If the bot gank didn't go through, that actually would have been great for game talents. It would have been fine. It would have at least had Ryze at a decent item advantage, and it would have been harder for Vici to get this plan going forward.
But in the end, did not quite work out for them. Bot lane is still trading bows. The nice thing for the bottom lane though is Zubin is still ahead in farm.
Yeah.
It's just that extra kill that's actually probably put Ender slightly ahead of him in terms of gold. It's about 2 waves difference for a kill. Mid lane is Republic. Really just trying to get the scraps. He's 40 CS down actually. That will be even up just a little between him and Easy Hoon, but he's not had a great game so far. I guess the shining light is top lane, which is only barely ahead of Long in the top lane, but he's essentially got perfect CS for a Jace at 10 minutes.
Yeah. Ooh, this is gonna happen though.
Easy Hoon's got the setup as well for maximum orbs, and there's no summoners left available for Republic. I mean, this just feels bad.
This is just when you get the chart out there and how much damage Bengi did to get that kill, because I don't think he did. He only did that one touch, that one smack with the hand, with his axe, because I felt like that all that damage was the spheres that Easy Hoon was able to set up. And this is getting worse. I mean, it's 0-4. Let's make a bet right now.
It can get worse.
Yeah. I mean, let's make a bet now. How many deaths will this man have in the end of the game?
Oh, by the end of the game?
Yeah.
Oh, so many factors, Raz. You know, how long is the game going to go on for? Will Republic keep relentlessly feeding? I'm going to say 9.
Okay, I'll go for a 7. Okay. I think that's it.
Your price is writing me. Price is writing me. That's the one.
It's only going to be it's not going to be who's the closest to it. That's the rule there. Okay. So it's not going to be too bad.
All right, that's fine. Bengi coming into the bot lane. Oh, he's found Xiao Yu. Honestly, every interaction that Xiao Yu's had with anyone has gone quite badly, so he should probably back away. No, someone needs to block for Zubin. Someone! Oh, finds one, finds a second. That will go on to Savoki. Last shot is going to kill somebody. Xiao Yu is blocking for Zubin right now, and he's waiting. Oh! Xiao Yu! Actually, the worst bodyguard hired in history.
Endless was just playing with their hearts, saying, you know, someone's going to die. Who is it going to be? Guess what? I mean, it's going to be both of them. But Zubin, you can't escape my sight. You can't do it.
Oh no.
Let's take a replay at that one because Xiao Yu, it looked good, but then they realized Zubin has no HP. This is actually the worst idea because it just felt like Xiao Yu had no idea how much Zubin had. But just look at this. I mean, Savoki's dead. We can close our eyes now. Zubin has to leave vision. Boom! Out of here.
Okay, so when we look at it again, it's actually not quite Xiao Yu's fault because Zubin went into the line of sight where he gave him the opportunity to fire the shot. And to be fair, Xiao Yu did path upwards, but had to go around that kind of crevice around the side. So
fair point.
You know, he put himself in a line of fire, but it is the job of the bodyguard to block the shot for the guy who hired him. So.
But the body block, I'm just saying, Savoki had no way. He couldn't do it because he was held down by the system and by Hatang's ulti. Hatang just legitimate. The moment he ultied him, he's like, Savoki, you're dead. You can't save Zubin. Zubin, you're on your own. Every single one of them were doomed to die.
I mean, you just gotta feel bad for Xiao Yu, like he comes in as his first competitive game in the LPL with GT, and this happens.
Yeah.
Where literally everything he touches just falls apart. Everything he touches breaks.
Oh, did you see that? The moment he laid eyes on Malzahar, he just ghosted away.
Yeah.
Just like...
This is conditioning right here. He's a Pavlov dogged him.
Oh no. This is just sad.
It really is. This is just like the systematic picking apart of a team that we're witnessing right now, Raz. And it does not feel good for GT or anyone watching this game, in all honesty. VG are putting on a show, putting on the clinic, in all honesty.
This is really, this is really fun to see from Vici. I mean, they really are doing quite a good job at really identifying who they're going to pick off. I mean, that's Rise. It seems like an easy point. But they're going to keep hammering at it. And so as the game goes on, GT, they need to figure something out. They need to actually go towards another point. And when I say that, I don't mean like, head back to lanes and maybe Gimgoon can eke out a CS lead. No, they have to go all in for a team fight, something. Because at this point, if the game continues down this path, it's not going to look good.
Yeah, this is absolutely the darkest timeline for GT. They really need to try and scramble out of it. It may come from this play that they're trying to set up top lane. Abyssal Voyage will get one person in. And Zubin says no. I'm going back to mid lane.
Yeah, I think a top lane play would be the best. Right now, Rise picking up bottom lane wave is interesting. I don't agree with it. They're going to definitely lose this tower. He needs to actually be able to shove and push. Shove and then walk up. If he can walk up, they can get a play going. And that just means Maokai can, if he's going to look towards a play and help out his team, he has to use TP. So that just means that they're going to have, GT is going to have a number advantage at any fight that they choose to pick for. It just needs to be the perfect fight, or else it's only going to get worse. But hey, you know what? If you're already losing, why not?
Yeah. Republic's scavenging for farm, essentially. Oh, man. Savoki almost even killed through his Grey Health. And that wasn't even a full combo from EasyHoon. Zubin also getting forced out. And that's two members from GT, essentially 1v2'd by EasyHoon as he's pushing down mid tower. 004 has hit that power spike, of course, of the Moranonomicon. Wait a minute. Xiao Yu just knocked himself in the wrong direction. I was just like, excellent, just going in the right direction. Nope, he wanted not to go that way.
Yeah.
There's definitely a bit of panic, an element of nerves on this play. You can just see from his play.
Yeah, I mean, it especially feels bad for Xiao Yu because Xiao Yu, of course, he's coming in. He's new. He just wants that one opportunity. This is the opportunity he gets on the big stage, and it's not working out so well. It's technically not his fault. I mean, sure, the first gank didn't go his way, but these lanes are just falling. That's what hurts. Is that every play that he looks to make is just not working out, and Republic is the one that's just bleeding out. It's not even so much Republic's fault. It's just the composition. The composition that Vici has is solely focused on just making Republic life hard. Here we go.
EasyHoon's caught out. This could be a redeeming play. Flash out of the way of the Shock Blast, but that will be a kill on return. It goes over to Xiao Yu. So that does help him just a little bit there in the jungle, and that will put GT back on the board in terms of contention. Here comes Long. Well, here comes Republic.
Oh.
My money is on Maokai. Meanwhile, Tavoki and Xiaoyu chasing down Bengi. Needs one more auto attack, and we'll find it with the Devour. Oh, that's hilarious.
He just burst into the man's stomach. He actually just got out of there. Free me.
That's actually really funny. Bengi clearing up this mid wave. Long now coming in with that TP. Oh, what a great placed ward. Gimgoon locked down by Hatong. Xiaoyu needs to get a kill down before any of this happens. Savoki saves his Jace, but maybe not for long because he may just burst out of him as well. That's a 1 for 2.
Oh, who's gonna get out
for
of
the price of 1? Republic getting chased down. He's on his way to 9 deaths. But he's sprinting. He's a man on a mission.
Yeah,
a man on a realm warp. Yep, he's out.
Oh, he's gone. Oh no, he's not gone yet.
Hatong's on his way. Boilings will take this tower from him, but
oh, he was just setting up for Jin W, but it's not going to come through. That's fair. That just means tower is going to come through. Unless GT has no reason to look to contest for this tower.
I mean, they are trying to kill Hatong, but they find him with the overload. Long comes underneath the tower, and this is suddenly risky for Vici. Long caught all by his lonesome. You've got a bit of help from Endless, but this is a little too much. Endless shot down. Level 11 wasn't there, otherwise that would have been the kill secure. There is a TP now from Gimgoon.
This is the play that they need. This is what game talents need to get back into this.
Bengi caught out, knockup comes out, flash to the skies, and a kill. 4 for 0. GT just literally wiped the floor with Vici.
Yeah, EasyHoon's probably just scratching his head saying, what happened, team?
He's just sitting in mid lane and just like, what?
This seemed like the easiest game possible, and suddenly we're starting to lose it, and Game Talent seemed to be back into this. So that was a little bit unfortunate. The play was, it would have been fine to look to dive if Bengi was there, if they had stalled it out. If that's the tower they want to go for, they need everybody in it. So it just felt like, hard that Endless was the one man they wanted to follow up on Maokai. And he didn't have much HP to his name, so you probably need a little bit more for that.
A lot of things just went wrong there. That was just kind of the critical failure roll that came out of Vici. And we do have a pause, as you can see on your screen. So EasyHoon probably just saying my entire team's lagging, I don't know, something like that. But let's see who it is. Well, we are looking at Vici, so maybe it was actually something for Vici. Maybe that is... maybe that was the case here.
Yeah, I felt like during that whole point, I think Gimgoon was looking at, you see from their cameras that they were looking to the side, so perhaps it was someone from that end calling it. Maybe they were a bit surprised that suddenly they had 4 kills. That could have been it. I mean, I would be fairly surprised that that looked like a done deal of a game, but suddenly Game Talents are back in it.
So it will be interesting to see what the problem was, because I was looking at the players and I didn't see like anyone stopping play. So maybe it was an ability that they couldn't cast, maybe something like that. Or it could be a communication issue, again, something along those lines. But we don't know just yet. This is all speculation. We'll inform you as soon as we have an answer for you. But looking at this game in general, like while those 4 kills are really nice for the lineup of GT, you look at like the pace of the game and everything else, and it looks like we're just back in. Okay, cool. I'll take it. We take those. The pace of the game really hasn't changed that much. Vici still have control. GT, yes, they have that first dragon. Another one is spawning soon, which will also be Infernal. Has been a good day for dragons, honestly.
Yeah.
And Vici don't really need to change what they were doing necessarily. They just need to change their last play, which was all getting caught out in bad situations.
Yeah, if that happens once again, then that means GT's back into the game.
Yeah.
3K gold lead, that's just going to remain constant, and the composition is well and truly in Vici's favor. Now that you look at Bengi's actual build, he's finished up his Cinderhulk, he's finished up his, what is it called? Righteous Glory? There we go. And so he's going to be able to just run them down. That's going to be a constant. So you have to watch out, because this is about to do it. Okay, they're playing the smarter game and pushing them off. But you have to, set up those traps as if Olaf can't just run past it.
He will break that line for Vici. Republic still farming off in the side lane. That's really his objective right now, and not die to Endless and EasyHoon, so he just back up at the right time. But his objective really is just not to fall too far behind Hatong, caught out by Xiaoyu.
Ooh.
That'll be a nice catch. I bet he's going to engage on it. There you go. There's a non-existent trap line. Long chunked out. This is not really a fight that Vici wants anymore.
They didn't have the setup initially because EasyHoon was not there. EasyHoon needs to be able to get that initial burst damage out. He wasn't there, so honestly, Long is chunked out. Bengi doesn't have anything to his name. This is actually really good for game talents.
It means Republic gets more farm in the mid lane as this is pushed in, and now
they actually have positioning over the dragon. The call is made that we need to pull the trigger because otherwise Vici, if we do nothing, will just take this dragon away from us.
Yeah, and these traps matter so much now, simply because since Olaf, you know, he's gone out of it, and here we go.
Curtain Core Bengi caught out with the long-range damage, but it's just saplings running down to Voki. A lot of poke damage, just preventing GT, but Vici are actually running out of bullets in their chamber right now. They've used a lot of ultimates and a lot of resources to stop them, but it may be enough.
Yeah, the chunking that's coming down onto game talents is starting to matter because EZHoon still has his ulti. He's actually one of the only ones, if not, like I guess Hetong as well still has ulti, and that's going to mean a lot. But with that being said, game talents, everything is... Oh,
EZHoon.
All right.
He's got the moves. He's low on mana though, which is a big concern. Endless caught out by Gimgoon. Nice assassinate there. Will probably secure this dragon for them. Is going to reset. Long is flanking. This is a 4 versus 5, but they feel very confident they can make it happen. Bengi's ultimate is back on. He charges into the back lines. They find Zhao Yu. That'll be 1 kill. It's now 4 versus 4. Long chasing after Republic. He's got 2 seconds left on W. EZHoon assassinate. Finds all 3 of them. Gimgoon's dead as well. He may be able to take him with him. Yes, he does. Finishes off EZHoon. And Hetong is there, forced away by Republic, but Long is on a mission to kill Republic. Hetong called the Void. Bengi, he's running after, landing the Undertow. They've got to be careful because Republic still has a lot of damage, but they find him and they kill him. And it's a 5-for-1 in the end, all of the back of EZHoon.
That's a pretty big wave in the mid lane, so they're actually going to be able to get something out of it. That should be a tower, but they're actually going to move towards that dragon. So take a look at it. Endless dies because he's out of position, and he already uses ulti, so there's no real reason for him to be in that position. This looks great for game talents, but the one worry that we had for them is that they're all still fairly low. And so just to take a look at this, Long is in a great position. Bengi has to watch out because even though he was in a great solid spot, he's not really tanky. He just only has HP, and Zubin, that doesn't matter. They're all dead.
So well played by EZHoon, just lining all of that up, and luckily Jace was able to take EZHoon with him, but in the end it was Vici taking that dragon. They did not choose to go towards that mid lane tower during that replay. 5,000 gold advantage, and that dragon as well will even up the Infernals, which is nice for them. So Vici once again in the lead from honestly a pretty creative play when it came to reinitiating a fight. So it wasn't even like a macro-based decision, it was them just pulling the trigger and knowing that they could make the fight work. To be fair, off a really nice play from EZHoon.
Yeah, they really needed that play to happen. It was, teleporting. All right, so he really needed to make that play. It was getting to be a tough spot for Vici, even though they had such a massive lead. They were just pulling cooldowns out from their ultis, and Endless got demolished. So, I mean, they didn't even have their AD carry and they won that one out. Here we go, though. Zubin, the life of Zubin.
A man on a run. Savoki's there to save him.
That's probably why they picked Tom Kenchia. This man just needed a support who could help him out.
That's
and
true,
and he's like, this time around, I just as long as I don't get dived, that's all that matters here.
And to that point, you know, Zubin is a big part of their damage in this game, especially with Republic kind of down in the dumps at the moment. So 2, 3, and 4, he has 2 items and is looking towards his 3rd. So he's fairly on par with Endless, who's only, I guess, half an item ahead of him. So in terms of sustained damage, he will be there for the team. Republic is lying in wait.
Ooh. Yeah, this is when you just run at him. Oh, no, just kidding. He doesn't have Ghost. That's why he didn't want to do it. He only had Flash, so it would have been too much of an actual... it would have been too much for him to just decide to Flash and go for it. Especially since Endless had Flash as well, so he wouldn't have gotten anything off of it. If he had Ghost, it would be fine. Just not an option he had. Overall, Zubin is doing the thing again when he gets a second attack speed at him. He's going for the rapid fire cannon instead of just outright going towards Last Whisper, which is a problem because this time around, Long has a lot of armor. And this time he actually has Frozen Heart too, so going an extra attack speed item when the enemy team has an ability to slow it down, not the best decision.
Perhaps not, but we have this kind of law in action is more Vici looking to secure vision. So with the Baron area right now, so GT needs to be conscious of this, which is why they've sent Gimgoon into the bottom lane with TP.
That was a solid control ward placement. This time around, he has the control ward placed on the outside of the pit. If you're red side, that's a point where you see those wards being placed. That's the safest place for game talents to place those wards, but it's going to get constantly cleared. That is a point where you honestly, if you're game talents, you want to be able to put it in the pit, but it's never going to happen. That's too much of a stretch. So unless if you have an extra control ward to put inside of the pit, you're not going to really be able to reach it. And here we go.
Exciting battle between these two members. Endless is on the way. You're on the clock. Gimgoon is actually just losing this fight against Maokai in this 1v1. Has to flash out of... He's got the dancing shoes, but the flash comes in from Monk. This is going to be very close. Oh! He's finished off finally by the Sunfire Cape. That feel when 1v1 by Maokai.
I was like, yeah, exactly right. I was like, do you even need Jin here?
Yeah, he's actually just winning by himself. Okay.
He's doing just fine.
I guess because Jace spams so many spells, he is a massive spellcaster, so Long gets a lot of mileage out of Sap Magic.
Mm-hmm. And one big thing too is that usually if you're going up against that much armor, you do tend to go towards more lifesteal. That's what we see in a few games in LCK, is that you just go towards lifesteal so you can have that sustained damage, sustained fight. So Maokai doesn't just outright survive you with his
everything.
Yeah, exactly right. So overall, maybe he would have killed him. They brought in Endless just to make sure.
Yeah, as an insurance policy. All in all, it didn't result in too much, maybe just allowed Vici more pressure over the top side as GT knew they couldn't contest, with Long still being alive while Gimgoon was not, but all in all, it just was a simple kill in the bottom lane as Summoners will be coming back up. Bengi?
What are you doing?
I mean...
What's happening?
Okay, he's fine. I mean, he was sitting on the Blast Cone. Maybe he was thinking that his team would be able to follow up and they could make something out of that play, but in the end, not. And it's Vici again, just playing this slow. They were in a similar situation last time where they kind of botched it with that Kha'Zix coming in for the steal, but this time around, we're in the same situation. Hopefully, they can make the better decision.
Ooh, it looks like EasyHoon went back to base just to get... Ooh, okay. A needlessly large rod was I about to say, but Xiao Yu trying to just stake territory that just was never going to happen. He wasn't going to be able to get to that. So one big worry here if you're game talent is that your blue trinkets are starting to come back up, but there's no way you can actually set it up safely. And all Vici want, they just want to fight. So the moment Syndra is in the area, then they will feel confident and actually just pressing that go button. Bengi's going in a little bit too early.
Well, he did pop the Ragnarok, and he's actually going to turn it around with Hotong behind him. In comes the Nether Grappa, and there's actually nothing that Savoki could do. He was completely locked down. And Republican Xiao Yu, nothing that he could really offer to help him out. So a nice pick there, and this might be Vici starting it. But remember, this is the exact same chain of events that opens up the misplay from last game.
Yeah, this is going to be a little difficult for... Oh, no, there we go. So the redemption comes through, so it's actually going to be just fine. The worry is that Bengi, he's still very low. This is a problem with them. They need to be able to deal with this fight if it does come through. No, he's going to be fine. They just need an exit strategy. It's all fine.
Yeah, it's all good. Oh, Gimgoon. Maybe not the corner he wanted to turn there. Hotong does not have his ultimate, so he is safe for now.
Oh, no.
EasyHoon around the corner there.
Okay, EasyHoon ghosted.
It's all good, it's all good.
Yeah, EasyHoon ghosted, so I was wondering if he was going to go right onto Zubin, who did not have much to him. He had heal and flash, that would have been fine, but you're up against this Syndra, so... but overall, EasyHoon, Vici, they get the objective that they needed. It was an easy play for them because they just killed out Savoki. Here we go.
Yeah, learnings from last game, and Savoki, the man of the hour, saving Gimgoon for now, but he may have to sacrifice himself. Yeah, I died for your sins. Gimgoon, do not go back in. Savoki sacrificed himself for you so that you may live.
His death's starting to stack up, and it's mostly just because his one role in this game is to save who's getting caught. And it's been Gimgoon and it's been Zubin. It's been a hard game for them trying to stall this one out.
Yeah, no doubt. Has been a rough game for them overall, and Bengi, he's just simply able to solo this dragon here. Just another nice thing for Vici before they head on to the Elder Dragon. And all in all, this seems to be a game that Vici should be able to clear out in fairly convincing fashion. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to finish up. So yeah, this is where we need to just see them do it cleanly.
The one point that I'm looking towards GT and saying this is the one win condition that they do have is in the Jace, right? Jace has a lot of armor penetration. It's going to be hard to get through the DT front line. I mean, Bengi and Luong will always be in front of their carries. So if you do get Endless, then that's going to be fantastic. If you do get EasyHoon, hopefully you can kill him before he bursts you down with his ulti. If that's the one point that they can constantly look towards, it's going to be a little hard. But you know what? This game is hard in general. So you know that's all you got to look for.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that Long got so many kills early on because he's never really been able to die. And Bengi, the same kind of thing here.
Oh no.
That's probably probably didn't want to initiate combat with Olaf there. He did have the range advantage.
Oh. So I was actually wrong about him going towards the third attack speed item. What Zubin did, he just held on to the one dagger, and then he just went straight for the armor penetration item. So right now, he's sitting he's pretty comfortable. He can actually do damage, hopefully. He's at a fair point. Just I was wrong. That was all it was. Yes.
I believe you may win as well. Republic has not died a bunch of times this game. He's now 1-5, but there's still time. So he's doing a little bit better, kind of farming up. But Vici have full control over this game. They were eventually able to crack the mid tower. No doubt we'll spring towards top now as well with that minion wave. And it's essentially just all downhill from here for GT unless they can salvage something. Maybe find them on a pick or anything like that. But it is such a hard game to win.
Yeah, a salvaging point for GT is also that Caitlyn, it's pretty easy to set up your traps and be able to set. As I say that, goodbye.
Zhao Yu caught out, and he was the quote-unquote tank of the team, but EasyHoon makes him look like another squishy. Vici finish off the top tower, and we'll probably just back off after this. I mean, they have a couple of chunked health bars. They got the kill. They got the tower. They can just go back and consolidate the gold lead.
Yeah, that's another win. I mean, the point I was about to make was that the fact that you can set up your trap so it's harder to siege, but I guess they can just all in on just about anybody. Actually, anybody. Yeah. That's the point that they proved. It doesn't matter how much armor or magic resist. He was sitting on a full spirit visage, and it just didn't matter. He was just chunked down by, honestly, not only just EasyHoon's burst and stun, but also just the incredible follow-up that Vici have.
That was just a show of strength as well from Vici. The fact that they can instantly nuke down Zhao Yu with not that many resources committed to it means that no one is safe from the wrath of Vici right now. And it's, yeah, we just need to watch them play a calculated game and see if they can return to form for Vici. Because ultimately it's still GT. It's still a team that we are looking towards the bottom of the table in their group. So they need to kind of put them in their place and say, hey, look, EDG, we are coming for you.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you're game talents, you got to give this kid a try a little bit more. Like, for instance, Xiao Yu, this is his first game right now in the LPL. And this is a bad example, obviously, of a game as I guess, an example of him and a reason why he should come back. But I think you're already losing quite a bit, and you're in a tough group. So I think a few more opportunities to see
would be warranted.
Yeah, it would be. So just to check out if the strengths that he has in comparison to Wushuang. It's not going to be much, but Wushuang has a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah, but Zhao Yu was kind of dealt a bad hand in this game.
Definitely, if the Rise was picked in, I mean, the one point that he had to look towards was just a free Rise from the mid lane, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't free the man. Yeah. He was set in jail from minute 1. And so Rise 1-5-2. At the very least, he's not putting himself in harm's way, so your bet's not going to work out for you.
No.
I might lose here too. He might just sit in Fountain and it's all over.
Yeah, we're both losers.
Yeah, that's when I can change the rules, because I was the one who made the rules. Suddenly we're Wheel of Fortune again. Yeah. Suddenly I was like, hey, I'm closer. I know we agreed onto this, but
yeah, that may be the case.
It's not the case anymore.
And there is not a lot going on in this game currently. Vici are playing such a slow game, which is, in all honesty, exactly what they should be doing. They are choking the vision out from GT. They're playing it slow, pushing out top lane, pushing out bot lane with Long, and just getting to the point where they can hopefully crack that base. And I think with 1 minute remaining on the Baron, they may just peel back and take it away.
Yeah, I think the real reason why they're I agree with you. I think the reason why they're stalling so much is that they don't want to look for the dive, right? And the reason why they don't want to look for the dive is because they don't have any GAs. If one person makes a mistake, then they just throw the game straight back on them. It's 34 minutes in, and you don't want to give a team of Caitlyn, Rise, and Jace another chance at the game.
Sure.
And so right now, the GA is being built by Bengi. He wants to be able to farm up. He's backing right now. Maybe he can just purchase it. Here we go. There we go. So he's got that GA. Maokai hasn't even been looking for it. I mean, he's probably just realized he's not going to die. He's died twice, and that's it.
Yep.
So he's pretty comfortable with his life right now. So at this point, if you have that much, you should just be able to, you should be quite free and happy to just dive into this competition.
Yeah, sitting pretty on 4 items at 35 minutes. Pretty healthy. Next dragon will be Elder as well. So it will come down to these objectives, and it's pretty obvious that GT have read this and it's like, okay, we need to venture outside of our base, outside of our natural habitat and make something happen, and maybe find Bengi. So they'll force his Ragnarok because he just simply doesn't want to get too chunked before a potential fight opening up.
Bengi, what are you doing? I mean, I just don't understand. I guess he thought he was being sneaky. Thought he was like, you know what? I may have not used my red trinket, but I'm pretty sure they don't have wards here. And they just saw him coming out, and they just bursted him down. So so far, he only has he has 60% HP. He used his ulti. Now they have to wait a little bit until his ulti comes right back. So Baron's inevitably going to be that issue. They can't really, or at least they don't want to force that fight unless if they catch out a Caitlyn at any point. But for now, they're going to wait until the cooldown comes back. It's fairly short cooldown at the very least.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, and Long is waiting in base.
What are you waiting for?
Home guard coming in soon.
I don't even see any wards.
And a recall on Gimgoon as well. They're catching someone. Someone's gonna die here. Bengi runs in, and his Guardian Angel may be instantly popped, but he's kept alive. Jubit, he had all the peel in the world, but it was just not enough to keep him alive. So Boki, he goes down. Xiao Yu as well. And this was the tower dive we were looking for. Well played by Vici, rather. They just cracked the base, run into 3 members, and actually this could just straight up be the game right here. There are a couple low health members, but there is a minion wave here and a massive Maokai that no one can deal with.
Yeah, GA is still available for Bengi, so there's a reason for him to just run in there. Doesn't matter if he has 1 HP on him.
Not even kill Bengi and take away his Guardian Angel. And after all of that, we thought it was going to be a Baron play, but in the end, it's just Vici standing all over GT. Maybe Republic can get something from this one. The best chances if they all run onto the spawn pad, but he's taken out by Easy Hood. Nexus falls, and Vici take this game again in convincing fashion.
This is what I'm talking about. If you're Vici here, a 2-0 victory means so much for you. But if you're game talent, you're back to the drawing board. So, I mean, they brought in Xiao Yu. It was a good first look for him in the sense that we saw that gank, we saw the idea for it. It didn't work out for him, but, you know, maybe give him a second chance. Maybe give him a second try. I want to hear Rusty's idea of this. He was already saying that, you know, Wu Shuang was that man. What do you think, Rusty?
It's just,
just throw it off to you.
Chinese solo queue jungler. Hey, and you want to give him a try against Bengi. I feel like they could have picked any other game in the LPL to try him out for the first
He's
time.
trying to fix your suit, mate.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There we go.
I had no idea what he was touching me.
I wasn't
randomly
slapping
at my chest.
I don't want you back on this desk, man. I'm just saying right now. I'm trying to fix it up. I'm just trying to fix your suit.
No, in all seriousness, I don't think they should have actually swapped their junglers for this game unless there was some kind of genuine mentality issue or player issue there with the jungle role. So it doesn't really change the outcome of the game by swapping junglers, though. I think he played okay. He just, you know, gave a kill to a Maokai earlier, which is a big problem.
Yeah. It was just kind of the game snowballing out of control. I mean, it was just another one that was unfortunate for GT, but in the end, Vici did show that they were the superior team, and that was really what they needed to do coming in here. You know, that was the storyline coming in for EDG. It was just like they need to make this 2-0 happen. Vici did the same thing. Yes, there was a couple shaky moments, but it was never really within the realms of possibility that GT were going to take the series.
Yeah, that's what was tough about for GT. I think GT, they came in, they thought they had a composition. I mean, they brought it back to Ryze. So Ryze is a big pressure point for the mid lane here for Republic. Republic has been showing great games on Ryze, and it's kind of disheartening for them, obviously, that he got that pick, and they just gotten blown up in the mid lane by just about every member from Vici.
Yeah, and whilst Ryze is a good power point for Republic, he can play a multitude of champions. It's more how Vici played against the Ryze, which is the big problem. So yeah, maybe he had a dance and they decided to camp him more, but Olaf very good at ganking that lane, and this is something that we wanted to highlight as well from the draft. When you look at it, what lanes can an Olaf gank? And the answer is all of them, but Syndra's the best at it because the range with which you can stun somebody to set up the axes to slow is just ridiculous in that middle lane. He's also really close to throw the initial axe, so in terms of where I would have ganked it was Republic, and that's why I'm a little bit disappointed in Xiao Yu for not going to that middle lane, instead choosing to gank a Jace lane, which will already do well.
Yeah, and it's really bad for, it's just a bad situation for the Ryze, or at least the Ryze team, because there's no point where he can build that QSS or really anything that he could do to stop himself in that situation, because there were every single member on Vici can just make his life hell. Bottom lane didn't even do much. It was honestly, there was a point where Malzahar was walking at him, and I mentioned he just ghosted away because he didn't want to have anything to do with that. But overall, Vici recognized their one strength point. They played to it very well, and there was nothing the team could do unless, I mean, there was, and that's play towards that and really bring up Republic. Don't put him in that island. Make it so that you're fighting for that vision in the mid lane. Make it so you're fighting as a team. Hey, I mean, you know what? To be fair, Gimgoon made one travel to the mid lane, cleared out a control ward, and went back top. It's not his job, but it's the team's job to help him out.
Yeah. So focusing on GT as a team just right now, looking at like their picks and bans, how much of it was execution? Because I mean, execution did not go well, but did they pick themselves into a corner and just set themselves up for failure?
I think they actually picked themselves into a perfectly fine team comp. Getting Syndra as a last pick is actually a big flag that the draft may want to look at, but overall, like, Ryze is good, Jace is good because Gimgoon's a fantastic player. Actually played well even in that defeat. So like giving him a carry champion is a fantastic decision. And so they just didn't really play and execute around their carries well enough to be able to get a victory because people were able to get carried away with it.
Exactly, and the big carry of the team was Bengi on that Olaf. They didn't get the Shen to pair with him, but he didn't need it because he just kept running into people, and he just didn't die. Lots of times we were like, Bengi's been caught out, but then he just turns around and murders people. So he did a great job setting up that mid lane specifically, and actually just doing a great job on the map in the early game.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I think for me, when I look at Vici, and you made the biggest point, right? If Game Talents got to a point, let's say 30 minutes into the game, if they were even, if they had fought their way to that point, they actually would have been quite fine. Chase would have been fine in that individual matchup. He would have been split pushing to heaven. The mid lane actually would have been able to help him out too because it's a Ryze. But you have to fight for that mid lane. You have to do what you can to keep him in parity, or just make it so it's a hard time for Vici to actually unthrone him.
And that's why Vici were always having that obsession with the Baron as well, because you look at Game Talent's team composition, if it was even at 30 minutes, there was no way Vici were breaking the base. The dives were really difficult to execute on. You've got 5 Caitlyn traps to set up. If Jace even joins the fray, there's going to be a lot more poke. Tahm can just save the person, Syndra stuns. Like, they actually had all of the tools and a decent draft and team composition to combat Vici by saying, you come at us, and then we counter it in a better and more effective way. But given the early lead and the early decision-making of both junglers, Vici just pulled too far ahead and made too much happen.
Is that the major ongoing issue with GT then, just looking at their laning phase in the early game? Because it seems like they do have the tools to potentially deal with the teams that they're facing and the situation they're put in, but they're constantly playing from the back foot.
Yeah, I think that's a big problem. I think this was the first time that we saw Zubin and Savoki in a good position actually in that lane, so that's a big plus. But looking towards mid lane and top lane, well, top lane's fine, but this time around it was mostly the mid lane. So I don't know, whether it's Xiaoyu, whether it's Wushuang, they should be able to poke out or figure out which lane they want to keep up and keep it going.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think GT's problems lie in their early game for sure. If they can get to, again, the strength that they've always had, the reason they made the playoffs so well is because the games were an average game time of a lot longer, and they're able to team fight extremely well when they get to that late game stage. If they keep losing early games this ridiculously, then they're never going to get there, and you'll never see their strengths actually shine through.
So taking a look at Vici now within the context of the group and from what we saw of like Series 1 of the day, where does that put them? Because I don't think we can learn too much about them facing, I guess, a bottom of the table team versus now looking at EDG and where they may be ranked. So are we still looking at them as like a tier 2 team? Do they drop further or rise above? Considering what we've learned.
They're not top 2. I think we can say that much. We already watched them lose on Friday to QG, who I would say are cementing themselves in our next set potentially as the top 2. I'd actually put Vici at 4th then as a result in this group. Game Talents, I actually said if there was any team that they were going to beat, it'd probably be Vici because they play the same style. They both want to get late game. If they both get there, you'd expect the team fighting team would win, but Vici showed up with an early game. I think as we move through the split, they could get better, but Vici right now are 4th to me.
Yeah, that's a big point. I agree with 4th, and I think if they get better, they can get 3rd, but that's a big question, right? They need to get to that point first.
It's interesting in terms of potential looking at these teams heading into this, and even despite EDG, which I feel like has to be the story of the day, right? Like it was such a big thing coming forwards, and then that kind of does upset the rankings. So do you actually think now that we've seen more of these teams that EDG could at least be in flux at the top of the table?
Yeah, no, they should be at flux. I'm surprised they're winning as much as they are, given the team that they've actually put out for week 1. They looked better, and honestly, I think they haven't even overperformed. The teams were underperforming in that week, and everyone's starting to catch up slowly again. The LPL, or Group B, I should say, as a whole, is meant to be a stacked group, and only now are we starting to see some semblance of strategy and, like a stride being formed from these teams. So yeah, EDG, I don't think they're outright the best team in the group. I think QG can challenge that if they perform well in the next series, WE as well. If they have a good day, they are always the best team.
So I want to take that one step further because the LPL, it was kind of the split of like rebuilding and regrowing as teams. Do you think we're actually like hitting that mantra? Because right now we're seeing teams kind of fall apart at the seams and in a lot of places.
We're definitely at the regrowing portion of this. We're getting to that. We're rebuilding. I'd say we'll get to that point where, you know, right now we're at the rocky point. He's hitting up he's in that meat market, I believe, you know, smacking him around. He's getting there. Maybe he can defeat Ivan Drago a little later on, but right now they're getting to that point. They're still figuring themselves out.
The music isn't playing just yet, though. That's the thing that's missing. So yeah, no, I think we're in the regrowing stage, like they are reborn, right? But at this stage, you know, there's a lot more growing, I should say, for them to do before I consider them the best.
Or at the least, we're going to cue the music because we're heading to a quick break. But that's enough from me. We're going to send it over to Dom as well for the next and last series of today and the end of week 2. Stick with us. We'll be back with W and QG after this.
Everyone, the LPL is back for our final game of week 2. My name is Dom Romer. I am claiming the desk from Pulse for our final game. It is Team WE taking on Xiaogu. Joining me on the desk is, once again, Froskurin and Rusty. How you guys doing?
Yeah, good. I haven't really moved. I think you are the newest addition, so we're all good. Same as before, ready for the best, arguably, game of the week.
Yep.
Yeah, so I've actually got in my notes right here, this is Rusty's match of the week. Frosco, you were saying that this was also your match of the week. How did we end up having Xiaogu's other game being the match of the week?
Because it was on Friday and we weren't competing with any other broadcasts.
Well, there we go.
I also thought it was the actual match of the week because we didn't know if QG were good or not until they played against a better team. So we saw them compete and actually beat out Vici. Perhaps now coming into their next set against Team WE, they are as good as we thought, and this is like cementing that fact.
And this is, again, the week of the Reapers. This is the test. They were able to succeed on the first one by beating Vici. After losing in game 1, they brought it back and took game number 2 in, I think, 31 minutes, game number 3 in 27, which was great. But now they're taking on Team WE, who gave EDG, when they still looked great, a run for their money.
Yeah, that's the big thing to underline is the iteration of EDG that faced Team WE. That was a great series. Both teams performed very well. We saw quite a few very intelligent things, particularly through Condi. That guy was going off in the early game, which Team WE aren't necessarily really known for. And so now it's kind of a question of we haven't seen them for, close to a month since Lunar New Year. This is their first time coming back. What did Team WE look like? Because EDG fell apart at the seams.
Yeah, and Team WE's early game was good, as you mentioned, but their mid game was where they were constantly losing everything, and that's not something that you expect from them. You expect them to be able to sit back and, patiently play out League of Legends, which is where they're a little bit akin to Vici in that respect. And I thought this is going to be a better series against QG than the Vici one because WE can do exactly that.
Yep.
If they start losing, they hide. And they wait until they are strong enough to get the fights, whereas Vici are a slow, methodical team that, if they fall behind, really do implode a little bit more than WE.
So then we are expecting this to be a very challenging matchup for Xiaogu. Yes, they were able to win, but we're still expecting great things out of WE. And the fact that this is WE's only match of the week. They've had 2.5 weeks, if you include the Lunar New Year, to prepare for this game.
This is the gut check moment for QG. We call them or say that they're kind of a top tier team. This is their chance to finally prove it and say that they are kind of the clear best in this group since EDG have fallen down.
So let's actually get into some of these specific matchups. First of all, in the mid lane, we're going to be seeing NewBee taking on Xie here. This looks like it's going to be pretty exciting because NewBee, so far he's been playing Rising Karma.
I think I'd call them both the innovators in a weird way. Given the tiny champion pool that we've actually seen from NewBee, he's a player that can play a lot of things. And Xie, first to bring out mid Nautilus, that guy was running around on Protobelt Vladimir for quite a while, just as it came out. He's quick to pick things up. And he's also very good at them when he does.
He's also kind of like a low econ mid lane player. Even against Vici across from EasyHoon, NewBee was having a really tough time in the lane phase. But given the limited resources that he had, he was able to go above and beyond what he was able to do for his team, especially when he teamed up with Clid.
Yeah, and there's this really cool dynamic, I suppose, of being a low economy mid laner against QG. You are going to get pressured, so you have to be that. You have to be able to deal with getting limited resources and a lot of pressure put on you to be able to succeed as a team, because that is something that 100% happens.
Yeah, and to speak about that pressure, the junglers are going to play a pretty important role in this. Clid and Condi. Clid didn't exactly have a phenomenal performance in game number 1 against Vici, but he was able to come back and enable NewBee to do things essentially and win the series. Can he do it again today?
It's a bit different in this matchup as well. The cool thing about the last one is we highlighted the epic 2v2 between jungle and mid laners. I don't think that exists as much in this particular set against WE, because Condi's a unique player that goes and does his own things by himself. The son of Baron always steals things alone, invades alone, and Xie is kind of just that rotisserie that plays Twisted Fate. Occasionally will exist, but not always.
But the exciting thing here is that Condi is starting to streak towards playing more of an early game. Clid has definitely showcased himself as kind of being an early game jungler. He'll make the plays happen. It's NewBee kind of shadowing underneath him and following and facilitating that. So I'm really hoping that both these guys turn up on the initial to second jungle rotations and we see a clash.
Then are we going to expect WE to attempt to enable Condi to make these solo plays? Because we know Xiaogu move as a unit very collectively.
I think it's more important, matchup across from these teams, who's getting what superior matchup is incredibly important because we know that both these junglers will look to be kind of that snowball mechanic for their lanes, and they have so many weapons to do so. Yes, NewBee is more of a kind of a supportive style mid laner. He'll follow his jungler around, but you can expect skirmishes. But if you look up on the top side of this map, Kabe and 957, Kabe has had a fantastic series against Vici and showcased that he can play both the carry and even the tank as a carry. His Maokai game was out of control. So the amount of threats and gank opportunities that Condi and Clid have, they can go top, they can go bottom, they can go mid. That's what is exciting.
Yeah. No. And in addition to talk about that bottom lane, Xiaogu, they've been going for the rotating bottom lane with Candy7 and Cloud, and then Alone and Ollie swapping back and forth.
This is one of the few times in League of Legends where I might even suggest that we end up with a 5v5 top lane. Because they could actually all rotate to that lane. The bottom lane supports always disappear. They can work with their junglers as well. Zero, very good at roaming, and Zero Mystic, also very good at lane swapping randomly when they decide it's a good idea. I actually think QG matched that quite well. And so in how these lanes actually pan out, top lane to me is actually one of the bigger deciding factors, not even bringing draft into account. So there's just the 1v1 when they go head to head. Can 957 actually take it to him is a massive question.
Another big point that I think we didn't exactly talk about was, while we were thinking of how this matchup could turn out, one of the concerns was this game could be 2 25-minute stops depending on both of the teams. Like Xiaogu could just go off and stomp WE, or it could be the other way around.
I mean, theoretically, but also both these teams have showcased great ability to absorb a lot of like early game blunders and kind of just play that turtle game. Team WE in particular, we call them the Elder Dragon team because they're great at absorbing losses and then kind of showing up at 35 minutes. QG historically have been able to do the same thing. Maybe they haven't gotten the chance to prove it in 2017 yet. But
historically, I feel like they had trouble just waiting against Vici just earlier this week.
I think the idea is we have a 25-minute game, Dom, or we have a 50-minute game. Yeah, they've shown struggles in waiting, but both teams are very good at doing it. So we might find this really awkward trade-off where Baron is legitimately the most important objective on the Rift because it helps break that.
This is something to note, though, as we take a look at Team WE's lineup, is that Zero is not starting for the team, so it is their sub-support. That's kind of a big question mark because we talked about how like Cloud or Ollie versus Zero, like that's actually a really good matchup no matter who starts on the field. And I think that Zero is like a big key piece to be missing from that roster.
Instead, that is going to be Ben attempting to break out that bottom lane. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not he's successful. And here are the rosters right now. You can see 957, Kandi, Xie, Mystic, and as you said, no Zero, but Ben instead filling that out.
Just a shame to see a talent like Zero not start on the roster. That said, huge shoes for Ben to fill, and he gets the debut chance, and a guy like Mystic to stand next to him to do so.
Yeah, he certainly does. Their opponents, though, Kabe, Clid, and Doinby, and this time it's going to be Candy7 and Cloud.
And that's the thing that I definitely want to touch on as well. They didn't actually start in the last two series, but they ended the series on the roster. This time around, they've actually started for QG, so perhaps they're finding some consistency, or they've decided that these might be the best two players in their roles.
And it's so funny, QG holistically are kind of your redemption team. You've got Doinby, making his rise back from the LSPL to the LBL to fate and meet across from Swift one day next week. But then you also have people like Candy7 and Cloud who, they've had LPL careers in the past. Their careers took these random trajectories, not in the greatest directions, and kind of making their redemption or their comeback story. So it's just like a really cool storyline for QG. If you like comebacks, this is your team.
And it's not even just the bottom lane as well. They've had a top laner who has been around since 2012 and just hasn't really found success until this split. So flanked by effectively really, really strong Koreans is now what we're seeing in QG is the Koreans and the comeback kids.
It's certainly going to be an interesting matchup to see how these people are going to be able to demonstrate that. So I'm taking a look at the stats right here. Right now it's Candy7 and Cloud who have been seeing the most success with Xiaogu, and that's probably why they're starting today, because their schedule just keeps getting tougher.
What's really interesting is that Ollie, their other support, formerly known as Ari, used to play for Team WE, and he's known as like a shot caller and a really great mind of the game. He actually left a little bit to be a caster before returning as a player. So the fact that they're not starting Ollie tells me that they have a different shot caller in a different position. You would assume that that would be Doinby because he talks a lot. So maybe it's just kind of an issue of how that changes the team in terms of its communication dynamic and who's actually taking the reins when Ollie is on the roster versus Cloud.
And I think I'd be confused if it wasn't Doinby, because the movements that we've seen from his and the obsession with Rise working with Clid has been a very good tandem 2v2, I guess, duo bolstering their forces.
Yeah, I think you can just see that like whenever you see him in Champion Select and they scroll through all the player cams, he is just talking nonstop. And even in game, he's just talking.
I know that this is kind of a random tangent, but Rusty said Rise, and I have to put this out there.
Yeah,
if QG get Rise, that is an awesome pick to watch. They are so good at playing around the Realm Warp in team fights specifically. We've seen a lot of cute things with Realm Warp and kind of positioning the team around objectives, sneaking the Barons or moving people around towers, but specifically in split-second chaotic team fights, they execute on that better than anyone I've ever seen.
They did struggle a little bit. NewBee struggled a little bit with that rise into EasyHoon's Cassiopeia, in which he was just burning through his mana pool so much.
But that's just a NewBee thing. That's also a really tough matchup because it's really hard for Rise to put out his damage output and face Cassiopeia.
We have now entered into pick and ban for game number 1 between WE and Xiaogu. We will say goodbye to Rusty and embrace him once again when he comes back to break down what happened after game number 1. But as you can see, Varus, Camille, and Kha'Zix, WE have got their sights set very crisply and cleanly. That does mean that Rengar and LeBlanc are up. So we'll see if Xiaogu decide to target those or if they're looking for something else, as they already banned out Zyra and Jace.
It's certainly a comfort pick for Xie if he wants to go towards LeBlanc. We have already seen LeBlanc today. Unfortunately, Scout didn't find much success on it, was unable to kind of burst through, but looks like their priority is instead going to be towards the other OP left open.
Yeah, Rengar is now locked in for Kandi in the jungle.
So Team WE having no problems where Vici and Game Talents failed before. They see the Rengar and they immediately pick it up. And again, we talk about, Kandi being so proactive recently in the early game. A champion like Rengar is just going to empower that further.
It certainly is. Meanwhile, the answer from Xiaogu is going to be hopefully an enormous great oak of a tree.
And this is really big. This means that if they don't want to pick up the LeBlanc, it kind of dissuades Team WE from looking that direction. It's okay because they're going to pick it up in tandem anyway, but they did have the option by grabbing the Maokai that they could have looked elsewhere for their mid pick, because you don't necessarily want to pick LeBlanc into Maokai. He's kind of considered one of the soft counters.
As it is, the LeBlanc is locked in for NewBee, and Kandi is going to pick up Jhin now for Mystic. I believe this is his fifth champion played, and I think 6 games, so Mystic has been all over the place.
Which is funny. Historically, Mystic really isn't a Jhin player. He can play it, but it was never the champion that he was really well known for. In fact, it was kind of one of those picks where don't pick the Jhin, pick the Ezreal, the Sivir is what he really made his defining features on. We'll see if he's gotten more comfortable with the Jhin, especially because he's got Ben standing next to him down there in that bottom lane. The big thing about Zero Mystic is those were the 2 Korean players.
Yeah.
They were the Korean bot lane, had great communication there. So we'll see if Ben fares better, if he is able to communicate with Mystic and provide him the correct support with a power pick like Malzahar.
We'll definitely have to keep an eye on that bottom lane, as Sivir is now the pickup for Candy 7, and Rise is banned away. Now, I remember that Raz was talking a whole lot about the Rise LeBlanc interaction. With Courage of the Colossus, whenever LeBlanc pops in, you just snare her and soak the damage.
Yeah, it's really hard to trade against Rise if he has Courage of the Colossus versus the Storm Raiders. Again, the big thing about LeBlanc and why she's so powerful is her trading patterns, the fact that she can chunk you out while also pushing the wave simultaneously with kind of like the AoE spread. Courage of the Colossus helps absorb a lot of that, so that is no longer an option. That said, Xie still has the option to go towards like the Corki or even the Syndra, if maybe he wants to go that direction.
Tahm Kench is the ban away from Cloud, making it a little bit more difficult to protect that Sivir as Malzahar and Rengar leap onto a Xiaogu with their final ban. They actually target away Syndra.
I mean, the thing is that it's almost just impossible to kill Tahm Kench in lane with his great health. He's way too tanky. Yes, he offers protection and security to the rest of his team, but in that 2v2 dynamic, even though you lose out on the shove because he can't push a creep wave like a Zyra, like a Karma, like a Malzahar can, again, it's just having that great health and him just being unkillable.
In answer, though, Lee Sin is going to be banned away from Clid, as we have not seen a jungle pick just yet. Means Xiaogu are going to be saving that for last, as Thresh is the follow-up and Shen is going into Kabe.
I know every support professionally plays Thresh, but Cloud is an incredible Thresh player.
He actually is, yeah.
So this should be a treat. I've been super stoked when I heard that Cloud was on this roster. I know that QG have a rotating bottom lane. I was hoping that they would play him. I'm glad to see him start in this game, and I hope that he continues to find success, because he's just such an exciting and a very volatile player to watch. He wants to flash in, he wants to make the crazy plays, he wants to make those prediction hooks, and he has the skill to do it.
We've got a hand raise from Ben right here. He might be calling for a ref. That Karthus might be accidental, but we're not seeing WE panic. That's actually a bit of a smile from Xie's face, so it looks like that was, in fact, not supposed to be a deliberate Karthus. Why would I mean, I like the idea. LeBlanc's going to kill you. You can get your damage anyways, but that's 300 gold.
I'm a big Karthus advocate, but before we spiel into it, we'll make sure that it actually went through. The number one thing about all of these, like the 10-ban draft system, is now that the responsibility is on different players. So suddenly you have these players that aren't used to being in charge of the banning phase, like having to participate in it. And I feel like it's catching a lot of players off guard.
Yeah. The thing that I always admired was like the old school Cloud9, how they would go for their picks simultaneously and then lock, and then move on to the next one. To give you as little time as possible to react in Champ Select. It was just this super tiny optimization, like actively using the clock against your opponent's tiny mind game. But seems like the LPL team's still struggling to understand the concept of actually picking a champion. But LCU is the same thing. The new League client.
They're not playing on the...
Oh, yeah.
It's fine.
At least on the tournament realm.
It's just communication issues, which hopefully will be resolved. I don't know why I wrote down Tom Kinch. They're playing Malzahar in support.
Tom Kinch was banned, yes. Getting a little ahead of yourself there. Okay, so with the composition that we've seen so far, we're likely going to go all the way back down to that Thresh and Shen, leaving the mid lane for WE to counter into LeBlanc and the jungle open for Xiaogu.
I don't know if the Shen pick counts. We have been told that the Karthus was the wrong pick, so don't want to write in Shen yet, but you are probably right that it will probably stay consistent. But so far we have Maokai, LeBlanc, Sivir, and Thresh, so we can see the majority of QG's composition. And it's pretty much just kind of a run at you comp. I'm curious if LeBlanc is going to take Teleport or a different summoner, because that could open up a different option for split pushing that, you know, EDG failed to capitalize on earlier today. But a big thing with Sivir is that you have the ability to run a 1-3-1 because she makes that 3 people in the middle super safe because she can just pop her ultimate to disengage from a fight. And then you just wait for Maokai to either find a flank that he likes through pulling the team apart in pressure points, or LeBlanc to draw pressure.
Yeah, and even then with the new decoy from LeBlanc, that could be even more added pressure to try to feint out some of the abilities.
Some of the problems that we run into with QG's composition is its power spikes. It's super critical for Doinby to get going on this LeBlanc pick, not only because he does get a powerful pick like LeBlanc, and Doinby's a phenomenal LeBlanc player, but then you're flanked by Sivir and Maokai. Sivir, we talk about this all the time, when the AD carry champion pool is pinched, Sivir's not a bad pick. A bit more fringe, but her issues are her itemization and, more importantly, her breakpoints and when she matches up to other AD carries. You know, like the Jins and the Ashes, they're going to be much more viable and much stronger earlier on in the game. 45 minutes, Sivir's still going to be a boss and she's going to crit your face off.
Exactly.
But you have to get there first.
You're going to get 1 ricochet for 400 damage.
So a lot of pressure on Doinby to make sure that Candy7 can get to that point, and he is valuable.
It will certainly be a challenge to see if that happens as we race through. There's the Thresh. Shen going to be picked up shortly thereafter. And not Karthus, but Kassadin, the very next letter in the alphabet from that R to the S, as Kassadin is the pick of choice for Xie into Doinby's LeBlanc.
So a lot of mobility, backline threat, and dive potential from both these mid laners. They're very comfortable with either matchup. Again, Xie and Doinby are both LeBlanc and Kassadin experts. So we'll see how this one goes for them. I'm guessing that it's going to be about counter windows between LeBlanc's proccing of the chains, with Kassadin being able to rip walk away, but early 1 through 5 is going to be really rough for Xie.
I feel like a lot of this game is about that dive potential. I mean, you've got Rengar, Kassadin, Malzahar, who can go either offensive or defensive, depending on whether they're diving or getting dived upon. So WE have got a lot of options with this.
Eyes kind of on Mystic, though, because he really doesn't have a lot of safety. Even though there is a Shen in this composition, that's not for the Jhin. He's pretty much, I assume it's going to be very much a CDR penetration build, which is fairly common on Jhin, but it's really about empowering his ultimate, and that's really what Mystic is there for. He's there to hit the slow, to start the fights, and to do damage from far away, because that Shin safety is all there for Condi or for Xie. Curious how Ben's going to play around him, if he's going to help kind of protect the team, or if he's going to be there as the flash ult Malzahar on a priority target.
I feel like, in this case, Mystic might try to be taking cues from OMG's SMLZ's Jhin, where he just builds the full penetration, then sits all the way in the back like a full turret deep, pops ultimate or uses the deadly flourish.
And he's really going to have to because Doinby will certainly be on the hunt.
Oh, yeah.
Now, cool things to watch for Doinby's LeBlanc is he's actually not really a skirmish LeBlanc player. He's really potent and powerful in 5v5s, which normally LeBlanc is, you know, she's an assassin. She wants to find
flanks,
these 2v2s, 3v3s, but Doinby has really just been known of kind of holding his cooldowns and using them at the optimal time to devastate 5v5s. It goes back to QG having this reputation when Doinby was on the roster of being the kings of team fighting, and he is a big part of that.
I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on it. I mean, even just yesterday, we were able to learn so much from rookies Katarina, just the level of skill being played on a champion like that. And this LeBlanc has been out for a good couple of months now, so you have to imagine Doinby's got something special up his sleeves for this performance, and it's not going to be a rabbit.
Always a pleasure to see Doinby get a comfort champion like LeBlanc. And speaking of comfort champions, again, have to echo Cloud and Candy7 both getting big comfort champions for them in the Sivir and the Thresh. So there's a lot of playmaking, you know, wow potential for these rosters, and we picked this as probably the game of the week now that QG have proven themselves against Vici, and I'm super excited to watch it happen.
Yeah, the week of the Reapers. The gut check is on. Will they survive or will they end up in mediocrity? This is the test for Xiaogu. Now, the big thing again that we're going to be watching for, can Xiaogu get those power spikes onto Doinby to allow Candy7 to scale? Going to have to keep an eye on that lane. And looks like defensive lines.
Yep, and then on the other side, all eyes have to be on this Rengar. It's super exciting. We got another Rengar pick through. It's in the hands of Condi. This guy has been showing up in the early game with some creative pathing, especially when he's teaming up with his bottom lane, who kind of unlock themselves. I mean, we think about the level 2 gank on mid lane that they pulled against EDG. So figuring out where Condi's starting and where he's going to start snowballing.
I think you're going to be able to figure out where he is once he gets level 6 and just starts popping Thrill of the Hunt left and right.
Well, that's the question. He does have the potential that he can actually gank before level 6, especially because he has a Shin up into the top lane, but he is starting top side, so you would think that it would just be a standard clear, and like you said, he's going just to farm towards that level 6 and then look for the gank, but there are options that if he doesn't want to wait for that ultimate, that he can look for CC in other lanes.
Oh man, maybe we'll even get to see the elusive submarine stealth Rengar bringing Shen in.
I 100% guarantee that will happen.
Whoa, Doinby starts with chains first. Wow.
So this is the other really cool thing about LeBlanc. This is cheesy. Is he going to fall for it?
Oh, Clid goes in, dashes forward. That's red buff. A lot of damage ticking down onto Xie. He walks away without burning summoners.
So unfortunately, Clid and Doinby, I mean, Clid decides to go in, yes, because Kassadin's over, and he still technically wins out because now they have the health advantage as well as the pot lead. But Doinby had just burned the chain, and it kind of then tells, you know, why did Doinby start chain? It is an option for LeBlanc, but obviously it offers the CC, and if you're planning a level 2 gank,
whoa, they're actually invading the jungle now. Condi flashes as Doinby tries to get his own flash chain.
And this is super brave from Condi. I like the fact that Clid gets the advantage in the mid lane, chunks out Kassadin, and now is pulling over his bot lane to contest into 3-buff Condi here.
You can even see the Voidlings being used to help Condi clear out the Krugs just on the other side of the wall, but with Mystic unable to come help without missing minions. That's advantage to Xiaogu as they invade and steal away 2 red buffs.
Manufactured and executed beautifully here as Clid's now also taking the Raptors in line of the ward. And Condi can't do anything. He's like, I'm Rengar level 3. I guess I'm just going to have to back.
That hook gets denied by the Voidling. I should clarify, it's a 2 red buff start. He didn't steal 2 red buffs. As Doinby tries to go for the Shatter Orb and flash over the wall. Clid, whoa, goes low. Okay, looks like Xiaogu are a little hypey today.
Hold on though, bottom lane.
Big crit catches Cloud.
Okay, so should note, Xie does not have flash. Doinby doesn't have flash either, but that doesn't necessarily mean much for LeBlanc because she's so mobile. So what I want to see now is Doinby to lure out Xie from his little hole, which means he needs to quickly reset this wave, get it bouncing off the tower, and then to punish that flashless Kassadin before he gets level 6.
Already level 3. As the snare catches Candy7, Ben is trying to get some damage as the Voidlings get under. Cloud goes down and is brought to below 100 health. But Xiaogu have to recall.
But this is not necessarily them. I mean, yes, they get bullied out of the lane, but you can see that they both have their flashes. They have the heal, so calculated, I guess, passive loss of the lane.
They're still staying in lane, and here comes Clid. Flash Flay catches Mystic, but he burns his own flash to dodge the death sentence.
Always going to be worth, though, that you traded your support's flash for Jhin, especially now because they can just change up the positioning in the lane. Cloud's like, I'm no longer safe, that's fine. I can still just step back and allow you the dark passage.
Yeah, you can see Clid is on the, or excuse me, Condi is on the other side of the map to take advantage of the vision of that Graves. Steals away the Krug camp, and that's the recall from Kabe, knowing that he's not safe, and now seeing Condi in that tribush.
Does have his teleport. We'll see if he uses it. Yep, there he goes. It should also then force the TP response from 957. Well, initially when he finally pushes him out.
Yeah, whenever he gets back. That's the recall now out of Doinby, the corrupting flask going to be refilling. And Xie with one of his own along with the Dark Seal for even more sustain against the inevitable poke of that LeBlanc. But taking a look at the jungle farm, Condi right now actually just dings level 4. Clid is already level 4. Down 21 jungle creeps this early on.
That said, Clid has gotten his back in, so he's still much stronger than Condi despite the fact of the gold discrepancy. He got a control ward and he got boots. So we'll see what he does with that. And if he continues to contest and invade and chase around Condi.
He's really looking to enable his mid and bottom lane to make something happen again, invading.
He needs to be really careful here, though. So he just places the control ward and he backs out. And the reason being is that Candy7 and Cloud are making their backs right now. While he doesn't have vision on Mystic and Ben, you have to assume that since the support has made their back, exactly this, that they're going to be placing deep vision, particularly in the Pixel Brush and River. So I'm actually going to call foul on that from Condi. He shouldn't have placed his ward there because it was pretty clear that the support was going to be wandering by and taking it.
It did give an opportunity for Doinby to see that gank coming and allowed him to walk away safely. Xiaogu with their own bottom lane recall send their duo to the top, a 6-minute lane swap. It's Sivir with a Cull. Are they going to try to rush this? Clid's on the way as well.
This is scary. We'll see what happens. 957 is going ahead and backing. Sivir's now showed herself, so he has the opportunity. Oh, we cancel it. Of, saying how he wants to defend this. He has teleport. He's kind of waiting for people to support him.
They're trying to rush down the first turret of the game, and Xiaogu are going to do a lot of damage with the Graves and 4 members of the team. Mystic is trying to answer along with Ben, but that is the first brick going over to Xiaogu.
That's a lane swap. We just saw a lane swap.
This is 2017.
This is crazy. Anyway, 957 in response teleports down the cannon creep, keeps it alive. They have a wave pushing forward, so it will be answered, but tempo advantage to QG. They're pushing through.
Yeah, this is Doinby getting level 6 as well. He brings the minion wave.
They've got a wave behind them, so they're at least going to get some decent chip damage onto this tower. Won't be able to push it down, even with Doinby rotating.
Yeah, Ben is on his way along with Xie, but they're getting there so slow. They're trying to take this tier 2 as Kabe is forcing the recall. Ben is going to get there to see his cherished tier 2 crumble as Xiaogu lane swap on WE and open up with a 2-turret advantage.
What year is it?
I don't even know.
That was great.
WE did answer taking the bottom tier 1 turret, and they are trying to take what they can as their own blue buff is stolen. But I feel like WE are like, wait, what just happened?
I haven't seen this in so long. Especially not in the LPL. Wow. Okay, so overall, huge swing and advantage for QG. They now have 2 towers to 1, particularly an inner tower. There is an opportunity where Team WE could just kind of pick who gets to stand across from that elongated lane and eat up all of the farm. Typically, they choose Mystic, but he's there, and it looks like they're actually going to rotate him out of it. But historically, when lane swaps were common, Team WE loved this type of thing. They would actually give up really early towers or trade towers and just bounce waves back and forth in long lanes, accumulate gold onto their carries, and then show up at 35 minutes. They just turtle so effectively. See if they do the same thing this time around.
Yeah, returning to the old school. There is a very deep pink ward that the observer is kindly showing us that will spot out Clid as he heads on by. As Candy7 returns to the top lane, 2 levels down right now because he had to share that experience, and that Cull is going to try to get him some gold back in. So yes, they took the turret advantage, but now Xiaogu are going to have to slow things down.
But there's still a massive CS discrepancy between Candy7 and Mystic, 72 to 43. So yeah, the wave is pushing back into Sivir, so it's not as big as is showcased in the scoreboard. Still not a great situation to be in, especially because Candy7 went that Cole route, whereas Jhin is going to be getting his breaking points much earlier.
I think the thing that's most exciting for me is that we're seeing them break out this very innovative, I guess, old strategy against WE here. instead of saving it for next week when they play against their big rivals Newbie and EDG?
It's just, it's a bit of a gamble against Team WE because they're so good at this. Team WE are great at slowing down games, and like I said, allocating, like they don't ever waste farm.
Yeah.
It just, all of their carries somehow end up with these massive gold leads just built up through CS. So now the question is, when do QG want to pull out of these elongated lanes that they've created and start looking for the 5v5? Unfortunately, their AD carry isn't in a position where he wants to fight, and kind of all eyes on Doinby now to see what kind of picks he can make off as people are moving in between these long lanes.
Yeah, WE are going to try to take advantage of this window and take the first Drake of the game. Cloud Dragon going to go down in vision of Xiaogu, but there's no chance that they can contest it as they instead decide to invade on the other side of the map. Might be looking to get Candy 7 another minion wave.
Everything calm though. And yeah, Team WE, everyone's just staying away from the long lanes, but the problem is in this time period where we're waiting for the waves to bounce back, no one's doing anything. Normally, in these windows where people can kind of unlock themselves, where they say, I can't overextend and farm this because it's unsafe, they kind of either disappear mid or try to make a play happen somewhere else. They're just kind of, sitting in base or kind of standing behind towers. You can see Jin and Malzahar right now. They have nowhere to be. Jin is level 7. He can throw his ultimate, but he's just calmly waiting for the wave to push back to him.
Doinby uses his clone to scout out Xie, who doesn't even flinch. Perhaps trying to see if there was somebody heading bottom lane. Of course, the decoy, when placed on the map, seeks out the nearest target as Doinby actually catches Xie with some damage.
See the Kassadin match up into LeBlanc there. As soon as the chain goes in, just quickly clearing it.
And again, Xiaogu just moving around the map. Now it's only down to a 16 CS differential instead of a 30 between Mystic and Candy 7. So he's been able to catch some, but now it's Mystic in the bottom lane with a very large wave. Assist ping's going down bottom. As Doinby is engaged upon, this looks like it might be first blood as he leaps away and chases out. Condi flashes and will be able to get that first blood as Cloud retreats away. Clid is going to be murderized by Condi.
And QG are punished. They open up the lane swap. They make these super long lanes on either side of the map. And we were talking about how neither team really seemed committed to trying to make a play happen in between just waiting for these waves to bounce back and forth. But Team WE break that truce. They send Ben mid as soon as he has that level 6 and immediately make the play happen. So QG burned a little bit by opening up the map so early on in the game.
Yeah, flash engage onto Doinby with that Nether Grasp. Meanwhile, a teleport from behind. That's Doinby and Kabe. They're both going to show up right on top of a ward. Meanwhile, they're turning onto Ben. Flay is going to pull him forward. He's got no flash because he used it to engage earlier. This is a very sweet revenge for Doinby, but it will only net 1 kill.
And that's double teleport burned just to pick up the kill on the Malzahar. Yes, they did force the teleport out of Shen, but it's Shen. He's going to have the Scan United, so technically they lose a lot of their potential split map pressure just for the Malzahar.
Hook
unless
is
they
going to
get more here.
Condi. Doinby backs out. The blue buff has just respawned, and there are still about 5 members of Xiaogu in the area.
Because they're kind of put in a situation where they're like, we can't just pick the Malzahar here for pocket gold. We need to get something else. Is it Rift Herald? Is it blue buff? Unfortunately, they run out of time just because Team WE are all collectively in the area where they can't get either.
Yeah, and take a look at the vision for WE. They have got that entire jungle warded up, and there is only a single ward remaining in the jungle for Xiaogu.
But that vision means nothing if you don't get anything for it.
Yeah.
So if you're expending so much gold, although a lot of these are probably trinkets still at this point, to place this vision, unless you're picking up kills or resources because of it, you're actually just hemorrhaging.
You can see a couple of wards for Xiaogu advancing forward onto WE's side of the map, that top side, as Xie continues to trade it out with Doinby. Doinby's actually really low mana here. Xie might be able to kill him, but decides not to dive it. Doinby tries to go for a sneaky decoy. That was interesting.
And while all of this is happening, meanwhile, there's a lot of posturing up to the top side of the map. Ben has his ultimate available as well as Mystic, so there's a lot of power here if Team WE want to pull the trigger. Here comes Xie. Again, there's no teleport on Kabe, but Shin can respond.
It's Kabe's job to try to prevent that Stand United from happening, as it is off of cooldown right now. I know it's a very tiny picture. I looked at it for a good 2 or 3 seconds to figure it out.
It's just awkward because it's like half colored, half not colored, so it just kind of default looks like it's on cooldown or on a timer.
But as it is, Kabe ducks back into the river. 957 catches the wave, and WE, not seeing an opportunity, end up falling back. as Newbie will pick up his Abyssal and Penetration. Looks like GA finishes his Roa and Negatron.
But in all of this hiatus, again, you have to look at the gold. It's dead even, but check out where the disparities are between each player. There is a 30 CS difference between Mystic and Candy7. We talked about this earlier. Team WE are so good at allocating resources when a long lane is opened up like that in lane swap, particularly to Mystic. He's been a huge benefactor, and he's very far ahead on his itemization.
In addition to that, Condi is 52 CS ahead of Clid at the 15-minute mark with 2 kills, one of those being first blood under his belt. That Rengar is coming online.
Which makes it incredibly terrifying for QG to step out anywhere at all, because you're competing across from these picks
here goes
like
Clid.
this.
He doesn't have his ultimate, but Condi shreds through. Kabe gets there for the save, but Ben is going to be able to finish it off with those Voidlings.
And it's so devastating. You cannot step forward because the Jhin ultimate will be able to slow you, and Rengar's just going to be running right behind you. So Team WE, they've got their power spikes. They immediately look for the pick. They grab it, and now they transition into pushing down these structures.
Yeah, the mid-tier 1 doesn't stand a chance. Candy7 is recalling, which means the wave clear is all up to Newbie, and you don't want your LeBlanc leaping into 4 people.
And even at this point, Sivir doesn't have great wave clear. Yes, she has her W, but it's not like you have the other itemization there for her. She's only got her hammer as well as her BF sword, so doesn't have the Essence Reaver available to her.
I like the tempo that Xiaogu started this match off with, but it looks like WE are matching it completely unfazed by the lane swap.
WE were just always so good at playing into this type of game, and while I commend QG's creativity, especially by getting them that early tower gold lead and the pressure of the map, unfortunately they didn't kind of follow up with it. They weren't able to ever grab Team WE when they were moving in between their lanes and try to snowball their gold lead.
The Ocean Drake respawns. WE try to reset their lanes after taking that tier 1, and Xiaogu rush it down with their positions reset, taking it and bringing it to 1-1 in Dragons, 2-2 in turrets, and barely a 1,300 gold difference between the team.
And now this is going to be a race to the top lane. Now that Dragon's done, there's no reason for us to be on the bottom lane. The last standing outer that Team WE want to take down is topside. And so now this is going to be a question mark of who's going to get there first. Are we going to defend it, or are we going to continue to try to trade objectives? Because QG could feasibly set up where we know that Team WE want to go topside and take this. Let's try to set up our waves so that we can trade maybe an inner mid, or an outer mid, or an inner bot for it. Or maybe they'll just race top and smash into them.
Yeah, it's LPL. We're not going to think too hard.
We just had a lane swap.
It was a fast maneuver. It certainly was creative.
We need a different name for it, because it's not technically a lane swap. It was just
a lane flip.
Quick push.
The lane flip flop.
No.
Alrighty.
Delayed lane swap.
Sure, we'll go with that. But Xiaogu continue to maintain the pace and keep themselves safe. Candy7 building towards that Essence Reaver as quick as he can, as the Youmu's is now finished for Mystic. Condi trying to clear out in the jungle, prowling around with that Thrill of the Hunt back off of cooldown. As Clid looks like he might head down bottom to catch the minion wave that's being pushed in. Actually, Newbie did just finish his recall. And Teleport is back up for both mid laners and top laners. But Ben and Condi, they're on the hunt.
But this is one of those scenarios where the 1-3-1 is possible from QG. And Candy7 and Cloud are actually in a really safe position to be extended, because you have the spell shield, you have your flashes, and you have the on the hunt up. So this is an opportunity where QG can look to make use of their double teleport and try pulling Team WE around the map by pushing multiple lanes or grabbing multiple resources.
I love the cheeky ward that Cloud just placed. There was the forward ward in lane to keep an eye on any potential flanks. There was 2, in fact. They got sweeped, and then he snuck forward and just dropped another one. But Kabe is going to be rushed down by WE as he is overextended on the opposite side of the map. Not quite the late game Maokai as he flashes forward, but there is no blast cone. Lantern is just too late. Cloud even used his flash to get over there. And Mystic, is going to chase him down. Condi, decides to let him go.
Just slightly off the angle to also pick up another kill right there. Unfortunately for Kabe, he's extended without any other pressure points on the map, which makes him a very easy target. Also, the fact that they have Malzahar. The other thing that Malzahar really offers from a support position is he's able at, he's really good at shredding tanks.
Taking a look at this right now, 957 is catching bottom as Newbie's trying to keep him occupied, but WE are grouping up near that mid lane, and Xiaogu are trying to answer. They decide not to press the advantage and just maintain those lines.
The thing is that Mystic's ultimate is down. They're fairly reliant on that cooldown to allow Rengar to chase and catch up to people. Likewise, Condi doesn't have his ultimate, so it's pretty much a waiting game at this point where Team WE look back at their jungle, hand the blue buff over to our Kassadin, you know, hand the red buff over perhaps to our Jhin as the ping goes down, and then the cooldowns will be back up. Then they're going to look for another fight. So QG have this 45-second window where they can reset their map, but then they have to go back on the defensive, you know, clinch.
Yeah. Just trying to sit back and wait. There it goes. Thrill of the Hunt is activated. It is going to spot out Cloud and Clid. So the two of them are side by side, but Condi decides to return to his jungle instead, looking for the opportunistic pick. We get to the 20-minute mark. Baron spawns, and everyone is maintaining that equal line.
And this is one of the cool things about Thresh into Rengar, is that you automatically see Cloud start moving towards whoever is most overextended. As soon as the Rengar ultimate comes down, he's looking for the Dark Passage. That said, even if Rengar does jump down onto the Thresher, whatever target is closest to Thresh, he can throw the box down and try to distance the rest of the team from following up on the Rengar. So it's kind of a cool pick. It's a comfort pick for Cloud. Works decently well into Rengar.
As it is, though, it's currently 4-1 in favor of WE, about a 2,000 gold advantage as they have been able to use those ultimates rather effectively. Doinby clearing out some vision with Cloud waiting in the wings to reinforce. That control ward, oh man, just not going to spot the standard ward.
But Cloud did see the ward go down, so he knows that he was spotted.
Yeah, Doinby now will get a quick retreat away from that Kassadin, who now also has his Rod of Ages and Abyssal. And Doinby, second item, Quicksilver Sash.
Has to respect the Malzahar.
Yeah.
Something that Scout did not do earlier. He didn't itemize QSS at all. Doinby perhaps watching that game, learning from those mistakes. Now means that, I mean, the target selection just gets that much more narrow for Ben.
And it seems like the more and more we get into this, Xiaogu looking for those vital, important power spikes are getting delayed, as Candy7 has only just finished his Essence Reaver and Boots 1. Doinby delayed with that late game LeBlanc as, oh man, Condi activates the Thrill. Doinby flashes forward. He already used his ultimate as the red buff slows him and gets to the Lantern, but decides to leap away instead, as Ben was waiting right there with the silence.
But ultimately, it will chip his health bar, and unfortunately, QG Reapers are not in a position to trade this tower for anything. They're trying to rush mid, but this should just be a free structure for Team WE, because Kassadin's in the wings.
Yeah, Clid and Candy7 are pushing that minion wave in. It's only 3 casters, and Xie is very quickly able to catch up with that Cloud Drake. Not to mention the fact that he's a Kassadin. They flash forward, engage onto Clid. That's on the hunt being used by Candy7 to try and disengage, but they've already lost their jungler.
You know, we said this earlier that it was pretty obvious that Team WE, they're going to look for their last easy objective to pick up, so they're going to go towards the top side of the map, and QG had the opportunity where they either meet them top side, but they've already kind of fallen behind in terms of their itemization breakpoints. You know, problem of having a Sivir versus a Jhin. They decide not to meet them, but unfortunately, they don't set up their pressure points to make an equal trade, so they're kind of bleeding objectives out slowly, losing the tower for nothing in return, and now losing another dragon.
Yeah, Doinby actually lands both of the chains, but that is the dragon going down as they continue to skirmish around. Kave continuing to keep 957 occupied. We haven't seen him use a Stand United outside of that first one. So very patient macro play as WE are simply playing the map, and Xiaogu find themselves, by virtue of composition, unable to answer.
Kind of at this point, unless Xiaogu can get kind of a miracle fight. Yes, Kabe's really big on the Maokai, but no one else really has a lot of kill pressure. Doinby, kill a ward. There you go.
I don't think he wants to use the distortion because he'll aggro Baron.
You're waiting for your item breakpoints, particularly on Candy7. Doinby, I mean, if he runs into Jhin, he's gonna blow him up, but I don't think he can kill Rengar at this point. I don't think he can kill Kassadin at this point because he has Abyssal and Roa. Rengar's got health as well as the Merc Treads. So I feel like your LeBlanc usefulness, that really early game LeBlanc that we wanted, yeah, that's about it. He's got Jhin.
Yeah, trying for it, but you can even see with Flash and Heal used, Mystic just walks it off.
And even with Malzahar, because you're competing with his passive and the Spell Shield, it's just a really tough game. I feel like even if you kick him out to a side lane, he doesn't have kill priority on many people, so he'd literally just be there to absorb farm as opposed to pushing it in and creating a pressure point that you have to respond to. you're pretty much entirely waiting on Candy 7.
Yeah, Xiaogu continuing to play the waiting game, but WE so very strong and capable of waiting on their own, as they have shown against EDG in the past. But they do have the advantage right now, so you know that WE probably don't want to wait too long.
Which is why they're setting up in their 1-3-1. So they're going to be pressuring all the lanes. The Jhin ultimate and the Rengar ultimate are available, as well as the teleport from Kassadin. And it's just kind of a matter of who do they catch and how many do they take down when they do it.
They're starting to look for weaknesses in the vision line of Xiaogu on that top side of the jungle. Doinby continues to farm it out. GA is a full level ahead of this.
Is going to walk in there, and they're going to eat a Jhin ultimate.
Yeah, no flash, another grasp out of Ben, but he does have the ultimate off of cooldown. And Kandi also has his own. Doinby continues to use the decoy, or the, oh yeah, there's Cloud. You called it.
He didn't wait for Clid. Clid was trying to ward over the back of the wall, but okay, they've caught one. Can they get more?
Clid chases over as Doinby hops over the wall. Kandi decides to let him go.
Fortunately for QG, their jungler remains alive, so Team WE shouldn't be super confident to go for Baron, but why?
That is a very long cooldown. Doinby goes back in, then turns onto Ben. He's got no flash, but Exhaust denies the damage. They're able to nuke that support as Doinby plays a very dangerous game.
GA is now looking for the flank.
Janitor Kassadin hops over the wall. Doinby starts his recall flash. He goes back in to dodge the deadly flourish, but Shihei and Kandi dive it and clean up another 3 kills.
Fish in a barrel, 957 walking into Fog of War, making sure that Kabe couldn't stop the Stand United if it came through. So that's going to be a free tower and possibly the Baron, or they'll continue to push through. It's whatever decision Team WE want. They're in the driver's seat.
WE continue to press forward as the tier 2 falls. They've got the armor penetration on Jhin, a very strong Rengar, and that Kassadin empowered auto. So they decide to focus down the inhibitor turret and take the inhib with it.
The inhib will lead to the Baron later on as long as they play around their super creep. So it makes sense. They understood that they had enough damage with that creep wave to push it through. But we talked about this. They made the pick on Cloud, and then QG decide to overextend in the mid lane, thinking that they can pick up a cheeky kill, but you can only kind of ride that line for so long, as Shie will now show up and just destroy them because the Shin ultimate's available.
Here's Shie from the side. Doinby not paying 100% attention. He pops back in instead of sidestepping to the left, and that was certain doom. Now
957 actually stand united right in front of Kabe.
Yeah. Kabe
must have seen the cooldowns gone down and just decided, see ya, mate.
Yeah. No knock up, no snare, no problem. As Candy 7 now is going to have super minions to shove into him. Hopefully should have a little bit of an easier time catching that CS. Clid's going to get some AoE. That is a very long set of spikes.
Rough being a Graves trying to clear out the control wards on Baron.
Yeah. It's rough being Graves in general. Unless you're like in melee range of a target. Then it's great being a Graves.
Immediately the ping's going down though as
they start setting up for that Baron.
Team WE found their next target. Cooldowns are back up and available, so QG, this is kind of your last chance.
Kabe is enormous, now grouped up. On the hunt is used as they chase forward, but there's Thrill of the Hunt on the opposite side. Doinby leading. Kandi's looking for the flank, is just waiting outside of the vision. Curtain call plus teleport from behind, and suddenly this is Xiaogu in the meat grinder as WE collapse. Cloud is in the front, soaking so much, but there's only so little that he can do. Clid and Doinby kited out with Kabe, but Kandi is chasing. There goes the flourish, which is sidestepped, and a chain is going to stop Kandi from chasing, but 957 has got flash, but does he have the shadow dash? It turns out yes. He does, and he gets the kill.
And meanwhile, there is a massive creep wave that is forming on the Nexus towers. Team WE, they're not pushing this game any further. They're going to end it right here.
Yeah, it's only up to Doinby and Kabe to try to stop this, but they just don't have enough right now. Doinby leaps back as Kabe is trying to keep them off of the Nexus turret, but there's nothing he can do to stop Mystic in the back. Doinby leaps in before getting back onto the fountain, and the Nexus itself is shredded down by WE, and they take game number 1. Over Xiaogu.
And just like that, Week of the Reapers, that is a rough start to this series as Team WE come back with a vengeance, looking very fine after their defeat from EDG.
And joining us once again on the desk is Zach Rusty Pie. We're hoping you've seen a little bit more than we did, but I feel like we were pretty attentive. Is there anything we missed?
It was freaking awesome from WE. They actually closed the game out when they got an advantage. Granted, it was a Rengar composition. I actually really enjoyed that game because the ideas, even if the execution wasn't great, the ideas were awesome.
Yep.
Here is the stats for those games. It ended up only being a 25-minute match for WE, one of their fastest, as they are 7-2.
When we came into this series, what did we say, Dom?
It was going to be a 25-minute stomp or a 50-minute slogfest.
Yeah, we got a 25-minute game. WE turned it on early.
They certainly did. You can see the slow acceleration starting at about the 12-minute mark as we start to transition into the damage done. I wonder who did the most out of WE. Something's telling me it's going to be one big old knife cat.
Knife cat?
So? Yeah.
I actually think I was going to say Shie.
All right, Shie.
Oh, yeah.
We all suck. Except Frosk.
Hello? Don't put me down there.
Well, actually, look at the damage from Candy 7.
Yeah, 3,500. He did less damage than the support Malzahar.
To be fair, again, this is the problem with Sivir. Is it's kind of like, whatever happened to Sivir? Well, her 2v2 matchups were really rough, but more important, like, she does not come online when every other AD carry is relevant in the game, and you can see that in the damage chart. And Candy 7's like, what do I do? You were supposed to get me to 40 minutes. This is 25.
So let's break down what happened. I mean, Xiaogu came out of the gate swinging with the 6-minute delayed lane swap, taking 2 turrets for 1.
Yeah.
And then WE just answered.
So the cool thing to me about this delayed lane swap is how they tried to set it up. So firstly, they invade the Rengar. They pressure him out. They make sure that mid has a tempo advantage by level 2 ganking that so he can control the minion waves. Like, all of these things have been set up in advance. And then Sivir tries to push the wave out as best he can, recall and go top lane, which they all get going. So by 4-man and effectively 5-manning the second turret as well, they finish at 7 minutes, which is when the blue buff spawns again. So he's gone from red to red. They've acknowledged that Rengar has started a blue buff, so they get the second blue buff onto the LeBlanc, denying it from Kassadin. Like, all of this was awesome. Like, this set play makes a lot of sense. It's a good way to keep a Kassadin down and to keep a Rengar down. It's just everything that happens after that was really just nowhere near as good.
I mean, Mystic was able to just sit there and catch those minions, getting a 30 CS lead, which he maintained for the duration of the game. And Shie was cast in. He got big. Rengar got 2 kills. He got big.
And we talked about this during the cast, that Team WE, like, while it was super cool what QG did and they executed the initial part of it really well, they didn't then capitalize on it afterwards. And it's because Team WE are so good at playing that style.
Yeah, and we said that even coming into the series. You know, how are they going to actually break the base of a team that's really good at hiding within it and just protecting themselves and knowing how they want to win the game? And that's where I really liked where WE reacted to QG by saying, we'll take the turret. We'll make sure that we get the extra farm, and the Jin's someone that's going to have a better mid-game than a Sivir ever will.
Yep.
Yeah, the damage was just so crazy. And I feel like, can you really say that Candy 7 was able to make it to a mid-game? He had Essence Reaver, and I think he had Zeal by the end of that match. It was just so very difficult for Xiaogu to wait.
It's literally just understanding where your breakpoints are and then executing on that. Like, Team WE, they are so good at recognizing when they have their items and when to fight and how to set up those fights. Every single time the Jhin ultimate and the Rengar ultimate were up, they were used together. As soon as Jhin had his Ghost Blade completed and Sivir's in between those item points, they're like running mid and setting up the plays. Like, Team WE are so good at recognizing when they're strong, and that's why they've been such a consistent powerhouse in the LPL.
And the problem once again is, yeah, he didn't actually get a lot of items by the end of the game, but it's also because they left him to the Wolves after getting the turret. They tried to transition strength into Newbie by having the blue buff, but instead of having cleared protect the Sivir, they end up dying to a Rengar, and that was the breaking point to me of where the game completely shifted. They didn't continue a strategy.
But I will say that that was well executed by Team WE, but that could have very easily gone the way of QG if they had foreseen that rotation coming in. And then in that same breath, we could be sitting at this desk being like, QG played an incredible lane swap, they executed everything early, and they snowballed from the mid-game kills and ended the game. Like, simply that play of Ben rotating, I almost said Ben 4, was pretty much what ended it.
I think that, again, execution. So the idea from QG was great, but WE also had a plan. It was sit back and farm their items, because the Ghost Blade's a lot cheaper than an Essence Reaver, and a Zeal is when it's efficient. Like, they hit that breakpoint, and then they start actually fighting, and that's where it all turns around for WE.
Yeah, MVP for that game is going to go to Condi, 3-0-7, 200 CS in a 25-minute game, 77% KPA.
It's always so hard anytime Team WE play to be like, that guy's the MVP, because again, it's like holistically, they are 5 B-tier players that come together and make an S-tier team.
Even Ben looked really good in his first game here. The Flash Malzahar ultimates onto the right targets at the right time. I don't know if he's Korean or not, Frostgrim, but I do know that his communication looked really good with the rest of his team.
On point with the team, and that's not what we were expecting. Again, you look at someone like Zero, probably one of the most underrated supports in the LPL. That's big shoes to fill, and Ben 4, or God, Ben 4. Ben came out and smashed it.
I love how he played that too, sitting just outside of the vision behind the turret, waiting for LeBlanc to inevitably distort onto Kassadin. The moment he did, flash Nether Grasp, you're not going anywhere. Really, just a very innovative sort of answer to that sort of pressure from Xiaogu. We're going to go and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're about ready to get into game number 2 between WE and Xiaogu. And after that incredible performance from WE in game number 1, deftly answering the very creative strategy from Xiaogu, WE were poised to take a 2-0 win here and get themselves back higher up in the group.
I feel like this was finally one of those scenarios where it wasn't one team playing bad and the other team playing worse. And
Yeah.
the bad team ended up winning. It was actually legitimately 2 teams playing really well and the better team just won. Because again, we talk about that play mid-game where Malzahar flashes forward. If that had gone the other way, that was very easy a QG stomp. So beautifully done by both organizations.
Yeah, less kill hungry, more strategy heavy, and it was more the brilliance in the execution early game where it was starting to flounder, but again, it was a Rengar composition, so there's also a possibility that if they just didn't have to play against the Rengar, QG were coming out ahead.
You can see the players now returning to their seats. So, Rusty, we were talking briefly during the break. You mentioned, you called it exactly, we could see 5 people top lane pushing a turret, and then a 25-minute match. Seer Rusty, seer of the future. Tell us. What are we expecting?
Oh, I don't think QG will get LeBlanc again, and it's not because it was good or bad. I just think they want the Rise instead of banning it away. I think that's something that we have to see.
In that same vein, I don't think we're going to see Rengar go through
Of course not.
to W either.
And again, with the players now walking out on stage, you'll notice a suspicious lack of Candy 7 and Cloud. This is a swap out of Xiaogu as they bring in Alone and Ali in the AD carry and support positions.
And we talked about this earlier, kind of the different dynamics that might bring into the communication. The fact that Ollie does have a reputation of being a brilliant mind of the game, of being a very strong shot caller. So we'll see if maybe QG, I mean, they looked creative and smart in game number 1. Maybe it even gets more intense with Ollie and NewBee on the same team.
And I think something that Cloud has shown is that he only really plays Thresh, Bard, Playmakers, high skill level champions. He doesn't actually play something like a Misfortune or a Zyra or a Malzahar, which is a lot more standard and meta, I would say. So Cloud, a little bit more of an innovator. Ali seems to be a little bit more stock standard.
And in that same vein, Alone is really known for his Varus play in particular. So Candy 7 going a little bit fringe there with the Sivir pickup. Alone kind of fits a bit more into the meta in terms of his comfort
And
picks.
this actually speaks to me into how they're going to draft against Team WE. So by bringing these people back in, it's not just an underperformance from the bottom lane by any means.
Sure.
It's actually an adaptation to who they're playing against now. And maybe the bottom lane AD carry and support get picked in the first 2 of the 3 in the draft phase and try and take it away from their opponents.
So far, Alone has played Jhin twice in a row this section of the split, so it will be an opportunity for us to see how he adapts to the current AD carry meta, not to mention the whole bottom lane meta for 2017.
And meanwhile, he's looking across from Mystic, who looks cool as a cucumber on your screen right now.
Mystic actually looked remarkably solid on that Jhin, setting up... He wasn't exactly the biggest playmaker for his team, but he was there. He was catching minions. In the event that the Rengar and the Malzahar failed, he was a backup, effectively.
He was also incredibly important in terms of the responsibility of like what his ultimate meant. Like, yeah, he wasn't the big carry, like the flashy Caston or the Rengar like flying in there, but anytime Caston and Rengar were flying in there, it was underneath the cone of Jhin.
Yeah.
So Mystic is still incredibly pivotal and very important to Team WE.
And he was just a playmaker. That was like, playmaker. You definitely just contradict everything. He was actually facilitator to the playmakers that was the Rengar and the Caston, and he played his role in the team extremely well, and that was the important part, because WE have 5 players that can play a role, or they can play the hyper carry for the team. They excellently pivot, honestly.
And versatile, flexible.
Yeah. Many words, and I said none of them.
I got you.
I think that's something that creates a bit of tension between these 2 AD carries, knowing that Alone has only played Jhin and Mystic was able to facilitate his team with Jhin. Do you think we could see priority towards that in the bottom lane?
No, I think priority will be to Varus, but it'll be banned.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean, because Mystic isn't known for his Jhin play. He's actually known for his Sever and his Azrael. Likewise, Alone can play Jhin, but he's known for his Varus, so... This is just the 2 AD carries showing that they're flexible, that they play meta, and that they can step up and have different responsibilities and roles within their organization.
Like, the first game does show that he is a very qualified Jhin player, Mystic, so it might be something that they've stuck towards in their 2.5 weeks off, practiced a lot of it, and they're getting ready for the coming patches where lethality is all that stronger.
Yeah, and again, next week it is going to be played on patch 7.3 as LPL is completely skipping 7.2. So Camille will finally see her damage nerfed a little bit, along with the Rengar nerfs as well. So again, that's neither here nor there as we're getting ready for this match right here. What are we looking for going into this? As Xiaogu, they have decided to pick blue side.
So I think one thing we want to hit on is Rengar obviously being banned. If it gets banned on blue side, that's QG showing a lot of respect. It means they won't be getting it themselves, and there's a lot more targeted bans available for WE. So I actually expect Elise to be picked by Condi. I think they'll stretch his pool a little bit thinner. And the Graves did look good from Clid, but I'd like to see him on something more CC oriented that can work with his team, like the Lee Sin again, the Rek'Sai for a knockup.
Yeah, I agree with Rusty. I think we're going to see a bit more of a meta-relevant composition from QG, particularly with emphasis on making plays happen earlier and empowering Clid to make those plays happen earlier.
The Graves was very effective in the early game previously to fit with the creative strategy that Xiaogu have set up, but we'll see how that works as we get into game number 2 here. Once again, we will say goodbye to Rusty. He'll join us for the analysis after this. But this is Champion Select for game number 2 between Xiaogu and WE. You can see Zyra and Malzahar targeted towards Ben, as that's Camille and Kha'Zix targeted toward Kaveh and Clid.
If you're going to go all in and trying to limit the bottom lane pool, that means that you need to prioritize making sure that you get the winning matchup down there. So it's just as Rusty was talking about, there's probably going to be a priority for QG of support and AD carry, at least an initial rotation from QG.
Jace is in fact the ban, and Rengar is the answer. That means LeBlanc made it through once again, as Doinby feeling like he might want to try to redeem himself from his previous game.
But you've got a lot of priority picks still up on the board, not just LeBlanc, and she's yet to really find a win on the board in the LPL so far, both Scout and Doinby falling down with her. And this was kind of the question, you know, with Varus, Maokai, even one of the jungler picks still available, what direction do you go?
I certainly hope that Xiaogu have an answer to that question, because I don't.
It's Maokai.
Yeah. As the Maokai is now locked in, WE looking for their next 2 picks. As you said, that Varus is still up. Misfortune again still available, but Jhin instead is the pickup for Mystic, as he wants to deny that to Alone. But you've already mentioned Alone, very good on Varus, and it is going through.
I think this means that in the second rotation that QG will have to pick up their AD carry unless they want it to get pinched in more bans, which you've already kind of thinned the herd with Zyra and Malzahar being pulled away. Curious if we're going to possibly see a Karma.
Kandi going for the standard Lee Sin hover, but instead decides to swap it up at the last second and matches the top lane of Kabe.
Okay. Interesting. Corki's still available. There's actually still a ton of champions that Shen really synergizes or works well in tandem with, including the Olaf, which pretty much only Vici has been looking towards playing, as Klid's like, you don't want the Lee Sin? That's fine. I like this. This is mine.
You made this? I made this. NewBee goes back to the tried and true. His Rise now picked up in the mid lane. He has played it 3 times so far and has only lost with it once.
So we're just completely forsaking all of the bottom lanes. We're like, this is fine. Let him through. There's the Jhin there. We don't care what we get. That puts more pressure on Klid, Kabe, and NewBee to show up on the top side of the map. That said, you already have like a perfect storm of setting up this Lee Sin. You've got the root from both Maokai and Rai, so literally, even if Alone and Ali just get kind of left to the wolves in terms of whatever matchup that they end up with the bottom side of the map, Klid's just gonna have a field day if he ping-pongs between top and mid with all that targetable CC, or hard lock CC.
Yeah. I feel like we're going back to the really, really old school. As you mentioned, that Varus is now getting pinched. But like the really old school, the team with the most CC is usually going to be the one that is able to catch people out of position and take advantages. And Xiaogu might just be trying to do something like that. As Rek'Sai picked up for Kandi, Varus banned away by WE, and LeBlanc to follow.
I feel like you have to ban Cassiopeia here.
We'll see if Xiaogu have got the LPL English broadcast in their ears, if they can hear us. Or if they're looking at something else, as the Varus and the Ashe are banned away. So as you said, pressuring not only the Varus, but the entire AD carry pool for Alone. And instead it is Misfortune taken away from Ben.
So NewBee super fine to play into the Cassiopeia or the Corki. She now looking towards the Corki. We've talked a lot about how Cassiopeia is a great matchup into Rise, just because Rise isn't one of those champions that just front loads his burst damage. He likes to put it in his Tekken combo of his buttons, which means that it's harder for him to dodge the ultimate from Cassiopeia.
Instead, it's going to be Corki locked in for Xie in the mid lane to answer NewBee's Rise, and Alone taking a page out of Mystic's book with the Ezreal.
Please don't play Trundle.
It is locked in, Frostgiren. And Xiaogu have picked down the line. Not a single swap is necessary as they just run down the roster, and WE going a little bit more tactical with theirs. The final pick for them is going to be Ben for support. Not Ben 4, but Ben's pick for support.
This is such an LPL thing to still have Trundle in a support position. Because they have a Shin, I mean, it's not awful, and he is into a Thresh, so he's not going to be punished too hard, especially because you took away the Zyra and the Malzahar. But I just feel like, for some reason, they just don't care about Karma at all. And it's just weird, because Karma works so well with Ezreal, because she augments his ability to clear waves. But, nah, they're like, Trundle support, do it.
Instead, they're going for the Ice Pillar on top of the Curtain Call.
Yeah, this is the cool thing, is that Trundle actually has the longest displacement ability of any champion in the game. Maybe with Gragas. I don't know. What's Gragas' range on Cask?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, 600 on Trundle's Pillar. So obviously if Jhin sets up for his ultimate, bam, Pillar right in his face, that's going to dampen your day.
It certainly is, but this is Xiaogu with their composition all locked in. They've got one more chance to bring us to Game 3 and get themselves higher up in the standings. Currently 2-0, losing only a single game to Vici so far, as they did 2-0 Game Talents. Now they've dropped their game against WE and try to bring it back. Meanwhile, WE are 1-1 in the standings. This win would help maintain the momentum that they set up for themselves earlier on in Week 1 of the LPL.
And it's very clear-cut what QG's plan is coming into this game. You look at their bottom lane, that's an Ezreal Trundle. There is no reason to be down there. They're kind of thrown to the wolves. So this is all about Klid either going toe-to-toe with this Rek'Sai, trying to find Kandi, hunt him down, or bouncing between the Rise and the Maokai to get going. That said, Team WE have so many resources that if this game just plays out, and they absorb a lot of pressure. You know, they have the potential to play a split push late game because they do have the likes of the Shin. They've got great mid-game power spikes in the Corki. Like, very well-balanced composition. Late game damage from Jin, just absurd. I feel like they're just better rounded is probably the correct terminology there.
Yeah. Lots of poke, sustain, a little bit of pick as well with the Thresh and Rek'Sai and Shen. Certainly going to be exciting to see how this matchup develops as Xiaogu are returning to the style that made them famous with Doinbi and Swift in a long day. It's going to be Clid now bouncing back and forth between Doinbi and Kabe in the top lane. But we have loaded onto the Rift. This is game number 2 between Xiaogu and WE.
Cool thing is that we get Doinbi's Rise. We talked about this a bit on the desk. Doinbi is really cool about how he plays around the realm warps in fights, not for kind of repositioning the team in creative ways, but kind of in chaotic fights, they break down and how they flank with these split-second decisions on Rise ultimate. So check for Clid and Doinbi to see if they're able to execute that game against such a great team-fighting team like WE.
I feel like it might be very important to keep an eye on these junglers as they are both monoliths. So they're going to be starting out on that top side. Might get an opportunity to see a skirmish on the bottom side of the map before collapsing mid. Or maybe we see the cheeky level 2 Lee Sin gank to put Xie at a disadvantage earlier on. But you can even see, you talked about it earlier, WE have a very well-rounded composition for absorbing pressure. That's Exhaust on Xie.
I mean, that's a fairly common spell for Corki, especially when he goes up against one of these mages. Also, he can itemize into Hex Drinker, so he's just kind of unkillable in a sense, or doesn't have a lot of, or doesn't feel a lot of pressure on that lane, like you're saying, absorbing pressure.
As both of the junglers get their leash and clear out their initial camps. Almost identical timing as Doinbi continues to drop snare after snare, but just doesn't quite have a lot of wave clear to keep up with Xie, who goes for a quick push.
I feel like there's a very different kind of onus and responsibility for these junglers, however, in that it's up to Kandi to kind of just control the map, you know, make sure that he just keeps tabs on where Clid is and he doesn't get his team rolling, where there's heavy onus on Clid to actually make things happen for this Rise and this Maokai and get the Lee Sin going. We'll follow their initial pathing, but right now it kind of looks just like standard 2 buff clears. Maybe the team will scuffle in the river over Scuttlecrap.
They just might. There was a very early ward as Xie used his lane pressure to try to keep an eye on Clid. But Clid right now is clearing out the Raptors.
Yeah, and he does that because his bottom lane doesn't have control of the lane, so there's no reason for him to wander into mid lane. You have to expect this is pretty standard clear timings, as well as the fact that Xie disappeared in between waves, so you also have to assume that the ramp ward is there. So this is just Clid being like, this is fine, my bottom lane shoved in, it's Trundle Ezreal, I'm just going to quickly look for a full clear, prioritize top scuttle, and unfortunately he also doesn't have a gank opportunity just because Shin's pushed in. But
957 is playing back.
Yeah, he can steal Raptor Camp or maybe even contest Krugs.
Kandi passing by those dire wolves, making his way on over. There was a ping over towards Wraith as WE seemed to be keeping track of Clid just in their position on the map and the route that Kandi is taking. He's going to be very close if Clid were to try to dive a Shen. Not a very wise idea, but certainly an option.
No, definitely not. I think Clid's just going to sit in the back and be there for protection because Maokai is overextended. So he just wants to hang out in the area.
Yeah, the ramp ward from Clid spots out Kandi as well, and Doinbi immediately backs away. He got a tier, Frostkirin. 4 minutes in, he was able to recall and get the tier this time, showing that he has learned his lesson from his first few games against Vici Gaming. And Clid actually heads back towards the top side. His jungler senses are tingling.
But Kandi has a very clear plan. There was no way that Kandi was going to look for the gank into the top lane. He's just going to free farm it. Kabe's actually being very intelligent and backing away into Fog of War, knowing that Rek'Sai is on the top side of the map. And again, this is just one of those scenarios where the junglers both know that everyone's up here. The top laners are making eye contact, and everyone's just kind of going to shadow underneath them and make their initial back. So far, very calm.
We're not seeing any big discrepancies open up. This is probably one of the most even games we've had, at least this early on, in terms of lanes and matchups.
And we said that this was going to be kind of more of a stock standard game in terms of compositions and game plan. So no cute little delayed lane swap here to try to pressure the towers. Just farm the jungle, look for your breaking points, and try to set up with CC. We'll see if Condi's actually spotted by this ward. Now this trinket ward underneath his wolf camp was actually set by NewBee. NewBee's constantly disappearing in between these waves. You can actually see the missing ping going down from Xie. And just little things like this just kind of adds invisible pressure to the map and also kind of gathering information like this. So Condi, I don't think was spotted.
Yeah, looking down for the bottom side. You can see Alone and Ollie are actually pushing up a little bit as Xie gets pretty low. NewBee might look for it. Oh! Gets some big damage.
But he knows that Xie is still sitting on the flash as well as the exhaust, so instead he just pulls his jungler just to make sure that they can shut this wave in.
Alone forced to shift back, but here comes Condi. He's got the knock-up. Ollie flashes, and that's the heal from Alone to walk it off.
Big problem is the fact that Klid showed himself in the mid lane to help NewBee make sure that he gets that wave underneath the tower, so Condi pulled the trigger on ganking bottom and gets the flash from at least the trundle.
Ben also does not have his own, and NewBee is level 6. He's got very little mana, but Klid is setting up the honey fruit for him.
And they know that Xie is also back because he's such low health and mana. This is actually kind of forcing the really defensive positioning from Ben and Mystic.
The communication for WE to keep track of this. Very high right now, very on point. 957 teleported back into lane with a control ward and a single health pouch.
Like, there's a bit of a window to do it, especially because Trundle just keeps annoying them and delaying their back so they can build up this wave. But NewBee is now back in base because he was so low mana. I almost feel like that was almost kind of a bait for Team WE because they teleport to the top side, and so if you're QG, like, his teleport's down. Maokai at least has teleport, but meanwhile Team WE are like, ha ha ha, but I'm almost level 6.
Yeah.
No one falls for it.
It's also a Shin. Yeah, he teleported back in without spending any of his nearly 50 CS worth of gold. That's a bit interesting from 957. Might have just been watching the map as NewBee gets gifted over that blue buff now. You can see that Klid, very respectful not to attack it past 300. Not going to steal that again. It really was just an unfortunate set of circumstances.
He's a new jungler. This is, he's young. He's had some good plays. He's had some, questionable blue buff passes. It happens.
Klid pinging towards the top lane. There's a control ward in the tri-bush, but Klid is able to sneak forward.
He's level 6, so has more damage despite the nerfs that have come into Lee Sin.
957, despite having no idea that the Lee Sin is here, actually goes back in. Shadow Dash is knocked up. That's flash used. Klid gets the flash kick onto 957. He's looking for the execution damage, and they're trying to burn through his health. 957 goes down, and Kabe gets first blood.
Beautifully executed right there, making sure that he's able to pull the flash off in mid-animation of the dragon kick so he can get that sick insect kick back. And that does mean that they will get a ton of damage on this tower, possibly the structure itself. They have a big creep wave behind them.
Yeah, Mystic has the package and is racing down mid lane to deal with the pressure that NewBee is putting down. That means that Condi, along with Ben, were invading the jungle of QG, but that's solo turret gold going to Kabe.
And we talked about, Klid, he had a very clear objective. He's going to be bouncing between the mid and the top lane just because they have the targetable CC available for him to make those plays. He decides to farm up to level 6, but as soon as he has that power spike, runs top and breaks it for a structure. Huge swing for QG.
Trying to burn through this Infernal Drake. That's a teleport. They're turning on to Xie. He's got the package. Ben is there as well. It's 4 versus 2 right now, but the True Shot Barrage gets tossed out. Xie eats a pillar before walking off, and Chao Gu say, I will finish what you started and take down the Infernal Drake.
And that's devastating for WE. So now they're kind of back to the wall where we saw them last time. Maybe they'll go back to kind of turtling, but big loss. I feel like at this point they just gentleman's agreement, farm it out again. Definitely 957 has to be that much more careful. He's kind of rushing to make sure that he can bounce this wave on the tower so it comes back to him and it doesn't get frozen away. So Shin's just up there like
need to push down the minion wave. Yeah, 957 did not waste a stand United. Klid seemed to have some difficulty comprehending that there was a ward there as he walked around it a few times. Even the Krugs have been cleared away. But he has finally spotted out the final tunnel of Condi, who heads back towards his own side of the map. As we get towards that 10-minute mark, it's about a 2,000 gold lead for Xiaogu. Next dragon will be Mountain, and you can see that Xiaogu already setting up some vision a few minutes in advance just to keep Alone and Ali safe from any potential shenaniganery of Xie and Kandi.
But there's not a lot of kind of the next objective or the next move available for QG at this point because it's so early in the game. So even though they have this 2K gold lead, they can't immediately act on it. All eyes are still on Clid because he's pretty much your primary playmaker still. So, I mean, unless he's just like repeatedly ganking lanes, it should actually just be fairly calm for the next few minutes.
Looks like we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not anything changes in that window as Xie continues to fire those rockets out. There's no turret. 957 has his teleport.
This is the one play that they can make, 957.
957 again, shadow dashes, but this time there isn't too much to try to keep him safe. Kabe again with a kill.
And that's just kind of inexcusable at this point. You don't have your tower, you don't have your flash. There's literally no other pressure point available on the map for QG, so of course they're going to run up top lane. So I don't know if this is a miscommunication or what, but he's costing Team WE pretty big right now.
Yeah, WE once again answer by putting pressure down towards that bottom tier 1. They're going to try to break it down, but Doinby with his pressure in the mid lane, along with Clid and Kabe's pressure up top, means Xie and the rest of WE have got to respond. Teleport used by 957 to try to keep it standing.
And he's brave to do this, and I think he has the confidence because he knows that Lee Sin at least doesn't have his ultimate, so you're not dealing with that burst damage. But Doinby is now on the way up, so his teleport...
Realm Warp and 957 is caught out once again. It's Doinby who cleans it up.
He is single-handedly the MVP for QG right now.
And the bottom tier 1 is traded for 2 turrets top.
That's inner tower for bot outer, however, so still devastating for Team WE. We say that they're really good at turtling and pushing back and forth resources. Well, now they've got a really long lane to do that with, and they need to slow down the tempo of this game. Kabe is completely unlocked. He can no longer go top lane. There's no reason for him to be there. So the question is he going to go mid lane, and now is this going to become Xie's problem, or is he going to start pushing bottom lane and kick the Ezreal and the Trundle up into the mid lane? Like, either way, 957 errors are about to bleed all over the rest of the map.
Still no teleport, but he does have Stand United, so if a skirmish were to break out, he could theoretically help. But as you said, it looks like Kabe heading towards the mid lane.
He was spotted out by a Scryer's Bloom, however, so Team WE at least know what's up, and that's why they're all kind of gathered up in that little jungle. She is like, guys, I need backup.
Yeah, team, Sisping.
I definitely know that they're here and they're coming, so this is Team WE's, time to shine. Maybe they get a good flank play, maybe they have a really good counter-engage play happening, but Kandi's now starting to feel the pain from 957.
Take a look at the vision from Xiaogu all along that top side of the map, grouped as 3. There are pings now once again onto 957 as Kabe heads forward. Clid is going to follow up right behind him.
He has flash this time, though.
Oh, gets the shadow dash. Can he flash? Clid's Sonic Wave. Oh, just sidesteps it instead.
But just like that, now he no longer has the protection, the safety. This poor Shin is just getting thrashed around the map.
Mystic is trying to keep the minion wave occupied to keep Alone and Ali down here.
I feel at this point, though, they can just disappear into Fog of War, and that automatically impacts Xie. Like, Xie cannot be mid. He either needs to make the decisive call to make a play bottom, but if this Maokai ever disappears, he has to assume that Maokai is swinging around behind him and threatening mid-tower.
Yeah, I mean, there's no vision for WE on the top side as Doinby's trying to get in there.
And meanwhile, Mystic's hoofing it mid lane because she is like, guys, they could come to dive me.
Yeah, instead, the Rift Herald is the objective for Xiaogu. Not quite too easy to dive a Corki with Exhaust and Flash with Thresh missing off the map. Realm Warp on top of Blue Buff is going to see it respawning. Tragically, it does not bring Blue Buff to you, but that's Rift Herald picked up, and with 40 seconds for that Mountain Drake, Xiaogu have got a window to get a quick recall in before prepping for that next objective.
And again, it's not necessarily about just executing on the dive, but it's about threatening with the dive. Maokai doesn't actually need to go underneath the tower, he just actually needs to stand to the side of it, and Team WE will have to give it away, or at least burn the Jhin ultimate to try to clear the wave. So, QG right now have full control of pressure if they want to use it, which actually their recent back timers have kind of been a little bit not as efficient as they could be. They could have contested things like this blue buff. But now that they've got their backs down and they feel that they've spent their gold, maybe they'll make the
The
play.
hook catches Ollie, and there's the package. That support Trundle didn't stand a chance. Didn't even get to subjugate.
And this is kind of the effect of having these inefficient backtimers. The fact that they're not doing things like contesting the blue buff when they do have such a powerful lead in the top lane, that they're giving away things like the free blue, like the pick on the support, like the Mountain Dragon start.
Yeah, Kabe has teleport, and there is no longer any package there. Doinby still doesn't have the Realm Warp, however, and he's a long way from the pit. WE answer back, True Shot Barrage, no way! Okay, never mind. He pulled it out of the way.
The nice thing for Team WE is they are on big power spikes. The fact that Jin has his Swifties as well as his Ghostblade, and the fact that Corki has the Trinity Force. So maybe QG are just being, respectful that they do have this itemization. We have the lead in the top lane. We don't just want to throw that by running face first into these item break points. So let's slow down the game that we've already kind of opened up. They were burned in game number 1 by having that lead and losing it the last time.
And that was one of the problems when they did play against Vici Gaming earlier this week, and that they kept on trying to brute force any advantage they could find, and Vici simply just accepted that and answered.
But QG, I think they've gotten tired of this. Now starting to move Kabe to the rest of the map. What's it gonna be? Are they gonna push down bot? Gonna push down mid? They need to make a decision because 957 is just gonna push this wave back, and all of that damage that you've done to the Shin is going to be absorbed.
Yeah, currently Doinby's catching minions in the bottom side of the map. He preps a wave for that bottom tier 1 turret. And Clid on the invade, on top of not 1 but 2 traps. Flash knockup as they try to burn through Clid's health. He gets the kick but doesn't hit Xie. And Doinby will show up to zone them off. Realm Warp for safety, just in case. 957 scared WE back.
And anytime QG members are getting picked out like this, yes, Clid didn't go down like Ollie previously, but you're losing that momentum that you once had. They still hold the gold lead, but it doesn't feel like they have control of the tempo right now. And this is what Team WE are deceptively good at, slowing down the pace of the game, absorbing their losses, allocating their resources, and making great counterplay maneuvers. It's pretty much all in their defensive vision, which is really cool because they're playing with a different support. So it shows that it wasn't just Zero that was empowering the team in this cool facet.
Kabe looking like he might try to go 1v2 here as he's finished off his Sunfire, Ninja Tabby, and Spectre's Cowl. But 957 finally has a Spirit Visage of his own, so he should be able to absorb some of this Maokai damage, as he's just maintaining pressure on 957, and Alone and Mystic, the AD carriers, are catching minion waves in the mid lane.
He's going to be, fairly soon, he's no longer going to be a valid target on the map because he's just going to become unkillable. And just again, we're just pushing waves back and forth. I put this Shin down, I burned his flash, I killed him multiple times, I took all his towers, and now he's unkillable and I can't do anything to this top side of the map anymore.
Because he's a Shen and it's late game. However, the duo continues to match itself in the mid lane, Alone and Ollie, keeping the minion waves of Mystic and Ben occupied, while Kandi continues to move around the map. Taking a look at the CS, we're not seeing too huge discrepancies as the laning phase has been relatively even outside of the pressure Xiaogu has put onto 957 to yield those turrets. And I hesitate to say this, but we said that these games could be 25-minute stomps either way, or they could be 50-minute slogfests, as WE actually group as 5 in the mid lane. Excuse me, 4. They've got Teleport and Stand United.
Kabe does have TP, and there's plenty of flanking vision available for QG to pick from, which is why I think Team W are respectfully just disengaging away from that immediately.
Just getting a few hits on there as Doinby heads to the top lane. Kabe going down to the bottom, pulls the teleport of 957. As WE so focused in their pressure mid, do not keep track of Kabe and lose that teleport advantage. But it is still a Shen, so they've got that window to play with.
And again, we're back to just picking up the farm waves. A little bit of a scuffle happening back here. But QG needs to be more proactive in either moving their vision line more aggressively and trying to make cleaner picks with that, or grouping up and trying to siege these towers or poking down damage. I feel like you just can't run into this turtle of Team WE, this little bunker that they hide in, and just give them everything that they want. Problem is that Alone sitting on Sheen Fade, so maybe they're just buying their time because Alone doesn't feel strong enough yet. But I mean, the longer you buy that time for, the stronger Team WE get, the more comfortable and farther Shin gets back into this.
Uh-oh, they might be trying to focus down. 957 again, flash, snare, Shadow Dash catches 2 and he flashes on his own, but Doinby is able to get some damage, and 957 that poor man goes down again.
And this is exactly what QG needed to do. No longer just letting Team WE bounce waves and farm it out, force the dive. I like the fact that they ganked the teleporting member of the team, because obviously if you kill him, then you know exactly what number disadvantage you're going to have when you re-engage the rest of the team.
True Shot Barrage misses the blue buff as WE are able to claim it, but they continue to push forward. GA has got a package, but it looks like he's just going to sit on it for now as Clid keeps the minion wave pressed up.
Because it's a 4v5. But that said, QG get what they came for. They break the tower, they pick up the pocket gold.
Now 1 minute before that dragon spawns, and Xiaogu recalling well in advance, not going to make the same mistake that they did earlier, which ended up costing them that Mountain Drake, as GA is looking for an optimistic pick here. It is 1v2, and no, never mind, that's a 2v2. There's a Shen in there as Clid hops over the wall. 957 looks for the Shadow Dash. Clid is now caught and has been burned down. WE collapse and secure the kill, and again, as the neutral objective spawns, WE collapse.
But they do have 30 seconds, so maybe QG can stall this out long enough where they can still contest for the Mountain Dragon, which is why they're doing their best to create a pressure point in the mid lane that WE have to respond for. So technically still in kind of the set of plays advantage for QG because they picked up the tower, but a nice return kill, at least for Xie.
NewBee actually heads towards the top lane, and 957 is already on his way to answer. Instead of pushing the minion wave further, he's doing Krugs right now as the dragon respawns, and Kandi is right there with NewBee on the opposite side of the map. They could be seeding over a second mountain dragon to WE.
Are they going to respect it? Here comes Kabe. He's just going to take it.
Yeah, the smite is there. True Shot Barrage, but smite is secure. Kandi looks like he might be trying to fight this with Kabe, as that's a flash. Lantern, ooh, is going to take Kandi as the Valkyrie gets Xie to safety.
Try to get that inside track and chip away at the tower, but Mystic's like, it's fine, I'm covering this goal.
Playing goalie to this barrage of kicks coming out of Xiaogu. They might be setting up a dive, but the minion wave is cleared. Sonic Wave lands, and Ben does not land his hook onto Alone.
Like, you never want to just promote a team to dive, but QG, you have to do it at this point. You can't just continue to play it cautiously or passively. Be decisive. Use the power of your Maokai. Instead, they stall out long enough where now Shin's in position, and now they're caught out.
Yeah, now they're forced to use the Maokai as he's pulled under the turret and taking quite a bit of damage here. The rest of WE collapse as all 10 members of the team are here. NewBee is doing a lot of damage and forces WE back off the turret, and the tier 1 falls.
But big win for QG. They managed to break that pivotal point in the mid lane. Now they need to stagger their backs, make sure that they're watching the Baron. They don't want to be, caught with their pants now, and luckily they do have the control ward, so they feel safe at least doing this and resetting the map. But now it's just kind of that slow creeping of vision line. So we broke the mid lane tower. This should mean that it's easier for us to place our triangle vision over that red buff. Oh, Kandi.
Tiamat.
Not fun.
Yeah, but they have now reset. You can see pink wards and 3 inventories, not to mention a whole bunch more vision for WE as they press forward. And NewBee going to be gifted over blue buff once more as this 1-3-1 setup from Xiaogu continues to put pressure on the WE.
I've noted this from LPL teams, is that you still see Redemption. Redemption's obviously still such a powerful item, especially on 7.1 right now with everything. But more often than not, they prioritize Locket than Redemption. And this is actually just like a consistent thing that we've seen. I can kind of understand Locket against more burst-oriented team compositions, just because it's going to be initial defense versus the channel time of Redemption for it to come down and grant you the heal. Although I do agree that there's more flexibility with what you can do with Redemption. Specific team comp, because it's so poke-oriented with like the Jhin and the Corki. There's no like Annie dropping everything on your face that you're just trying to absorb all of the burst damage of.
Ali perhaps looking to focus more on keeping people alive in emergency situations instead of attempting to go for the more extended plays against WE. Not entirely certain here.
I mean, theoretically, it also kind of works better with the multiple shields on his composition, because you do have like the Rise. And I missed if Maokai is running Courage or...
He is running Courage, yeah.
Okay, so I guess you're kind of synergizing with all the different shields.
Yeah, just shields on shields.
How much like pseudo damage you can absorb.
Only person who doesn't have a shield this game is Alone. Well, now that the Locket is on Ali, he'll be able to drop his own shield. As Kabe continues to keep 957 occupied on the bottom side of the map, NewBee is He's got his flash and ghost, but 957, well aware, is backing away. NewBee catches the wolves as they spawn as well. 3-item rise, level 15.
And they're just brute forcing and continuing to punish the fact that 957 has no one coming to save him. NewBee feels real safe because top A has the teleport as well as he has Realm Warp. So they're just trying to bait Team WE to come down bottom, and if they send multiple resources, immediately pull the trigger to look towards Baron.
Yeah, somehow it is Clid who has to face up against Xie's Quirky to try to defend it, but again, Xiaogu keep pressing.
Yeah, someone needs to help 957. This poor Shin.
He just wants to go home.
It's not having a great time.
Yeah.
That's your blue buff.
They catch blue buff as it spawns. NewBee will say thank you very much. And head on out, Xie with yet another package. It's 2 minutes before that Ocean Drake spawns, however. And again, Baron is still on the map. So that package is going to be down for when that next neutral objective is up.
But a 2k gold advantage has very quickly ballooned into a 5k gold advantage for QG. And that's mostly been through kind of just their passive takeover of the map and snowballing off of those global objectives. So Team WE are kind of running out of space to set up their bunker. And even though this feels like a much slower game, it's now kind of transitioned back into QG's hands. They're no longer letting Team WE slow down the pace of the game. It's QG now being very calculated and patient about how they're setting up their ward lane and what pressure point that they're forcing Team WE to respond to, as opposed to the other way around where Team WE are just bouncing waves and you're just trying to clear and reset the rest of your map so you can gather up to do something.
WE actually set up vision all around the Baron and sweep out a majority of the vision from Xiaogu, knowing that they have to show up eventually. They might be looking for an opportune pick here as they have double mountain, and they're actually going to try starting it out. Teleport available for both Kabe and 957, but this double mountain from Kandi and Xie is burning down the Baron. True Shot Barrage spots it, but it's already down to half. Realm Warp is being used as NewBee tries to get into the back of the pit. He's going to be caught immediately, and immediately Click goes in, but is not able to do enough. NewBee follows over the far side, and Xie and Kandi sneak the Baron faster than Xiaogu can respond.
But that is so risky. Clid was in the pit. He had connected the Sonic Wave with the Baron. That is so easily, like, that's not even like a 50-50. That's like a 20-80.
Yeah. But it did pay off in WE's favor, and with this Baron, they have got a window to stall this out even more. The bunker has been refortified for another 3.5 minutes.
That is crazy. I cannot believe that they just got away with that. I'm devastated for QG. That said, you know, even though it's that much harder to push, it kind of puts that much more pressure and onus on QG just to look for a fight right now.
Yeah, and WE looks like they might be the ones trying to start a fight here on this Ocean Drake. Kandi goes in, Clid's in the pit. That's going to be the stand united as he tries to get in there. Mystic in the back is followed up by Kid. Gets kicked in, and Mystic goes down exhaust onto Xie. Denies the damage source for WE, but he gets huge AoE, and Kandi is destroyed. The mob squad of Xiaogu chase down the members of WE, and one by one they fall. The dragon is now there.
The Baron empowers your siege, WE. It doesn't empower... that's unfortunate. So they got their Baron. They thought that was going to be kind of their light at the end of the tunnel, that they were going to be able to absorb a lot of QG's time, that it would buy them at least 4 minutes more to kind of farm up. And then this happens. Like I was saying, this kind of puts onus on QG to look for a fight right now because they're not going to be able to siege. Well, it's that much easier when Team WE actually just take the fight. Mystic gets automatically blown up before Jin's able to do anything because Kabe's on Maokai. Just reaches back there, he's got the G, he's like, hello, goodbye.
Huge Maokai. 3-0-4 right now, not to mention Clid following up with the Sonic Wave, 0-1-7. 100% kill participation between that top laner and jungle.
That's rough.
Oh, yeah.
Good news. At least one Baron buff is alive. I think actually 2 or 3 are alive.
Yes, 957 and Ben still have their Baron buffs, so still at 2 for another about 2 minutes.
It's important that 957 retained his, because then you can at least have it on your top laner, so you can augment at least 2 waves. So the stall ability or absorption, is that a word? Defensive Baron strat is still alive for Team WE.
They're going to try to soak some of this damage from Xiaogu, but the next Drake will be Infernal. That's the final elemental of the game. So WE feeling pretty happy with their 2 mountains, as that's going to transition them rather comfortably into the late game where they want to be. It's up to Xiaogu to try to break that down.
Had this conversation earlier with Pulse about kind of the actual gold value worth for Infernal and why it's not as critical a dragon as some might lead you to believe. particularly your solo queue games when you'll just die for that one Infernal. But for Ezreal, it's actually an amazing tracking because he does mixed damage. So he's getting augments from both the AP and the AD percentile scaling. So in this case, Infernal 100% worth.
And again, that's not just a foregone conclusion that that Infernal Drake goes to Xiaogu. It's very possible that WE find a very lucky fight, or even a few set of picks that lead up into that. But as it is, Xiaogu, once again, just set their line and start to slowly press back forward into WE's territory.
I mean, at these points in the game, it's pretty much everyone... Like, if you can get a pick and run someone down like NewBee's trying to do to this poor
He's got the Rylai's, and he used Ghost already. 957 keeps sidestepping.
A family. Leave him alone.
He's not going to have a family for very long at this rate. Doinby doesn't get the empowered rune for more movement speed to chase.
As I was going to say, usually this kind of window in between the dragons or the monster objectives, because the tower, so many towers have fallen, is kind of like a gentleman's agreement. But these guys just want to kill each other.
Yeah, Clid actually goes way too hard for the blue buff. Yes, you got it, but at what cost? It's Mystic who now has the cooldown reduction.
This is so strange. Normally teams just kind of race to farm up before the next big team fight, just so they can kind of get that final item that they want. But these guys are like, no, screw that guy.
Yeah.
Run him down.
It feels more like a personal grudge against WE than anything else. WE are answering back in kind.
You have to imagine that WE are a very frustrating team to play against, especially for their domestic region, because no one in the league plays like them. Probably the closest is Vici, but still, no one's quite as defensive or turtling or slow. And against like a very fast-paced, fight-heavy region, you just know that sometimes these teams, like you can see them get frustrated or impatient.
It feels like Xiaogu are responding to this emotionally and how aggressive they want to chase down 957, or way overcommitting for a blue buff. But it is WE trying to stall this out and wait even more, taking a look at Alone, who's made it back into the mid lane.
Okay, this makes more sense, where everything's calmed down. And again, it's just that race of grabbing as much farm before that 2-minute timer is up. It's like this great race for the last item.
They're racing to stand in line.
It's
like getting to Disneyland early so you can stand in line for 10 minutes less.
No, you see, I imagine it more like the Spartans. Like, this is when they're, gearing up for their big fight.
In the gladiatorial arena. Kabe. That is a very tanky Maokai, and with a missed Shadow Dash, that is still a very tanky Maokai.
Poor 957, he can't catch a break. He's like, screw this guy, he's ganked me multiple times. Come on, Xie, let's go.
We can burn him down, we can do it.
The tree just power walks out of it.
There are now directional pings going towards the top lane as Doinby keeps that pushed in. Level 18 now. As we get to the 33-minute mark, we can start to see Xiaogu are getting bigger and bigger over the course of this game.
And what they're starting to do is, now that we're within the 1-minute timer of Baron spawning, they're trying to move in and start setting up their pick wards. So the stereotypical ones are being cleared out, like the one that Bin just cleared out, but you also have these really cute wards, like the one that's placed just behind the opposite brush on the red buff. And that could be fairly important if it leads to a pick.
Kabe, level 17, absolutely enormous. 5 items right now. Home guard teleport means one very dead Jhin, though he does have a lot of armor penetration.
That guy's...
However, Doinby, he's being a meanie with Kabe. Big old bunch of bullies. Yep, there goes the Realm Warp behind 957 again. They're going to try to burn it down. Oh, the flash, but Snare follows. Rek'Sai's actually racing over there.
Leave it alone.
And Xiaogu decide to let him go with a warning.
So that was the Realm Warp as well as the Ghost, and they trade positioning here. Ali now caught.
Yeah, flashes over the wall. Snare still catches him with the deadly flourish. Curtain Call is almost certainly going to mean the end of Ali here as he drops down, and WE are again prepped on the Baron. Kabe teleports in with a fresh home guard. Flash from Pen. He's like, get me out of here. Kandi follows up as well as Clid as they try to burn through that health, and that's a quick 2 kills. Xie and Ben goes down. Kandi gets kicked and chased by Kabe as the very sticky composition from Xiaogu pick up 3 kills.
And all of that vision preparation setup pays off because Kabe got his pick of the litter about whatever ward he wanted to teleport to with the home guards. And now that they've made massive picks on the wave clear, they're going to go ahead and try to break one of the inhibs.
Yeah, they're rushing right on down. Do not have the reduced damage from minions. There they go. Now they're finally able to break down the inhibitor turret. And the inhib itself follows. It's 25 seconds for Xie. They continue to move forward. Mystic and 957 are going to try to defend this as Nexus turret number 1 is being burned through. Doinby gets huge damage onto Mystic, who's forced to sit on the fountain. 957 gets a good taunt onto Clid, but Kabe is so tanky. He's taking the turret. Ben is back up, but the Nexus is being burned down, and Xiaogu are going to bring us to game number 3 for the second time this week.
And Team WE could only hide for so long, but finally QG are decisive, particularly on the back of Kabe, pulling the trigger and forcing them to respond.
I feel like that was more a case of you can run, but you can't hide. Because eventually Xiaogu are going to find the picks and catch up. Joining us once again on the desk is Rusty. Tell us, Xiaogu, they just came out of the gate swinging. Look at that just gradual progression to win the game.
The interesting thing to me, actually, is how obsessed QG are with the top lane in this series. They've decided their biggest win condition is actually Kabe, and using Doinby as a pivot point towards that. So when you looked at Game 1's draft compared to this, the Ryze is actually the biggest difference. LeBlanc has fake pressure by being able to use your ultimate, and she had teleport for that, but Ryze naturally does it. He can run Ghost, have a safe lane, and when QG get Kabe going, they don't look like they'll ever lose, no matter how many mistakes they make.
Yeah, and that could be why they prioritized him with that first pick in both games on that Maokai. You can see he did as much damage as Doinby in that game.
Guy was a monster. The poor 957, I think, was ganked 5 different times, dropping both towers before 15 minutes. It was just out of control how many resources they were throwing up there.
Yeah, it was actually so much pressure towards him, and again, the win condition of QG was affecting that lane. Clid was not a star performer, I will say. All he had to do was kick the Shen, and like he did his job, and then Doinby came up and ensured that they continued that and put the final nail in the coffin.
He kept on following up. There were a few rough patches for Xiaogu, however. The fact that they took the early advantage by taking down the top tier 2, and then WE sort of withdrew into the turtle shell, and Xiaogu kind of sat there for a good 10 minutes or so and said, all right.
But, I mean, eventually they got tired of the turtle and they just took the sledgehammer and cracked it open.
Wow, that is very elaborate, in fact. But I'd say it's more of like a pick and chisel. They had to work at it to really get WE to fall apart.
Let's avoid the analogy of a turtle and all of these tools, because I'm starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable just in comparison. All right, what they actually did was they broke into what was the base very well held defensively from WE. But the difference here is that WE is still poking their head out. They were constantly trying to find QG for buffs. They snuck the Baron. They tried to contest the blue buff and got another pick on the Clid. Like, they weren't just sitting back and letting it happen. They were still trying to fight back.
I'm just imagining like some Shawshank Redemption, like with the Spirit.
Okay, and to commend WE for doing that, however, the fact that they were conscientious enough to say, hey, we're going to sit back, absorb all this pressure, build a bunker, and then very tactical opportunities to get back onto the map, successfully steal the Baron, and then throw it at a fight.
Yeah, that was a big question mark for Team WE that they felt. I mean, the thing is actually, no, I don't even want to give it, because that's twice they've done that now. The series against Newbie, and now this time around, where they swing themselves back into kind of tempo advantage, or at least kind of the saving grace, and then they think that they can take the gamble in the 50-50. And normally it works out for them, but it's been so punishing these last few times.
The reason that it works so well against QG, firstly, is, and it's a reason that we will see QG lose for the entire split, Doinby is always bottom, and he's never on a champion that has teleport available, because he'll, for no particular reason, teleport to that lane. So if you're playing Ryze, you're trying to gank the Shen, just rely on having superior vision thanks to your Maokai that can win and control the minions there anyway, instead of using your ultimate to flank, walk in with Ghost and flank, and then have the ult to get there. Things will be very different.
Yeah, no surprise that the MVP is going over to Kabe on that Maokai, his 3rd MVP so far at 4-0-6, 100% kill participation, and a full 1/3 of his team's damage.
So Kabe used to be the top laner for Legend of Dragoon, spent a lot of his time kind of bouncing back and forth in the LSPL. It's nice to see him kind of break out into the LPL and really make a name for himself. His last few series and his last few games with QG, and particularly on the Maokai, have been quite devastating, and this guy is very quickly shaping up to be one of the names to look out for in the LPL LPL, especially on this roster. That's hard to do with how much name power you have on this roster.
Yeah, being able to take part in a carry role as a tank player firstly is difficult, but they're showing that if you give him resources, you give him kills, or even just pressure in the lane, that Kabe is able to help and assist you win the entire game because of it. And so it's very good so far from him, from what we are seeing, as far as top lane goes.
Yeah, he actually has played Maokai 3 times before this, so this is the second time for him. We'll see if they go for it in game number 3. We're going to go and take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our final game of Week 2 of the LPL Spring Split. Once again, and for the final time tonight, I am Dom Romer, joined by Froskuren and Zach Rusty Pie. So let's get into what Xiaogu have to do moving forward into this next match if they want to replicate their success from game number 2 and take their second series win of the week.
Well, we can look towards the catalyst for success for QG, and it does seem to stem firstly from having Ryze in the middle lane, and secondly having Kabe be ahead. It doesn't necessarily mean he has to be Maokai, but getting him ahead seems to be the biggest recipe for success for QG. They had a very cheesy strategy in game 1, but it was cool. Game 2 was a lot more stock stand and just jungler go up there and camp him to oblivion until it works. And game 3, I don't think they'll change that at all.
Just to follow up on that, Kabe has played Maokai 3 times before this, won all 3 times, then he lost in this game and now won. So he's 4-1 on Maokai. His other win is on Camille, 10-0-2, with Xiaogu. Yeah, with Xiaogu going to red side this game. You can imagine there's probably going to be some pressure in terms of pick and bans.
It really just kind of changes priority because they don't have that priority pick. So, I mean, theoretically, they could still get the Maokai. I think more fundamental to changing the course of this game is Team WE and how they adjust their draft. Because like we were saying with Kabe, it doesn't matter if he's on a carry, if he's on Maokai. He's got a whole slew of options where he can do exactly the same thing that he did. I'm looking at Condi, because if you know that Klid's going to be that primary facilitator to get Kabe rolling, if they're going to focus the top side of the map so heavily, Condi needs to get up there and support 957, because 957 can also go toe-to-toe and be a big carry, and Condi can be a bigger presence in the jungle early.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think he pressured lanes enough, to be perfectly honest with you. He did the same thing on Rengar. He was being out-rotated and pressured by Klid the entire time. It was just that he farmed well, hit level 6, and was just a Rengar. In game number 2, there was really not enough pressure to speak of until mid-game. we get to this third game, I expect something like the Elise. I think Lee Sin he could have actually taken from Clid. We saw him hover it in the draft phase. He needs to put extra consideration into his champions.
Again, WE have blue side this game, which means they get first pick. So a lot of very strong priorities that they could look towards in this. Not to mention this is patch 7.1, and we are slowly but surely learning who can get these overpowered champions and win the match just off of that, and who can't.
So we have to expect, firstly, that they won't get Rengar again. And Jin is the champion that has been second pick when Rengar was there and first pick when Rengar wasn't there. So Jin's the #1 priority, it seems, for WE. I'd say coming into this third game, that does change after a defeat, and they mix it up and maybe even pick the Maokai themselves, as they were prioritizing the top lane with that second rotation champ.
Yep, 100% agree, and I definitely think that we're going to see Condi either pick up some sort of big playmaking champion. I don't think he'll sit back and go for the Rek'Sai. I'd actually like to see him kind of go for a curveball and maybe look for an Ivern. But just something with some sort of hard CC that he can get rolling on, because right now he's being outpaced by Clid.
Yeah, Xiaogu are well aware of what a good Ivern can do. I mean, they did play against Vici just a few days ago and suffered through the terror of the jovial, the very jovial jungler. So I'm really looking forward to this pick ban.
Something to note is that QG are not rotating their bottom lane at all, so they're not subbing back to Candy 7 or Cloud. They're sticking with Ollie and Alone, so feeling confident that, you know, it's game 3, back to the wall. And they decide to kind of put their gamble on this bottom lane. And that said, that bottom lane was pretty non-existent that last game.
It's the second time they've done this, so when they get to a game 3, they've never changed their AD carry and support duo. They keep them from the moment they sub, so games 2 and 3 seems to be consistent. And there are strategies that we have learnt about subbing in and out between games, because when you watch, you learn. And by learning, you can then come in and perform accordingly. So perhaps these two watched the first game, learnt what works, and have just played towards it.
We'll have to see if they can continue to demonstrate this success against WE and keep that bottom lane occupied as we get ready to get into Champion Select for game number 3, our final one of the weekend. We'll once again say goodbye to Rusty as we prepare for this match. He'll come back to break down what exactly happened in this series as Xiaogu have got that red side. Maokai is the very first ban, and Rise follows it right up.
So Coach Ohm, formerly of Samsung White, turned Vici Gaming, now turned Team WE. You can see him on your screen right now, is the drafting coach behind Team WE. He's like, Maokai, get him out of here.
Yeah, Zyra and Malzahar are going to be the follow-ups from Xiaogu. They're looking at their final ban right now. Perhaps might be pressuring out Ben.
This is twice now that QG have prioritized both the Zyra and the Malzahar, and you think it might punish them. The LeBlanc goes through because they throw both those targeted bans at the support pool.
As it is, though, Kha'Zix is the priority jungle pickup for Condi, and you said we got to look to him to potentially pop off and go into a carry mode in this final match. What better champion than Kha'Zix?
This definitely makes it that much more potent, though, that Xie and 957 need to have some sort of hard CC because it's not coming from the jungler. So yes, Condi does have the carry potential here to start popping off, but he needs the setup now.
In answer, though, that means that Jin goes through that first phase of the draft for WE and is picked up by Alone. He's seen great success on it before. We'll have to see if he can replicate it, and the Lee Sin is now picked up for Clid.
LeBlanc still floating around there if Xie wants to look that direction. That said, I'd prefer something different for him.
Varus is the answer before Mystic, and with that Rise ban, it is going to be a little bit more challenging to try to duel with the LeBlanc, but it is picked up and locked in.
Okay, so LeBlanc hoping to get her first win in the LPL in this last game of the week. Now, Xie, like Doinby, is a phenomenal LeBlanc player, has a long history with the champion. That said, it feels like every LeBlanc we get just isn't making use of her early game power and just frankly kind of gets out scaled where she loses kill pressure on valuable targets.
Doinby decides to return towards the Karma on which he's seen success before to deal with that. So really, he's been keeping his champion pool very limited these past few weeks.
And EasyHoon and Doinby have really been the primary supporters of Karma and flexing it into the mid lane position. We've almost never seen it picked up by any support in the LPL. This goes back to Doinby's kind of MO, was a low econ mid laner. He likes to make rotations. He likes to empower his team, so Karma fits right in that wheelhouse right there. And he's just super fun to watch on Karma. He really likes to kind of push the boundaries of how many times he can step forward without being punished.
Well, against a LeBlanc, I think that number is going to be a little bit smaller than you might expect.
But the thing is it's hard for LeBlanc to have kill pressure on a champion like Karma. It's kind of like the pseudo Lulu mid theory, where she's just kind of this tanky rock support champion that
who clears minion waves and keeps you busy.
Just pushes the wave, follows you around, and is just super obnoxious.
As it is, Misfortune and Thresh are the final bans. That is 4 support bans out of Xiaogu, all targeted towards Ben.
So much respect for Ben here standing next to Mystic. And he's performed fairly well, so hopefully he can clean out this series and put a win on his first series career in the LPL.
In answer, Tom Kench is going to go through the ban phase as Jace is taken away from Kabe for the final ban.
And they do this because they already see the Varus, so they're already kind of showing their hand that it's going to be the Ashe. Team WE, they know exactly what's coming, so they now get the opportunity to try to sculpt something.
They're looking for their top laner and support right now. Shen looks like it's going to be the answer for 957, his 3rd time this set.
That means that you have CC in all 3 lanes for Condi to gank. You have the Corrupted Chains, you have the LeBlanc chain, as well as the Taunt. So we talked about how the rest of Condi's lanes now need these tools to facilitate him, for him to go off. Bard would also work earlier than the level 6 Varus. There we go.
Looking for the Cosmic Bindings out of Ben.
So this is something that's cool. We talk about this, how taking Varus fundamentally changes your blueprint around the map because you can't just throw an arrow from Fog of War. Bard completely eliminates that. You no longer have to rotate your Varus into the top lane or look for the inner tower, because unlike having the arrow, you now have the Bard ultimate. So you can do the same thing where you unlock your bottom lane, and instead of continuing to push into a different lane, you can actually just move the mid lane and throw the same play.
So that was Trundle locked in despite the graphical bug. We did not have 2 Tom Kenches, but this time it's Trundle going top.
He's so OP, I want 2 of them.
Yes. Please, sir, may I have another? As the final swaps are completed, WE with their final composition for the weekend. And Xiaogu looking very strong. Once again, hoping to bring it back and take the win here in Game 3 and replicate their success against Vici earlier this week.
They have so much mobility.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. You know that if Trundle gets ahead, which they've already kind of showcased that their game plan is to get Kabe rolling, if he gets ahead on that Trundle, he's going to have split push pressure. And it's only kind of a matter of how long can you keep him off of a tower. So you already open up the 4-1 ability, and then also having the Tom Kench as well as the Karma. Like, QG have already seen Team WE and how they like to fold down into the bunker, how they're very hard to crack, they set up a great defense. Now they have all of these tools of mobility that if Team WE step out even the slightest, the margin for them to be punished is huge. QG have an excellent comp to do so.
Yeah, the converse, however, is that WE have got an excellent amount of pick potential. LeBlanc, Kha'Zix, Varus, not to mention crowd control and follow-up from Shen and Bard. So if WE find the opportunity to take an advantage, that could be Xiaogu finding themselves with their backs against the wall.
But I feel like they need to learn from last game and kind of look towards Kabe. They can't allow this Trundle to get ahead, so you would expect that some sort of consideration is going to be given to 957, and Condi at least trying to alleviate a little bit that. And Condi has the option where he can either try to do 1v1 Clid and just try to slow down the jungle, or they can try to look for the 2v2 in the top lane, though that's a very scary prospect if they don't, kind of get the jump on their opponents.
It's all going to be about the vision and setups, keeping an eye on the enemy junglers to deny their ability to set up ganks. We're not expecting a lot to go awry in the way of lanes, but the night is young. This is our final game.
What I kind of feel like is going to happen is that Varus is going to punish the Jhin in the bottom lane, especially with Bard because it's into Tom Kench, and that Condi is going to look for the 1v1 on Clid and put him down early because his bot lane is going to get control over the bottom side of the map, at least for initial rotation. So what I'm curious about, will Clid start top side or will he start bottom side to try to avoid a window where Condi can look to run in and punish this Lee Sin.
So far, it's defensive lines out of everyone on this side of the map, and there is a ramp ward placed out by WE to keep an eye on any sort of optimistic invade out of Xiaogu. But they are going to play it safe for now. The Monolith Lee Sin capable of starting on both sides, but looks like he's currently sticking towards the top.
Nice thing about QG's composition, because normally you really criticize Karma compositions, especially kind of in this patch when you have champions like you know, Syndra and Ryze, Cassiopeia, just these other options available in the mid lane, is that you have really nice bridging points of power. So Karma is still going to be fairly relevant, probably up to 20-25 minutes before his damage really starts falling off in the late game, and which Jhin and Trundle can really pick it up from there. So I like the fact that QG didn't put all their eggs in one point of power in the game.
The ward in the blue buff that you just saw from Doinby is going to keep an eye on Condi, and they saw Clid on that side of the map, which means they know Clid is starting top.
Okay, but that also means that Clid knows that Condi is starting top side as well. And we talked about how Bin and Mystic should be able to get control of the bottom lane, and my guess is that they're going to push this lane, get control, and then they can go in and try to contest Clid on his blue buff. That said, Clid is just very quickly just rushing through his buffs.
Yeah, started off with the red, now going over through the wolves as he waits for his smite to clear through and get towards that second charge, which he probably wants to use. Is he actually going to smite the wolves at all?
Nope.
Yeah, he's still holding on to it, rushing for that blue buff. And immediately you can see Ben is on his way on towards the river before he heads back in. Ooh.
So they don't choose to disrupt Clid and to play with him. Instead, they're actually just going to deny CS and lay down the poke. So Condi deciding that he's not jungling fast enough to get there in time. Although the two junglers may meet in river.
Ooh, Clid. It's going to be a few seconds late as the chain catches Doinby. He flashes. Could they try to dive this under the turret? As Doinby ghosts just in case. Ooh, and Clid forces the leap out of Condi. But that is the flash and ghost used by Doinby just in the lane.
And now Clid's going to hang around and try to push this in and help Doinby here. See if Condi responds. I feel like both junglers are just going to now back away to respective scuttle crabs. Clid's going to be like, fine, top scuttle crab is mine, you can have bottom.
Yeah, Condi clearing his out and Clid doing the same. And with Clid backing away, that means Doinby has to get away from these minions because of the LeBlanc sitting right on top of them.
It's a cute ward from Xie, very far down the lane. See if he can catch when Doinby is throwing out a skill shot to dodge it, but also make sure that he's not backing inappropriately.
Oh, Doinby, that's the ignite being used. They're looking for first blood and they find it, but Clid answers by killing Xie as he flashes away with double buff. Clid is able to get some damage against Condi.
You saw the setup and the bait there. Unfortunately, it backfires a bit for QG as they drop the first blood, I believe. Or did Clid pick it up?
It was Xie who got first blood.
Okay.
Or excuse me, not Xie, Condi.
But both kills going over to the junglers, so just a slight gold disparity between them, but otherwise the lane gets shoved in and pretty much fairly even. No one's going to miss any sort of CS or experience because both mid laners are sitting at 16. The lane will be reset.
Alone continues to take a lot of harass from this very high-pressure bottom lane of Varus and Bard. But taking a look at, as you said, the jungle on the mid lane, it is just about even. 0-1-1, 18-18. Dark Seal for Doinby versus a second Doran's Ring, and some sustain for Xie with some potions.
But Condi delayed his back, so Clid actually... Oh no, Clid also has it back. I thought that he had backed and walked towards Krugs, but nope. Everyone's still jungling.
That's teleport now being used by Kabe as he's going to go for the double longsword start against 957 to catch the minion wave being pushed in.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Just the cosmic binding. But with that, we will finally see the recall out of both of the junglers. Looks like challenging smite out of Condi, and Clid opting straight for the Caulfield's Warhammer.
Nothing super surprising or out of the ordinary here. The only kind of discrepancy that we've seen opened up after all of the action is actually in the bottom lane, where Mystic and Ben are continuing to pressure with their double melee advantage. However, it gets a bit more precarious and a bit more dangerous just because Ben hasn't had his back in yet, so he hasn't placed his vision. So there is actually a window or an opportunity where they either need to be more passive or more cautious because Clid could come down and gank them.
957 actually did just complete his own recall for the first few items. He was sitting on the fountain for a good 15 or 20 seconds so that he could forward a ruby crystal and walk back top. So he's still got his teleport, whereas Kabe used his. Not to mention 957 is about to be level 6. But again, the junglers meet themselves in the mid lane as Newbie is pressuring in Xie.
That said, Condi is spotted out, so more information given for QG here. Condi, since he was spotted out during the ward, I actually think that that's the better call to make. Just, Lee Sin's probably here, let's just back up. That said, this does give QG time to set up vision if they want to contest this blue buff later on, or even possibly look for a dive here. They do have the inside track, and Condi is on the bottom side.
Oh, Clint actually goes straight over the wall. The minions are under, and Subjugate is picked up early by Kabe with the minion advantage. They dive. Shadow Dash is going to find Newbie, and with Xie catching up, Xiaogu back away as Kabe is low health.
Try to make the most out of Kabe having his ultimate available, but 957, once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah.
Very cautious in his posturing and manages to fend off 3 people, so a very different look from him in this final game of the series.
That is going to be so important as the setup from Xiaogu does not yield any payoff, at least not yet. And it's still only a 200 gold difference between the teams as they continue to look for these openings.
Condi might walk into a party, however. Xie needs to team up with him if he wants to be so aggressive for this red buff.
But the decoy from Xie used to spot things out in advance of his jungler. Good communication keeps him safe from face-checking 3.
But I'm going to say even better communication from QG, the fact that they pulled Kabe and ran directly to the red buff, so making sure that Team WE weren't going to get any more off of them overreaching on that dive top.
With that, we've got the first recall out of Alone. Goes for the BF sword instead of the serrated dirk. So going for a bit of a more classical Jhin this time around.
Feels like it's a bit more geared towards your CDR. So it's about opening up that ultimate and kind of being an ult bot spam. That makes sense?
Yes.
I have a responsibility, it's to press R.
You have to open the curtain as much as possible, really turning it into matinee Jhin, as Clid is just continuing to show presence top, but 957 is not falling for it. The team mat is pushing for Kabe, so that just makes it a little bit more challenging to gank Shen.
It's also just about offering security to Kabe. He's creating his own passive advantage in the lane, just because A, 957 has been ganked by 3 people under his tower,
yeah.
And B, he's got the team and he's got the push priority, and you can see that in his CS. So again, Trundle's still well on track to be that Trundle in the late game.
Condi and Ben roaming around the bottom side right now. They are going to clear the Scryer's Bloom and find Newbie as the blue spawns.
Yeah, they're safely trying to get into this area, but obviously because they don't have vision, they don't just want to run in and face check. They do manage to take the long way around and secure their blue buff, although I may say that prematurely.
There's a Cosmic Binding with that blue buff's name on it. Newbie is going to take it. They're sitting in the brush.
Oh.
And the ward over the wall. Tempered Fate finds the 2. Clid tries to get out from the side, but Condi's there. Newbie flashes over the wall. There's the Abyssal Voyage as Ali goes in, and Condi's caught by the tether. Magical Journey gets WE out.
I just want to say, good guy Wolfcamp blocked the Cosmic Binding on Bard. That's frustrating, because that was definitely going to be a completely different fight if the CC had landed on Clid and Newbie.
That could have gone really bad for Xiaogu really fast, or really good for WE, depending on your perspective as a fan.
I'm a fan of both the teams, so
yeah.
where do I sit?
You're just glad that things are happening, such as Clid ganking top once again.
And it's really a race because the bottom lane is just being pressured so heavily and about to go down. So I still like the fact that 957 is like, I've seen this trick one too many times.
Yeah. Defensive ward, jungler in the wings. But as you've said, Mystic continues to pressure onto Alone and Ali. They're having a lot of difficulty in this matchup. 25 CS down. With that minion wave, it'll be down to about 20. But slowly but surely, that bottom tier 1 is getting chipped away.
And this is what's expected when you pick up the Tahm Kench, especially when you have, range support still available. Now, Xie is getting involved in the mix, as you can see LeBlanc kind of cheating down repeatedly, and it will force the backs, which I think just guarantees the tower for Team WE.
Just playing the macro pressure game, and Xiaogu find themselves at now a 700 disadvantage.
It's really smart because you know that the strategy from QG is to focus their top lane, and it leaves their bottom lane exposed. Tahm Kench does suffer level 1 through 5, but the thing is his gank pressure that he can exert once he's level 6. But if no one is coming to assist the bottom lane, then you don't get to make use of his ultimate, you know what I mean? So I think that was quite clever from Team WE to very quickly pivot and recognize, okay, if QG are going to go all in on top side, 957, just play like a chicken. Just ward your flank, clinch your butt, back up. We're going to win the bottom side of the map, and then we'll come help you.
Yeah, Condi solos the first Drake of the game with the pressure yielded by WE bottom, and that Ocean Drake is now theirs. The next one looks like it also is going to be an Ocean Drake, as Alone goes for a recall, and Chie is going to push this wave in.
And this is kind of the cool thing with the Bard. So again, the difference between like the Varus, the Jhin, and the Ashe is that Varus, once he's unlocked from this lane, he can't just throw like that long-range ultimate from Fog of War and then crack the mid lane. But if you pair him with Bard, Bard can, which means that you don't have to bounce this Varus into another shorter lane, that you can try to focus the more pivotal point on the map, being that mid lane through poking and threatening with the Tempered Fate. So despite how kind of niche Bard is in this meta, I actually really like him with Varus in the sense that he kind of compensates and allows for that pseudo Ashe or pseudo Jhin mid lane threat.
And you can see how Xiaogu are now struggling to respond as Alone is in the top lane. Kabe swapped out with Doinby in the bottom, leaving Doinby back in the mid lane with Klid and Ali trying to assist him.
I love Bard's attack animation. Sorry, Dom's looking at me like, what are you doing? As I'm just like swinging my arms wildly.
Yeah, there's like a good 5 feet between us just to make sure I don't get hit by random limbs here.
I'm just doing aerobics over here. Gotta keep spry.
And a 1 and a 2. But Doinby continues to catch this minion wave. WE are slowly but surely opening this map up more and more.
They're also opening up the CS discrepancies between their key members and their AP carry and their AD carry, and I feel like this is just kind of a matter of time before Bard's gonna drop the base on someone.
The Tempered Fate?
Yep.
What do you think the Tempered Fate actually is?
What do you mean?
It's a thing. Like LeBlanc fires chains and she throws herself.
It's a base.
It's like one just drummed?
Well, Bard's quite musical, so I felt it was a fitting, apt description.
Yeah, very thematic. Well appreciated.
They've moved Xie. He was bottom lane, he pushed the wave, and now he's running across map to pick up his blue buff.
Yeah.
But while he's here, I feel like this is, again, kind of that opportunity or that window for Team WE to be like, well, while I'm here, we're either making a play bottom, or top, or we're making it mid. Like, you choose.
Now it's Xiaogu's turn to try and turtle this out, as now it is Alone in the bottom lane, catching those minions, trying to keep them from crashing into the turret, while Doinby continues to keep it occupied in the mid. Kabe heads back top, now a level down from 957.
But that poke is really starting to stack up, and you can see that QG are trying to pull multiple resources to cover and afford their members back to try to compensate for the amount of damage that Varus is laying down. This is bad.
Yeah, that was the distortion, but he does still have Mimic available. And with that, Xie is able to hop away.
I don't know what he thought was going to happen there. It's a Trundle as well as a LeBlanc.
Jorim's Fist and the Tiamat as Kabe is looking for the Titanic Hydra.
There's also pings going up top, and you can see Ben right now. He keeps kind of skirting up towards the top lane. I feel like Condi's on the wrong side of the map.
Blue buff now gifted back over to Doinby as Alone tries to manage the minion wave in the mid lane, but as you said, they just continue to pressure in. Now it's Doinby in the bottom lane. This was a problem that Rusty said could manifest itself.
But Alone still has his ultimate, so if things get super dire, he can always just back up, use the ultimate, and try to clear the creep wave that way. So the tower's still not under any real threat. And again, QG have done a great job kind of micromanaging their different resources to cover for Doinby to, get the blue buff, find his back, heal himself up. And now they've, got the minivan pulled up to the top lane.
Yeah, I like
hear
how
you
they
need
just,
a back.
set up the lane swap and execute. That means that there's 2 in the mid lane and WE collapse with 3 members of their team. Mystic just continuing to fire arrow after arrow after arrow, and slowly but surely he's starting to whittle down that mid-tier 1.
So how patient are Team WE going to be, and in their patience, is this going to open up a window where QG look for a flank? They no longer have the Tahm Kench ultimate, so they can't look in that direction, but there is still Klid for him to make that sweeping insect play. Because slowly but surely, Team WE are winning this chip war.
Whittling down the base and defenses of Xiaogu. Doinby looking to recall right now, but Mystic is still there and with nobody else to defend it. Instead, though, they are going to try to focus down Xie.
He can just go back to his spot.
Oh, the clone blocks the bullet and he eats number 4.
Okay, so there goes the ult. And Jin's like, I can no longer hold this tower. Someone needs to respond.
Alone trying to recall. He's nearly 50 CS down from Mystic now, as Doinby actually managed to get a very good recall in and comes back with a full Athens and a needlessly large rod, so he's going to be able to heal himself up a little bit more.
Doinby normally goes for a CDR build on his Karma. I actually think this is the first time we've seen him go the Athenes build. In fact, it's much more common from both our Karma players in EasyHoon and Doinby that they go for kind of the Morellos.
Yeah.
Like 40% CDR super early on.
WE might be looking to collapse top, but they are on top of Vision, and Clid is in the area. Alone has been devouring, Ali has been devouring Alone anytime Xie is looking a little frisky, just to keep that AD carry safe. But now they're finally setting up the recall, and they allow it to finish. Doinby races top to try to cover it, while Mystic went for a recall of his own. So that's not going to be too much damage unless Mystic stays.
This is just super cute how it's almost like a job that they're just taking in shifts. Yeah, it forces him to actually pull the trigger on ulting.
The Abyssal Voyage gets Alone right back into lane, and Doinby is able to cover mid.
The pings are going down mid, however. You can actually see Ben standing in Fog of War. Doinby, how quick are you? He does have flash.
He has found Ben, who was trying to sneak some wards forward, and slowly but surely WE are pressing their vision into Xiaogu's side of the map. But Xiaogu seem to be committed to this particular lane matchup, as the next Drake spawns 6 minutes later, and WE clean it up.
And WE are perfectly fine to continue to kind of play this slow, drawn-out, patient game, because Karma is on a ticking time bomb before she becomes irrelevant in terms of the damage that she's going to put out, and she's just kind of your secondary support. So the longer this game goes on, the harder time Doinby is going to have as kind of like a carry threat potential, especially when he's going on a build like the Athenes. So I just feel like WE are like, we're getting free dragons, we're getting chip damage on the tower, we're getting all this gold and this resource, and Karma's running out of, you know, gas.
Yeah.
So we're totally fine just to sit here and just to continue.
I thought this was the LPL. I was told there would be team fights.
The scary thing is Trundle.
Yes.
He's now opened up probably the only CS gap between a carry for his team, and eventually he will become that threat no matter what. So if Doinby falls off, I guess they still have their Hail Mary and Kabe.
He has been instrumental to their success in the past. As it is, though, 957, without being shut down, is becoming equally as tanky, finishing off with Sunfire and now building a Tiamat to maintain lane pressure.
And then it just comes down to execution of very different responsibilities within your team. You know, Shen, he's there to assist the team in the 5v5. He can be that split push, but against Trundle, he's really there just to kind of save the tower for as long as possible.
And speaking of save the tower, Xiaogu finally let it drop. The top tier 1 goes down, leaving only the mid tier 1, and it's already down to half.
And then that opens up so much more space where now Team WE have a lot more room to work with to get behind QG when they want to break this mid tower. And Rift Herald, it's next. Let's take it.
Oh,
maybe let's
Xiaogu
fight
might try
for
to
it.
fight for it as they drop the curtain call and WE scatter. Everyone split.
We didn't want it. It's fine.
It was a joke, I swear. And now Xiaogu looks like they're going to be the ones trying to force a play. They group as 4 and rush right down the mid lane.
The Rift Herald is like those samples that you get in the grocery store. Like, you would never actually buy it, but if it's free, you'll just take it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this looks delicious. What, $5? No.
Then somebody walks up and flips the tray over. You've had 7. But now Xiaogu continued to catch the minion wave in the mid lane, and Xie...
He almost didn't make that
yeah,
wall.
Getting a little elusive there. He still had his basic distortion as Herald the Rift Herald returns to the Void. And WE just keep on getting one auto attack at a time.
But the issue is that Doinby is low on mana. He does have blue buff, but how much longer can he sit here and try to wave clear for the team?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Well, Team WE are trying to really test that hypothesis because they are refusing to leave. Look at this, they're relentless.
This has got to be so savage to play against.
I find them incredibly frustrating to watch. So I can only imagine playing across from Team WE.
Yeah, where's the fighting? Where's the action, the excitement?
They just
21 minutes in.
They just slowly grind you down.
Yeah.
They just exhaust you mentally and emotionally.
It's like the Did you ever play that hand game where somebody has their hands on top and the other one has the hands on bottom, and you have to like flip your hands over?
Yes,
and
I
the other one has
too
to pull it out?
was in kindergarten.
Yes.
At one point.
It feels like WE are the team that just sits and doesn't actually do anything for like 25 minutes.
Oh, hold on, you make it your wish.
And NewBee, ignite, shielded, flash, heal, and he shields again. Xie looking for the Shadow Orb. Nah, gets out of there, and NewBee blows everything he's got and then some, but he gets out with his life.
That said, Xie also blew a lot right there, so both key summoners missing. And meanwhile...
That's NewBee back in base, and WE collapse on the mid lane. They actually get Tempered Fate onto Alone, but Ali's just going to gobble him up as soon as he gets out of that Tempered Fate.
The 15-minute siege mid.
Yes.
Ends.
Finally, the Steamroller at a casual 1.5 miles per hour presses down, and Mystic is like, Yomu's, get me out of here. NewBee's chasing. The third bullet hits. He flashes. And NewBee is unable to convert that. Kabe has collapsed upon his WE turn onto him and destroy that Trundle.
Wow, so punishing for QG. So they try to get the pick on Mystic because they feel like he's overextended. That said, he's got both his summoners available. And unfortunately, after all is said and done, they don't get the kill. They lose their top laner, and they don't get the tower.
Yeah, not a single turret has fallen for WE.
And we talked about, how Team W were fine to play this super patient, just grinding and whittling game. We talk about, death of 1,000 paper cuts in Vici style. This is very similar for Team WE. Just these tiny little micro advantages that they're just taking. Just one over here, two over here, and suddenly it's just exposing and ripping this wound open.
And Xiaogu, you can take a look at the gold difference right now. 900 gold lead for Xie. About a 1,200 gold lead for Kandi. 957 is pretty even, but take a look at those 80 carries.
Yeah, it's the 80 carry that you're looking at here. That's about 2,000 gold, 247 to 174, and Mystic has just been living in this mid lane, whereas Alone, it's much scarier for him. He doesn't have the greatest wave clear pressure, so he can't defend the towers as well as someone like the Karma can, and he can't be out into a side lane because Xie has kill pressure on him. Although Xie, hello?
Surprise, there's Elise in there. He actually managed to get caught by the tear. Sonic Wave does not block him down.
That brushed his hair. That went, he smelt that as it went past.
Lee Sin's kick. That doesn't seem particularly pleasant as the dragon respawns and Xiaogu finally are going to force it, but Kabe is top.
They're pinging Baron. They have the control word on
23 minutes in. Xiaogu desperate to make something happen. Might be giving this up. They've got the Abyssal Voyage. They're bringing Clid over there, trying to force this down. Alone gets the crit, but that is Baron being burned down. Clid over the wall. 957 has got the Shadow Dash. Can he stagger it? Kicks him over, but Clid is ready and waiting. Xie going to get some burst damage. Lands the Sonic Wave with the Curtain Call opened up. Xie gets hit once, but gets out of range of the second, and they all break free from the pressure of Xiaogu.
But QG have the inside track on the mid lane, so it should finally crack, or maybe they're looking for more.
Yeah, Kabe is zoning away the rest of WE. You can see Xie is going for a recall right now, so he's not going to be able to make it back very quickly. Mystic taking the long way around to get to the minions. Tempered Fate to stall it out, and NewBee might be caught here under the turret. Ali is able to save them as Alone is slowed. Xie's on the way to try to catch up.
Here comes the
Kandi
TP.
gets another one. That's the decoy.
Mimic.
And heal immediately used by Alone just to keep himself topped off.
We're clear. In the end,
we're clear.
QG come out ahead because they got the Infernal Dragon. That was actually very cute played by the fact that they make the decisive call. They get in the minivan. Tom Kench, gobble me up. We're going to Baron. So allow Alone, picks up the Infernal. Clid's over there to red zone defense over the Baron.
Look at those wards. The panic reaction from Xiaogu. They're doing Baron. Ward everything.
Just throw them in.
They can't clear them all if there's 7.
It gives you vision for that split second when the control ward's on it.
Yeah. Xie looking to kill Kabe here. That was flash used. He saw the stand united, and he dies very inelegantly. And NewBee is going to face check into Kandi, and then the collapse from WE.
And
that's 2 kills.
Every smart decision has suddenly now been undone as they're missing their primary wave clear. So Alone does have his ultimate, and the Jhin is still alive, but you have to think that this is going to be at least some objective for Team WE.
And Mystic is like, thank you very much. 70 gold, please.
I love how NewBee was dead, and he was already taking a drink. He's like, it's fine.
Yeah, he saw it coming. And again, this comes back to the style that WE like to play, this very patient grinding out the win. You have to imagine a team like Xiaogu gets impatient after a while. Everybody else can leap over the wall, it's fine. And there's a Bard. Xie zoning Clid away, as with Condi dead, Kabe has got his teleport, as he's currently heading down bottom, but there's no ward. That's Clairvoyance Trinket spotted out. Now he's going to teleport behind. Tempered Fate goes wide, as Clid is the target. They're forcing the fight. Chain of Corruption is dodged, but the curtain call gets Fountain. Clid is on the far side. 957 is still inside, and Clid walks away with his life, but Ali cannot say the same. He goes down, Clid gets back in. Condi is dead, and Xiaogu turn the fight. 3 go down, and Mystic tanking the Baron has to walk away with his tank and support.
Disaster for Team WE. They could not have played that worse if they tried. And now that'll mean that QG will turn on the Baron. Everything that QG had just fumbled within the last 3 minutes has now been absorbed. As Team WE, this is like Hail Mary. Stop them at all costs.
Yeah, 957 is pretty tanky, but Zoinbe's stoning it out. The arrow catches Clid. He's very low. They have to protect the smite. Shadow Dash doesn't catch him. As the Lone gets in, Mystic tries to get one and will kill Kid before Ben gets out of the back. 957 is now the one tanking the Baron. Baron has done more damage in this team fight than the team players.
But there's no jungler alive.
They're going to try to burn through the health. Mystic has the arrow. They're going to try to stall it out. He fires. It's on cooldown right now. Burn down the Baron. Abyssal Voyage as they're trying to get it back in. 300 health. Finally, they secure it as Ali. Abyssal Voyage right on top of Mystic and is denied chase by Ben, but that's Xiaogu getting the Baron.
Ali, the hero that QG need. Let's take a look at this team fight. Check out everyone goes over the wall except for Mystic. This poor guy is left in the pit and he's just gonna get chunked from Baron. That means your AD carry completely gone. Clid manages to clear so they don't pick up the kill on the jungler. Then Condi, bam, flashes straight into the wall. There were so many individual mechanical mistakes from Team WE in executing that team fight. So disastrous, and in the end, QG capitalize and find the Baron. Beautifully done from Ali to zone away Varus. When Varus threw his last arrow, that Baron had 79 HP.
Yeah, so very close. But Xiaogu take the Baron, and with that, they finally have a window to try to get back into this, to break down the defenses of this WE team and start working towards their first turret of the game. There's no answer for 957 on the opposite side of the map, though, as Doinby rushes forward with the Baroned up minions. The mid-tier 1 goes down, but they're going to lose the bottom tier 2.
And this is 100% a trade in favor of Team WE. You never want to trade outer for inner. So, despite the fact that they have the Baron, still have the tempo control lead.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 trade now for Xiaogu as they finally get some much-needed gold in their coffers. Iceborne Gauntlet completed by Kabe as he gets his big buy. Rylai is now finished off for Doinby as Ali picks up Redemption. So some much-needed item completions keeps Xiaogu standing for at least a little while longer.
And this Baron is really just about, like you said, absorbing some of that lead or trying to be defensive with it. So unfortunately they lose a ton of time just trying to reset their map and chase around all of these loose ends, and they don't even really get to claim or pressure a priority dragon with it because the next one spawning is Ocean. So just kind of bad luck bears for QG. Keeps them in the game, but they need to find something to crack this game open.
This is actually the final elemental Drake of the game. I'm sure WE would love to have 3 oceans for these extended sieges whittling down. Doinby is consumed by Ali. The Devourer spits him right back out as Xie just goes for a little bit of poke. Meanwhile, the bottom tier 1 goes down, so that's a 3-turret Baron for Xiaogu as they're finally opening the map up a little bit more. As we get to the 30-minute mark, they are clearing down this final Ocean Drake, their second of the game.
We talked about how LPL supports have really been prioritizing more so Rocket than Redemption. This time around, we've got 2 Redemptions. It makes sense because you have so many different poking elements, as well as a lot of diving elements. Redemption works wonderfully in those scenarios, but I feel like every time I'm checking in on the supports items, it's always Locket. So nice to see more of kind of a global homogenization in terms of itemization and priority for Redemption.
Now we get to the 30-minute mark. Things slow down a little bit as the Baron buff wears off of Xiaogu, and they are unable to press down any of those tier 2s without taking significant risk from WE as they look to perhaps pick off Kabe. Xie sneaks in to the back of that brush. Don't fall for the bait, Kabe.
It's more like 957 really has to look delicious, which meanwhile, speaking of baits.
Yeah, that's the magical journey. And yep, he took the bait. He turns back onto Xie and is doing a lot. Can he kill Xie? That's the Stand United, but that means Shen isn't doing anything. Oh, but gets blocked by the minion.
Pillar the Shin!
Woo, that Tempered Fate doesn't catch anyone from Xiaogu.
That has to be so frustrating. Just focused in on the kill. If you pillared the Shen,
Pillaring the Shen doesn't get rid of the shield.
yeah, but you can stop him from going, you know, stop the ult and then run. Because even if you grab him, the shield's still going to be there, but then the Shin's going to immediately go through for the taunt. Like, it just makes it that much closer.
Instead, though, that is a kill towards WE. 7-3 in this set. They're still about 4,000 gold ahead of Xiaogu right now. And continuing to press forward, though, much more reserved about reclaiming control of the map with all of those tier 1s now down.
Now we're going to be back to the Baron Elder Dance. Unless someone steps out and gets picked off again.
Looking at you, Kabe.
I love how Team W are like flying V. Everyone's together. The Shin's with them. And now they're going to sit in a bush.
That is Stand United on cooldown as WE start to set up around that mid lane, getting vision of the blue side jungle of Xiaogu.
Again, I think I've seen this play. She's just sitting underneath 957.
Yeah, that's the blue trinket now. Used by Doinby to spot out for Kabe. As the minion wave is cleared out, Doinby chases forward. Curtain call. And again, the magical journey just to walk right outside of it. Mystic didn't even take it. But he's hiding just outside of vision, and Doinby takes some harass on the way back to his turret.
But that's a big ultimate that they've eaten up, and nothing was able to follow up, as well as a super pivotal ultimate for trying to chase down Team WE. Notice that Kha'Zix does have his W evolved. We've seen a lot more Kha'Zixes doing this.
Kabe's caught again, uses the subjugate, but this time he's under an inhibitor turret, and there are no minions to help WE out. But they do get that subjugate cooldown, and Doinby is collapsing. 957. He has his Stand United back up. Redemption is going to heal Kabe right back up the build. Doinby flashes as the Abyssal Voyage. They're chasing that Shen down. It's all or nothing on that tank. And they're able to lock it down, but where do they go from here?
Team WE is still in the mid lane, so they're making the conscious decision not to collapse and try to fight that because so much was expended to just try to chase down 957, and instead they're going to trade his life for the tower.
Xie looks for a sneaky play onto Alone, but Ali's reflexes keep his 80 carry safe. The mid-tier 2 goes down, and the pressure from WE is maintained. Teleports up for Kabe and Barons in 30 seconds.
But this is the big thing, because someone's going to have to respond to Kabe, which means that QG should have priority in laying down vision for this Baron, unless Team W kind of stagger their backs correctly. Which, if they move into this as a unit, it doesn't matter. Like, they should be able to take full vision control over this. So, Kabe taking this tower, not only does it mean the tower, but more importantly, it should mean the superior Baron setup for QG.
The tier 2 falls as Kabe answers, and WE Xie clears out red buff on the back side of Xiaogu. The vision is now being set up, and Xiaogu are actually starting this off. 957 is back up with both his teleport and his Stand United, but there's no vision. They're going to race forward right into Xie Alone, eats the chains, and immediately turns back to the Tahm Kench as Xiaogu, empowered by Doinby, walk away from that terrifying situation.
Musical chairs right around the Baron pit, and again, inside track with a big minion wave crashing mid lane, so QG need to reset their position, which means that they will probably lose priority in all of the vision that they'd committed towards that Baron pit just to clear out the wave. So great play by Xie.
And now WE are able to reset their dance once again, reclaim control of that mid lane, and start to sweep out some of the vision that Xiaogu had set up. With teleport available for both top laners, we're expecting them to still sit in that bottom lane. His Guardian Angel is now completed for Kabe. A second chance whenever he gets caught out by 957 and Xie, because you know he's going to look for that play again.
But again, it's now kind of the different responsibilities for both these top laners. There's a bit more of onus on Team WE to feel like they find the correct fight and to go in with the Shin ultimate. Because now that you also have the GA as well as the Iceborne Gauntlet, this Trundle's even bigger of a problem in one of these side waves.
Xie is actually on the opposite side of the map. Can't be caught out of position if Xiaogu decide to set up for that Baron. Though they are starting to clear out some of the vision from WE and maintain a safe position.
But because Team WE have the Scuttle Crab, it means that at least for the duration of that immovable vision, that they're not able to start it. So trying to find these flanks.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon now is also an objective, and Xie goes back for Kabe before getting knocked away by the pillar. Immediately, Xiaogu turn onto the Baron control ward, spots the one in the pit, but they are trying to burn through its health. Here comes the rest of them. Recall from Kabe. Will it be canceled in time? If he can make it back into the base, he does. That's teleport ready from both of the top laners. Clid doing what he can. Tempered Fate catches the lead. Tempered Fate goes down. Curtain Call looking for some damage. Chain of Corruption keeps Doinby locked down in the front as Ben goes to the back. Kandi gets kicked in and annihilated with Doinby. Huge play from Clid to lock that down as 957 is going to keep Xiaogu from trying to follow this. But they will not stop. They cannot stop. The minion wave is being pulled by Xie, and Xiaogu have got to decide what to do.
And the reason why Xie tried to make the play happen bottom is because they had that Scuttle Crab. So he knew that it was going to be a gamble. There was no way that they could sneak the Baron. But this is decisive.
Yeah, they're going for the inhibitor bottom. Xie solo down there. There's no Tempered Fate to try to stall this out. Chain of Corruption is on cooldown. It's going to be a huge arrow for Mystic if he can get this. As the inhibitor turret goes down, the Baron is secured by Xiaogu for the second time this game as Doinby zones away the rest of the team.
They need to stall the rest of the backs. I don't think Xie can get this in time, so it will just be a traded Baron for an inhib tower. Not worth. He needed that inhibitor.
Tragically, Lichbane LeBlanc has fallen out of the meta for quite some time.
We saw it earlier.
Yeah,
from
we
Scout.
did. Yes. Not 100% successful, but the Elder Dragon is now up. Xiaogu have got priority pressure in their side lanes. Somebody's going to have to answer top, however, and Xiaogu are rushing straight towards the Elder Dragon. You were right. WE are the Elder Dragon team.
But I really want to commend, before we get into this Elder Dragon fight, QG's decisive decision-making late game, especially against a veteran lineup like Team WE. It may come down to this 50-50 fight, however.
Yeah, Clid is right there, level 16 to Kandi's level 16, so that is equivalent smites if they can burn it down. Yeah, she is flanking from behind. Alone is sitting right next to Ali along with Doinby. It's down to 3,000 health. It's go time. Alone is going to eat the chain. Tempered Fate alone can't get inside of the Kenshi, flashes away, and they're trying to brute force this. 3,000 health, and the Elder Dragon is forgotten. Curtain Call on the side, and Xie knows exactly where to go. Alone is demolished by Xie, but Kandi is going to GA pop in the pit. They've got a very small window to try to burn through this dragon. No, they forget about it and turn back into the fight. Xie Zanya's to buy time. Ollie is tanking in the front along with Clid and Kabe. He's able to save him, pops over the wall. Xie follows, but the auto is able to get it. It's up to Kabe and Alone and Kabe, Ali, and Doinby, but Ali goes down, and WE win the fight and take the Elder Dragon.
LeBlanc does not have a single win in the LPL so far, but Xie is trying his damage to turn that around. That was a beautiful flanking play from Xie that secures them the dragon and keeps them in this game.
Kabe is not probably thrilled about this, as he's going to die to a support Bard and Mystic. GA is going to be popped as well. Turns to get some damage onto Mystic as 957 is already working on the inhibitor. But this is a huge window for WE now that they've picked up this Elder Dragon and denied the Baron buff for Xiaogu. That's the first inhibitor down, and WE decide not to take any chances and back away.
Which means any sort of Baron buff that QG have left is now going to be absorbed by that. If we take a look at this play, this is all about Xie. He got a deep flanking play. As soon as Alone backs up to open up his ultimate, LeBlanc hops over the wall and immediately stops this. And this is the big turning point. So huge props to Xie. Played this fight beautifully. Even Kandi kind of failing his leap over the wall and popping his GA. Like, look at this. They've just split. Kandi's like, I've got the dragon. Everyone else, you take care of the team fight and just try to burn Clid out of it.
Now the sudden patient 1,000 cuts of WE are going to hurt that much more with Elder Dragon and 2 Elemental Drakes. The next inhibitor falls before Xiaogu can respond, and WE are just working their way down into this. There goes the Curtain Call. 957 is eating some damage, trying to get to the journey, but he's denied. Clid gets away from the chains of corruption, and Doinby is able to drop Ben despite the fact that he has got huge regeneration, and 957 with sub 100 health walks it off.
They're going to continue to chase them, though. Clid could look for Mystic.
Misses the Sonic Wave, but Akabe is looking for 957. They've got 2 inhibs down and a large wave shoving bottom. Mystic is caught by the Sonic Wave and will die for his troubles, and Xiaogu answer back with another set of kills of their own.
Not out of the woodwork yet. Unfortunately for Xiaogu, pretty much all they can get is they can pick up the gold, they can take away the red buff, but it's table scraps because they need to take care of their base. Someone needs to tend to that massive wave that's building up in the bottom side. Yep. that one.
Ooh, Xiaogu are trying so hard to keep themselves in this game, but WE are so insistent with their objectives. It's Kabe single-handedly holding that, while Xiaogu press down into the super minion wave to break down the tier 2. Xie's got Zanya's though. Can they try to burn it down? No, he gets out as the auto attack is denied, saved by 957. And they continue to push forward.
They've got a wave push. Or they've got a wave prepped and ready, and Xie is back.
Tempered Fate catches alone, but Ali is right there. And the wave is denied by the ultimate from Ben. Xiaogu getting a bit cheeky here as they're waiting just outside of the vision. Magical Journey finds Ben! He flashes over the wall, and they're able to get that as Xie follows up and finds Ali, but the tether actually keeps Ali close. 957 goes in, denies some of this initial damage as Ali is forced to get away. Chain of Corruption finds Doinby. That's the teleport used by Kabe, and Alone sets up the curtain call. Xie once again looking to flank, and Alone ready to save his carry as Clid goes in onto 957. Xie flanks along with Kandi at the same time. Ali somehow still alive as Kandi goes low and goes down. What is the team fighting Kings? Could they be returning here as Xiaogu win the fight?
Xie is running towards the top lane. He's trying to get together with that super creep wave just to, distract QG from pushing this in.
Kabe is trying to get back there. It's still 4 members, and Ali is already there. They're going to burn down this inhibitor turret. Mystic firing arrows into the dark, but Xiaogu are not stopping for just a few measly arrows. They're going to take this inhib. Maybe they will stop for a few measly arrows. I'm not entirely sure where they're backing right now.
Tempered Fate is about to come up. They know that the cooldown is either up or about to come up, so they're respecting Bard.
Whew. Xiaogu are keeping themselves in this. There's a huge minion wave top. Baron's up in a minute with the recalls from Xiaogu. They're going to have to race to get back towards that side of the map. And somehow, despite WE playing this impossible style, Xiaogu are winning fights and getting back.
But it's been pretty much the Baron. The Baron was the first turn for Xiaogu. The fact that they were able to do that in an incredible fight that A, Team WE misplayed, but B, also Ollie in particular saved and dug out from the grave. That said, WE then answered back with an incredible fight over the Elder Dragon. And here we are, probably now into the last fight over the next Baron.
Yeah, very well could be. 43 minutes in. Xiaogu trying to end this and come out successful in this week of the Reapers, but WE are playing very sneaky by setting up a lot of wards around that Baron buff. Xiaogu have got to move as a unit. Kabe used his teleport aggressively to break down the mid inhibitor turret, but didn't quite get the inhib, and Ali leading the way. Very tanky. Kabe and Ben, or Kandi and Ben, excuse me. Zone him away, and you just heard the announcer. That inhib is coming back up. Chain of Corruption finds Ali, and he gets out of range from his allies before it procs on Doinby and Clid. Xie once again heading bottom with 957, looking to replicate the play that he did 20 minutes earlier as the inhib gets back up.
He's just trying to flood the base and just distract Kabe. Like you said, he doesn't have his teleport. His primary responsibility here is just to keep the base standing. So 957 and Xie are just being obnoxious.
Ben gets caught by a snare and is immediately destroyed. Xiaogu are the ones who find the pick. They continue to chase forward. Doinby flashes onto Mystic. There's the Stand United. Meanwhile, Ali trying to save Alone from Xie. They're able to... No, Doinby died in the meanwhile. 957 gets in as Xie flashes. Alone is away from the Tahm Kench, and Xiaogu are falling apart at the seams. Kabe is going to get up there. There's the knockup, and the Abyssal Bridge is not there in time. It's 3 members of Xiaogu against 3 members of WE.
Look at their base.
Racing forward. There are super minions on top of the Nexus turrets. They can't go back too far as Kandi chases forward. They're able to drop Ali, and Clid is there trying to clear the minions. Kabe is kiting it back as best he can. The Chain of Corruption is back off cooldown, and the inhibs get back up in time to waste the push from 957, Kandi, and Mystic, and they will be reset immediately.
But the question is, do they continue to try to push an end? They did use Redemption.
They've got minions coming. It's 2 versus 3 right now. It's all up to Kabe. Can he do this? Kabe can... That Lee Sin gets in, kicks Mystic back. They're doing so much damage. They're trying to burn through. They are able to drop Mystic, but they lose Clid in the meanwhile. Kabe doesn't have the Subjugate, but he does have Flash. He's also got his GA. So he's playing the very patient game, and QG are still alive.
Kabe weathers the storm. That said, Kandi is still alive. He's still healthy, and the Baron is now up. He's going to steal some life off of the red buff, but I have a feeling that we're very quickly going to see him. No, they don't want to do it because they don't have Varus. So they instead set up a trap.
They're just baiting out Xiaogu. Oh man, I've seen this play before.
Face check.
Ali is going right in. Doinby is there along with Alone.
You have
There goes
Q.
the sweepers. Ali, gets slowed, but that is one very tanky Tahm Kench. Meanwhile, minions are pushing in the top lane. WE continue to push forward now. They have cleared out that vision. The control ward dies, and they can see WE in the pit now.
And Kabe has teleport this time around, so they should just need to reset their map. I cannot believe they still are in the game. That inhib respawn.
How is this happening? Xiaogu staying in this somehow. It's 3,000 gold difference. What is that damage, Doinby? You're... But what? What? Look at GA's face.
Oh no. Remember that moment when we talked about Karma falling off in damage? Well, if Karma itemizes Death Cap, Lord, and Zako, Void Staff, Leandries.
That is amazing. Shie's dead for 50 seconds. It's 5 versus 4. Kabe split pushing in the bottom with teleport, meaning it's 4v4 with reinforcements. Immediately, Xiaogu turn onto the Baron, sweeping out the vision of WE. This is going to be a heroic fight indeed, but the Baron is taking a lot, and Doinby does just as much damage as he chases back forward. Chain of Corruption is sidestep, and Kandi is split. Tempered Fate catches 2, and the Redemption, used a bit preemptively, is going to top Alone back off. He's very low, and Kabe is forced to teleport in to reinforce his team. That's an aggressive Redemption now to keep them topped up. WE are very high health, and this is like fish in a barrel. Doinby is slowly getting chipped down. Klid goes outside of the pit to zone Kandi out. It's down to 2,000 health. He leaps over the wall, and this is Baron picked up by Xiaogu.
Beautifully executed from Kabe. As soon as they saw that Kha'Zix used his E to disengage over the wall, they knew that the Baron was theirs. And now Team WE, Xie, you saw his face. As soon as he went down, he cost his team the Baron, and now,
very
backs
well could,
to the wall.
Yeah, very well could have cost them this series. Game number 1 and game number 2 are on the line in this match. 50 minutes in.
Can you imagine losing to EDG in the way that WE did, and if they lose to QG in pretty much the exact same scenario, that would be devastating.
Elder Dragon is back up now in 2 seconds, right after the Baron spawns again. And with all 10 members back on the map, we're looking ready for another big team fight.
Now, the last time the Elder Dragon fight went over in Team WE's favor and saved the game for them because of Xie's positioning and posturing by finding Alone on a flank. So all eyes on this LeBlanc.
Kabe shows himself top.
I feel like QG, don't even funnel into the Elder Drake. I mean, stop that if that's going to happen. But you want to play the pressure game. You want to pull WE off of it and have them respond to your waves before you move into the pit. I think this is them playing into Team WE's hands.
Yeah, there are super minions pushing in from 2 lanes. Xiaogu are being torn apart at the seams, but somehow they hold together. This Elder Dragon is down to below half health now. Kandi is there. Tempered Fate catches him, and that's going to be the curtain call being used. It's picked up and locked down. Kandi is able to get his smite, leaps over the wall. Tether doesn't proc, and the final bullet misses. Xiaogu are unable to capitalize on this as Doinby chases over the wall, and Xiaogu suddenly find themselves split. 957 is on Doinby. He's going to have to try to get away from this.
WE want to chase them because the super creeps are popping into the mid lane tower.
Stand united on 957 just in case. But the minion waves all across the map have been stalled out. That is a very weakened set of minions going out onto the map.
So QG lose the Elder Dragon because their Baron is forced to just protect and defend their base. We've now traded Baron for Elder, and I think it's kind of neutralized again. The problem is that Team WE don't seem to find much success unless they're fighting in the jungle. And when you don't have these big epic monsters to fight over like the Baron, like the Elder, they're finding much less success. Whereas QG, their composition really thrives on an elongated lane like this. They've got the Karma, they have the Jhin, they have the Tahm Kench. They can run you down.
It is 50 minutes into the game, and there's a 500 gold difference.
The gold difference doesn't matter at all because we're well past the point where everyone has their core itemization.
Yeah.
But yes, it's a close game.
Yes, this is incredible how close Xiaogu are playing this to the chest, and WE are keeping pace with this. And it isn't a passive game either. This is they're actually starting to blow after blow try to force each other down.
But again, this is where Team WE want to fight. They want to fight in the jungle like this. They've got the Kazakhs and the LeBlanc. They want to be popping over these walls. Whereas QG, they want to fight in lanes. They want to pop open that Gen Ultimate, run you down, cause problems for you.
Seems like Xiaogu are having a lot of success moving as a moving turtle unit. Just one cluster of 5 people dealing with the strikes that WE tried to puncture in.
Here we go.
Curtain call to open it up. Tempered Fate is going to deny that follow-up. Xie is there, and Ali races back to save his carry. He's able to get there in time, but it's Doinby who eats the damage instead. And the turtle of Xiaogu has to back away. Kabe in the front, soaking as much as he can, but he's being whittled down. Doinby is less than a quarter health, and Kabe tries to flash as the Elder Dragon is still doing excessive damage. Flash arrow misses Doinby, and Kabe was devoured the whole time.
And shout out to Ben. The Gen Ultimate pops up. He dunks him right in the back.
Yep.
Forward, the classic counter. And stops any sort of chasing maneuver that QG could find there. And like you said, that Elder Dragon doing a ton of work.
Kabe teleports and completes it.
I'm gonna say that's auspicious, but not great.
Yeah. Not entirely sure what he was looking for there, but he did force WE to retreat, and I believe that teleport should be back up by the time Baron is set to respawn, as the inhibitors are back up for the second time this game. And Xiaogu are still in this. This is like Ninja Warrior right here. By the tips of their fingers, they hang on.
I don't know. I think for portions of this game, they've certainly been like fully in first place. This has been swinging rather liberally.
Is like the fisherman where he's like hanging from the tips of his fingers, but then he just as nimbly flips over to a rope.
Doesn't that guy win like every year?
He's won like twice, I think.
Yeah. I see you're a Ninja Warrior fan.
It's very difficult to win.
I too get that obscure reference.
And now WE set back up into a pressure position, trying to keep Xiaogu locked into their base.
Check out where Clit is. Just constantly hunting. Again, actually, it should be noted, both supports, everyone has 6 items except for the supports, who are making it mandatory that they don't fill up that last spot. And that seems fairly obvious, so they can have the control wards, but a lot of supports do fill up that last spot. And then these end portions of the game get really scary because you don't have the protection of the flanking vision or the full vision control that you need over the monster objectives like the Elder Dragon, like the Baron.
Ooh. The clone, the decoy from Xie, causing so much panic out of WE. They immediately back up and try to get some damage out. But upon seeing that it is in fact only a decoy, back away. The chains miss, and immediately Xiaogu rushes in. Doinby leads the charge. 957 is pillared back, and Clid continues to look for these openings. But 2 Ocean Dragons and 1 for Xiaogu means that a lot of this chip damage is refunded after just a few seconds. Kabe is recalling right now.
Let's be honest, we're in the LPL. This is either going to end in someone face-checking a bush or over a Baron fight.
Curtain call from the black, and again, the Tempered Fate immediately catches alone. But that's going to be a big cooldown now used, and the Baron is up in 20 seconds. Xiaogu, there's no vision for WE on this side, and Xiaogu actually match the call of WE and race towards their inhibitor.
It's a key tool, like you said, that Gen Ultimate not being available. Xie,
he's actually caught by the snare here, but he's still got his Zanya's Hourglass and just leaps away.
Just a little bit too excited, overzealous. A huge wave in topside for QG. Someone from Team W will have to respond to that. That said, 957 has both Stan United as well as his teleport. And the Baron is live.
Yeah, Clid is trying to get some wards in the back. They've still got Scuttle Crab, so they have vision of the entrance.
And it's so much more on QG to maintain vision control just because you're across from both Varus and Kazakhs. I mean, either team is really going to burn this Baron probably under 5 seconds just because we're so late game, but you know. Shin, I mean, theoretically there could be a scenario where like 2-man just tank it for either team. Got the Trundle, you got the Lee Sin, you got the Shin, you got the Kazakhs.
I just realized Rusty did call it. It could be a 25-minute stomp or a 50-minute slog. And this, I don't even think this was a slog. This is the teams just decking each other, trying to close this out.
They're just
so even.
They're very similar teams in kind of like their win conditions or their pivot points. And again, it's just kind of this collective identity of no standout S-tier players, but 5 B-tier players that make an S-tier team. And that's what's really cool about QG and Team WE is they're probably the 2 quintessential teamwork teams of the LPL, if you will. Everyone else feels a bit scattered or kind of a bit weighted to one side. You know, you look at Vici, like the top side of the map looks great.
Oh, Clid went so far. He gets the insect on the Mystic, but he's shielded up, and they're able to destroy him. Alone goes down in the back, and Kandi's going to try to assassinate him, but that is way too deep. Stand United, they keep him up. NewBee goes down, and they're going to try to collapse onto Shia. He goes down, but that's Kandi dropping as well. Alone is kiting it out on the back, and Ben is running for his life, and it looks like they drop Kandi with a big 4th bullet crit. 957 gets a shadow dash, but he's not long for this world. Xiaogu might be able to win this fight. Don't even bother with the snare. End the game, Xiaogu.
But they have to get the creep wave.
Akabe's been chasing Ben for ages. This troll is having one heck of a time, and the minion wave is being denied. There's the Abyssal Voyage being used on by Ali. Even the Ocean Dragon is keeping them occupied. 957 and Ben are putting out a valiant effort. Clid and Alone are trying to finish this off. Ben is leading them on a very merry chase indeed. They have got 6 minions to try to end the game with. There's teleport used a little bit too soon before the Nexus turrets as Xiaogu chase forward.
But that's fine because you have the tankiness from Clid as well as Trundle. So even if the creep wave dies by not having the teleport there and available, QG are just going to burn through this.
They got Ben, immediately kicked 957 back, and from the depths of defeat, 2 inhibitors down, 57 minutes in, Xiaogu. Big high fives, big smiles. They take the win in this game 3.
And you see Doinby literally leaps from his chair, turns to Clid, claps his hand. Actually, I think he clapped Ollie's hand.
Yes, he got Ollie. But you know, Clid, wow, how did he even land that Sonic Wave?
That was incredible burst damage.
I didn't even see it.
Wow, and that has to feel good. You can see it on the players' faces. Big smiles, some guys even throwing up their hands right there, and just a well-deserved bow. That has to be so mentally draining.
Oh yeah, and with the conclusion of that game, that brings us to the end of the week of the Reapers. Look at that gold graph. Whew, joining us once again on the desk is Rusty. Xiaogu have done it. 2-0
Clid did it, Dom. Xiaogu didn't do anything. Clid did it all. Like, to the point where their Nexus was about to die and he kicks them under and they kill the AD carry. Like,
yeah,
that man is actually the clutch king. I've never, like, at 55 minutes in a game, to be able to follow a Sonic Wave that far, Warthog, and flash kick the AD carry. Like, what on earth? That guy's a god. He's a visionary.
The clutch king himself.
Whew, he's Buddha. That was Zen Zone at 55 minutes. Like, how?
He was one with the moment and was able to take the win. Look at that damage dealt. Oh my goodness.
That was absurd. Normally Karm was like, you know, do some early game damage. Mid game, just like secondary support. Doinby's like, no. Void Staff, Death Cap.
Yeah, he went
Echo,
Rylo's Crystal Scepter, Leandre's too.
It.
Yeah. So he hit a point in the game where he wanted the 4-item spike, where QG was starting to lose, and it's a very efficient item build path where you can press W as well as the Q and be able to slow people for all of the ticks involved. So it's actually kind of cool that that is a choice that he went towards, all the burn damage there, so you can see the damage that he still dealt.
Amazing performance from Xiaogu to take the win in this week of the Reapers, but now it's time for us to actually break down what this means for Xiaogu as a team. They did it. It was tough, and they came back from a loss in both series, but they did it.
And the sad thing is they almost have kind of their scariest matches ahead of them, theoretically. Like, yeah, definitively, I would say that Vici and W are probably the hardest opponents, especially kind of stylistically, they're similar to QG. But like next week, they face EDG as well as NewBee.
Yeah.
And NewBee are looking great. They've got the rivalry there, and they need to take down kind of like the LPL King. So I feel like, yes, it was the week of the Reapers. They had a super exciting week. They got to kind of define where exactly they sit in the tiers, and they're definitely in the top tier. But now it's kind of like this was the first step, check, and now it's kind of like second step for them to reassume their throne.
I mean, the beauty of this is we can say at the end of this week that QG are very much a top 3 in the group team. Now they have beaten WE and Vici, but the games weren't clean. They always went to 3 games, and their opponents took game off them. So for WE and Vici, looking at this group, it's not like they're a bottom 3 team either. It's just so hard to actually separate 1 through 5 disregarding game talents. Like,
I feel
where do they all go?
I feel like you look at the top 5 teams, and all 3 of them are top 3 teams. It's just which one's actually going to end up in the 3rd spot.
I feel like if I'm game talents, I'm just looking over at Group A like, that could have been.
I could have been in that group. But yeah, to talk about that a little bit more, like, the thing that was so exciting for me was watching Xiaogu over the course of the weekend learn and grow and adapt to these different team styles as they went in and see success through patience, through vigilance, and just sheer determination.
It's also kind of answering the question about where like these lesser known players, Clid and Kabe in particular, and kind of where they sit in the scheme of things. Like, yes, Kabe has found success in the LSPL, but you don't know if that's going to translate into professional play. It did beautifully, and Clid was an even bigger question mark. Found massive success, especially with this crazy play.
Oh my gosh.
This
so
was absurd.
He went onto Condi, ward hopped forward, then flashed behind Mystic to get all the way behind him.
I don't think I can stress how important that was for that stage in the game. Like, you've got Lee Sin players, right, that, like, look at the excitement. To be able to, like, win at that stage, to have a calm, collected mentality as a Lee Sin, not like doing B, and hit the kick is just beyond imagination. Like, no Lee Sins ever really do that. Last I remember is Meteos, honestly, at Worlds for Cloud9.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the only other time I've seen a Lee Sin win the game like that.
Yeah, and of course, the MVP that game is going to NewBee, 7-4-7. 500 CS, 82% kill participation, and nearly 40% of his team's damage.
And I want to kind of make some sort of speculation here. So we talked about how Ollie had a reputation of being a shot caller. We see that NewBee is very vocal, very excited. We expect him to at least have a portion in the shot calling hand. Like, when that game is over and how excited they are, it's NewBee and it's Ollie that are, you know, clasping hands and being super and overly excited. And to go against a team like Team WE, who are so frustrating, who are playing that really slow, methodical style, like, can you just imagine that those two voices probably carried through in that game?
Yeah, it certainly did. And of course, that's not to say that WE played poorly by any sort of standard. They were playing their game, and they were playing it remarkably well, but they just couldn't break Xiaogu.
So, WE have an obsession with Dragon that does not need to exist. I think first and foremost, like, sure, we can call them an Elder Dragon team. You know what? They got 2 of them in this game. That's great for WE, but the problem's the ones before the Elder Dragon, where they relentlessly throw the games. If they could just look at other objectives, like the Ocean Drakes doesn't mean that much to them. Just play League of Legends for everything that isn't in that pit.
I have a theory about it. I don't actually think it's the dragon. I think it's just like they're really comfortable fighting around that area, and so it's just like, again, it's like it's their arena. They don't care about the dragon. They just want to fight there.
But they win in the top arena and not the bottom one.
I know, it's weird.
I still don't get why they do it.
And it sort of extends to that idea of Baron as well. They don't always seem to get it against these types of teams like Xiaogu, and they played EDG previously, who also controlled the Baron as well. And then when they do get the Baron against the likes of NewBee, they just don't know what they're doing with it.
Yeah, I think they just struggle to end games right now with any advantages. And, like, their strength is their defense, but their weakness is quite obviously their offense. Yeah. And so that's where WE need to improve moving forward, is cleanly finishing a game with advantages and pushing those leads.
It should be noted that Team WE did have a really rough schedule to start the LPL. I mean, they faced EDG when they were in a significant better form than, you know, we saw EDG this week. And I'm just really kind of curious what kind of their mental fortitude is, because having kind of 2 back-to-back losses as well as the fumbles against NewBee, that's got to be really draining. And so hopefully they can bounce back from this. They seem like they're willing to kind of experiment with some things, you know, pulling in Ben. Ben was a highlight of the team, even though I really like Zero. So hopefully this isn't just like another plateaued, you know, tired, worn down WE, and they're able to grow from this.
I don't think, like, to me, Mystic looked good, Xie looked good, and Ben actually looked outstanding. And these are the 3 members, or not Ben inclusive, the 2 carries that I'd look at and say need to actually be the ones not being burnt out and performing well. Because 957's the one that looks a little bit iffy. Even Condi in the first week was good. So if they can fix their one weak point, he's the young member of the team. Like, clearly there will be motivations for him to improve in that role. I think that's what WE really need to cement that.
Next week, they will be playing against Game Talents and Vici, so they will have an opportunity to try to get some more wins back on the board. But now that is amazingly WE 1 and 2 in the groups. I can't imagine having said that before week 1 when they were looking so strong.
I mean, we said that Team W were probably going to be the strongest team in the LPL when we were beginning the LPL, just because you look on paper, that roster was super consistent. They upgraded in their coaching staff. And again, it's just been a really rough start for them in terms of a stacked schedule.
I mean, you put WE in Group A, they're probably at least second.
Yep.
Right? IMA might be the contenders for first place in that group. That's the scary thing. So in this Group B, like, they've had hard matches. They're only going to have hard matches until we hit cross group, and that's the most exciting part for me. When we actually cross group match, like, how will they perform against teams we coin as weaker, or is Group B just perceived to be that?
It certainly is going to be exciting. The final standings, however, are ChiaoGu in first at 3-0, EDG in second at 3-1. I'm sure we're going to get a graphic up for you very soon. Amazingly, WE in fourth, with Vici in third at 2-2. The fact that we're seeing the group shake out like this is just absolutely amazing. EDG losing for the first time since the spring playoffs against RNG of last year.
The scary and sad thing is again, it's top 4 from each group, and you have 5 great teams in Group B, so someone's going to draw kind of the short end of the stick, and it actually looks like it's either going to be Vici or EDG if we continue on this trajectory. Again, it's only week 2. This is still very infant stage. I know everyone else is kind of like racing ahead because it's week 4 for everyone else, but there's definitely time to kind of pump the brakes and look around and fix these weaknesses.
And it is surprising to see WE in a position as they are. I would imagine the defeats that they have had are not pretty ones to deal with backstage afterwards. Long, drawn-out games they should have won that they haven't won. Like, their mentality could actually be brought into question in comparison to QG, who have had the exact same games but have always been the victors.
Yeah, so here are the current standings for Group B. ChiaoGu in first, EDG in second, Vici in third, with WE and Newbie tied for fourth, and Game Talents currently at 0-3 in sixth.
I mean, we called it the week of the Reapers, and it certainly was with a finish like that, but it was also a week of upsets. In particular, IMA falling way down the standings, as well as RNG kind of making their climb back up it, and a surprising showing from OMG.
Really a very exciting week of the LPL, and this is only week 2. We've got, 9 more to go before we get through?
About 7 million,
I
think, left.
3 and 3 plus 6
He did the
is
math.
12.
Approximately, all right?
Yeah.
Approximately. No, the thing that I want to actually highlight about those groups is that being such a young period in the split, there is so much room for change, and we actually have to highlight all of these teams as they grow, learn, develop, and actually get better and or stay the same. That's the thing we really need to monitor, because OMG getting wins, Game Talent showing they have potential to take wins off teams like EDG. Like, there is a lot there.
Certainly a very impressive performance overall, and I got to admit, I'm really looking forward to some of the rivalries that we've got next week. I mean, ChiaoGu are going to take on Newbie and EDG. WE get a chance at redemption as well. Very exciting.
Yeah, the super exciting thing for me is that Newbie looks so good. Like, now that QG have kind of assumed their right in first place, they're looking across their old school rivals, and Swift looks like he's ready to take them on with Coco.
Well, they play first game next week.
Yeah, the very first one. That's going to do it for us, however. The LPL Week 2 has concluded. Thank you so much for tuning in, and be sure to come back Thursday next week, where we will get to see the grand rivalry between ChiaoGu and Newbie. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and the entire production team, thanks for watching, and have a good night.